Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Saiyan Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Manifested Titan Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Get out of my way, stupid Deku, Katsuki Bakugo shouted, shoving the younger, shorter, green-haired kid in front of him onto the floor. Kaken, Deku, or rather Izuku Midoriya, cried out, his eyes watering as he looked up at the spiky blonde-haired, red-eyed boy above him. The two of them had been friends of sorts once, or rather Izuku had been a member of Katsuki's entourage, following him around with the rest of his hanger-ons, watching in awe as Katsuki showed off his powerful, flashy quirk every chance he got. And it was a pretty cool quirk too. Katsuki's sweat was explosive or something, and he could ignite it at will. It was a flashy quirk. And already the teachers at the local school they went to had earmarked him for greatness. Perhaps even more impressive than his quirk, though, was the fact that the blonde had only discovered what his quirk was the other year, a few weeks after he turned 4. But despite that, he was already showing a startling amount of control over it. A genius. That is what the teachers and many of the students at school had started calling him, and understandably considering his age, it had started to go to his head. Stop sniveling, you useless Deku. The 5-year-old Katsuki Bakugo snapped, kicking at green-haired kid at his feet, even as the rest of their group, all of whom had already discovered their own quirks, dutifully laughed along. Stop it, Kaken, Izuku cried out, struggling to his feet, even as his childish face twisted into an expression of pain, embarrassment, and juvenile anger. Izuku was the only member of their group who had not discovered their quirk yet, and already the others had started bullying him because of this. Even the kid who had only discovered his quirk, which allowed him to extend his fingers just the other month. No, you stop following me, Deku. If you've not got a quirk, then you're not my friend, Katsuki replied, his own face contorting into a look of childish fury, even as he raised his right hand and pointed at Izuku, small sparks erupting off of his palm threateningly as he did so. Kaken, Izuku cried out, tears beginning to fall from his eyes now, as his best friend, the kid he had known pretty much from birth, glared hatefully down at him. Go away, Deku, and stop following me, Katsuki spat back, shoving Izuku over again and sending him falling onto his bum. From beside Katsuki, another one of Izuku's friends got in on the action and kicked some dirt at him, his slightly chubby face twisting up into a mean smile as he and several of the others all started guffawing and laughing at Izuku, even as he rubbed the dirt out of his teary eyes. Come on, let's go, Katsuki called out, looking away from his useless former friend as he did so, before he started walking back to the playground, his troop of fellow 5-year-old friends following along after him, all of them laughing and playing around with their multitude of quirks, and none of them bothering to look back. Sniveling as he watched his friends walk away, Izuku pushed himself off of the ground and ran away. His white shirt and green shorts were all dirty now, his nose was snotty, his eyes were red, and his cheeks were stained with tears. He was a mess and he knew it. More than that though, he knew that if he tried to join in with Kaken and the others, that they would all mock him and bully more than ever if they saw him looking this pathetic. Running through the gates of the park, Izuku kept his head down as he ran towards the apartment building his little family lived in, ignoring the stares and odd looks he received from those he passed as he ran up the stairs and towards his top-floor apartment. I really wish you would tell me what happened to get you so upset, honey. Inko Midoriya, a tall, slim, dark, green-haired woman, and Izuku's mother, said softly as she carefully cleaned the bloody scrape on her son's knee. It's nothing, Izuku replied churlishly, looking away from his mother's caring gaze and over to where his father was sat reading a paper as he did so. Don't keep it all bottled up, honey, it's not healthy. Inko pushed, putting down the wet cloth she had been using to clean the cut as she instead went to grab a plaster out of her first aid box. I said it's nothing, Izuku snapped, his voice as sharp as a 5-year-old child's could be, which was apparently still enough to take his caring, loving mother aback, especially since Izuku was normally such a sweet and kind little boy. Izuku, Inko cried out, not hurt or offended by his words, but rather worried about what could have happened to get her son acting like this. Hisashi Midoriya, Izuku's father, however, was another story. The man had always been a short-tempered man. However, the years of mockery he had received due to his weak quirk, and the less than stellar life he had ended up having after bombing out of one of the regional hero academies in his youth, had all made him into an even harder, bitterer man. The fact that his son, Izuku, was probably quirkless had only made him meaner and more aggressive. Kids usually showed whether they had a quirk or not before they were 5. Izuku was over 5 now, and already Inko had suggested taking him to a doctor's to see if there was something wrong. Don't talk to your mother like that, Hisashi snapped, slamming his paper down on the table in anger, small wisps of smoke trailing out of his mouth as he glared at his son, his cold, dark eyes making the boy flinch, even as an intimidating red glow seemed to form in the back of his throat as he started using his fire-breathing quirk. Sorry, D-Dad. Izuku muttered, looking down straight away, his heart thundering in his little chest as he saw his father's intimidating display, and saw the flash of anger in his eyes. His father was not usually a violent, or at least not to Izuku, but he would shout and yell a lot, and occasionally, when he was really angry, lash out at his wife, Inko, in anger. "Hisashi, stop it, you're scaring him." Inko shot back, her usually kind face furrowing into a frown as she stood up and scowled at her husband. "And you're mollycoddling him too much," Hisashi snapped, standing up now, his temper getting even worse when he saw his less than dutiful and obedient wife not only standing up to him, but also talking back. "He's our son, and he's 5. Of course I am going to look after him," Inko snapped, pushing the scared-looking Izuku behind her now, even as her husband began to advance on her, the glow emanating from his mouth getting all the more intense with every step. "He's your son, he's not mine. As if I would ever father a quirkless freak like that," Hisashi snapped, his anger getting the best of him now as the situation quickly started to escalate. Hearing his father's words, Izuku looked down at the floor in shame, tears beginning to fall and his whole body beginning to shake. Inko, though, had a different reaction. With a flash of anger, she slapped her husband across the face, her protective motherly fury overtaking the fear that usually filled her when her husband got worked up like this. "How dare you?" she snapped, her hand stinging even as she knocked her husband's head to the side, a burst of fire spewing out of his mouth and striking some nearby curtains, setting them ablaze. Ignoring the fire, though, Hisashi's eyes instead flashed with rage as he turned back and struck his wife, his hand sounding out loud as he hit her across the face as hard as he could and sent her falling backwards, only for her head to hit a nearby coffee table with a dull crack. "Mum!" Izuku cried out in horror, running to his mother's side in shock and fear, not noticing as he did so that the cut on his knee had rapidly started to heal. "Aw shit," Hisashi cursed, not paying attention to his motionless wife as he instead looked at the burning curtain, a scowl on his face as he quickly and efficiently pulled them down off of the rail and started stamping on them, quickly trying to put them out. Izuku, though, didn't pay attention to his father's obscenities. Instead, he continued to cry and tearfully shake his mother's still form, his tear-filled eyes soon noticing the blood pooling around her head and staining the carpet, even as his childish mind also clocked onto how she wasn't moving anymore, or breathing. "Oi you, make yourself useful for once in your damned life and get some water from the kitchen," Hisashi snapped, even as he continued to stamp on the still smoldering curtains, his dark eyes snapping over to his son and motionless wife as he did so, only for the elder Midoriya to freeze as his eyes locked onto his son. Izuku's face was twisted into an expression of rage and fury, a look that was so alien to his cowardly son's face that just the sight of it made his heart skip a beat. "I Izuku," Hisashi said in shock, a shiver of fear traveling down his spine as he saw his son's head snap around to look at him. Izuku's green eyes were practically glowing, and steam was now visibly starting to flow off of his body, the heat now coming off of him causing the air around him to ripple, even as the boy's face continued to contort into an inhuman mask of absolute fury. "Izu," Hisashi began, swallowing back his nerves as those glowing green eyes bored into him, only for him to be interrupted before he could say any by his son letting loose a roar of fury, after which his world went dark as the air around him exploded with heat and he found himself crushed to death against the wall of his apartment, his ribcage shattering, his skull cracking, and his organs all being pulverized in a single instant. Outside of the apartment, all of those present, either in the streets or in their own homes, instantly heard the deafening scream of fury, even as the eyes of those on the street shot towards the source of the sound. As they did so, however, fresh screams and cries of horror began to sound out from the streets as those below caught sight of the colossal, 20-meter-tall giant that stood steaming on the top floor of the apartment building, rubble and scraps of stone raining down all around it, even as the Titan spread his massive, human-like arms wide and let loose another inhuman bellow of rage, the greenish-black hair that covered its massive head shifting slightly to the side as it leant its head back, its giant maw opening as it released its cry of rage to the world at large, revealing as it did so a set of glowing, phosphorus green eyes. Moments later, the apartment building the creatures was standing on collapsed, the giant monster's weight proving far too much for the structure below it, even as it crashed through the 4 apartments below it, the building around it exploding outwards as it did so. As this happened, the people on the street, and those within their homes, turned and ran, those on the street sprinting as far away from this monstrous villain, for what else could it be, as possible. The calmer amongst them calling for the police or for a pro-hero as they ran, alerting all and sundry to the presence of the villain as fast as they could so that they could get the help they needed. Even so, despite the quick response, some were not able to run far enough as with another roar of rage the gigantic Titan tore through the remnants of the apartment building around it and started to rampage through the city district, crashing through any buildings that got in its way, and crushing people and cars underfoot as it lashed out in bestial fury at anything that got in its way. As the creature went on its rampage, screams and shouts of terror and fear soon filled the street, mixing in with the sounds of buildings being destroyed, sirens sounding out in the distance, and the creature's own deafening roars and screams of fury. By the time the sun rose the next day, and the pro-heroes, led by All Might himself, finally managed to put the monster down, 364 people had lost their lives, including 3 pro-heroes, hundreds more. Both civilians and heroes both had been injured, and thousands were left homeless. The events of that night, known to many as the Night of Great Loss, quickly went down in the history books and became infamous, both because of the sheer amount of damage and death that had been caused before the heroes could stop the Titanic creature, and because the culprit turned out to be a 5-year-old child, Izuku Midoriya. There was a calm expression on the small, mouse-like being's face as he walked through the clean, clinical-looking, white halls of Asphodel, a facility that had been specifically created for the containment, punishment, and rehabilitation of under 16-year-old Quirk users. This place was commonly referred to as the younger brother of the maximum security jail, Tartarus, a bigger and far more secure and secret facility, within which the most powerful and terrible villains in society were kept. That said, not all of those who were contained within the Asphodel were juvenile criminals or villains. After all, although there were many in the facility who did fit this description, with some of those that were being kept in Asphodel were only being kept there until they turned 17 and were eligible to be sent to Tartarus. That did not mean all of the 215 inmates were criminals. No, not all fit within that category. After all, there were some inmates in the highly secure facility who were being only kept here for their own good. These children were criminals. Instead, they were the victims of their own quirks. Any of these young people had been born blessed, or cursed, depending on your interpretation, with having an exceptionally powerful and yet completely uncontrollable quirk, so much so that they were a danger to themselves or to others. In a world where everyone had superpowers, most of which tended to manifest in early childhood, incidents did occasionally occur where a child, through no fault of their own, awoke their quirk or lost control of their quirk, and because of this hurt or killed people or destroyed the area around them. These events didn't happen often, but they did happen. For example, one of the children kept in Asphodel, an 8-year-old girl that had only been brought into the facility early this year, had lost control of her suspected wind-controlling quirk whilst she was in class at school. The teacher and 25 children had all suffocated to death when the girl had accidentally sucked all the oxygen out of the air around her. When these events did happen, the government often tried to hush them up or manipulate the facts in the media, whilst the child in question was taken off to a facility like Asphodel where they could be taught control and restraint, and where, if all else fails, they could be permanently contained. These children, 16 and under, were all kept in the deepest level of Asphodel, in the most secure part of the facility, where they were educated and taught control, all while being constantly watched and monitored. Currently, there were 16 such cases in the Asphodel, and one of those cases was who Nezu was here to see. Continuing down the hallway, Nezu, the principal of UA High, one of the country's premier hero academies, and his companion, a tall, skeletal man with long, lank blonde hair and tired-looking blue eyes, soon came to a stop in front of a set of large metal doors. "Hello," Nezu called out, in his soft and high-pitched voice. The small, mouse-like being, a literal animal that had had the luck to be born with an intelligence quirk, reaching out and knocking on the metal door as he did so. Principal Nezu, they do know you're coming, right?" The blonde man, Toshinori Yagi, asked softly as he looked down at the diminutive headmaster, his voice coming out a little hoarse as if he were trying to hold back a cough. Yes, they sent the invite and I agreed to come." Nezu nodded, his voice still pleasant as the little mouse-like being took a step back, smoothing down his smart, noticeably scaled-down suit as he did so, after which he then waved at a camera overhead. "Hello, I am here." The blonde man, Toshinori, sent Nezu a wry sideways glance as he did this. A few moments later, though, before either of them could say another word, the metal doors opened with a dull hiss, even as a tall, thin, rangy-looking man stepped out. The man in question looking to be in his 60s, and wearing a dark suit and tie, over the top of which he wore a clean, white lab coat. "Principal Nezu, I presume." The older man spoke, his voice dry, yet kindly as he smiled down at the principal, his smile widening slightly when Nezu nodded. Good, sorry about the wait. They did buzz down from above and tell me you had arrived and were heading down here, but I'm afraid I thought I had more time before you would arrive. You see, we don't really get very many visitors down here on the lowest floor, I am afraid." "Oh, it's fine, Dr. Nakamura, no problem at all," Nezu replied with a nod and a smile, reading the man's name off of his lanyard. "Yes, fine," Toshinori nodded, the blonde man adjusting his yellow suit awkwardly as he noticed the doctor looking at him now. "I'm Toshinori Yagi. I'm also from UA. Pleasure." Nakamura nodded with a smile, before he gestured for the two of them to follow him. "Well, come in. I know that he's quite excited to meet you, Principal Nezu." With that said, the three men entered the corridor behind the metal doors, even as they hissed closed behind them, neither of the three looking back as they instead continued down the long, white corridor, the three of them occasionally passing by a large blanked-out window and an electronic door as they walked. Looking over at one of the doors they passed, Toshinori noticed that the door in question had the word Cell 6 on it. The doors they were passing were each containment cells, and the windows, they were electronic one-way windows through which, when turned on, the occupants of the cell could be monitored directly. So I have to say I am surprised you agreed to come, Principal Nezu. I'll be honest, when he first made his plans known, I did have some doubts as to whether any hero academies would accept him, let alone the most prestigious one of all, UA. Nakamura suddenly said, making polite conversation as they continued down the hall, the three of them occasionally passing an armed guard as they did so. Yes, well, I will admit, I was a bit leery at first, but his application to the school was good. His educational results were stellar, and the power he possesses is unquestionable. Most of all, though, I was impressed by his commitment to being a hero, and his desire to make amends for his past deeds, even when those deeds were not entirely his fault. Nezu replied cheerfully, not revealing as he did so just how leery he truly was about allowing the applicant in question to try out for UA. Already he had to argue the case with the school's board of governors, its many sponsors and alumni, and with the government in general, all of whom, although not directly opposed to the boy, were still nervous and wary about letting such an individual into the school, both due to the danger he posed because of the potential reputational damage the school might suffer if something went wrong. Still, all parties had eventually agreed that the boy be allowed to at least try out. After all, he fit all the requirements, and his situation was not truly unique. Already there had been other recruits from Asphodel to attend UA, those that had not been able to control their quirk when they were younger but who, despite this, had still managed to graduate from UA and become pro-heroes. The number 2 hero, Endeavor, was just one example, as 2 was the UA teacher and rescue hero, 13. I'm glad, Nakamura nodded, coming to a stop for a moment as he did so before he looked to the two men. He's a good lad, a bit unyielding at times and very committed to his goals, but a decent, strong-heart kid all the same. Sure, he had a rough start to life, but without a doubt he has the heart and soul of a hero, and the potential to be the best there ever was. You sound like you're quite attached to him, Toshinori muttered, cocking an eyebrow at the doctor as he did so. My relationship with him is strictly professional, but I can't deny that I'm not at least a little bit fond of him. He's been under my care for 10 years now. It's difficult to not grow a little attached after that amount of time. Nakamura shrugged, continuing to walk as he did so. And during those 10 years, he's gained complete control of his quirk. Nezu questioned, as I already made clear in my letter of recommendation. Yes, Nakamura replied dryly, his lip quirking upwards in amusement at the question. He gained complete control of his quirk 5 years ago, and has spent the last 5 years honing his control and developing it. It wouldn't be a lie to say that he probably has more control over his quirk than most of the other kids his age have, even those who are also going to take the test next month. With that said, Nakamura came to a stop in front of the window to Cell 2, and activated the window using a panel that was just next to the door, revealing the interior of the cell as he did so. Izuku Midoriya, Nakamura said, a slight smile on his face as the teen in question became visible along with his room, both Nezu and Toshinori standing beside him and leaning forward in interest as they and the doctor looked in at the prospective UA student inside. The room in question was quite Spartan. There was a neatly made bed in one corner of the room, and a small bookcase in the other, 2 rows of what looked like journals or handwritten notebooks noticeably filling the shelves. Next to the bookcase there was also chair and desk, on top of which a computer sat, with there being a UA-themed calendar pinned to the wall above the computer. On the other side of the room was the occupant, Izuku Midoriya. The 15-year-old had short, cropped, blackish-green hair, pale skin, and startlingly green eyes. He was also presently shirtless, and wearing nothing but a pair of sports shorts as he danced backwards and forwards, hitting the only other thing in the room, a large, swinging punching bag that hung just in front of the window that the 3 men were looking through. From where he was stood, Toshinori had to admit the boy's boxing form was all but perfect. His every blow swift, but striking with brutal strength and startling accuracy as he repeatedly struck the reinforced pad in front of him. Just from looking at the teen, it was obvious that he was very fit. Midoriya had a noticeably very muscled and heavily built frame, which even from where they were stood, could be seen to be glistening with a thin film of sweat as he landed blow after blow on the bag, without pause. His quirk, which we're calling Titan, allows him to grow to over 50 feet tall and gives him super strength, rapid cellular regeneration, and an odd ability to harden different parts of his body at will. As far as we can tell, he can make upwards of 10% of his body diamond hard at will. So far we've also tested his strength and found that, when he takes his Titan form, he can deadlift 50 tons. In his normal human form though, when we tested him, we found that he could only lift 5 tons. Similarly, when he is in his Titan form he can regrow an entire hand in 5 seconds. In his human form, after extensive preparation and with his consent, we found that it took him nearly 50 seconds to regenerate his hand. Nakamura rattled off, choosing his words carefully as he did so. You experimented on him? Nezu asked sharply, his beady black eyes gleaming with a sudden ferocity as he looked up at the doctor. Not at all. After he gained control of his Titan form, we gave him opportunities to push the limits of his quirk, and he took them. All of the testing was done in a controlled way and was heavily supervised. And all done at his own insistence. Nakamura replied just as sharply. Nezu narrowed his eyes at that, but eventually nodded and looked back to the boy, allowing the doctor to continue his explanation. We also found that his ability to harden his body was affected too. When in his Titan form he could make his fists as hard as diamonds. In his human form, however, they were only as hard as steel. From what we have managed to work out, in his base, human form, his abilities are a tenth as strong as they are when he is in his Titan form. Nakamura continued, his eyes gleaming with fascination as he watched Izuku's fist suddenly go a silvery blue color, even as he lashed out with a rapid combination of punches, battering the reinforced punching bag this way and that. That's still incredible. It's almost like he has 3 quirks in one. Toshinori muttered, glancing sideways at Nezu as he did so. Almost, Nezu muttered, watching Izuku carefully as he continued to punch the pad, apparently oblivious to the 3 people watching him through the one-way window as he continued training and refining his abilities. Yes, he is a bit of a special case. Nakamura nodded, a smirk on his face as he too watched Izuku train. Where a child usually develops one or other of his parents' quirks, or both if they are lucky, or some new evolved quirk which combines the two. Izuku's quirk is a brand new one. His mother had a minor telekinetic quirk, and his father could breathe fire. Izuku, though, his quirk is something completely different, a brand new mutation, a miraculous anomaly. It is incredibly rare, but is it not exactly unheard of for a child to develop a quirk completely unrelated to their parents' quirks, you know? Toshinori replied, a slight frown on his face as he went back to watch Midoriya, his brow furrowing and his shining with suspicion and caution as he watched the boy train. True, Nakamura allowed, before he grinned even wider. But Izuku is different. He is unique. Nezu muttered, sending the doctor a sideways look as he did so. Yes, when he takes the entrance exam to UA, he is going to show the world just how special he is. Nakamura nodded enthusiastically. And you're fine with him leaving your facility, never to return? Nezu asked curiously. He was eligible for release 5 years ago when he proved to the parole board that he could control his quirk. Nakamura shot back, but he chose to remain here at the time, honing his quirk and preparing for UA. You ask if I'm fine letting him go. Well, it's not up to me, it's up to him. Sure, I will miss him, but if he thinks that it is time for him to leave the nest and spread his wings, then that is that. Nezu nodded at that, a slight smile on his face as he looked back at the boy, even as he continued to dedicatedly punch his punching bag. The kid had a huge amount of potential. Truly he'll be the next All Might. Nakamura muttered under his breath, his lips curling into a proud smile at the thought of his kid, the kid he had practically raised, becoming the next #1 hero. Toshinori, however, frowned worriedly as he saw the intense expression on Midoriya's face, his mind flashing back to 10 years ago and the fury and destruction that this very same boy had reaped back then. Even now he could hear his screams of the dying, the burning heat that radiated off of Midoriya in his Titan form, and the boy's bellow of fury. Was it truly a good idea to let the Titan, a walking catastrophe, come to UA? Mum, get off me, he shouted, writhing in the older woman's grasp as she tried in vain to use the damp cloth in her hand to wipe the muck and dirt off of his face. Just hold still, his mother replied, her tone filed with amused irritation as she finally managed to pin her misbehaving offspring down. If you hadn't gone out and gotten so dirty and messy, then we wouldn't be having this problem in the first place. I mean, just what did you do? Fall in a river or something? Come on, Mum, stop it, he replied, trying to fight off her motherly attentions, even as he deliberately didn't admit to her that that was exactly what he had done. It wasn't like it was his fault that the log he was walking on was slippery, or that he had fallen off of it when he was crossing the river. Oh, just stop being a pain. His mother shot back, her attitude just as fierce as his own. It was why they clashed and argued so much. The two of them were just too similar. He opened his mouth to retort. However, before he could, a loud bellow of fury tore through the otherwise calm evening. Just the sound of it made his heart skip a beat, even as his mum released him in surprise, her red eyes shifting to the window just in time to hear another loud, deafening roar, followed by the sound of people screaming and the sound of buildings collapsing. And Mum, what's going on? He asked shakily, his heart thundering in his narrow chest, and his eyes starting to water as he felt, for the first time in his life, true, unrelenting terror. Cat, his mother replied, turning to face him, the scowl no longer on her face, with it instead being replaced by fear. But not fear for herself, no, fear for her loved ones, him and her husband. "Mum," he cried at the same time as his mum turned to look at him, her mouth opening as she started to call out. His father bursting into the room from behind her, a fearful look on his face as he started dashing towards him and his mother. It was the last time he would see either of his parents alive, as moments later the far wall of the room exploded, as with a single vicious swipe of its colossal, muscled arm, a monster wiped his mother and father from the face of the earth. "Mum, Dad," he screamed, staggering backwards even as the far wall of the apartment collapsed, and parts of the floor in front of him began to give way. The sound of screaming and shouts of despair and terror sounding out all around him, even as the sound of alarms and sirens in the distance began to ring out. He ignored all this though. Instead, all he could do was stare in mind-numbing terror at the colossal Titanic being that he could now see through the destroyed wall of his family's apartment. It was huge, standing far taller than many of the surrounding city blocks, on top of which it looked to be crafted out of nothing but pure muscle. But it wasn't just its height and stature that terrified him though, it was the billowing hot steam that flowed off of its powerful form, and the look of absolute fury in its shadowed, glowing green eyes. Looking up at that moment, he knew only terror, dread, and absolute helplessness. This was it, he was about to die, just like his parents had just moments ago. This thing, this monster, it was going to kill him. Those were the last thoughts he had as he fell to the ground and pushed himself back against the far wall of the apartment, his heart still thundering in his chest, and tears still flowing from his eyes, blurring his vision as he saw the monster overhead open its giant maw and let loose another, deafening, bone-shaking scream. With a loud yell, he almost fell off of his bed due to how fast he had sat up, his strong, muscular body gleaming with sweat, and his heart beating rapidly in his broad chest, just like it had all those years ago, back on that night, the night when his life had changed forever. "Gah!" Katsuki Bakugo gasped out, his hands clenching and fists scrunching up the sweat-soaked blankets that had previously been covering him. It had happened again, that same recurring nightmare. His memory of the night the Titan had attacked. Still breathing heavily, he forced himself up out of his bed and onto his feet, his body still shaking. Even as sweat continued to bead on his forehead and drip down, soaking his spiky blonde hair. Taking slow and deep breaths, Bakugo, slowly but surely began to calm down. That night had been 10 years ago now. It was in the past. Taking another deep breath, the spiky blonde headed for the door to his room, wearing nothing other than a pair of boxers, as he then threw the door open and headed over to the communal bathroom. Upon entering the room, he walked straight over to one of the sinks, ran a tap, and then splashed water onto his face. A few minutes passed as he leant against the sink, his heartbeat slowly calming, even as the sweat and water dripped off of his face and into the porcelain sink below. It had been 10 years and still that night haunted him, the night his parents had been taking from him. The night he, like so many others, had been made homeless. 10 years might have passed, but he had not forgotten, nor had he fully recovered. The chill that ran up his spine every time he walked through the area his family had once lived, and the recurring nightmares that assailed him most nights told him that much. Taking one last deep breath, Katsuki stood up straight and looked into the bathroom mirror, his red eyes locking with his reflections, even as he grit his teeth and attempted to smile. He didn't succeed. Currently, Katsuki was living in a foster home, a dumping ground for unwanted kids. With his parents dead and his home destroyed, he had nowhere else to go. Not with his grandparents, on both sides, having been killed years prior in villain attacks, and his parents having no siblings. He was the last of his family. And although his parents had been successful and had left a sizable estate for him in their will, he was not able to access it until he was of age. Until then, though, he was living as a ward of the state. An orphan. It was humiliating. But still, he wasn't about to complain. The foster home gave him bed and board. It gave him a place to sleep. This in turn allowed him to attend the local middle school, even if that school was in an entire different district than the one he likely would have attended were it not for that night. But no, that didn't matter either. The teachers at his old junior school had been a joke. They had praised him and made claims about him being destined for greatness, all when he hadn't even done anything yet, save of course for possessing a powerful quirk. Meaningless platitudes. A school like that would have only weakened him. No, he was content where he was. His current school was a place where he could not only work himself ragged to get the best results he could, but a place that encouraged him to, and so long as he was willing to put the work in, went out of their way to help him achieve the best results he could. It also, handily enough, had a large gym facility, one in which he spent several hours every day after school working out and training, pushing his body to the absolute limits as he prepared himself for moving on up to his dream school, UA Academy, the best hero academy in Japan, and probably one of the best in the world. It was one of the most prestigious schools in the world, one that had birthed some of the greatest heroes of their time, including All Might and Endeavor. Katsuki grit his teeth again at that, his grimace turning into a fierce smile now. After all, soon it would boast one more alumni, its greatest yet. Katsuki Bakugo. Today was the day of the UA entrance exam, and he was going to completely crush it. He would destroy the previous record and tell the teachers that he was fucking here. He would rise to be the best in his year and the best in the school, and then, once he graduated, he would work his way up until he was a pro hero, the greatest of all time. The avenging hero, Nemesis. He had already decided on what his hero name would be. It would represent the kind of hero he endeavored to be, the kind that fought the strongest of foes, taking down the villains before they could hurt the innocent, and crushing them if he failed, and they did hurt the innocent. He wouldn't be a sword of justice or a shield of righteousness. He would be the fucking nuclear warhead of retribution. Katsuki's grin turned almost feral at that thought, even as he remembered the look of fear on his mother's face one more time. Yes, today was the day. It was the day he had spent the last 10 years working towards. It was the day his heroic journey would begin, a day that would go down in fucking history. Well, here I am, Izuku Midoriya muttered to himself as he came to a stop in front of a massive set of gates. Dozens of other people around his own age filtering past him, even as he paused for a moment just so he could take in the grandeur of the sight in front of him. Honestly, he had never thought he would be here, and certainly not to take the entrance exam. Sure, he had trained for years, giving everything he had, blood, sweat, and tears, as he drove himself day after day, training his body, honing his mind, and practicing his quirk, all for this chance. But deep down, he had dreaded that he might never get the opportunity. For 10 years, ever since that night, he had pushed himself forward relentlessly, almost obsessively, not only so he could gain absolute control over his quirk, but also so he could apply to UA and become a hero, a proper hero, not the one he had dreamed of back when he had been a child. After all, his dream of being a hero back then had been a vain, ego-driven dream, a dream of an immature child, one who just wanted to be special and to be seen. Izuku was no longer that child. The weight of his actions all those years ago, and the depth of his remorse had forced him to grow up far faster than a child ever should. No longer did he want to be a hero for personal reasons, though admittedly he would be lying if he didn't admit that the perks of being a hero, including the fame, respect, recognition, and honor, those things that came with working in the profession, wouldn't be appreciated. But no, mainly he wanted to become a hero as penance for his past sins. Yes, he had been told many times, and knew very well himself now, that it had not been his fault. He had been 5 years old, an immature child who awakened a quirk that was far too powerful and far too uncontrollable for him to manage. Incidents like what happened to him did happen. Still, despite knowing this, he was not deterred from his self-appointed duty. He would become a pro-hero no matter what, and then he would throw himself in the thickest of fighting and the most brutal of situations. 364 people. That was how many he had killed during his rampage, and that was at least how many people he would need save in order to balance his karmic ledger, after which he would then continue to dedicate himself to saving even more people, all in the name of those who had fallen. That said though, his reasoning for become a hero was not just his own self-enforced penitence. It was also because, with the quirk he had both been blessed and cursed with, being a hero was the profession he could the most good in. Smiling to himself at that though, Izuku clenched his hands into fists. Dr. Nakamura and all the other doctors back at Asphodel had all believed in him. Not only had they helped raise him, but they had provided him the opportunity to not only push himself to his limits, but to also then break through them. Sure, he knew they had selfish personal reasons for doing so. They were doctors and scholars after all, and had wanted to experiment on him and his quirk. He was not naive enough to think that they were entirely altruistic. But still they had helped him, often going above and beyond, not only to help him gain control of his powerful quirk, but to develop it and learn how to fight and save lives with it. The staff back at Asphodel had been good to him, and he would always be eternally grateful to them for that, and for the support they had shown him back when he had first been institutionalized and said that he wanted to be a hero. Back then, despite his rampage and the deaths he had caused still being very fresh, they had not laughed at him or told him that he couldn't. Instead, they had encouraged his desire and provided him with the tools and support he needed to succeed. A slight smile continued to slowly spread across his face at that thought, even as he looked up, his green eyes gleaming with anticipation and resolve as he beheld the grand entrance and the huge buildings that made up the main campus of the academy he was hoping to attend. He was finally here after years of training and preparing. He had made it to UA, one of the premier hero academies in the world, on a par with its North American and European counterparts. UA, one of the institutes that middle school students from almost every country and nation in the world wanted to attend, with the academy being well known and well respected throughout the world. Its sterling reputation attracting students from both Great Britain, North America, and beyond. Tens of thousands of teens from all over Japan and beyond applied to attend UA. Academy, and this year, Izuku was one of the ones to be accepted and offered a chance to take the entrance exams. Thinking on it as he stood in front of the gates, the sheer amount of competition for the school was not all that surprising. In a world like the one Izuku lived, where 80% of the population had superpowers or quirks, becoming a pro hero was the standard dream that almost every kid had growing up. Gone were the days before quirks, when superpowers were only a fantasy and heroes only appeared in films and comic books. Back then the world idolized and looked up to actors, athletes, singers, and musicians. Now though, pro heroes were true the rock stars and celebrities of the modern world, with even the low-level heroes being given respect and influence, as people the world over admired them for their selflessness and courage. Due to this, there were thousands of hero academies the world over, and hundreds in Japan alone, all of which, every year, churned out more and more teens, all of whom were looking to become pro-heroes. Of those, a large proportion would succeed, even if not all of them would become super famous or well-known. After all, every country in the world had hundreds if not thousands of hero agencies dotted around them, in every town and city, with these offices being set up by either individual or groups of heroes as bases where they could work from to protect the people, as well as places where those heroes could pass on their wisdom and experience to the next generation. Izuku smiled fiercely at that, his anxiety over how he would be received by the other candidates fading away, as he instead focused on his goal to the exclusion of all else, his gleaming green eyes locking onto the large entrance overhead. This was going to be the start of Izuku's journey, as he fought and worked to become the greatest hero the world would ever see. "It's almost time," Izuku muttered to himself, his hands clenching into fists at his side, even as he walked through the milling crowds of similarly aged students around him. There were a lot of other applicants here, most of whom were waiting around patiently for the exam hall's doors to open. Some of them, however, were noticeably talking to other candidates, no doubt friends that they had already had, or people that they had already known before the exam had started. Others, meanwhile, like Izuku, were silent and watchful, some of them scoping out the competition, whilst others just stood still, no doubt trying to remain calm or trying to psyche themselves up for the events to come. Standing calmly just slightly outside of the main mass of students, Izuku noticed a few people looking curiously over at him, some of them eyeing him up, as if looking to see whether or he would be troublesome competition going forward, whilst others just glanced at him, and then away, dismissing him entirely. It appeared none of them knew who he was, or at least not yet. Then again, that wasn't that surprising. The event he had been involved in had been 10 years ago, and with villains' attacks or disruption occurring on an almost weekly basis, the public had a very short attention span. On top of which, Izuku's picture had never been shared with news companies, even if his name had leaked out. So yes, although no one here seemed to recognize him, a part of him suspected that some of the people here will have at least heard of him, even in passing. Mainly those who were affected directly, though there would be some who would remember the night of great loss. After all, it had shook the country at the time, and had been headline news for months afterwards. Even to this day, it had been noted down as one of the most destructive and deadly quirk-related incidents in the last decade. Notably, the events of that night were officially referred to as a quirk-related incident, and not a villain attack or incident. Though that was because, as a 5-year-old at the time and a minor, he was not considered a villain, on top of which his actions were not deemed as malicious or deliberate. As he was thinking about this, his gaze still panning around the crowd of students, a sudden ringing sound pulled Izuku from his thoughts, even as the double doors to the large building in front of them opened up. Following the crowd, Izuku headed inside, mentally preparing himself for the trials to come as he did so. After all, thousands of people applied to get onto UA as hero course each year, and of those thousands, many of them were rejected. In fact, only the cream of the crop being allowed to attend the UA hero course, with the course itself only having 40 places on it each year, which of course meant that the competition for a place was always stiff. Still, it was for this reason that they had the exams, with the first of them being a written exam, testing not only a candidate's academic knowledge, but also their situational awareness, their morality, and how they would analyze and then adapt to a hypothetical situation. It was to this written test that Izuku was heading, following the rest of the crowd as he entered the predesignated building he was supposed to be taking his exam in, with Izuku having been given a registration card alongside his letter of invitation, one that included his examinee number, the building he was to take his written exam in which arena his practical test would be taken in, back when the principal had visited Asphodel a month ago. Thinking back on that, Izuku bit his lips slightly. He hadn't actually gotten the chance to speak to the principal back then, despite him thinking that that was the reason for the man's visit. Instead, the man had just talked to the doctors, gone through his private file, including his psychological profile, and then left. Apparently, the principal didn't want to be accused of special treatment by the media, or by parents of rejected students, which would almost certainly be the case if it became known that the principal of UA had met with and spoken to one of the candidates before he took the test, or at least that was the excuse the Dr. Nakamura had passed on to him. Shaking his head again and digging his clipped fingernails into his palm, Izuku focused on the matter at hand. He couldn't let himself be distracted. Not now of all times. Finally, it's over, Izuku muttered to himself, massaging his temples as 4 hours later, he walked down UAS main plaza completely oblivious to anyone else as he tried to wind down after finishing the demanding written portion of the test. The set of exams he had just taken were far harder than he had thought they would be, but still he had managed to answer them. Say what you will about growing up in a government facility, but the doctors and staff there had certainly provided him with the best in terms of education. Even so though, the exam he had just taken had still been trying, even for Izuku, who although not as intelligent as those who had intelligence-based quirks, was still academically gifted. After taking a moment to think about it though, he quickly realized that he should have known that this would be the case. Approximately 2,500 candidates were said to be taking the entrance exams this year, with those groups being separated into 24 different groups of around 100, with the exams stretching over the course of 3 days, with 8 groups taking part each day. Of these 2,500 candidates, only 40 would be able to join the hero course. Izuku already knew it was going to be competitive getting in, but having just taken the written tests, he now understood just how hard it was going to be. Still, he was ready and he had prepared. He had not spent the last 10 years training and working himself to exhaustion just to fail at the first hurdle. The written exam, though difficult, had gone well. Next up was the practical. Izuku nodded to himself at that, his unrelenting confidence and determination once again renewed, and the fire within him burning hotter than ever as he pushed his thoughts of the written exam to one side, and instead focused on the next part of the exam. It's fucking time, Izuku growled to himself, the skin over his hands shifting a silvery blue color, even as he loudly slammed them together in front of him. It was time to get himself pumped up. Grinning to himself at that, Izuku headed towards the large auditorium within which the briefing for the physical part of the test would take place. Unfortunately, though, before he could, he was interrupted by someone stepping in front of him, a stern look on their face. "Excuse me," a loud, unyielding voice suddenly snapped, the voice interrupting Izuku from his, by this point, standard introspection. As he instead looked up at the speaker, his expression firming and his jaw tightening as he prepared himself for a confrontation, only for his hard, green eyes to lock onto a young, bespectacled teen, with a powerful build, short black hair, and a stern expression etched onto his face. The boy in question standing right in front of him, blocking his way. "Can you please stop swearing? And also the use of quirks outside of designated areas is prohibited. I saw what you just did. As a prospective UA student, you should know that such behavior is both distracting and not at all appropriate." The glasses-wearing teen rattled off, his oddly shaped eyebrows furrowed, as he unexpectedly lectured him about the rules of all things. Izuku cocked his head to the side as took in the boy's lecture, a part of him not at all sure what to think or do as the taller boy got up in his face, waving a finger under Izuku's nose as he attempted to scold him like a parent would an unruly child. Now, growing up in a juvenile detention facility, Izuku was not the most social adept of people. Sure, he had met and been educated alongside other kids back in the facility, both those that were like him and had had no control over their quirks, and those that had control over their quirks but had been caught abusing them on more than one occasion. Not the violent offenders, though, they were kept separate from the rest, but still he was sociable enough when in a controlled area. He had conversed, laughed with, and even befriended, sort of, girls and boys both older and younger than him. But this wasn't a controlled area, and this was a teen that he doubted he had anything in common with, save of course for the fact that they both wanted to be heroes. So honestly, he was feeling a bit out of his element here. Still knew he couldn't just ignore the other teen. So instead, he would just do what he did best. He would be blunt and speak his mind. "Sorry, I won't do it again," Izuku began, deciding to be diplomatic to begin with. "So can you get out of my face now? You're being very rude and distracting." The other boy blinked in surprise, looking shocked for a second as he heard Izuku's response, his eyes widening almost comically before an affronted expression crossed his face. "What's your name? I'm going to be reporting you to the nearest teacher for your behavior." Once again, Izuku looked surprised. This guy was kind of an arsehole. He had said he was sorry, so what was this guy's problem? "Who are you?" The boy in front of him scowled as Izuku didn't answer the question, but just asked his own question in response. Puffing up a bit at that and glaring down his nose at Izuku, the boy then spoke again. "My name is Tenya Ida, from Salme Private School." "Now, okay. Well, I suppose it's nice to meet you, Tenya Ida, from Salme Private School. Now can you please go away and bother someone else? I've got to get to the candidate briefing and you're in my way." Izuku once again replied bluntly. He didn't want to be rude to this guy. After all, he could be a future classmate, but still, his attitude was starting to irk him, and Izuku didn't like being irked, nor did he like, or accept, being pushed around or browbeaten. "You've still not told me who you are." Did your mother teach you no manner? The now-named Ida replied hotly, clearly beginning to get annoyed by Izuku's attitude. My mother's dead, Izuku replied bluntly, his tone now stone-cold as he frowned slightly at Ida, his hands unconscious balling into fists, even as the same silvery blue sheen as before covered them. Oh, well Ida trailed off, his face going a bit pale, and his mouth slack as he floundered about, unsure how to respond to Izuku's abrupt statement of fact. I'm sorry, and, okay, cool. Well, I'll see you later, Ida, Izuku quickly replied, being deliberately glib now even as he sidestepped the taller boy, his brow furrowing, even as he kept his hands clenched into fists. The abrasive teen had annoyed him, but he wasn't going to make a scene. Hey wait, Ida shouted after Izuku, twisting around so as to follow the other teen and no doubt continue his lecture, only for his eyes to widen as he realized that he also needed to get to the briefing for the physical portion of the exam too. After quickly escaping that abrasive Ida kid, Izuku headed for the school's auditorium, following the rest of the candidates heading in that direction. As he did so, he couldn't help but look around at some of the other UA hopefuls that he passed, some of whom just looked completely ordinary with normal colored hair, eyes, and body shapes, whilst others looked distinctly unique, with one of the students he passed having rock-like skin, whilst another had bright pink skin and horns, and yet another had the head of a bird and yet the body of a human. Looking around at the students as he merged with the crowd, Izuku's analytical mind was a whir of motion. He had always loved examining, breaking down and analyzing both heroes and villains, and their quirks. It was something of a hobby of his, and already back at the small yet comfortable flat he had been set up in, thanks to the government, he had a large stack of notebooks filled to the brim with notes he had written on hundreds of heroes and villains. The unusual appearances of some of those he passed, he knew, were down to two reasons. The first of which being that person's quirk. After all, some quirks mutated a person's appearance because of the way they worked, requiring physical changes for it to operate. The second possible reason, meanwhile, was that they could have inherited their appearances from their parents, who themselves gained the unusual features from their quirks or through inheriting traits from their parents, meaning that their inhuman looks in no way related to what their own quirk did, but was what they were born like. Izuku knew that he himself looked like a normal human. Well, a very fit and healthy human, but a normal human all the same, just like his parents had. Though that said, he did have dark green hair, which he knew wasn't entirely normal, but nor was it a mutation as extreme as some of the UA candidates he passed. Not that appearances mattered at all in the grand scheme of things. No, in this superhuman society that they lived in, all that truly mattered was a person's quirk. Those that had a powerful one would succeed, and for the most part have an easy life. Those with a weak one would struggle, and have to work twice as hard to succeed. It wasn't fair, but nor was life. Joining the crowd of other candidates all shuffling into the building, Izuku soon entered as well, letting out a slight whistle as he did so and looked around and saw just how big the room inside was. It was a massive room, with rows upon rows of seats going in a big circle all the way around, the seats all being tiered so as to allow everyone to have a good view of the main stage. Walking up the steps, Izuku quickly took his seat, sitting next to the girl he had seen before outside the auditorium. It was a girl that looked to be around the same age as Izuku himself. Only unlike him, she had bright pink skin and unusual eyes which had black sclere and yellow irises. The girl also had unruly, short pink hair quite similar to Izuku's own when he occasionally grew it out, except her own hair was pink, and it had a pair of sharp golden-colored horns protruding out of it. Overall, though, the girl cut a striking figure, one that Izuku knew would make her a popular hero if she graduated. After all, the more striking the hero, and the flashier their quirk, the more popular they would be, and thus the more famous and financially successful. On the other side of Izuku's seat there was another girl, he suspected based off of the baggy pink and white tracksuit in the build. That said, he couldn't be entirely sure. Not when, other than her clothes and shoes, the girl was completely invisible. Izuku frowned at that curiously. Was that because she was already using her quirk? Or maybe it was because she was one of those few who always had their quirk active, no matter what. Shaking that thought out of his head, Izuku took his seat, the horned girl next to him glancing over at him, a large smile spreading across her face as she looked him up and down. As for the other girl, well, her tracksuit shifted, but he wasn't sure whether that meant she had turned to look at him or had just moved slightly in his seat. It wasn't quite clear. Hey there, I'm Mina Ashido, the girl said brightly, even as she thrust her hand out to Izuku, her grin widening as he took it and gave it a brief shake. Looking down at it, Izuku took a deep breath and decided that it was time. He would have to do it sooner or later. And this girl seemed nice enough, far more so than that Ida kid from before. Hey, I'm Izuku Midoriya. Izuku replied uncomfortably, reaching out for the girl's hand, but not quite taking it. Midoriya, Mina hummed, taking his hand and shaking it cheerfully, after which she released it and tilted her head to the side a cute, thoughtful look on her face. I feel like I've heard that name before. Izuku suppressed a wince at that. Wait, I know. The invisible girl next to him chirped up, catching Izuku's attention as he twisted and looked to the girl. I remember seeing a documentary a few years back. It was about the night of great loss. Again, Izuku had to hold back a wince. Oh, of course, you were that 5-year-old kid who lost control and went mental, weren't you? Mina said, her smile dimming slightly as she spoke. Wow, that must have been rough. I heard a lot of people died back then. Yeah, it was all over the news. I remember learning about it in school. The invisible girl nodded before she paused, no doubt seeing the tense expression on Izuku's face. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to call you out or anything. I know it wasn't your fault. I mean, you were 5. I just remembered hearing your name before. That's all. It's fine, Izuku said after a few moments, his tone a bit stiff. It's just not something I like to think back on. Yeah, I imagine not, Mina muttered, a look of sadness now on her face. Still, it's in the past, right? And you must have full control over your quirk now if you let you try out, right? Right, yeah. Izuku nodded a bit nonplussed, as he saw the pink-haired girl not only not shirk away from him, but regain a bit of her previous spark. Well, that's all that matters, isn't it? It was horrible, but it was an accident, right? There is no undoing what's in the past. But you can't let it dominate your present, the invisible girl said. And Izuku felt a soft, invisible hand patting his hand as she spoke. Oh, and I'm Toru Hagakure, by the way. Nice to meet you. Izuku nodded, a slight smile on his face now. This wasn't the reaction he was expecting. Yeah, nice to meet you, Hagakure, Mina chirped, once again on high note as she nonchalantly reached across Izuku, uncaring of the awkward pause and she put him in as she pressed her mature body against his. Her hand extended and a bright smile on her face as she went to greet the invisible girl. Yeah, you too, Hagakure replied equally cheerfully. So anyway, that other stuff aside, how did you two do on the written exam? I did terrible. I only hope I am able to make up my points in the physical test, Mina suddenly said in a bubbly tone, not batting an eye or at all embarrassed, as she admitted that she hadn't done well in the written tests. Oh, I didn't do too badly. It was really hard, but I think that I at least got better than half marks, Hagakure chipped in cheerfully, her bright, optimistic personality matching well with Mina's. What about you, Midoriya? Well, I don't think I did too badly, Izuku muttered in reply, shifting slightly as he felt the gazes of both girls on him. So was that just it? They weren't going to mention the incident again. But like you say, Ashido, this test should hopefully be easier. Yeah, hopefully, Mina nodded with a grin, raising her hand and clenching it into a fist as she did so. I wonder what it'll be though. With my quirk, I think I should be able to do pretty well. Oh really? What is your quirk? If you don't mind me asking. Hagakure jumped back into the conversation, a tone of curiosity in her voice as she, like Izuku, pondered whether it had something to do with Mina's striking appearance. I mean, mine is pretty obvious. I'm invisible. Yeah, I can see that. It looks awesome. As for me, well, I can create acid and secrete it from my skin and stuff. It's pretty cool as I can change how corrosive it is and how thick it is and things like that, Mina replied, her cheerfulness not diminishing in the slightest. They both sound like really good quirks. Izuku spoke up, beginning to regain his bearings now he was fully confident that neither of the two were going to snap at him or be afraid, with Mina beaming at him in delight at his compliment. What about? Hagakure spoke up, a note of interest in her voice as he clothing shifted turned to face him. However, before any more could be said, she was interrupted by the lights in the auditorium noticeably dimming and a hush falling over the waiting students. Oh, wait a sec, I think the briefing is about to start. Hagakure then continued, completely changing tack now, even as both Izuku and Mina looked down at the main stage. Right, Mina replied with a nod, turning in her seat like Izuku as they both looked down at the stage in the center of the auditorium. The tension and anticipation in the room noticeably building as the many hopefuls waited for the briefing on the last part of the entrance exam to start. As the room fell silent and the main lights in the room dimmed, the feeling of anticipation began to grow amongst the waiting candidates. As the seconds stretched on, the anticipation continued to build, with muttering starting to break out, until it stopped when the stage was abruptly lit up. The spotlights now on the stage revealing someone patiently waiting in the center. It was a man, one who had excessively spiky and wild blonde hair that extended over a foot above his head, a pair of orange-tinted glasses, and some kind of contraption around his neck, something that looked like a big speaker, only with it being in the shape of a collar. Despite his unique appearance though, pretty much everyone in the auditorium recognized who this man was in an instant. This was the pro hero known as Present Mike, a well-known hero who taught here at UA, plus a well-known radio DJ too. Welcome everyone to my live show, Present Mike shouted the moment the lights turned on, a large smile on his face as he thrust both hands out to either side of him, jabbing his fingers at the waiting crowd of candidates, his voice sounding out loud and overly enthusiastic. Everybody say hey. In response, there was only stunned silence, as the building tension and anticipation was well and truly shattered by the eccentric hero's actions. Seeing the response, Present Mike put one of his hands against his ear, undeterred as he used his other hand to wave at the crowd of students. "Come on, one more time, everybody say hey." Again there was silence. "Ooh, tough crowd," Present Mike said, his grin not faltering for an instant as he instead began to address the crowd, getting on with what he was really here for. "Whatever. Now I'm going to give you all the rundown on how the practical exam is going to go down. Are you all ready?" This time some of the students reacted, a couple of them shouting, "Yeah." The majority, however, remained silent, either due to them being nervous over the exam to come, or because they didn't want to draw attention to themselves, or because they just lacked a sense of humor. "Haha, good, now I want you all to pay attention, as I'm only going to be saying this once," Present Mike shouted in response, his voice amplified by the speakers around his neck as he struck yet another dramatic pose before continuing on with his speech. "Now the physical part of the exams will be testing whether you have the skills to be a hero. After this briefing you will be going to one of UA's replica city districts. You can take whatever equipment you want. Just gather at your designated meeting area after my presentation." Hearing that, Izuku looked down at the registration card he had been given along with his invitation to take the exams. The card showing the letter E. Seeing this, Izuku then glanced over at Mina's card, noticing as he did that she was checking his card out too. "You got Arena E2. "Yep, it looks like we'll be in the same arena," Mina replied with a smile, bumping Izuku's shoulder with her own as she did so. "Oh, I'm in Arena A," Hagakure said from beside them. "Ah, that's not that bad. I'm sure you'll still crush it," Mina cheered, once again leaning over the bemused Izuku as she spoke to the invisible girl. Her pink hand clenched into a fist as she cheered the invisible girl on. "Yeah, you too," Hagakure shot back. "Thanks," Izuku nodded, a light smile on his face. Things were going better than he thought they would go. With that thought in mind, he tuned back into what Present Mike was saying as the blonde-haired pro-hero forged on with his explanation of the practical exam. "Now listen up, all of you kids. There'll be loads of faux villains spread all over the battlefields, and each one will be rated as either a 1, 2, or 3-pointer, depending on what type it is. Your job is to use your quirk to take out as many of them as you can and rack up a high score. But there are rules. You can't attack other competitors directly. That's nasty anti-hero stuff, and we'll see any student doing it disqualified." Present Mike shouted out again, outlining the rules even as several large overhead screens powered up at his words, showing the dark outlines of 3 different robots, each of which had a number from 1 to 3 posted next to it. Excited whispers began to fill the hall as the waiting students listened in on Present Mike's explanation. Before the man could continue, however, a stern, and to Izuku familiar, voice suddenly spoke out, stopping Present Mike from continuing and drawing all the attention in the room to the speaker. Seeing who it was that was speaking, Izuku couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Excuse me," Tenya Ada said loudly, the well-built, bespectacled boy standing up, a stern expression on his face as he looked down at Present Mike. "On the handout we received, there are clearly 4 types of villains listed. If this is an error, then it's a huge embarrassment for a top-tier international academy of UAS caliber. What is the meaning of this? We were given a handout," Izuku muttered to Mina, getting a shrug from the girl in response. Now no need to worry," Present Mike spoke up, pointing dramatically at the teen with the glasses. "Though you do make a good point, young man, so let me explain. The 4th type of villain is called the 0-pointer. It's a big gimmicky thing that goes wild in tight places. If I were you, I'd do my best to avoid that sucker." "I see. Forgive my interruption," Ada replied, giving a half bow to the amused-looking pro-hero before primly sitting down. Seeing this, Izuku could already see an issue arising in the future. If that Ada guy ended up being in the same class as him, he suspected the two of them might not get along all that well. Not with that he had seen of the other teen's attitude thus far. "Well, I think that's enough from me," Present Mike continued, even as he grinned around at the waiting candidates. "I think I'll leave you with a quote that my academy prides itself on. Go beyond, plus ultra. Now get out there, you crazy kids, and have a great time." Izuku grinned as he heard that, his hands clenching into fists as he readied himself for the task ahead. Go beyond. He liked the sound of that, and it was exactly what he was going to do. He would take this opportunity and prove to all the teachers of UA that he had what it took to be a hero. On the front row of the stand, some 50 meters from where Izuku was sat, Katsuki Bakugo grinned fiercely. His red eyes gleamed with anticipation as he readied himself for the challenge ahead. It was time for him to show the teachers of UA what he was made of. Izuku couldn't help but grin in excitement as he looked over at the large, and apparently fake, city district in front of him. This was it, the last exam, the last hurdle before he could enter UA and begin his journey to becoming a hero. Looking out over the arena, Izuku could only shake his head in awe. The fake city district was huge. It must be a mile-square block of buildings and roads. It was pretty damn impressive. It was incredibly realistic too. To Izuku's eyes, it looked almost as if he were looking at an actual, admittedly quiet, city district on the outskirts of Tokyo. Honestly, the amount of time, money, and resources that must have gone into its construction had to have been phenomenal. The city block must be at least a mile wide and another mile deep, with numerous large tower blocks dotted throughout it, and apartment blocks, hundreds of narrow streets and roads. The entire thing looked like it had just been lifted from a real city. Hell, it even had a few cars dotted around the roads, as well as working lampposts and what looked like bus stops and fire hydrants. It would be both a very fun place, a very hard place to fight in and to hunt robot enemies in. Oh wow, this place is huge, isn't Izuku? Actually, it might be too big. I mean, come on, it's massive, isn't it? I mean, it's so big I don't even know how in hell we are going to find any of those robot things. Mina rattled off rapidly, her eyes shining brightly as she blathered away from her position next to him, her head twisting this way and that as she tried to take it all in, with the pink-skinned girl having not quite overcome her awe at the replica city. That said though, despite her enthusiasm, the bubbly girl was still able to focus on the task to come, enough so that she had been able to work out the possible issues they might have finding robots in a place that both that large and with that many narrow roads. Izuku didn't answer at first. Instead, he continued to stare out at the arena, just as the other candidates around him did. This was a damn sight more impressive than the training facilities he had been allowed to use in his photo. Yeah, it's big. It must have been pretty expensive to build too. It kind of makes feel bad though. I mean, it's probably going to be wrecked in the exam, Izuku said bluntly, looking around at the 100 or so students surrounding him as he did so. After all, with people freely using their quirks to take down and fight the robots in the city district, well, there would inevitably be a lot of destruction. Mina rolled her eyes as she heard that, and looked over at Izuku, an amused expression on her face. I think the general idea is that you try not to destroy the city. I don't think trashing things would be seen as being very heroic. It would probably be much easier though, Izuku muttered, scuffing one of his feet along the floor as he did so. Already he could imagine just how much easier this would be if he took on his Titan form and rampaged through the city like he had back on that night, but in a far more controlled, deliberate, and methodical manner. Unfortunately though, as he knew from experience, such a tactic would lead to a lot of destruction, and might even endanger the other students due to falling debris. Such a thing was not acceptable, not when he was trying to be a hero, and to prove the naysayers that he was in control of his quirk, and that he wasn't a danger anymore. He already had seen video footage from the night he had first taken his Titan form. He had seen one city district burn. He didn't want to see another one do the same due to him, even a fake one like the arena before them. Yeah, I can see what you mean. It would be so much easier for people like you know those guys with flashy quirks, if you just went all out and destroyed stuff. But it would be a pain for the rest of us, Mina replied, her smile dimming slightly as she did so. I just wish my quirk had a bit more power to it. My quirk is good and all, but there is only so much acid I can create and throw around. That's not a bad thing. It just means you'll need to fight smart at times when you can't just rely on brute power, Izuku replied dryly. Plus I reckon the UA staff took things like that into account when planning the exam. It's probably why they stuck it in a city to begin with. I mean, we are more likely to be fighting villains in built-up areas than in open spaces. So this is probably just seeing how we do fighting in enclosed spaces. They probably want to see how we can adapt, and whether we learn how to do it without creating too much collateral damage. Yeah, that makes sense. Mina nodded, a bright smile once again on her face as she glanced over at the taller, green-haired teen. So anyway, Midoriya, do you fancy sticking together in there? Work together to take down as many as possible. Thanks for the offer, but I think sticking together would probably make it harder for both of us to rack up the big points. I mean, it'll probably be easier for both of us if we split up. That way we won't be stealing one another points or accidentally getting in each other's way, Izuku replied awkwardly. He liked Mina and didn't want to offend her or push her away. At the same time though, he didn't think working together in an exam like this would be that good of an idea. Oh yeah, of course, that makes sense. Mina grinned, rubbing the back of her head as she did so. I guess I didn't think that through properly. It's cool. I reckon the two of us would be great if we did work together though. Who knows, maybe if we both get into the academy we could get the chance in one of the training session. Izuku smiled. Inwardly he was pretty glad he hadn't pushed the friendly pink-skinned girl away with his refusal. Definitely, Mina grinned brightly. Izuku smiled back at that, even as he turned and looked around at the rest of the applicants. There were quite a lot of them. All of them wearing tracksuits like that Ida kid or homemade costumes. It kind of made Izuku feel a little unprepared. After all, he was just wearing trainers, sweatpants, a baggy, plain purple shirt and black waterproof jacket. Hardly the most suitable of clothing. Unfortunately though, they were the clothes he had been given upon leaving Asphodel, and thus they were the only clothes he owned at the moment. After all, he hadn't had the chance to go clothes shopping yet, or even food shopping for that matter. It was on his list of things to do after the exam though. Plus, fortunately his monthly bursary from the government had come in last night, so he could actually afford to splurge a little on the essentials, as well as to pay the rent at the apartment he had been set up at. Shaking his head as such mundane thoughts besieged him, Izuku instead focused on the task at hand. He was here at UA, about to take an exam, and surrounded by nearly 100 teens, all of whom were prospective students, and all of whom had unique, powerful, and flashy quirks. He could think about his chores later. For now it was time for him to do what he did best, and geek out. With that in mind, he quickly began to look around at all of the other students, trying to scope out what their quirks were and how they could be used. Already he could see quite a few interesting quirks from just a first glance. Just a dozen feet to his left there was a pretty girl with short black hair, piercing dark eyes and what looked like wires, almost like earphone jacks, coming down from her earlobes. A few feet away from her he could see another teen. Only this one's body seemed to be completely made out of metal. Plus there was another girl, also very pretty, who had green, literally vine-like hair and delicate, almost angelic features, as well as a body to die for. Izuku shook his head at that last thought, and instead tried to get his mind back on the matter at hand and away from distracting thoughts about girls. This of course wasn't helped by his new friend, Mina, the attractive, yet exotic-looking girl having just started doing some rather provocative stretches as she prepared for the exam to start. Damn it, his less-than-normal upbringing at a juvenile detention center had not equipped him for situations like this. Closing his eyes, Izuku began to go through some breathing exercise, first inhaling deeply and then exhaling, starting to mentally prepare himself for the challenge to come, the silvery blue sheen once again covering his hands as he forced the images of all the attractive and striking girls out of his mind, and focused on the exam. Already he could feel the strength and power flowing through his limbs, just below his skin. Clenching his hands into fists, Izuku let out a deep breath, hot steam erupting from his mouth, even as wisps of it began to flow off of his body. From beside him he saw Mina send him a surprised look. No doubt the stretching girl had just noticed that the ambient temperature in the area around him had just raised several degrees. It was a side effect of his quirk. It was almost like his body started overheating when he started using the strength and regeneration part of his quirk, and thus released that heat outwardly in order to cool him down. It was far worse in his Titan form. In fact, the steam that emanated off of him when he was stood still in his Titan form was so hot that prolonged contact with it could scald people's flesh. Even now he could remember seeing a lobster-pink doctor dancing around in pain after he had gotten too close to Izuku whilst he was in his Titan form. Letting out another breath and another hiss of steam, Izuku felt his muscles tighten and his strength grow as he drew on his quirk, not taking on his Titan form, but dancing around the cusp of doing so, his knuckles cracking as he clenched his fists tighter. He was ready for this. Okay, everybody start. The voice of Present Mike suddenly rang out, drawing everybody's attention to where the pro hero was standing on a nearby observation tower. All of the candidates around Izuku looking at one another in confusion, before looking back to Present Mike, and waiting for him to continue. Before anyone could ask though, the pro hero just laughed before yelling out again so all the participants could hear. Well, come on then, what are you waiting for? There isn't a countdown in a real battle, you greenhorns, get those legs moving. There was a sudden silence after Present Mike made his announcement. All of the prospective students pausing for a moment as what the pro hero just said slowly filtered through their mind. Izuku, like the others, paused as he heard what the eccentric man had said. But unlike the others, he had already powered himself up and was ready to leap into action at a moment's notice, which is exactly what he did. With barely a thought, Izuku bent his legs and exploded forwards, his arms and legs pumping as he rapidly propelled himself through the crowd of waiting students. Izuku literally leaping over several confused students as he entered the replica city district, the first in his group to do so, which also gave him the advantage of being able to engage the enemy first and get in a few kills before the rest of the panicking students cocked onto what was happening and caught up with him. Not pausing for a second once he entered the city, Izuku continued moving, eating up the distance as he pumped his enhanced muscles, ignoring as he did so the shouts and exclamations coming from behind him as the other students all caught onto what was happening. He would not let them distract him from his goal. Rushing through the streets, Izuku soon caught up to the first faux villain, a big bulky robot with 4 legs and what looked like 2 Gatling guns for arms. Not that this gave Izuku pause, as with his healing factor he could easily tank a shower of bullets without issue, on top of which his enhanced strength fed into his speed, meaning that he was far faster than an average human, fast enough to not outrun a bullet, but to quickly react when if he saw a gun training in on him. Not that Izuku was going to give the robot a chance to fire on him, of course. No, because that would be stupid. With that in mind, he continued forward, his right hand drawn back, and his fist glowing a slivery blue color, as with grunt he lashed out at the robot as he passed by. His technique for the punch was perfect, and his timing was 1 point. But for the moment he was relying on hit-and-run tactics. One punch should be enough to take out one of these robots. After all, with them being robots he didn't have to hold back on the strength of his punches. With a grinding of metal on metal, the robot quickly turned to face Izuku as he rushed it, its Gatling guns already beginning to spin as it prepared to fire. Before the robot could get off even one shot though, Izuku was in front of it, his blurring forwards. Before, with the sound of shattering metal, he cleaved right through it, his fist smashing through the front of its chest and out the other side in an explosive of broken metal and circuit boards. That's 3 points, Izuku muttered to himself as he literally ran through the destroyed three-pointer robot, ignoring the shrapnel that rained down all around him as he did so. And soon another 3. Izuku continued with a grin as he thundered forward into another 3-point robot, his hardened fist lashing out again, and he decimated this robot too, not even break step as he continued forward. Continuing on through the rubble, Izuku headed towards the center of the city, where he guessed most of the robots would be gathered, destroying any robot that got into his immediate path as he did so. Like he had though, with how weak his opponents were, and the fact he didn't have to hold back. He only needed a single enhanced punch to destroy them, even the three-pointers. Letting out another breath and a hiss of steam, he then continued to thunder through the city, a determined expression on his face as he darted from robot to robot, occasionally passing another competitor as he weaved through the narrow streets, using his enhanced strength to leap forwards as much as 10 feet at a time. Already he knew that he was quickly racking up the points. From his count he had gotten nearly 50 points by the time 10 minutes of the 15-minute exam had passed, and he still had another 5 to go. Another minute or so passed, with Izuku leaping through the street, occasionally using the sides of buildings as a platform to leap off of as he shot through the narrow streets, looking for foes. It was as he was doing this, however, that he found himself faced with a problem, which is to say he was finding it hard to, find the enemy. As the more time passed, the less robots seemed to be left, Izuku and the other students having vastly whittled down their number. This had turned into a bit of a problem for Izuku. Like he had thought, an area the size of the arena was making things difficult, especially with the hundreds of narrow streets and all of the competition he was facing. On top of which his quirk was no help to him in this situation. He had no way of scoping out or finding the enemy, save for doing it the old-fashioned way, which is to say by using his enhanced physical attributes to cover as much ground as he could as fast as he could, his green eyes flicking this way and that as he dodged around other candidates, severed around corners, and occasionally took to the roofs of buildings, as he determinedly tried to find more robots to destroy. "Hey, that one was mine," a kid suddenly shouted out, the boy in question being very short with what looked like purple balls on his head instead of hair, his voice somewhat lispy and his face petulant as he scowled over at Izuku. Clearly the kid was irritated that he had just dropped from the sky and landed feet first on a one-point robot that had been about to attack the other kid from behind. "Sorry, I thought you hadn't seen it," Izuku replied sheepishly as he glanced down at the shattered remains of the robot under his feet. He kind of felt guilt now. After all, if the other boy had known it was there, then that meant he had effectively stolen his kill. Not that Izuku felt too bad about it. This was a competitive process, an exam after all. With that thought in mind, Izuku ignored the kid and instead ran forward and leapt again, pushing off of a nearby building, and propelling himself to another as he did so. He didn't have the time to feel sorry for, or worry about, another applicant. Not when there is still time on the clock. "Hey Midoriya, how are you doing?" The cheerful voice of Mina called out a few minutes later, a smile on her face as she turned from a half-dissolved robot and instead grinned at Izuku, her golden eyes twinkling, as she saw the green-haired teen leap from a rooftop and crash into the ground a few feet from her, the concrete under his feet cracking as he did so, even as steam continued to flow off of his body. "Yeah, not too bad," Izuku replied as he scanned the area, seeing only shattered robot parts and broken buildings around him. "How about you? Been having any trouble?" Mina shrugged in response, her smile dimming for the first time since he met her. "Yeah, I've got around 38 points so far. I would have had more, but I ended up helping out a few other students who got themselves into trouble. It wasted a bit of time, which is annoying, but I reckon I would have felt pretty shitty if I hadn't helped out." Izuku nodded at that. He understood exactly what she meant, as earlier on in the test he had noticed a lot of wannabe heroes running off into the city, some of them having no strategy in mind as they just looked for as many robots as they could, even if it meant getting trapped in a narrow alley and putting themselves in danger. Izuku had also ended up helping a couple of other applicants out as he passed, but not without reason. After all, by destroying the robots attacking them he had been able to rack up even more points. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. He helped them out and stopped them from being hurt or taken out of the exam, and in return he got villain points. It was sort of like they were the bait, and he was a helpful predator. "There's still time. Besides, I am sure they will notice how you helped other people." Izuku replied with a smile, trying to buoy the girl up. Plus he didn't think that the test would be as cut and dry as kill this amount of robots and you passed. There were bound to be other factors. Lateral thinking, that was what Dr. Nakamura had always tried to ingrain into him. Don't take things as just black and white. And don't just take things as they seem on the outside. Yeah, definitely, Mina replied with a grin, the bubbly pink-skinned girl not staying down for long. How many have you got? I've got 59 at the moment. I just need one more. Izuku replied as he looked around, scanning the area for more robots as he did so. I've got my work cut out for me then, Mina replied with a competitive grin at Izuku, not at all concerned with the fact his score was higher than hers at the moment, as she instead turned and ran forwards. As she did so, Izuku could only watch as she sent out a spray of acid in front of her, soaking the ground in front of her, even as she used the acid to increase her speed as she slid along the concrete. Hey, wait! Izuku shouted in response as he turned around and leapt after her, the concrete beneath his feet cracking as he erupted from a cloud of steam and clambered up the side of a building, his hardened fingers gouging into the concrete and bricks walls as he climbed up the side of the tall building like a giant, human-sized spider, before he then pushed off of it, leaping to another building and then again. His method of travel not only allowing him to negotiate the streets without tripping over all of his other competitors that were milling down below, but it gave him more of an aerial, which made searching for robot foes easier. Continuing on through the city, Izuku grinned as he saw Mina shooting ahead of him, the pink-haired girl easily destroying 1 point robots in a single sweep as she unleashed a spray of corrosive acid. Nodding his head at that, Izuku landed on the side of a tower block, his fingers digging grooves into the side of the wall as he began to crawl up it, using his heightened strength and hardened skin to dig himself handholds. 2 minutes remaining. The voice of Present Mike suddenly rang out, the sound of his voice, amplified as it was through his quirk, being easily audible in all of the arenas and for all of the students taking their exams. Narrowing his eyes as he heard that, Izuku then leapt off the building, his sharp eyes narrowing as he saw a 2-point robot in the street below, the medium-sized faux villain weaving between the rubble and its destroyed counterparts as it headed down the street to where a small melee was taking place between the squabbling students and the remaining robots. Landing on the ground with a crunch, Izuku had to hold back a wince, pushing back the sudden flare of pain he felt in his knees as he rolled forwards. His healing factor was already taking care of it. Gritting his teeth, Izuku then ducked under the robot's swinging arm, before lunging forward, his hand gripping onto the bot's face as he followed through with the momentum, knocking the robot over before he then slammed its metallic head into the concrete, his hardened hand shattering the robot's head against the asphalt road beneath him. With that done, Izuku stood up straight, a few small cuts on his face, caused by shards of metal from the destroyed robot, healing up rapidly in small wisps of steam. Not enough, not yet, Izuku muttered to himself, allowing the silvery blue sheen to leave his hands, his eye twitching a bit as he saw his red raw hands, even as his regeneration began to heal the burns. Another side effect of his quirk, unfortunately, when he used his hardening ability. He was effectively sealing the skin he covered, which in turn stopped the heat from naturally leaving those parts of his body. This, unfortunately, had the side effect of him hurting himself if he hardened parts of his body for prolonged periods of time, whilst also using the strength part of his quirk. Blowing on his injured hands, Izuku smiled grimly as he saw fresh, healthy skin form as the burns rapidly healed. Thank goodness for his healing factor, he didn't know what he would do without it. Pushing that thought aside for now, Izuku instead took off again, his muscles once again burning, even as he hardened both of his hands again, and half of his forearms. He only had a minute or so left. He needed to push himself and go beyond. Within moments he found himself at intersection, his teeth clenching into a grimace as he looked around and saw how the area was crawling with both robots and a desperate mass of students trying to finish them off. It was a chaotic melee. Surveying the area, Izuku saw Mina slipping and sliding here and there as she used her mobility and speed to deliberately steal kills from other prospective students. Apparently honor and integrity meant nothing at this point in the exam. It was truly dog-eat-dog now. Glancing over, he also saw the green-haired girl from before using her vine-like hair to lash out, corral, bind and then disable 3 robots at the same time. Her previously waist-length hair having extended to nearly 3 meters by this point, even as it shifted around autonomously, protecting the girl, fending off the applicants and attacking the robots, all at the same time. That's 55. The green-haired girl muttered to herself, from not too far away, not even looking at any of the other applicants as she instead kept her mind on the task at hand and continued looking for more opponents. Haha, 46, Mina shouted gleefully as she also slid past Izuku, more acid spraying out of her hands as she rapidly began to encircle and dissolve a lone one-pointer. Shifting his head, Izuku Noticed Tenya Ader rushing past him too, the taller teen's arms pumping in an exaggerated manner as he rushed forwards and then launched a brutal kick at the head of a two-pointer, with what looked like exhausts in his calf spitting out fire as he did so, adding extra power to the kick as he then proceeded to destroy his foe with a single blow. All around him other applicants were doing exactly the same, getting in one another's way and stealing each other's kills as they all scrambled to get those last few points before the exam ended. Gritting his teeth, a look of absolute determination spread across Izuku's face, even as he lunged forward, hoping to get stuck in before all of the opponents were gone, and get stuck in he did, as within moments he had engaged a three-pointers, his body twisting this way and that as he avoided a spray of gunfire from the robot, even as he closed in on it, with the robot attempting to retreat as he did so, only for it to get stuck as one of its caterpillar tracks got stuck on a stick purple ball behind it. Seeing this, Izuku rushed forward, a silvery blue sheen covering the entirety of his right arm as he did so, even as he then clotheslined the struggling robots and cleaved it in two with a single roar of triumph. "Damn it, you stole my kill again," the same short boy as before shouted, his scalp noticeably bleeding as repeatedly grabbed and then threw the weird purple balls on his head at anything and everything that he could, his actions helping the other applicants around him out, probably more than they were helping him. This chaos lasted for another minute or so, with Izuku being able to only destroy a few more robots before he, like all the other applicants, was distracted, their attention drawn away from the few remaining robots and instead to the ground, which at that moment had begun to shake. "What's going on?" the girl with the vines for hair said, her features contorting in worry as she looked around nervously, searching for the source of the disturbance. "It's the zero-pointer," a lispy voice suddenly shouted fearfully, gaining Izuku's attention as he looked over and saw the short boy he had seen before, looking up in terror. Following the boy's gaze, Izuku soon discovered why he was so scared. After all, as he looked up, a nearby tower block suddenly exploded, even as a massive robot made its presence known. The zero-pointer robot standing closer 45 meters in height, and probably 15 meters wide as it loomed over them, a towering mass of metal that cast all of the assembled students in shadow. "That's way too big," the small boy shouted, his eyes widening and beginning to water, before, without another word, he turned and fled in terror. Not that he was the only student to run, as all around Izuku he could see the other students all fleeing, all of them either running in fear, or running because there was literally no point in trying to fight the massive robot. After all, the zero-pointer was worth literally no points, as the name might suggest. Turning, Izuku made to do the same as the others and run away, only for him to stop mid-turn as he heard a sudden scream sound out, followed by a loud cry for help. "Help," the unfamiliar voice called out, the girl's words reaching Izuku even as he, like so many others, turned to run away, the fear and exhaustion in the voice making him freeze mid-step, before he turned around. As he did so, he immediately saw the person calling for help and the problem she had found herself in, even as dozens of others, including Ader, ran past him obliviously, all of them fleeing from the gargantuan robot. There was a short, curvy, unfamiliar brunette on the ground at the zero-pointer's feet, a look of fear and panic on her face as she desperately struggled to extricate herself from under some rubble that must have fallen on her when the zero-pointer made its presence known and destroyed that building. She was trapped, and she was scared. Izuku took all this in a second, even as he found his body reacting without him realizing. He was running again, but not away from the zero-pointer, but instead at it. His mind was a whirl as it moved at a mile a minute, his green eyes flicking up at the colossal, lumbering robot, even as it bared down on the girl, its robotic arm raised as if it were about to strike. He had to stop it. Without a word, he ran forward, his actions catching the attention of many of the other applicants that were running in the opposite direction, and of the girl herself, who, despite having been able to extract herself from the rubble, still looked to be unable to move due to her injury. "Look out," the brunette called, reaching out to Izuku as he closed in on her, the giant serif pointer behind her raising an arm as he did so, before moments later it threw a punch, but not at the girl, but at its new target, Izuku. In response, steam exploded off of Izuku's form, gusting out in all directions, even as moments later the robot's arm was caught, a large, tan hand having caught the arm with ease, the massive fingers crushing metal, even as the rest of the giant's body emerged from the cloud of steam. The being now stood before the zero-pointer was close to 30 meters tall, his body completely bare, Ken doll-like, and covered in steaming, chiseled muscles. Long, lank, greenish-black hair hung down from the giant being's head, framing his angular face, with long pointed, elf-like ears protruding from out of the locks, even as his glowing, green eyes stared out, locking fiercely onto the zero-pointer. Standing up fully, Izuku ignored the shouts and screams of shock echoing all around him, as he instead stood to his full height, the sound of screeching and buckling metal sounding out as the zero-pointer tried to push forward, only to fail as the Titan pushed back, grinning fiercely as he succeeded in pushing the zero-pointer back. Izuku opened his mouth and let loose another roar of challenge, the shockwave from his roar shattering the windows of nearby buildings, even as it sounded out for miles around. It was a roar that struck shock into the hearts of all those that heard it for the first time, and either fear, anger, terror, or tension into the hearts of those that had heard it before. The silence in the room became incredibly tense as Midoriya took on his Titan form, several of the teachers standing up, with some of them looking like they wanted to head down there just in case Midoriya went on a rampage. Most of the assembled teachers, however, remained calm, all of them watching the screens in front of them tensely, not saying a word as they focused on Midoriya, tense and ready to move if necessary, but still willing to give the teen a chance. As for All Might, the previously skeletal blonde had instinctively taken on his muscle form, beefing up from a lanky, skinny, ill-looking man to a 7-foot-tall muscle-bound giant, his hands instinctively gripping the arms of his chair so tightly that, with a groan of metal, they buckled and broke. Nezu, All Might said tightly, his tense, glowing blue eyes locked onto the screen as he focused on Midoriya to the exclusion of all else. He didn't fear the boy, nor was he scared of fighting him. He had fought the rampaging Titan before and come out the victor, and he knew that, even in his weakened state, he would be able to do so again if necessary. No, he was not personally scared of Midoriya or his quirk, or of fighting the teen. Instead, he was just incredibly nervous, bordering on scared, of having someone like him in UA, and what the consequences of his presence might be. If the boy lost control again, and in his school too, the damage he could wreak could be catastrophic. The boy was too powerful. If he lost control, he could probably kill most of his class before any of the teachers had time to react, and there was probably nothing those students could do to defend themselves, or at least not if his transformation took them by surprise. Not only could this, if it came to pass, mean the deaths of dozens of students, it might also mean the end of UA, on top of which it could cause irreparable harm to hero society as whole. An entire generation of the country's best and brightest being wiped out in a single moment by one of their classmates. He couldn't even begin to imagine the true fallout from that. Leaning forward in his chair, All Might had to restrain his natural desire to leap down there and stop Midoriya. Intellectually, he knew what the doctors said about the teen, and that the government had vouched for his control. On top of which, Midoriya was not the first troubled child to come to UA. Both 13 and Endeavor had had similar incidents to Midoriya in their youth, maybe not as well known or destructive, but they had both hurt people as children. Despite that, though, they had been given a chance, and had both become remarkable heroes, in spite of their difficult history. But still, in spite of this, All Might had faced the Titan and he had seen its fury and its power firsthand. The entire fiasco had left a mark on him. Even now he could close his eyes and remember that night and everything that had happened in vivid, terrible detail. Izuku Midoriya was dangerous, and as such he remained leery of allowing him into UA. "It's fine," Nezu spoke out, the small mouse-like being's eyes locked on the monitor in front of him. "Just watch." Around the room, some of the teachers calmed down. A few, though, including All Might, however, remained tense, even as they saw Midoriya rise to his full and colossal height, his hand crushing the arm of the zero-pointer, even as he pushed it back and roared in fury. Katsuki Bakugo froze, his eyes widening as he released a recently destroyed robot, allowing it to fall to the floor with a crash as he instead stared off in the direction of that terribly familiar roar. It was impossible. Why would he be here, and why now? Far off in the distance he could see smoke rising, even as the roar sounded out again, the bellow causing all those around Bakugo to also freeze up, most of them looking cautious or curiously off in the direction of the roar. A lot of them didn't seem to realize its significance. Instead, some just seemed to think it was part of the test, or that it was one of the other applicants in a different arena using their quirks. Bakugo knew differently, and as he mastered his fear, his red eyes narrowed, even as small explosions began to erupt in the palms of his hands, his entire body tense as he stared at the pillar of steam in the distance. Deku. There was one other in close proximity to Bakugo, who also recognized the sound of the roar for what it was, the boy's blue eyes narrowing, even as he grit his teeth in impotent rage. The blonde-haired teen, looking over in the direction of the sound like the others, fear warring with anger within him, even as he remembered his own experiences of that night. He might not have lost any family members, but he had lost his home and friends due to the events of that night. What the hell is Midoriya doing here? Nito Monoma hissed, his blue eyes flashing with anger, and his hands clenching into fists. How could a monster like him come to UA? It's the T-Titan. Minoru Minda stuttered, the short teen with purple balls on his head, looking up in fear as he saw the colossal Titan looming over the area as it battled it out with the zero-pointer. He honestly didn't think he would ever see the Titan. The guy was infamous, even if the shock and fear that had been caused by the night of great loss had faded over the years. That boy, he was Izuku Midoriya, Tenya muttered, staring up at the gigantic teen in shock, worrying his lip with his teeth as he remembered his interaction with the green-haired teen. That boy, the one he had gotten off to a bad start with, he was the Titan, Izuku Midoriya. Beautiful, Ibara Shizaki muttered, the green-haired girl gazing up at the Titan's steam-wreathed form even as he clashed with the zero-pointer, battling it back through sheer brute strength. She had of course heard of the Titan, and what he had done when he was just 5 years old. It was a terrible tragedy, but still he had been 5, and was not the first child to lose control of his quirk. He had just been one of the most public. If he was here, then that must mean he was now in control. That was her opinion on the matter at least, and an opinion that was shared by many others. All around the duo, dozens of other applicants had stopped fleeing and instead stood watching in awe, shock and fear as the Titan forced the zero-pointer back. Before with another roar the giant being's other hand shot out, metal warping as he grabbed another part of the zero-pointer, after which, with another roar he bodily lifted it off of the ground. Such power and raw strength. Incredible. How can someone be that strong? What is the Titan dong here? Go on Midoriya, crush that tin can. The last voice belonged to Mina, and sounded out loudest of all. Several other voices joining her as she shouted support, even as Midoriya lifted the zero-pointer clear off of the ground, and away from the injured brunette at his feet. After which, with another roar he ripped the zero-pointer clear in two, the sound of shattering, shrieking metal and explosions sounding out, even as he then threw both parts of the zero-pointer to either side of him. Fucking hell, he ripped it in two. The guy literally ripped that thing in two. Throwing his head back, Izuku let out one last roar whilst in his Titan form, before he vanished in another explosion of steam. A now human-sized Midoriya walking out of the thick cloud of steam, a conscious and pink-faced brunette in his arms, a few moments later. The girl in question, Ochako Uraraka, looking utterly shell-shocked as she tried to come to terms with everything that had happened, her face and hands noticeably a little pink, and her tracksuit noticeably damp due to her proximity to the hot steam that had enshrouded Midoriya. Thank you, Ochako gasped out, not sure what else to say as Izuku continued to carry her towards the crowd of gawping students and away from the rubble of the fallen building and the wreckage of the destroyed zero-pointer, only for him to then gingerly put her down a few meters later. You're welcome, Izuku said softly, forcing a smile onto his face as he saw all the people looking at him, no one saying anything as everyone just seemed to stare at him in shock. Right up until Mina broke that silence. Holy shit, that was so badass, Mina shouted, dancing forwards and enthusiastically throwing her arm around Izuku's shoulders, her words unleashing an avalanche of voices as some people shouted and cheered for him, whilst others asked whether he was really trying to get into UA, with still others only just clocking on to who he was or staying back nervously, noticeably putting quite a bit of space between him and them. Before Izuku could reply to any of the questions and accusation being thrown at him, he was interrupted by the sound of Present Mike's voice once again ringing out around the arena. And that's it, time's up, Present Mike shouted, his voice sounding out through the arena and causing all action to come to a halt as the students either celebrated or commiserated depending on how well they think they did. Well, that was fun. Izuku finally spoke up, as he looked over at Mina, sharing a smile with the pink-skinned girl as she released him, trying to ignore all the other people that were still looking at him as he did so. How did you do in the end? 47 points in the end. Not quite 60, but I hope it's enough to pass, Mina replied with a shrug as she looked away from Izuku and instead looked around the area, her eyes widening slightly as she saw the shattered buildings, cratered streets and mounds of broken robots. So much for not destroying the place. Izuku chuckled weakly as he heard that, looking around at the surrounding carnage as he did so. It appeared when people with quirks went all out there was a lot of collateral damage. Luckily though, Izuku was only responsible for some of this destruction. Yeah, glad I'm not the one cleaning it up. It had been a week since the UA entrance exam and Izuku was beginning to get nervous. Initially, when he had first left the UA campus and headed back to his small 2-room apartment a couple of miles away, he had been both quite confident in his chances and excited to find out his results. He knew he had done well on the written portion of the test. His literal years of revising and preparation for that one test had set him in good stead for that, on top of which he knew he had done admirably in the practical test. When he compared his scores to that which the other contestants had gotten, even his friend Mina, he knew he had excelled. He had acquired more than enough villain points to qualify, on top of which with his academic scores he was almost certain he would be accepted into UA, and that his years of dedication and determination would pay off. A tense week of waiting later though, with nothing to do save for go out and shop for the essentials like clothing and food, and read and watch television, his inner confidence had slowly begun to erode. Already his mind was plagued with worries. What if they penalized him for taking his Titan form? They had not specifically set any limits on using Quirk, but maybe his history would count against him. Maybe the teachers would think that by him taking that form, even though it was just a test, he was somehow showing that he was not in control. that. Or maybe they had only allowed him to take the test so they could make out that he was being given the same opportunity as everyone else, when in fact they never had any intention of letting someone like him come to UA, and had dismissed him out of hand, that this was all just a sham, a pretense at fairness and inclusion. Thoughts like those had regularly started to plague him over the last week. Even as the days slowly passed, boredom set in, and still no word came from UA, either about him passing or about him failing. What would he do if he was rejected? He could go to Shikzu High, another prestigious hero academy in Japan, though one that did not have quite the same international fame as UA. Trying to go there was a possibility, but what if they rejected him for the same reason that UA might? What could he do then? He wanted to save people, to balance his karmic ledger and redeem himself for the mistakes he had made that night all those years ago when he had been 5 years old and had lost control of his quirk. He wanted to be a hero so he could do some good in the world, and so he could save and protect people. That had been his dream for most of his life, the one goal that had gotten him through the heartache of losing his mother and the realization of what he had done. That one goal, that one ambition, had driven him forward and had lent him the strength he needed to not only gain control of his quirk, but to also push himself beyond the limits. What would he do if that goal was no longer possible? He could always join the military, even with the advent of quirks and the creation of a superhuman society, and the rise of the pro-hero profession. There was still a need for emergency services, firefighters, police, doctor, and of course the army, navy, and air force. Every country had an army, or were protected by another country that had an army. Though notably the different countries' armed forces were drastically smaller than they had been in the times before quirks. After all, in a superhuman society it was not quantity that mattered, it was quality, power, and skill. From what Dr. Nakamura had told him, Japan had an army 100,000 strong, all of whom had rigorous training with their quirks and licenses to use them on the battlefield or in public when sanctioned to do so by the government. Effectively, they were state-controlled heroes who were always ready and waiting to be deployed, either to bring an end to internal issues or fight against external threats. For Izuku, such a profession would be a good opportunity to serve the people, even if he would prefer to go the pro-hero route. Pro-heroes, after all, had more freedom and could go on patrol and help where they needed. They did not have to await orders. Instead, they could just act as and when necessary. Already he had been approached, using Dr. Nakamura as a proxy, about signing up. Apparently, a quirk as powerful and potentially destructive as his was highly sought after, and more than a few generals and officers had spoken with Dr. Nakamura about the possibility of recruiting Izuku, training him up, and then unleashing him on the country's enemies. Of course, Izuku wasn't the only one the army had shown interest in. The teens that were sent to Asphodel, those with immensely powerful quirks, or uncontrollable quirks, or no morals when it came to using their quirks, they all ended up doing one of four things after their time in Asphodel came to an end. They either became pro-heroes, like he wanted to be. They tried to fit back into society and forget their pasts. They went back out into society, continued as they had been doing, relapsed, and then ended up being thrown into prison or being sent to Tartarus, the maximum security adult prison, for the rest of their lives. Or they were recruited into the army and became living weapons, just like the test of the state pro-heroes. Over the years, Izuku had considered all of these options. He didn't want to try and rejoin society as a civilian. He would help no one doing that, and would probably end up living a very unfulfilling life and die full of regrets if he did so. As for being a villain and getting sent to Tartarus, well, that was the last place he would ever want to go. The place was synonymous with hell on earth. The army, though, that had been a potentially viable option that he had genuinely considered when he was younger. Or at least until Dr. Nakamura had said his piece and expressed his belief in Izuku becoming more than just a living weapon, but instead a hero. Becoming a pro-hero, again, that was his goal, and it had been for years now. It was all he had ever wanted, the chance to save and protect the innocent. That was what he ideally wanted for himself. But if he wasn't given a chance, if the academy rejected him for the things he did 10 years ago, when he was 5, then he would have to find a new way forward. He could join the army, or he could try his luck at another, less prestigious, hero academy. Honestly, he didn't know. With that thought, Izuku let out a sigh, even as he sank backwards into his sofa. With Izuku currently being in his small, pokey apartment, sitting on his sofa, fold-out bed, the green-haired teen not paying attention to the messy state of the kitchen area in one corner of the room, or to anything else, as he instead just sat on his sofa watching some TV, absent-mindedly doing some curls on his right arm with a dumbbell as he did so. His attention mainly on the program on TV, the Hero Channel, a highly popular TV channel that was run by a dedicated team of people who spent their time filming the actions of heroes, rating their pros and cons, and basically giving a commentary on their actions. It was a popular channel, one that was full of action and excitement, and which had been around for decades. No, it had been going for even longer than that. The channel's first iteration had been back during the dawn of superheroes, back when the pro heroes of the time operated by a points-based system with their saves and captures earning the heroes' points, which in turn were accumulated at the end of each season and used to rank the heroes of the time against one another, and to bring in viewers and revenue to the private companies that sponsored said heroes. Of course, back then the profession was not a public service as it was now. Instead, each of the heroes were funded by private companies, all of whom made money by advertising products using the heroes they sponsored, either by having the heroes act in adverts, or adding advertisement logos to their hero costumes, or creating films and television series based off of them. Luckily, that practice had died out decades ago, and nowadays all heroes were, technically speaking, public servants, and although they could make money on the side, they all received a generous stipend from the government to live on and to use in their heroic endeavors, a stipend which could be increased by additional work that the heroes or their agencies could take on themselves, such as by modeling or going on talk shows. Shaking his head as he realized that his mind had begun to wander, Izuku focused back on the television. Originally, he had started watching the TV to distract himself from his dour thoughts over his future, or at least that was until he saw which pro hero they were doing a special on today, at which point he had decided to tune in, not just to distract himself, but because he was also genuinely interested. After all, today's special was on Mount Lady, a relatively new, up-and-coming hero who had a gigantification quirk, a quirk which was very similar, if a bit weaker, than his own Titan quirk, with Mount Lady only being able to grow to 20 meters tall, and with her not having either a hardening ability or healing factor to go with her increased size. Still, despite this, the young woman in question had become an incredibly popular and successful heroine, despite her having just made her debut, with Mount Lady having not succeeded in doing any high-profile takedowns yet, which, now Izuku thought about it, made her rise in fame and popularity surprising, especially as quirks like hers had a bit of a stigma about them nowadays, with many still initially treading cautiously around those with gigantification quirks or size-altering quirks, due to both the collateral damage that came with using such quirks in a city landscape, and the reputational damage that he, Izuku, had caused 10 years ago. In spite of this though, Mount Lady had succeeded in not only graduating UA High, but in also becoming a famous pro hero. A pro hero that was known to cause a lot of collateral damage, of course, but a hero all the same. Focusing on the screen as a picture of the costumed heroine in question popped up, Izuku narrowed his eyes slightly. From glance he began to get the rather cynical suspicion that her sudden rise in popularity was most likely due, at least in some part, to the fact that she was an absolutely stunning, curvaceous blonde, one that stoked the libido of most men. Still, her appearance aside, that didn't take away from the fact that she was still doing a sterling job for a newbie, and was noticeably getting better as time went on and causing less damage and getting more results the more experience she gained, which was something the current panel were espousing as they debated the pro hero's merits. Honestly, just listening in on the way the panel on the TV talked about her gave him hope for the future. If one person can break through the stigma associated with gigantification quirks, then, with enough graft and hard work, Izuku could do the same and prove to the world that he was better than he had been and was in complete control of himself. Of course, before he could do that, he needed to go to a hero academy first. Izuku let out another slight sigh at that thought, the same miserable thoughts as before assailing him once again. A sudden rattle from his door, however, quickly distracted Izuku from the television set and his muddled thoughts. He recognized the sound. It was the sound of something being pushed through his letterbox, and considering the only people that knew his address were the staff at Asphodel, the local police, the government, and UA, well, he was pretty sure he knew what it was. Without another thought, Izuku dropped his dumbbell on his sofa before he leapt up and crossed his small apartment in seconds, and then grabbed the letter that was now lying on the floor just in front of his door. A nervous smile slowly spread across his face as he turned the envelope over and saw the UA stamp it had on the front, staring down at the envelope for a few moments. Noticing as he did that it was heavier than it should have been, Izuku waited barely a few seconds before he ripped the thing open, his heart beating like a drum as he prepared to find out whether or not he had made it into UA. Opening the envelope, a frown quickly crossed his face as he saw that instead of a letter like he was expecting, there was instead a small metal disc inside. Picking the disc up curiously, Izuku ended up dropping it quite quickly, letting out a sudden yelp as he saw the little disc begin to light up, making a whirring noise as it did so. "I am here." As a projection, a sudden loud and familiar voice rang out, gaining Izuku's attention as he looked down and recognized the voice and catchphrase as belonging to the world's #1 hero, All Might. Almost at once Izuku tensed slightly, an uncomfortable tension settling in his gut as he looked down at the small projection of said hero. The man in question was a hulking blonde, with glowing blue eyes, black sclere, and a large, 7-foot-tall, heavily muscled body. Even as a hologram, the man cut an impressive figure, and a familiar one too. Back in his youth, Izuku had once idolized All Might. He had looked up to the hero and been in awe of him. Then that night had happened, and he had seen footage of his rampage and how eventually he had fought and been annihilated by the, at the time, recently anointed #1 hero, All Might. Were it not for his regeneration, Izuku knew he would have been killed that night. It was pretty hard to look at a person in the same light you once had when you had also seen video footage of that same person punching you so hard that half of your head exploded in a shower of blood, bone, brain matter, and gore. It had been vivid and visceral. And thinking back on it now, Izuku knew he had been too young to see it at the time, even though he had insisted on it. The memory of it lingered in his mind even now. Still, the fact remained. All Might made him uncomfortable. The strength the #1 hero possessed, and the look of anger and ferocity on his face when he had engaged him, it had ingrained itself into Izuku's psyche. All Might was not the kind of person he would ever want to cross again. If the man had been able to destroy him 10 years ago and end his rampage of destruction in just 5 mighty blows, then he didn't want to see what an All Might with 10 years more experience and skill would do to him, even with him growing bigger and getting more control. Even for someone with regeneration, like Izuku, the image of the massive blonde man caving in your skull with a single punch was pretty impactful. It wasn't something that you could just forget. All Might? Izuku questioned cautiously after a few moments, his hands clenching into fists as he looked down at the miniature image of the world's #1. Yes, young Izuku Midoriya, it is I, UA's newest teacher, All Might. The hologram continued speaking, his tone as loud as before, though holding a certain edge to it that Izuku noticed was absent when he was interviewed by the press. Can you hear me, or is this a recording? Izuku asked, poking the metal disc curiously, his green eyes not leaving All Might's grinning form, even as he digested the fact that All Might, the greatest hero in the world, would be teaching at UA. Well, I am sure you have been wondering how you did on your entrance exam into UA. The hologram continued, All Might's smile not wavering for a second as he gave no indication that he had heard Izuku at all. I guess not then, Izuku muttered to himself, relaxing slightly as he scooped the disc up and placed it on his coffee table, leaning forward in his seat as he did so, his attention solely fixed on the image of All Might. Yes, well, I can confirm that you passed the written exam with a spectacular result of 97%. Not quite the highest, I'm afraid, but admirable when compared to the average score of 73%. All Might continue, his tone not changing for an instant. Izuku nodded at that, a wave of pleasure flowing through him at the realization that he had scored so well, with him even going so far as to score 24 points above the average. Though admittedly, he was a bit surprised that someone had done better than his own very high score. That surprise, though, only lasted for a moment, before he remembered that this was UA, the school that attracted the best of the best, and even then only allowed the best of those to attend. Some teen, or maybe even more than one, with an intelligence-based quirk had probably scored 100 in the written test. As for the practical test, well, you did even better there. Not only did you get a full 100% by gaining the 60 points you needed, you went above and beyond by scoring a total of 68 villain points from destroying robots, with a further 40 rescue points. All Might continued, his smile becoming a bit more genuine now, and real enthusiasm leaking into his voice as he continued speaking. This means you scored 108 points in total, more than enough points to not only pass your entrance exams, but to get the highest score in the practical test out of all of our candidates. Well done. What? Izuku asked, his mind going blank as he heard that. He had gotten the highest score in the practical, the highest out of the thousands that took the test. It was almost unbelievable. He knew he had done well, but he didn't think he had done that well. And also, what the hell were rescue points, and what did he do to deserve 40 of them? He assumed, by the name, that they were something to do with rescuing people during the test. But as far as he knew, the only person he had rescued was that girl at the end. And even then he didn't think that doing something as simple as that, even for the right reasons, deserved a reward. Well done, young Midoriya, you passed. All Might finished, his grin becoming slightly tighter now, before without another sound the hologram shut off, leaving Izuku in stunned silence. I passed, Izuku muttered, his heart beginning to beat faster even as a smile crept across his face. I did it. I got into UA. Looking around in awe, Izuku couldn't help but grin as he walked through the bustling hallways of UA, weaving through the dozens of other students that milling in the corridors, all of them wearing the same gray school uniform. Continuing on, his backpack safely on his back and a wide eager smile on his face, he felt more excited than he ever had before. This was his first day of high school, and also the first time in 10 years that he would be associating with normal kids his own age. It was both exciting and, admittedly, a bit nerve-wracking too. He wanted to make a good first impression. He would be with these people for next 3 years after all. It was already bad enough that he would be starting school with his history weighing him down. The last thing he wanted to do was add to that by making a bad first impression on the rest of his classmates on the first day, and then have to live with that. Classroom 1A, Classroom 1A. Izuku muttered to himself, looking at each of the large 20-foot-tall doorways he passed, each of which lead off from the main corridor and into a classroom. The doorways looked excessive from a first glance, but considering the kinds of mutation quirks that there are out there, they had probably been built that way to accommodate everyone, just in case an exceptionally tall or wide person came to school here. Classroom 1A. Where the hell is 1A? Izuku muttered to himself as he weaved his way through the crowds of students and entered a new corridor. This place is like a labyrinth. Almost as soon as he said this, Izuku suddenly stopped, his eyes lighting up as he finally found the door to his classroom. He was here, this was it. Forcing a smile onto his face and squaring his shoulders, Izuku confidently opened the door, aware as he did that of the thousands of candidates that applied to the UA Hero course, only 36 kids passed the exam to get in, plus 4 other students who got into the academy based on recommendations. With these 40 students then being sorted into 2 classes, with 20 kids in classes 1A and 1B respectively. This meant that behind this door were the literal best of the best, those who had proven themselves worthy enough, skilled enough, and dedicated enough to have been chosen to become the next generation of pro heroes, a number in which Izuku now counted himself in. After all, he too had passed the exams entirely on his own merit, just like all of them. Their pasts and origins might all be different, but right here and right now they were all starting on the same footing. Opening the door and striding confidently into the room, a slight smile spread across Izuku's face as he immediately noticed that the 2 girls he had spoken to back during the entrance exam were here. Both Toru Hagakure, still completely invisible save for her school uniform, and Mina Ashido, as cheerful and pink as ever, were in the room, both of them chatting amiably to one another at one of the desks, even as a dozen or so other students milled around, some of them making idle chit-chat whilst others were already sat at their desks, patiently waiting for the form room period to start. Smiling at this, Izuku allowed the door to close behind him even as he looking around, his mind whirling as he quickly found himself recognizing more than a few of the other people in the room with him. For one, there was that short-haired girl with the extended earlobes, who, upon hearing someone enter, looked over at the door, a curious expression crossing her previously bored face as she gave Izuku an evaluating and speculative look for a moment, before she then turned back to speak with her companion, one of whom was a girl with large eyes, black hair, and distinctly amphibian-like traits, whilst the other he recognized as the curvy brunette who he had saved during the entrance exam. As well as those 2, there was another girl standing with them, with this one having a lithe form and shoulder-length straight hair. Only this girl's hair was dark black, and her eyes were an intense blue. Noticeably though, this girl also wore a distinctly emotionless expression on her face as she listened, more than talked, as group of 4 girls conversed, giving the earlobe girl a tight smile as she glanced back at him, and receiving a nod in return. Izuku then assessed the rest of the room, noticing as he did a large, heavy-set kid with long brown hair which he wore in a ponytail and noticeably big lips, with this guy talking to a very tall teen who had 3 pairs of webbed arms and no noticeable mouth, and another teen, who Izuku recognized also, that had a black, bird-like head on a skinny human body. Shifting his attention from them, Izuku then noticed another odd-looking teen, with this one having half of his hair white and the other half red. The teen in question having a bored look on his face as he grudgingly spoke with another classmate. This one being an exceptionally attractive girl with long black hair that was tied up in a spiky ponytail of sorts, and a sublime body. Glancing away when he noticed the cold eyes of the kid with half red and half white hair on him, the heterochromatic eyes narrowing even as his lips became a thin line, Izuku instead turned to look at the rest of his class. As he did this, Izuku quickly noticed an effeminate-looking blonde kid on the other side of the room, who was currently chatting with another familiar face. It was the attractive girl from the entrance exam, the one who had green vines as hair. Only instead of being as long and wild as it had in the exam, her vine-like hair was instead waist-length, and had noticeably been woven into a thick plait that hung down her back to her waist. Behind the girl, Izuku's brow furrowed as he saw someone else he recognized, the short kid with purple balls for hair, who at that moment was sitting at the desk behind the green-haired girl, his mouth practically watering as he looked lecherously between the many girls in the class, with the short boy in question occasionally letting out a perverted giggle as he scanned the room and eyed up some of his classmates like they were pieces of meat. Was he one of these perverts that Dr. Nakamura had told him about? Izuku mused as he looked at the boy for a moment, before he shook his head, and prepared to make his presence known to the rest of the class and head over to say hi to the only people in the room he knew, Toru and Mina. As he did this, he continued to survey the other teens in the class, like the one with short blonde hair and large muscular tail, or the other one with dark hair, blocky elbows, and an odd smile his face. Both of those two were pretty odd looking. Far more so than the last two members of the class, the two spiky-haired boys in the corner, one of whom had blonde hair whilst the other had bright red hair. Both of whom, Izuku noticed, were talking amiably over in the corner of the room with another familiar face, the bespectacled and abrasive teen, Tenya. "Hey Midoriya." Mina shouted, a large smile on her face as she looked up and saw the spiky green-haired teen at the door. The pink-skinned girl waving enthusiastically at Izuku as she did so, Hagakure's arm sleeve waving along with her, as the invisible girl turned to look at him too. "Yay, you made it in too," Toru chirped happily, her invisible body giddily rocking backwards and forwards on her seat as she spoke. As the Mina called out his name, Izuku noticed the reactions of the rest of the class as they turned to look at the newcomer, him. Some, like the blonde kid with a tail, the muscly teen with big lips, the effeminate blonde, the spiky red-haired guy, the spiky blonde-haired guy, the frog-like girl, and a couple of others just looked over at him curiously, several of them smiling and waving, clearly not recognizing him at all, even as a couple of others frowned in confusion, their expression telling him that they recognized the name, but couldn't quite place it. Others, meanwhile, like the half-and-half guy, the tall dark-haired girl with the spiky ponytail, the girl with shoulder-length black hair and blue eyes, the girl with extendable earlobes, and the guy with no visible mouth but multiple arms, all paused and stared at him in shock, surprise, or caution. These ones, Izuku guessed, were the ones who both recognized the name and connected the dots, and thus knew who he was. Notably, and thankfully, none of them looked particularly scared or angry. Instead, they just looked curious. Though the half-and-half boy, he noticed, had a slight frown on his face as he looked at Izuku, almost as if he didn't know what to think of him. Then finally there were those, like Tenya, the kid with purple balls for hair, the curvy brunette he had saved, and the girl with green vines for hair, all of whom clearly not only recognized him from the exam but had also seen him assume his Titan form too. Oddly though, all four of these teens' reactions were different. Tenya seemed to tense up for a moment, his brow furrowing and his mouth opening, almost as if he were about to say something, only for his mouth to snap shut moments later as he instead gave Izuku a stiff nod, and kept a neutral expression on his face as he then resolutely looked away from him and back to the two spiky-haired teens. The short kid with purple balls on his head meanwhile just looked like he was about to piss himself. There was both recognition and fear in his eyes as he gazed at Izuku, his lip quivering as he sank lower into his seat, almost like he was attempting to hide from his gaze. Those two were reactions he had expected, dismissal and fear. The other two, meanwhile, they surprised him. The short brunette, she actually smiled when she saw him and waved, her face going a little pink as she sent him a thankful look. The short, curvy girl looking for a moment like she was going to approach him, before a few seconds later she thought better of it and instead gave him an awkward wave instead. The green-haired girl, however, just looked at him in fascination, which she had previously been completely forgotten as she just gazed at Izuku in a way he could never remember be looked at before. It was a mixture of respect, awe, interest, and dare he saw it, a slight amount of reverence. For Izuku, the alienness of this look was a little discomforting. Tearing his eyes away from the green-haired girl and looking around, Izuku wasn't sure what he should do next or how he should act with the attention of the rest of his class for the next 3 years entirely upon him. Luckily though he didn't have to, as instead, Mina came to his aid. "Come on, get over here Midoriya. I want to hear about how well you did in the exam. I was just telling Toru about how you went full Titan and picked up one of those 0-pointers and ripped it in half with your bare hands," Mina called out enthusiastically, the horned girl gleefully unaware of the looks and expressions of the rest of her classmates as she instead just hopped off of her seat and bounced over to him. Almost at once the other students began muttering to one another about what Mina had just blurted out. Some of them, like the spiky red-haired kid, loudly calling Izuku manly as hell, whilst others, those in the know, turned and told those who didn't recognize who Izuku was, about him, and probably about how he was capable of literally picking up a 0-pointer and ripping it in two with his bare hands, their expression noticeably going from confused to shocked, the nervous and then to befuddled as they shot Izuku odd looks. Ignoring the assortment of looks being sent his way, Izuku, with the tension now well and truly broken by Mina, instead walked over to the pink-haired girl and the now standing Hagakure, a slight smile on his face. "Hey Ashido, Hagakure, I'm glad you two got in too," Izuku replied, a grin spreading across his face as he phased out the ongoing muttering all around him, and instead met up with the duo. He was just glad he would be assured of having at least 2 friends in his class. It was better than he could have hoped for. "I know, can you believe it? We made it into UA," Mina shouted enthusiastically as Izuku approached, lunging forwards as she did so and throwing her arms around the taller teen. Toru, although equally excited, not doing the same as she instead just high-fived Izuku without him noticing. "Yeah, I really can't believe it. Even now, when I am already here, I still can't quite process it. We passed. Yeah, it's amazing," Izuku replied with a grin of his own. glad he wasn't the only one that was incredibly excited for what was to come. All those years of hard work, and they had culminated in him getting in him passing his entrance exam and being allowed to come to UA. Izuku clenched his hand into a fist at that thought. This was it, he was here. He had overcome the first hurdle in his journey to be hero. All that was left was for him to graduate. Yes, this was it. He would use all the opportunities UA gave him, and the same determination that had gotten him here, and become the best hero that he could be. We're here at UA. I can't wait to get started, Izuku continued with a bright grin, one that Mina, and he assumed, Hagakure, mirrored. It was as he said this that, almost coincidentally, their homeroom teacher spoke up and decided to announce and introduce himself. The man's dull voice cutting through the chatter in the classroom, causing many of the talking students to quiet down as they all eventually clocked onto the fact that they were no longer alone. If you're here to have fun, do me a favor and leave now. At once everyone stopped talking, all of them looking around the room for the speaker, with the most observant of their number quickly finding the source of the voice. The source being a sickly, pale and tired-looking man, whose only visible feature at the moment was his unkempt, dour-looking face, with the rest of him being covered up by a big, puffy yellow sleeping bag. This is the hero course. Get your act together. The man continued speaking bluntly, his voice low, bored and disinterested as he gazed around the classroom from where he was slumped on the floor. Who the hell is this guy? Mina whispered to him and Toru quietly, all three of them eyeing the guy curiously as he crawled out of his sleeping bag and walked to stand in front of the rest of the class. Our homeroom teacher, I'm guessing, Izuku muttered back, a vaguely disappointed expression on his face as he saw how unimpressive the man was. He was expecting more from their homeroom teacher, especially since all of the teachers at UA were supposed to be pro-heroes. This guy, though, Izuku, didn't recognize him at all. Be quiet, the man said abruptly, his attention fixed on Izuku and Mina as he gave them a seemingly bored look, his voice not rising at all but still holding a certain edge to it as he turned away from them and then looked around at the rest of the class. It took you too long to quiet down. Time is limited, so next time I expect you to be silent and in your seats before class starts. As for who I am, the teacher continued, sending Mina a dull look as he did so. I'm your homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa. It's a pleasure meeting you, I'm sure. Around the room, a number of the assembled students shifted. Shota Aizawa was not giving them a good first impression, especially since the man was supposed to be their form room teacher. Good, now put these on and go to the training grounds. Your first test begins now. Aizawa continued speaking as he gazed around, locking eyes with everyone in the room at least once, before he reached into his sleeping bag and pulled out a bunch of blue and white track uniforms. Our first test. Already, Izuku thought, his eyes widening as the class began to grab the track uniforms and leave the room. This is more like it. Currently, Izuku, along with the rest of Class 1A, was stood waiting patiently at the side of one of UA's large training grounds, all of them wearing the Academy's standard blue and white track uniforms. At present, the group of 20 were all, for the most part, standing around awkwardly, one or two of them occasionally making attempts at small talk or at introducing themselves to their classmates for the next 3 years. The class had only fully assembled for the first time around 15 minutes ago, and not many of them had had the chance yet to properly introduce themselves to one another, the kind of things the students were usually expected to do on their first day at school. Instead, their form room teacher, Shota Aizawa, had thrown them all track uniforms, told them to get dressed, and then told them to head out onto one of the school's sports fields once they were ready. Standing in front of the assembled students, still wearing his dark clothing, and a mess of bandages around his neck, like scarf, Aizawa continued to explain just what this test would consist of, his expression dour, and his tone never changing from his now customary bored monotone. A Quirk assessment test. Tenya Ida, the bossy and abrasive teen Izuku had met at the exams, spoke up in surprise, the bespectacled teen's brow furrowing as he pushed his glasses further up his nose with one of his hands, his mouth set in a thin, tight line, his tone filled with both confusion and consternation as he looked to Aizawa for an explanation. Aizawa sent the tall, broad-shouldered teen a bored look before he gave a curt nod in response, the dull look not leaving his face as he then looked away from Ida and over at the rest of the class, after which he finally replied in a bored tone. Yes, now get ready. Wait. The short, curvy girl with shoulder-length brown hair spoke up, her hazel eyes wide as she waved one of her hands in air to try and get Aizawa's attention. What about the introduction ceremony that we are supposed to be going to? Or the tour of the school? Or the briefing on what we'll be covering in Hero class this year? Izuku glanced sideways at the girl. It seemed he wasn't the only one to have read the information pack complete with the itinerary for the first day that UA had sent out before the start of the school year. Amongst the rest of the group, several other students nodded, frowned or muttered as they too began to question what they were all doing out here in track uniforms, when they should by all rights be either on a tour of the school or at the school's opening ceremony. Enough, Uraraka. I'll say this now, so I don't have to repeat it. If all of you actually want to be heroes, then it is best that you learn quickly. That you won't have time for things like that, Aizawa replied, barely even glancing at the girl whose question he was addressing, or at any of the other students either. Instead, he seemed to be looking through them, and at the rest of the school's campus behind them. UA is so successful partly because of the great freedom it allows on campus. That freedom extends to the teachers, allowing them freedom to teach their students in the manner that they deem fit. Izuku, who was currently within the crowd of students, frowned as he heard Aizawa's words, and processed just what he was actually saying. Such a system was based on a lot of trust, one which could very easily be abused and could very easily lead to inconsistent teaching throughout the different classes. A bad teacher, or an unmotivated one, could cripple an entire class's learning. Personally, it made him uncomfortable that his entire career at school would be based, to some extent, on the kind of homeroom teacher he got, with this being something that could affect the type and quality of the hero he could one day become. Considering who he had apparently been landed with, his discomfort only increased as he eyed the pale, dark-haired teacher cautiously. He didn't make it into UA, just to fail because he was lumbered with a useless teacher that didn't even seem to want to be teaching them. Yes, after all the effort and all the backbreaking work he had put in just so he could make it to UA, and then graduate and become a pro hero, he would be less than pleased if all of that were to be for nothing. All because he'd been lumbered with a piss-poor teacher from the offset. You all remember the exercises you had to do in middle school, right? Aizawa continued speaking, apparently oblivious to his students' thoughts, as he instead got on with what he wanted to say. The physical tests where you weren't allowed to use your quirks. This country, like many others in the world, still hasn't gotten around to standardizing those sort of things. As far as I'm concerned, it's completely illogical. Izuku cocked his head to the side as he heard this. Having not been to a proper school since he was 5 years old, he had no experience of the standardized tests Aizawa was talking about. Back at Asphodel, he had always been encouraged, when in a safe and controlled environment, to go all out with his quirk. After all, control could only be gained through experience. That said, though, Aizawa's statement about the current system being illogical, that was something he could agree with. If people, students, were being held back from reaching their full potential by society's obsession with everyone being on an equal footing, then that was indeed pretty stupid. That was something that worked and was acceptable back in the day, before quirks, and even then people had different levels of intelligence and fitness due to either genetics or the way they were raised. Those days, however, were long gone. In a world where 80% of people had some kind of superpower, limiting students so that they didn't pull ahead of others due to the innate abilities that they had been born with was in fact damaging the development and growth of people and society as a whole. It was the kind of thing that would cause stagnation and decline. If you limit everyone so that they never surpass the lowest common denominator, then you would be crippling the development of entire classes, no entire generations of future heroes. The world was not a fair place, and not everyone was born equal, or at least not in terms of what quirks they were born with. Now Aizawa began as he pulled out an Android tablet from his pocket, with him then absent-mindedly tapping the touch screen to turn it on, even as he surveyed the class, no doubt looking for a candidate test subject that he could use to make his point. His dull eyes noticeably locking onto him. Izuku, let's just get to it. You, Izuku Midoriya, the so-called Titan, you scored the highest in the entrance exam, so tell me, how far can you throw a softball? Izuku frowned as he heard this, ignoring the muttering from the rest of the group as they all eyed him, most curiously. Though again the short kid with purple balls on his head backed away terrified, whilst the kid with red and white hair just scowled at him. Honestly though, the reactions were tamer than he had expected. I didn't go to a normal school, sir, Izuku finally said after a few moments, his brow furrowing as he watched Aizawa carefully. Unless this man was stupid, then he should have already known this. Whenever I did things like this, I was allowed to use my quirk. I was supervised, of course, but I wasn't limited. HN, I didn't ask about your school. I asked about how far you can throw a softball, Aizawa replied bluntly, his tone still bored and his gaze flat. Well, when I'm in my base form, but still using my quirk, I was able to throw it 932 meters, Izuku replied carefully, watching Aizawa carefully as he did so. He didn't know what the man was up to. Was this some kind of trap? Was he being singled out for a reason? All around him the other students started whispering, many of them audibly muttering how he was lucky to have been allowed such free rein to use his quirk. In his opinion, their words came from a place of ignorance. He didn't feel lucky to have grown up like he had. Not at all. Give it another go, Aizawa said abruptly, tossing a softball to Izuku as he did so, his expression not changing as he then gestured for him to stand in a nearby circle that had been set into the ground. One that was specifically made for events like shot put and discus. Without using your quirk, frowning as he heard the last thing Aizawa said, Izuku threw the ball up and down in his hand, testing its weight as he walked into the circle, after which he pulled his arm back. not drawing on his quirk like he usually did, as he instead focused on technique. Taking a deep breathing, Izuku made his throw, the ball hurtling forward with quite some speed as it looped up, over and then down, before bouncing a couple of times, rolling, and then coming to a stop. 78 meters, not bad. Aizawa nodded, his expression not changing as he looked out at the rest of the students, all of whom were muttering, listening in on what they were saying. Izuku couldn't help but roll his eyes. They all seemed surprised by the score and the fact that it was so low, even with him not using his quirk. It was like they thought he possessed monstrous strength even when not using his quirk. It was almost like they expected him to be inhuman, as opposed to what he was, an ordinary kid with an extraordinary quirk. Right, now do it again. Use your quirk this time though. As long as you don't leave the circle, it doesn't matter what you do. Don't hold back, though, Aizawa called out, his voice sounding out over the rest of the class's muttering, garnering their silence as they all watched on, their gazes all fixed on Izuku as the teacher threw him another ball. Nodding his head, Izuku looked down at the circle he was standing in. It was 5 foot in diameter. If he took on his Titan form, then he would be unable to stay within the bounds of the circle. Gritting his teeth, and ignoring all of the attention he was receiving, Izuku drew on his quirk, not fully assuming his Titan form, but accessing some of its strength as he pulled his arm back, using the same technique as before, and then hurled the ball. This time as he threw it, the ball did not so much as fly out of his hand as it did explode, a slight shockwave blasting outwards from Izuku at the force of the throw, even as the ball shot up, arced through the air, and then landed much farther than it had done previously. Once again the class started muttering, many of them talking about how strong the throw was, a far cry than it was when he had used his quirk. Others meanwhile were questioning why he hadn't gone full Titan when he threw the ball. Not even blinking at the reactions or at the force of the throw, Aizawa instead just watched as the gauge on his tablet continued to rise as it tracked the distance the softball went before it finally hit the ground again in the distance. Before you can think about training to become heroes, you first need to know your uppermost limit. That's how we form the basis of your hero training. With that said, Aizawa turned the tablet around and showed the class the final score, with the screen showing that Izuku had just thrown the ball just over 965 meters. Are you serious? Kirishima, the kid with spiky red hair, shouted out, a surprised look on his face as he saw how much further Izuku could throw the ball when using his quirk to enhance his abilities. He had no doubt heard him tell them how far he could throw it before, but to actually witness it, to see irrefutable proof, that was a whole other thing. That's nuts. Izuku grinned as he heard this, turning around as he saw several of his classmates, Mina, Toru, Kirishima, the spiky blonde-haired kid, the girl with vines for hair, and a number of others clapping and jeering him on, with a number of others nodding their appreciation or muttering excitedly to one another, clearly eager for when they would be taking their turns. There were no overt displays of fear or caution, though that was not to say that all the reactions were entirely positive. The red and white-haired boy had gained a competitive glint in his heterochromatic eyes and was sending him a speculative look. The teen with big lips and a ponytail was cracking his knuckles, a smirk on his face as he sent Izuku a challenging look. Ada meanwhile had grit his teeth and was muttering to himself about how he would approach the task. It looked like he would have a lot of competition, but really that wasn't surprising. The hero class of UA was made up of the best of the best. All of these teens had put in the work and had the determination to make it here. Izuku very much doubted that any of them would settle for second best. Not if, like Aizawa said, they wanted to be heroes. This looks like it's going to be fun. We can use our quirks all we like, Mina said loudly, throwing an arm around Toru gleefully, the pink-skinned girl clearly hyped for the challenge to come. Aizawa, however, shifted slightly as he heard her words, his attention turning to the vibrant, pink-skinned girl. It looks fun, huh? Mina froze as she heard the tone of the man's voice, a slightly different tone than before. All around her, the other students also looked a bit taken aback by the sudden display of what could almost be called aggression. Aizawa didn't look happy. His expression might not have changed, but his tone definitely had, as too had the look in his eyes. It was no longer bored. Instead, it was a look of annoyance. Were you planning on having a good time during these 3 years here? If that's how you feel, then let's change things up. The student who ranks last in the 8 tests I'll be giving you today will be judged as having 0 potential and will be immediately expelled from the hero course. Aizawa continued, a slightly creeped smile spreading across the man's face as he saw several of the students recoil in shock and horror at his statement. Izuku, though, scowled as he heard this. He did not like the way this was going. Everyone here had just passed through a rigorous entrance exam. They had all surely proven that they at least deserved to be here, that they had potential. It was unfair for them to be tested before they had had any further training to hone their abilities, especially since it was only the first day. He wasn't worried for himself, of course. His quirk was naturally geared towards physical power and fitness. It was practically made for the tests Aizawa would be throwing at him. No, he wasn't worried about himself, he was concerned about others. Not everyone's quirk was suited to purely physical exercises. Some quirks focused on heightened intelligence and analytical abilities. Others, meanwhile, were better suited to rescue work than fighting and physical tests, or to tracking and searching. If Aizawa's tests were going to be like Izuku expected, then he was concerned. The man would be weeding out all those who didn't fit his personal criteria for what made a hero. This in turn could be damaging for society in general. The diversity of heroes and the diversity of what they specialized in was important. There were very few pro-heroes out there that excelled in every kind of hero work. It was this kind of bullshit that Izuku hadn't liked. When Aizawa had explained about the freedom the teachers had when working here at UA, he knew the school would be difficult, and that they would weed the lackluster, the ill-suited, the inept from the group, but this isn't what he had in mind, not on the first day anyway. As he scowled at this, Izuku quickly noticed that some of the other students were having slightly more extreme reactions than others. The little kid with purple balls on his head had begun to shake his eyes, now quite weepy. The girl with vines for hair was frowning slightly. She seemed as displeased at this as Izuku, and it. While he looked like he wasn't sure whether to wholeheartedly support Aizawa's statement or condemn it, glancing sideways, Izuku, who by this point had fallen in line with the rest of the group, was able to see that Mina, at least, although looking a bit shaken, still retained a semblance of her old confidence as she gritted her teeth and clenched her hands into fists. Aizawa grinned as he saw the mixture of reactions, from excited, to nervous, to angry. The older man not at all perturbed as he saw the expressions on some of the students' faces, his grin sharpening even further as he saw the terrified expression on Minta's face, a big contrast to the confidence several other students were showing. In this school, the teachers can also use their freedom to expel students as we choose. Welcome to UAS Hero Course, kids. Wait a minute. Toru spoke up, catching the rest of the class's attention as she voiced Izuku and several others' concerns. This is just our first day. You can't just expel people without giving them any training. That's way too unreasonable. Indeed, it is injustice, reckless and illogical. The girl with vines for hair added, her expression angelic, and her voice soft, melodic and beautiful, despite the accusations in her words as she frowned at Aizawa. That's the life of a hero. And the sooner you learn that, Hagakure and Shizaki, the better. Aizawa replied as he glanced at the invisible girl and then over at the green-haired girl, his smile widening and his tone now rich with dark amusement. Natural disasters, horrendous accidents, rampaging villains. These are the kind of things that can and will happen when you least expect it. It's the job of a hero to stand strong through all that insanity and calamity and bring order. If you were thinking that you could just have a good time playing around out here every day, then let me burst that little bubble for you right now. From here on out, for the next 3 years, UA is going to throw more hardships at you than you could count. The entire class looked taken aback at that. Not even Izuku knew what to think. The man had a point. No matter how much of an arsehole he came across, and he really did come across as a massive arsehole, it was painful, but he did have a point. A hero had to be able to react to the unexpected, fight through adversity, and always endeavor and fight come out on top, no matter the odds arrayed against them. For if he or she did not, then innocence would suffer. Heroes should always strive for excellence, for in a life and death situation even a single mistake could spell calamity. You want to be heroes, don't you? Well, overcoming these hardships and coming out stronger and better than before, that is the only way you will become one. Now step up and show me what you've got, Aizawa said challengingly, his smile still creepy as his dark eyes scanned the assembled students, momentarily lingering on Izuku's scowling face as he did so. What followed next after Aizawa's uplifting little speech were, as he had stated, a series of physical tests, with these tests including the softball throw test, the 50-meter dash, grip strength, standing long jump, continuous side jumps for a minute, the long-distance run and toe touches, and for the most part the entire class did well, with most people scoring very highly on at least one of the tests. For example, the pretty girl with shoulder-length brown hair, Ochako Uraraka, turned out to have a quirk that allowed her some semblance of control over gravity, and through the use of her quirk she managed to somehow score an infinity on the ball-throwing test, easily getting the best score in the class. In fact, most of the students in the class had at least one of the events that they excelled in or several that they did relatively well in, with some of those who had more versatile quirks, like Izuku, Ibara Shizaki, Momoye Urazu, Fumikage Takoyami, and Shoto Todoroki, all excelling in the majority of the events. Unfortunately, though, some of the students in Class 1A had quirks that weren't as versatile, with some like Mina Ashido, Mashiro Ajiro, and Kyoka Jiro, and Mizo Shoji only doing well in one of 2 of the events. Suffice to say, as the morning continued and the students progressed through the 8 different tests, things started to become tenser and tenser as some students noticeably pulled away from the main body of the students in terms of their scores, whilst others began to trail behind. but those that weren't particularly suited to the tests like Toru Hagakure, Minru Mainta, and Yuga Aoyama noticeably get nervous that they themselves might not make the cut as the tests continued. As for Izuku, well, he wasn't anxious at all, but that was more to do with the sheer versatility of his quirk in terms of these kinds of tests and the experience he already had using it. For the most part, he had scored well on all of his tests. In the 50-yard dash, he had managed to score second in the class, his enhanced physical abilities allowing him to easily outscore all but Tenya Ida, whose quirk it appeared allowed him to run incredibly fast thanks in part to the weird engine-like devices on his calves. In the grip strength test, Izuku had once again scored very well, as like with the 50-yard dash, he had used his quirk, which in turn allowed him to use around 10% of the strength he had in his Titan form, even whilst in his base form. This had been more than enough for him to score at the top of the class, ahead of even Mizo Shoji, who with his 3 pairs of arms was able to rank second in the hand grip. For the rest of the events, Izuku had also scored highly in all of them, not quite grabbing the top spot in every single test though. The side-to-side jumps were not really his forte, but the rest he had excelled in, his enhanced strength and stamina allowing him to get within the top 5 for the standing long jump, long distance run, and toe touches. As the last of the events came to an end, and Izuku jogged past the finishing line for the long-distance run, his face and body a bit sweaty but his breathing still even. He looked around briefly, noting as he did so that Ida had finished before him, as had the big-lipped boy, Rikido Sato. Though admittedly the tall, bulky teen looked dead on his feet as he collapsed to the floor tiredly, several empty packets of what looked like sugar falling out of his hands as he fought to catch his breath. I finally beat you," Midoriya Sato grunted out, looking up at Izuku, even as several of their other classmates crossed the line one after the other. Momoye Arazu was amusingly enough using a motorized scooter that she had formed with her quirk creation. "So you did," Izuku acknowledged, a slight smile on his face as he saw the taller teen's exhaustion. He hadn't even realized that the other kid had been directly competing against him. "Well done." Sato grinned tiredly at that, and then gave him a thumbs up. Smiling, Izuku looked away and instead waited as the last of the class filtered past the finishing line, those that were capable of doing so using their quirks to help them, whilst the others that didn't have quirks suited to the task just did the best that they could. "Right," Aizawa said as the last of the students finished the run, the final test. "That's it. For most of you the test is now over. For most of us," Momo asked, a frown on her face as she caught on to what he had just said. "Yes, nearly all of you gave everything you could, and did your absolute best in the tests. You gave it your all, so most of you have got at least that going for you," Aizawa drawled, as he looked over at Momo and gave her a flat look. Izuku stiffened as he heard this. A sudden tension had descended on the class. They could all sense trouble. Their teacher was about to single someone out for not trying hard enough, and everyone was no doubt worried about who that person would be. Personally, he felt a sudden sinking feeling in his stomach as Aizawa's eye locked onto him. "Midoriya," Aizawa said after a moment. Almost unconsciously, all the students around him moved back a few steps, making a small circle form around him as he felt the eyes of both his teacher and the rest of the class rest on him. "Sir," he replied cautiously, ignoring the others and instead locking gazes with Aizawa. "You didn't perform to your full potential," Aizawa said after a moment. "Not once during the test did you go 100%. Instead, you only used 10% of your total." The class around him started audibly muttering to one another as they heard that. Izuku, though, ignored them. "Did I fail?" "No," Aizawa replied after a moment. "You actually came in first out of the whole class, closely followed by Yaoyorozu and Shizaki." Again, yet more muttering from the class, with there being some consternation now about him performing best out of all of them, in spite of him only using 10% of his power. Honestly, a part of him could understand their frustration. "I don't see the problem then, sir," Izuku replied. "This test was about pushing yourself to the limits and seeing what you can do. You never pushed yourself to the limits," Aizawa said, his voice verging on cold as he looked down at Izuku. "I want to know why." "Pragmatism and necessity," Izuku replied after a moment of thought. "For the toe-touching and side-to-side jumping, an increase in height, size, or strength would not have aided me in the slightest. For the long jump I could clear the designated range without using the full extent of my quirk. It was not necessary to assume a large form to complete the task, on top of which the collateral damage from leaping in that form would have been excessive and not worth me raising my position 2 places in order to get the top positive. Taking on my Titan form in the grip test too would have been pointless unless you had a Griper tester big enough to properly fit in my hand. As for the 50-meter dash and the long-distance run, although I could have won if I used my quirk to its fullest extent, I was confident enough about placing in the top 2 or 3, so I did not think it necessary or practical, nor did I think it was safe for me to be running around in a 30-meter tall form whilst my fellow classmates were around me, and potentially underfoot. All around the students started to nod. No doubt they were imagining what it would have been like if they were racing against a 30-meter-tall titan that could turn them into mincemeat if it accidentally stood on them. As for the ball throw, taking my titan form would have forced me out of the circle and thus invalidated my throw. Izuku tagged on at the end, just so that he covered all bases. I see, Aizawa said after a moment, and for a second, as he did so, Izuku spotted a genuine smile on the man's face, even if it was a tiny smile, barely more than a slight curving of his lips. So you used common sense and prudence, and came to a conclusion on how you should use your abilities. Yes, Izuku nodded. Okay, Aizawa said, before he took out his tablet again. Now the rest of the students have finished and the scores have been tabulated. I see no reason why you shouldn't be able to do the softball throw again, just to see what you're capable of. Izuku cocked an eyebrow as he heard this. Surely Aizawa knew about his backstory, and therefore knew of the tests and training he had undergone. Dr. Nakamura had included it all in the report he had sent to UA prior to his admission. It contained all the pertinent details about his quirk, his capabilities, his education, his training, and his mental state. Not everything, of course. Izuku was allowed some privacy, but all the things that were necessary for UA to know ahead of time. With that in mind, Izuku couldn't help but ponder what Aizawa was up to. Why did the man seem so set on him taking his titan form? So does that mean that this won't count towards my final score? Izuku asked, ignoring the excited muttering of his classmates behind him, and Minta's terrified wittering. Correct, the scores have already been finalized. This is so both you, and to a lesser extent I, can see what you're capable of, Aizawa said mildly. Izuku nodded at that. Alright then, fine. With that said, Aizawa threw him the ball, even as he stepped out of the crowd of students. Good luck, Midoriya, Toru shouted behind him. Yeah, go show that ball what you're made of, Mina added. This is going to be so freaking manly, Kirishima shouted. Show everyone what you've got, Ibara's soft voice called out too, adding to the support and encouragement most of the class, or at least 2/3 of them, were sending his way. Izuku nodded as he heard all of this, a slight grin coming to his face as he continued to walk away from the group and over to the circle, Aizawa noticeably keeping the rest of the students back as he instead kept his gaze fixed resolutely on him. Taking a deep breath, Izuku threw the ball up in the air even as he drew on his quirk and assumed his titan form. Almost instantly steam erupted from his body, the blast of hot air knocking those around him backwards, even as he felt himself being hurled up into the air, burning hot muscle forming around him, along with a gigantic skeleton, all of it developing around him as he opened his eyes and saw through his titan form's eyes, and felt the cold wind blowing about his titan form's naked skin, the steam still blowing off of his now 30-meter-tall body as he reached out and caught the now, comparatively, minute ball in his now massive hands. For his classmates below, they could only look up in awe, shock, and in some cases nervousness as they witnessed, most of them for the first time, the titan, the full power of the team that had destroyed a city district at the age of 5, and had only been stopped due to All Might intervening personally. For some, the sight of the colossal titan, its chiseled muscles gleaming in the mid-morning sun and its eyes glowing an intense, phosphoric green, even as steam continued to issue forth from its form, was humbling. Some in the class, those like Momo and Todoroki, they had always excelled. They had gotten into the school on recommendations and had both thought themselves to be within the upper echelons of their current generation in terms of their quirks, their intelligence, and their skills. For them, witnessing the raw, visceral power the titan exuded, it was enough to make them look at themselves and how they compared to such a devastatingly powerful being. For others, those that had only heard of the titan, they could only look up in awe at the being in front of them. It was an infamous sight, a sight that had once, and probably still did in some case, struck terror into the hearts of all who had looked upon it. There were even some amongst the class whose reactions went beyond awe, with some of the class bordering on near reverence at the sight before them. Ibara Shizaki, Fumikage Takoyami, and Yui Kodai, although acting very differently outwardly, shared a similar fascination as they saw the Titanic being in front of them catch the now minuscule, in comparison, soft ball in one of its large hands, the action showing a startling level of control and coordination. Of course, not all those in the class reacted entirely positively. Some, like Tsuyu Asui, Hantasiro, and Mizo Shoji, felt a little bit nervous about the sheer size of Izuku's titan form and the intimidating presence it gave off. Though that was understandable, the titan was gigantic. There was also, of course, Minta, who as the sight of the titan let out a slight shriek and went to hide behind the grinning Kaminari, the blonde, lightning user in question, responding to the sight in his own, distinct way. Hey, he doesn't have a dick, suffice to say. It was Kaminari's well-chosen words that broke the tension as several people in the class laughed, the sound sounding wrong in the tense atmosphere, even as a couple others looked for themselves and noticed the very same thing. Izuku's titan form was like an action man. It had no genitals. Seriously, that's the first thing that comes to your mind, idiot. Kyoko groaned, rubbing her forehead as several of the other students started laughing. Go ahead, Midoriya. Aizawa, the only person present to have not reacted, called up, his eyes narrowing as he saw the Titan turn to look at him, its glowing green eyes boring into him, before with a curt nod it turned, pulled its massive arm back and then threw the ball, the force of his throw releasing another shockwave. Only this time it was far above their heads and so had less of an impact on the watching spectators. That said, as Izuku threw, Aizawa's lank dark hair rose up into the air, and his dark irises suddenly glowed red as he tried to using his Quirk Erasure Quirk on Midoriya. As he did so, however, he couldn't help but grit his teeth in annoyance as he found himself unable to cancel the quirk. He wasn't sure why either. He was looking directly at Midoriya, but nothing was happening. It was almost like the body he was looking at wasn't Midoriya's. It was perplexing to say the least. All right, that's it, Aizawa called, breaking off eye contact from Midoriya now as he instead squinted and tried to see how far the ball had just gone. What followed next was another bigger explosion of steam, this wave causing more than a few of the class to stagger backwards as the hot, humid air washed over them, the steam blinding their vision for a moment. Moments after Izuku had reverted to his base form, however, the steam dispersed and revealed Midoriya, still in his blue and white track uniform and looking none the worse for wear as he approached the class, a cheerfully smile on his face as he saw most of his classmates cheering for him. Hey Midoriya, that was awesome, Mina shouted as Izuku approached, a large grin on her face as she saw how far he had just thrown the ball. Thanks Mina, Izuku replied easily as he walked over to his pink-skinned friend, the rest of his class crowding around him as he did so, some of them asking about his quirk, and one or two, mainly Kaminari and surprisingly, Toru, teasing him over his genitalis Titan form, which was something that he deliberately didn't rise to. It was impressive man, but like super scary too. Hantashiro grinned, awkwardly patting him on the shoulder as he did so. It was spectacular. The quirk you wield is truly something else, Momo nodded, a strained smile on her face. I apologize for not taking you more seriously, Izuku replied, sending the dark-haired girl an odd look as he did so. How was he supposed to respond to that? Enough talking, Aizawa cut in, thankfully making Izuku's last thought redundant as he walked over to the class, his shoulders slouched and looking the same as ever, his dark eyes locking curiously on Izuku as he approached, only for him to then raise the tablet in his hand and show it to the waiting class. 1,327 meters. It was higher than his previous score, but not quite double. Several members of the class started muttering in surprise at this realization. It's because of the weight and size of the ball. If the ball was bigger and heavier, he would have thrown it even further, but since it was light, the wind resistance, friction, and several other factors weighed against it. Momo spoke up swiftly, explaining to those that hadn't already realized the reason for the low score. Correct, Aizawa said lightly. Your control impressed me, Midoriya. I will admit I was skeptical after reading the reports, but as the common saying goes, seeing is believing. Thanks, Izuku replied cautiously. Was this the reason he had him take his Titan form? An additional test just for him, so that he could see whether or not he was in control. It was also important for your classmates to witness your other form. Better it be here, in a relatively controlled setting, than in the middle of battle training or something like that, Aizawa continued, his eyes slipping past Izuku for a moment, something he noticed as he followed his gaze, only for him, and likely one or two of the others, to see, All Might, clad in a yellow suit, leaning against the side of a building 100 or so meters away, watching. The number one hero in question standing a little straighter as he noticed he was being watched. Before with a smile he raised his arm, waved it once and then disappeared around the corner. Seeing this, Izuku narrowed his eyes minutely. So that was what he had meant when he said that this was a controlled setting. He meant All Might was around, just in case Izuku did lose control and needed to be stopped. Now, with the last of the tests done, let's get down to the results. Aizawa pressed on, seemingly oblivious to Izuku's thoughts as he instead led them all over to a large display board at the side of the field, his fingers dancing across the tablet in his hands as he board began to present the scores. First, Izuku Midoriya. Second, Momoge Urazu. Third, Ibara Shizaki. Fourth, Shota Todoroki. Fifth, Fumikage Takoyami. Sixth, Tenya Ida. Seventh, Mizo Shoji. Eighth, Mishiro Ogio. Ninth, Ijiro Kirishima. 10th, Mina Ashido. 11th, Yui Kodai. 12th, Rikido Sato. 13th, Achako Uraraka. 14th, Tsuyu Asui. 15th, Hantashiro. 16th, Yuga Aoyama. 17th, Denki Kaminari. 18th, Kyoka Jiro. 19th, Toru Hagakure. 20th, Minoru Mainta. And no, Minoru muttered, his eyes watering as he looked up at the scoreboard, and then at the straight-faced Aizawa, his lip quivering as all around him his classmates sent him looks of pity. Please Mr. Aizawa. Sorry kid, but you're out, Aizawa replied, his tone bored and his expression uncaring. even as several students, those who doubted Aizawa's threat, gasped, Momo most noticeably amongst them as she raised her hand to her mouth and looked at Aizawa in shock. "No," Mineta cried, looking beseechingly around at all the other students. "It's the first day. You can't expel me." "Yes, it is the first day of the hero course, and your last," Aizawa replied dryly, his words cutting Mineta to his core. "I will put in the paperwork for your transfer today. You'll be allowed to stay on in general education, and will, if you prove yourself, be allowed the chance to return. For now, though, you're out, and your spot will be left open to the students from the other courses to fight over." Mineta started crying at that. "The rest of you head back to class. Mineta, you come with me," Aizawa forged on relentlessly. Hearing the boys' cries, Izuku looked away and followed the others as the now somber class headed back to the school. A part of him had hoped that Aizawa had been lying, that it had been a trick to get them to perform at their best. Turns out, Aizawa didn't lie. With the cries of Mineta ringing in their ears, Izuku, no doubt like the rest of the class, couldn't help but accept the grim reality of just how competitive, grueling, and ruthless the next few years at UA were going to be. Entering his classroom at the start of his second day at UA, the first thing that Izuku noticed as he stepped into the room was that almost the entirety of his class was already present. A lot of them already sitting on or behind their desks, a loud rumble of chatter dominating the room. This being in spite of the fact that the form period wasn't due to start for another 20 or so minutes. Closing the door quietly behind him, Izuku quickly found himself being waved over to where Toru and Mina were sat, both of them looking up from the conversation that they were currently having with the green-haired Ibara Shizaki and the spiky red-haired Kirishima the moment he entered the room and grinning at him. Or at least he assumed that was what Toru was doing, going off the invisible girl's body language. Or should that be clothes language? After all, the only thing he could see of her was her school uniform. Still, the two girls, his first real friends his own age, happily waved him over the moment he entered the room. The other two with them sending him smiles too, even as he started heading in their direction, giving the group a half wave and a slight smile as he approached. Izuku also quickly found himself being greeted by the other members of his class, some of them shouting out to him or waving, whilst others, like Todoroki and Shoji, just gave him curt nods and then went back to the conversation they were having before his arrival. It was an odd feeling for him, Izuku noted, as he smiled at Momo as he passed, for him to be so easily accepted, especially considering how nervous he had been when he first came to this school. "Hey Midoriya," Mina grinned, a bright smile spreading across her pretty, pink face, even as she joyfully slapped him on the back as he took his seat. "You sure took your time getting here, didn't you?" "I'm still early," Izuku shrugged, not sure what else to say as he smiled at Toru, and then turned to the other two that he had met, but not yet spoken to properly, noticing as he did so that the green-haired girl, Shizaki, seemed to be watching him, a hint of fascination in her gaze. "Hey, I'm Izuku Midoriya." It was a pretty pointless thing to say. After all, they all already knew one another's names, if not because they had already at least introduced themselves to the others, then because all the names of the class had been displayed on the scoreboard at the Quirk assessment test the other day. "I know, I'm Ibara Shizaki." The green-eyed girl, Shizaki, replied, a gentle smile on her pale, beautiful face. "I don't think we had the chance to talk the other day." "Yeah, it was a pretty hectic day." Izuku nodded, shifting in his seat somewhat uncomfortably as Kirishima gave him a greeting next, the loud redhead slapping him on the back as he did so, and extolling the virtues of manliness to him. Looking around the room at all the chatting teens his own age, Izuku couldn't help but feel a little out of place, even after the enthusiastic way he had been greeted. Then again, this was part of the norm for him as far as interacting with kids his own age went. He was a bit socially awkward before the incident had happened. And well, 10 years in a secure unit had done nothing to normalize him. "Yeah, it was pretty crazy, wasn't it, Midoriya? In fact, we just talking about what happened." Toru spoke up enthusiastically, catching Izuku's attention as he looked over at the invisible girl, and nodded his agreement that their first day at UA had indeed been pretty wild. "I still can't believe it. It's only the second day and someone has already been kicked out of the class." Mina nodded, her hand on her cheek as she looked over at the seat Mineta had previously occupied. "Yeah, poor guy," Kirishima grunted, shaking his head as he did so. "I can't believe Aizawa did that. I mean, I thought he was just trying to motivate us. Hell, we didn't even get the chance to properly get to know Mineta, and I better he was a pretty sordid guy too." "He seemed nice enough," Toru agreed, her tone a little sad now. "I don't know, he always gave me weird looks." Mina replied, her face scrunching up as if she were trying to remember something. "Yeah, same here. Though with me they were mainly looks of terror." Izuku chipped in, the other four sending him amused looks as they did so. "Well, can you blame him, man? He was what, 2 foot tall, and your Titan form is over at 30 meters. Kirishima chuckled. "I don't think that was the reason he was scared," Izuku replied, awkwardly scratching the back of his head as he did so. "Well, whatever, he's gone now and there's nothing we can do to change that." "I do agree with you though, Kirishima. It was pretty mean of Mr. Aizawa to just kick him out of the course like that. Mina butted in, her black and gold eyes flicking over to the redhead now, Kirishima noticeably smiling awkwardly as he met her gaze. It was harsh, but I can see where he came from all the same. Ibara spoke up next, shaking her head sadly as she too looked at Minta's desk. Hero work is a dangerous profession, and yet despite that it is also very popular. The competition to be in this class, and at UA, in general, it is fierce. Just think how many you people took the entrance exams. Honestly, I'm not surprised Mr. Aizawa removed Minta from the class when he didn't meet his expectation. There must be dozens of other suitable candidates who didn't quite make the cut in the general education and support classes, all of them waiting to step up and enter the hero course if a chance arises. Yeah, but still, it was his first day. Surely it would have been a bit fairer to at least give him a week, and some training, before he was cut loose. Kirishima shrugged. Izuku had to admit, the guy made a good point. Aizawa's actions seemed excessively harsh. That said, they certainly provided a motivation for the rest of the class to make sure they always gave it their all, especially with the threat of potentially being kicked out of the hero course now hanging over their heads. You would think so, but I'm sure Mr. Aizawa had a reason for doing it. Besides, it's not like Minta can't keep training and rejoin the class later, once he gets the chance to, Toru said optimistically, her voice noticeably as confident and excitable as it usually was. Apparently the smaller boy's expulsion had somewhat dampened her spirits. What do you think, Midoriya? Blinking slightly as he heard his name, Izuku quickly noticed the eyes of the other four on him now. I don't know. I think we got kind of lucky that only one person was kicked out, Izuku said after a few seconds of thought, a contemplative look on his face as he remembered back to what he had heard the other day. After what happened the other day, I heard Yaoyorozu asking some of the older students about Aizawa at lunchtime. Apparently a few years ago he expelled an entire class because they didn't meet his expectations. An entire class, Kirishima said loudly, his eyes wide and jaw slack. That's mad. Yeah, and to be honest I don't blame him. Izuku nodded, very much aware that more than just the four in front of him were listening, and now, Kirishima's previous shout having attracted quite a bit of attention from several other of his classmates. Like Shizaki said, being a hero is dangerous work. You have to go up against villains and other criminals, and who knows what their quirks will be. Izuku paused for a moment as he said the last bit, his brow furrowing. Before a few seconds later he grit his teeth and continued. Just look what happened at Mustafa 10 years ago. I awakened my quirk and, went out of control. A hero has to be able to adapt to things like that happening. And, if you're not up to the task of adapting to the unexpected and coming out on top, then it's better to step aside now so you don't get yourself or others hurt. A silence followed his words as he finished, or at least in the immediate vicinity, several of the students around him looking very nervous, whilst others looked intensely curious, the attention of at least half the class now on him. No doubt more than a few desperately wanted to hear what had happened that night from his point of view, whilst others, those that had seen old news reports or videos on the internet, were equal parts scared and excited. After all, what had happened 10 years ago had hit headlines around the world, and was still talked of today. It was the day the Titan struck, and hundreds of people died. For all that it was a tragedy, it was still a piece of modern history. A very bloody piece that scarred an entire district and thousands of people, but a piece of history all the same. Honestly, Izuku could understand their fascination, even if he wasn't too keen on going into any of the details. He had also lost someone that night after all, his beloved mother and his piece of shit father, and had thus been left alone in this world. The last of the previously unknown, and now infamous, Midoriya line. Maybe, but I still think Minta should have been given more of a chance. Kirishima spoke up, breaking through the silence as he did so. It wasn't exactly that manly to kick him out, not when his quirk wasn't as suited to those tests as others were. Well, you could say the same thing about the combat portion of the entrance exam. It was weighted in the favor of those with offensive quirks, Shizaki replied. I don't know, I did pretty well and I don't have an offensive quirk, Toru piped up, her arm raised and her hand no doubt cupping her face as she turned to face Shizaki. But that's because the robots couldn't see you, Toru, so you could walk around and switch them off. Mina laughed, throwing her arm around Toru as she did so and pulling the invisible girl closer as she gave her a half hug. So, Izuku said, looking around the classroom again as he did so, his green eyes scanning the other 14 students in the room as he tried to find a new face. Who do you think Aizawa will be bringing in to replace Minta? No idea. I'm guessing someone from the support course. Mina shrugged, releasing Toru now as she looked over at him. Ew, I wonder whether it'll be a guy or a girl, and what their quirk might be. Toru gushed excitedly, the others all pitching in with their own ideas now about who the newcomer might be, and what they might be able to do. The rest of the conversation quickly devolving into discussing who Minta's replacement could be. with several other classmates migrating over to where their group was sat, as the discussion quickly moved on to the second day, and to the upcoming combat class that they had in the afternoon. "Settle down and be quiet," Aizawa's voice rang out a few minutes later, the door opening as the tired-looking man entered the room, this time thankfully not wrapped up in his sleeping bag. "And get to your seats." Rapidly quieting down, the assembled students of Class 1A quickly did as they were bid and took their seats, a sudden excited, nervous quiet descending upon the room as they did so. The memory of the dark-haired teacher leading a crying purple-haired boy away still in all their memories, as Aizawa strode into the now uncomfortably silent room. "Right," Aizawa continued to say as he took a seat behind his desk, his stoic gaze roving over the rest of the class as he did so, before he glanced sideways and over at the door. "You can come in now." Frowning slightly at the teacher's words, Izuku's gaze, like that of the rest of the class, quickly snapped over to the door to the classroom, even as another person walked in, this one noticeably around their own age, and wearing the familiar gray UA school uniform. Cocking an eyebrow at the sight of the girl, Izuku watched as the stoic-looking teen came to a stop next to Aizawa's desk, after which she then turned to face the rest of the class, his green eyes roving up and down her, as he took in her thin form, her average height, her shoulder-length black hair that had been tied up in two ponytails at the back of her head, and her generally plain-looking appearance. This, Izuku assumed, must be the new student. "Everyone, this is Chikuchi Tojike, formerly from the General Studies class, as the student that scored 41st in the Hero Studies entrance exam. She is the one that I have chosen to replace Minoru Mineta in the Hero course. Please make her feel welcome," Aizawa drawled, the expression on his face as bored as ever as he gestured towards the dark-haired girl, non-verbally prompting the girl to introduce herself to her new class. "I'm pleased to meet you, and I hope to get to know you all well in the future," Tojike said after a moment of silence, with the dark-haired girl giving a slight bow to the class, her expression still serious, in spite of the slight nervousness Izuku could hear in her voice as she spoke. Looking between one another for a moment, the rest of the class were silent for a moment, before, without warning, Ada suddenly stood up, his hand already waving about in the air as he started to speak. "Hello Tojike, I am Tenya Ada. Please allow me to be the first to welcome you as the newest member of Class 1A. Ada pretty much shouted, nearly making the girl jump with the suddenness and loudness of his actions. Though noticeably his response had the effect of stirring the rest of the class into action as they all soon started greeting the new girl and welcoming her in their own way, be it from nods and slight waves, to standing up and verbally welcoming her like the entire classroom once again becoming inundated with noise, or at least until Aizawa scowled and told them all to sit down and shut up, the new girl included, for form room. Following on from which their second day of classes soon began, with the first half of the school day passing by quite slowly for some, as they all diligently worked through a few hours of normal school subjects, each of which were amusingly enough taught by a different pro-hero, with them working on core subjects like English, maths, and science, boring everyday subjects, all of which still had to be learnt and passed if they were to graduate from UA. Of course, on thing that exasperated matters, and made the day seem to go by even slower, was the class's building excitement over the upcoming combat class, which would be taking place in the afternoon. Thankfully for most, the morning classes did eventually end, and after a brief, rushed lunch, the students of Class 1A were all once again ensconced in their classroom, each of them patiently, or more often than not impatiently, sitting behind their desks, waiting excitedly for the lesson to begin, a couple of them chatting to one another about what the upcoming class might or might not entail, whilst others just waited in silent anticipation. That said, the excitement for most, probably all save for Izuku himself, wasn't just for the class itself. No, it was also for the teacher who would be leading the class. After all, their teacher was going to be a man who was known around the world, one who nearly all heroes in training looked up to, the world's symbol of peace, All Might. Nearly everyone in the room was excited to see the symbol of peace and be taught by him. Nearly everyone but Izuku. Izuku was nowhere near as excited as the others about meeting All Might. In fact, he was more nervous than anything. After all, this would not be the first time he met the man, but the second. And considering the first time they met he had ended in him trying to kill the symbol of peace, even as the symbol of peace reduced Izuku's head into a fine, bloody paste. Suffice to say, Izuku wasn't entirely too keen on seeing the man again. Not when he could remember the fury in his glowing blue eyes, and the sound of his voice as he delivered that final blow. Even now, 10 years later, Izuku could remember what he had said, the sound of his voice as he roared. "I am." A loud, powerful voice suddenly rang out, making a few of the students flinch, and others lean forward in anticipation. The eyes of everyone in the room all locking on the door, Izuku's hands clenching into fists as he did so. The door exploding open with a loud slamming noise moments later to reveal the figure of the #1 hero in the world, All Might, coming through the door like a normal person. The voice then added on, taking many of those in the room by surprise as a colossal man stepped through the now open door. The imposing newcomer standing at close to 7 feet tall, with huge, broad shoulders, heavily muscled arms, a barrel chest and a massive smile on his face. The famous hero cutting a striking figure as he confidently strode into the room, a long cape flowing behind him and his blonde hair, looking more like 2 golden horns than anything else, giving him an extra foot of height as he then turned and grinned at the class. "Whoa, it's really All Might," one of the students muttered disbelievingly, their whisper starting the rest of the class off as they all began to murmur excitedly amongst each other. "And he's wearing his costume from the Silver Age," another student, Kaminari, remarked as he recognized the blue, red, and gold costume All Might was wearing. "The design is super retro," Ochako chipped in enthusiastically. Ignoring all the chatter, All Might confidently strode across the room, coming to a stop at the front of the class, the large smile still very visible on his face and his hands on his hips as he took up a classic hero stance. "Hello class, this is Foundational Hero Studies. In this class, we'll be building up your foundations as heroes through countless trials. For your first trial, we'll start with this, combat training." A lot of students began shouting and cheering at that, some of them like Kirishima leaping to their feet with their enthusiasm. Izuku though remained quiet, his eyes locked on the imposing man in front of him, a slight shiver of fear and discomfort running through him as All Might's glowing blue eyes locked with his. The two of them for a moment staring at each other, All Might's wide smile becoming strained for a moment as he did so, even as Izuku forced a grimace on his face, fighting through his discomfort as he attempted to put on a confident facade. Neither of them, Izuku noted, seemed pleased to see the other. In fact, he thought analytically, All Might looked just as tense and uncomfortable to see him as he did seeing the #1 hero. "And because this is going to be your first battle," All Might continued loudly, his eyes shifting from Izuku now into the rest of the class, his smile once again becoming more genuine as he pulled out a remote control and pointed it at the far wall. A slight hissing sound soon following his motion, after which several sections of the wall began to slide out, revealing as it did so a number of cases, each of which had a student's seat numbers displayed on them. "We've got the costume orders you requested before attending the school. Now everyone get changed and get ready." Hearing that there was another loud cheer from the class, before everyone scrambled to their feet as they ran to see what their costumes were like, and whether they looked as good as they'd imagined they would. The exceptions to this being Izuku and the new girl, Chikuchi Tojike, both of whom kept their attention on All Might. "Ah yes, Tojike," All Might smiled as he saw the girl hadn't moved. "Yes, the design you submitted is still with the designers, and probably won't be ready for a few weeks, so I'm afraid you will just have to stick to wearing your PE kit." "That's fine, All Might, sir." The girl nodded, her serious facade breaking for a moment and her cheeks going bright red as she found herself the sole focus of All Might's attention. "Good girl," All Might chuckled warmly, his smile widening as he saw the class's excitement, only for it to fade slightly as he looked over at Izuku. "Well, what are you waiting for, Midoriya? Get your costume, you don't want to keep the class waiting, do you?" "No, I don't," Izuku replied quietly, walking past All Might now, though making sure to keep a distance as he went to grab his own case, with him having an easier time of it now everyone else had already grabbed theirs and headed off to get ready. Heading to the school changing rooms to get ready. It was around 10 or so minutes later that the first students, now clad in their costumes, arrived at the place their combat training would be taking place, with All Might waiting for them, just at the entrance to one of the replica city districts that the entrance exam had taken place in. A wide smile on his face as he watched the heroes in training arriving en masse, all of them now wearing the costumes they had personally designed. "They say the clothes make the hero, ladies and gentlemen. Remember this. From now on, you're all heroes," All Might called out loudly as he saw the students approaching. In response to that, the students continued their approach, checking out both their own costumes and the ones the others around them were wearing as they approached, all of them understanding what All Might had meant as they did so. They truly did feel more heroic now that they were wearing costumes. "Wow, you all look so cool," All Might shouted enthusiastically as they came to a halt in front of him, giving them all a big thumbs up as he did so. Izuku looked around as he heard that, eyeing the costumes of those around him, noticing, as he did so, that Mina had gone for what looked like a skin-tight jumpsuit, with green and pink patterns on it and a fur collar, as well as highly durable shoes with holes in the bottom through which she could secrete her acid. It was a costume that looked as bizarre as the girl herself did. Not that Izuku, along with probably many of the other guys in the class, didn't appreciate how the skin-tight costume emphasized her curves. They may be heroes in training, but they were also still human, dammit. Tearing his eyes away from Mina, Izuku then looked to Toru, only to go bright red as he saw that her costume consisted of just a pair of gloves and a pair of shoes, his mind going overboard as he realized that that probably meant that she was naked. That or she had gotten her hands on some cutting-edge material that worked in the same manner as her quirk. Somehow, though he doubted it, As for Izuku himself, originally he'd been a bit stuck for ideas when it came to making his costume. After all, his quirk was strange in that, unlike with most other gigantification quirks, his didn't increase the size of his body, but instead created a large, flesh and blood body around his own, with his actual body hidden from view within the nape of the Titan's neck, acting more like a pilot for his larger Titan form. As such, that meant that if he were to take on his Titan form, then anything he was wearing would be hidden from sight. That said, however, he was still able to use a limited amount of his abilities in his base form, about 10% of what he was capable of in his Titan form. It was for this reason that Izuku had decided on a rather simplistic costume, one which consisted of a pair of knee-high, sturdy, steel-toe-capped boots, black slacks, a gray t-shirt, and a black parka coat, complete with a gray, fur-lined hood, in addition to which he had black, full-face mask, complete with a rebreather to protect him from gas attacks, and reinforced lens over the eye holes to protect his vision. He also had, in the pockets of his coat, a pair of spiked knuckle-dusters, something that could put an extra oomph behind his punches. Utility, that was what he had had in mind when he had drawn up his design with Dr. Nakamura's help. Being flashy and acquiring himself celebrity status was not he wanted to become a hero. He wasn't in it to be famous. He was doing it to help people and to redeem himself for his past action. For that reason, he had decided on an understated costume, one which put effectiveness over flashiness. "Hey, you two look good," Izuku said as he walked up alongside the excitedly talking Mina and Toru. The rest of the class just as excited as they compared their costumes, and complimented and questioned one another's tastes. "I know, this is so exciting, isn't it? I mean, we get to wear superhero costumes for the first time. How cool is that?" Mina replied giddily, a bright smile on her face as he turned to Izuku. "Pretty cool," Izuku replied softly, smiling at the pink girl's enthusiasm, even as Toru waved at him. "Hey, what do you think, Midoriya? Do you recognize me?" Toru asked excitedly. "Yeah, your costume certainly suits you, Hagakure," Izuku replied, his cheeks going slightly pink again as he realized that he was now in close proximity to a naked girl. None of his pre-UA training at Asphodel had prepared him for a situation like this. "Hey, what's with your costume, by the way, Midoriya? It doesn't look that flashy," Kirishima suddenly interrupted, the spiky red head approaching in his own costume, his chest bare, revealing his chiseled muscles, and his legs covered up in a pair of baggy, skirt-like trousers. "Yeah, I didn't really have any good ideas." Izuku shrugged awkwardly. He didn't want to get into the real reason he had gone for the understated look, just in case his opinion offended one of the others. Thankfully, before any more could be said, the class's attention was drawn to their teacher as he suddenly clapped his hands together. "Now we are all gathered. Let's begin your first class in combat training," All Might suddenly shouted, clapping his hands together loudly and getting the attention of the entire class as he did so. The man's smile widening more than ever as he looked them all over, his gaze resting on Izuku for a moment, before it flicked away. "Sir," one of the students suddenly spoke up. The student in question, who was wearing a set of modern-looking, white armor with exhausts on the calves and a helmet, raising his hand as he did so, with almost everyone immediately recognizing the student as Ida the moment he spoke. After all, the loud and overly stern boy had already made quite the impression on the majority of the class. "Will we be using the same mock city from the entrance exam for this training?" All Might grinned again as he heard that. "Why, yes, we will. Today's class will, however, be mostly based around indoor battle training, so you'll be using the buildings in the mock city. After all, although a lot of villain fights are filmed and witnessed out in the open, statistically though the majority of our work takes place inside. After all, the smart criminals tend to act out of sight and in the shadows. With that in mind, for this test, you'll be separated into two-man teams of heroes and villain groups, and then you'll duke it out in 2-on-2 combat." "Wait, so we're going to be fighting each other, like properly with our quirks?" Denki asked loudly, his arms crossed in front of him, and his eyes fixed intently on All Might as he waited for an answer. By the sounds of it, he was a bit nervous about fighting against his classmates of 2 days. A feeling, Izuku noted, that seemed to be echoed by several other members of the class, himself included. "How do we determine who wins or loses?" Momo spoke up, the girl in question wearing a revealing red top and short shorts, with a wide belt wrapped around her waist, she having obviously gone for an outfit which not only looked good, but would also aid her in using her quirk to its fullest. "We won't get expelled if we fail this time, like Mr. Aizawa said, right?" Ochako added on nervously, with the brown-haired girl having donned a skin-tight, pink and black jumpsuit as her costume, with a helmet on her head and some kind of devices on her arms and around her waist. "Also, how should we choose teams?" Tenya asked again, the boy's mind already no doubt whirling as he probably considered who he should have on his team. "Just look at my costume, isn't it glorious?" Yuga tagged on his own contribution to the discussions. the blonde in question completely oblivious to everything else as he just twirled on the spot, displaying his overly gaudy and glittery costume to the rest of the class as he did so. All Might, in response, looked completely taken aback for a moment by the sudden onslaught of questions, his composure faltering momentarily before he rallied. "I will answer all of your questions now." With that said, the man then rootled about in his belt before he pulled out a piece of paper, which he then proceeded to read from, as if it were a script. "Now listen up, all of you. The scenario for this training is that a pair of villains have a nuclear weapon hidden somewhere in the building. In order to stop them, the hero team must infiltrate the building and stop their plans before it's too late. If the heroes capture the villains or the weapon, they win. If the villains keep the heroes away from the weapon until time is up or they capture the heroes, they win. Also keep in mind that the heroes will be given a rope, which if used to bind a villain counts as the villain being captured, and if both villains are captured then the hero team also wins." The class all started muttering at that, some of the students no doubt already planning out how they would go about their assignments, depending on what side they were on of course, and who they were paired with. Others, however, were already talking to their fellow students, probably trying to recruit them, based on what little they knew of each other's capabilities, in order to make a powerful pair with them. As for your teams, well, they'll be chosen by a lottery. Now, All Might then added, interrupting the sudden hubbub, as he derailed all of the students' plans with just a single sentence. "Wait, you'll just choose the pairs at random," Kirishima shouted loudly. "Pro heroes often have to create makeshift teams with other heroes that they aren't familiar with. There's no way you can prepare for unexpected situations, after all." All Might shot back quickly, coming across as strangely wise as he did so, though Izuku suspected that All Might was probably still using that script of his to answer their question. All Might, upon seeing no further questions, then continued, once again taking control of his class. "Anyways, here we go. These are the teams you'll be fighting in today." With that said, the man then began reading out names, choosing teams at random as he did so. The man obviously not planning teams around the students' talents, the compatibility of their quirks or even their strengths and weakness, as he instead just read out 2 names at random and made them a team, with this often leading to some teams being very unbalanced. Still, he was the teacher and as such he supposedly knew best. Team A, Yuga Aoyama and Mina Ashido. Team B, Izuku Midoriya and Yui Kodai. Team C, Momo Yaoyorozu and Shoto Todoroki. Team D, Denki Kaminari and Ibara Shizaki. Team E, Mizo Shoji and Achako Uraraka. Team F, Ijiro Kirishima and Chikuchi Tojike. Team G, Kyoka Jiro and Rikido Sato. Team H, Tsuyu Asui and Fumikage Takoyami. Team I, Toru Hagakira and Mashirao Ojio. Team J, Tenya Ida and Hanta Siro. Upon hearing the teams they had been assigned for the upcoming combat class, the assembled students almost instantly erupted into noise as they all began talking amongst each other, some of them cheering their luck at having been paired up with a notably powerful partner, whilst others, silently, cursed their misfortune. For the most part, though, everyone seemed pretty content with their pairings. After all, it was still early on in the school year, and as such they knew very little about each other, both in terms of their individual quirks, strengths and weaknesses, and their personalities. Izuku, for one, didn't know anything at all about his partner, except that she was quite a quiet and seemingly introverted girl. Scanning over the chattering students, Izuku quickly found the girl in question, Yui Kohai. The first thing he noticed about the girl, much to his inner embarrassment, was that she was attractive. With shoulder-length, black, bob-shaped hair, side-swept slightly to the right, a few shorter strands noticeably hanging above her eyes, and fair, flawless skin, a lithe, athletic build, and cerulean blue eyes, she certainly cut a striking figure. Some of her features, like her pale porcelain skin, blue eyes and dark hair, gave her a Northern European vibe. Her name, though, was definitely Japanese. And the shape of her face, too, it definitely had distinct hints of Japanese in there. Eyeing her closely as he approached, the expression on the girl's face was notably as neutral as ever, even as she watched him approach, which in turn highlighted her appearance. Seeing this, Izuku found himself curious about whether she actually did have a European mother and a Japanese father, or some kind of derivative of that in her heritage. It was not exactly unheard of. In fact, multicultural partnerships were very common nowadays, especially as the rapidly expanding and developing technology in the world, due mainly to those with intelligence-based quirks, meant that rapid travel across the globe was fast, easy and cheap. On top of which, things like culture, country, and creed, they were not as important as they might once have been in the past. Instead, the most important thing nowadays tended to be a person's quirk and their quirk lineage. Some people, in fact, just got married and had children due to their respective quirks, as they tried to breed better and more powerful quirks, like one would a show dog or something else of that ilk. It was odd, but still very much a part of the superhuman society they lived in. Pushing those thoughts away as he skirted around the excitedly chattering Kirishima, Izuku instead focused on Yui's hero costume. Again, it certainly stood out as far as costumes went, and was a damn sight flashier than his own, with the costume itself consisting of a simple red bodysuit with a white collar trim, and a matching V pattern that ran over her chest and around her upper arms. Complementing this, her costume also included a short white skirt, with a red design at the front, the design dipping slightly so as to follow the same pattern that was on her chest. Adding to the rest of her costume, she also wore plain, metal vambraces, as well as a hat which resembled the front of a baseball cap, which again was colored red with white U-shaped lines around the sides, with a metal piece resembling a fin attached at the back of the strap around her head. Then finally, to finish off her ensemble, she wore a belt around her waist which noticeably had small pouches hanging off of it, some of which, he observed, seemed to contain various nuts, bolts, and all of the other small bits and pieces of metal. He was curious. From just an outside look, he wasn't sure what her quirk was. He could vaguely remember her doing relatively well in the assessment test, but little more than that, with her being quite a quiet person, and apparently not having a flashy quirk, or at least not one which he noticed the other day. He honestly couldn't remember what she was capable of. Then again, maybe that wasn't so surprising. They hadn't been classmates for long after all. "Hey," he said with an awkward half-wave to the girl, "looks like we're on the same team." "Yes," Yui replied solemnly, her dark eyes fixed placidly on him. "Well, do you want to talk about how we're going to work together?" Izuku pressed on, scratching the back of his head uncomfortably as he realized that this girl was somehow even more socially awkward than he was. "Yes," Yui nodded, her voice soft as she continued to watch him curiously, her head tilting cutely to the side. "Right," Izuku replied. Already he knew that this was going to be troublesome. From what he knew of pro-hero team-ups, from his own research, communication was key. Both sides of the partnership had to know one another's quirks, strengths, and weaknesses, which in turn would allow them to work together seamlessly, reacting and adapting to situations on the fly. Both parties fully aware of what the other was capable of so that they could compensate for their partner's weaknesses, and have their own weaknesses compensated for in return. Hero team-ups needed to be mutually beneficial, and for that to happen, both sides needed to be fully aware of what the other was capable of. After all, you didn't want to find yourself getting in your teammates' way, or being a hindrance as opposed to a help. Whilst all the students were moving about tracking down their partners and making introductions, if introductions still needed to be made, All Might had begun scanning over his list for a moment before he once again spoke up, attracting everyone's attention, with him this time calling out 2 teams at random. "Okay then, listen up. The first 2 teams to fight will be Team B, consisting of Izuku Midoriya and Yui Kodai, who will be the villains, and Team F, consisting of Ejiro Kirishima and Chikuchi Tojike, who will be our heroes." The number 1 hero called out, a wide smile on his face as he lowered his clipboard and looked at the 4 students, his intense blue eyes once again lingering on Izuku for slightly longer than the others, before he once again looked away and continued to speak. "The villains will start inside the building. You'll each have 5 minutes to come up with a strategy. Then after that, the heroes will be able to enter the building as well. The rest of the class and myself will all observe through the surveillance cameras dotted around the building. Since this is practice training, feel free to fight it out without fear of injury. Of course, if things get too extreme, I'll cut the exercise short, but other than that, no worries. Give it your best shot." "All right, let's get ready to rumble, Midoriya," Kirishima suddenly roared, even as the rest of the class started chattering excitedly, the redhead pointing at him as he did so, a shark-like grin on his face, and his skin becoming distinctly rock-like due to his quirk as he laid out his challenge. His partner, meanwhile, the new girl, Tojike, merely gave him a flat look, her face almost as stoic as his own partner's expression. Speaking of which, sending Yui a sideways look, Izuku noticed that the girl had finally looked away from him and was instead solemnly looking over at the grinning Kirishima. "You hear me? You're going down." Kirishima pressed on, his grin widening as the other students began muttering amongst one another, some of them already muttering about which team they think would be victorious. Was the guy attempting to psyche the 2 of them out? Or was he just that excited about the idea of properly fighting with his quirk? Probably for the first time. "Okay, it's on," Izuku replied, the slightest of smiles spreading across his face, the muttering from the onlookers noticeably intensifying as they saw this challenge. From the sidelines, he could feel All Might's gaze once again boring into him as the number 1 hero began to speak again. Now let's leave the fighting talk for the battlefield." Examining the fake bomb in front of him for a moment, Izuku then looked around at the rest of the room that they had chosen to defend. It was a relatively large room, on the top floor of a small tower block, with plain concrete walls and floors, and multiple supporting columns throughout it. The room had windows along one side, though the windows themselves were just small squares, only just large enough for a normal-sized person to get through. Other than that, the room was barren of furniture, and in fact just held them and the fake bomb. There was also only one way in or out of this room, which was the reason why they had chosen this point to defend. It had one point of entry and was on the top floor. To get to them, the two heroes would need to traverse the rest of the tower, making their way through a maze of dimly lit, narrow corridors, and then climbing 4 flights of narrow, winding stairs. The place was easy to defend, or at least it was so long as they didn't somehow find their way to the roof and then break in that way. If such a thing were to happen, then it would be both Yui and himself in trouble. After all, their opponents only needed to get to the bomb to win. Fortunately, he had already analyzed the likelihood of such an event, and had still found that their current position at the top right corner of the tower block was the optimal one. Honestly, he had considered choosing the 3rd floor to make his home base, but upon evaluating the usefulness of having an extra floor and set of steps to delay their opponent, when compared against the likelihood of the duo attacking from above, he had decided that the top floor was still probably the better option. During these deliberations, he had of course asked his partner's opinion. Yui Kodai, however, had just nodded at his suggestion and simply said, "All right, so you probably already know what my quirk is after what happened in Aizawa's class. So what is yours?" Izuku asked, turning away from his assessment of the room, as he instead turned to his partner, who was silently standing a few feet away from him and, like him, looking around the room. "Size," Yui replied softly, her blue eyes shifting over and locking onto his as she started to eye him carefully. It was a little unnerving, almost like she was analyzing him, trying to work out what made him tick. Yes, it was definitely unnerving to say the least. "Size?" Izuku prompted. "Yes, it allows me to increase the size of any non-organic object that I've recently touched," Yui continued, a faint smile making its way to her face now as she spoke about her quirk, almost like she was suddenly feeling a lot more comfortable and confident now she was on familiar ground. "I activate it by touching the tips of my fingers together, like this." As she said this, she pulled a simple-looking metal nut from a pouch at her hip and then placed it gently on the floor in front of him, following on from which, as she finished speaking, she then placed her fingertips together. Almost immediately, the nut on the floor expanded in size, going from a centimeter-thick and 2-centimeter-wide ring of metal to a nearly 12-inch thick ring that could easily fit around an average-sized man's waist. Reaching down, Izuku picked up the large metal ring with a single hand, a slight grunt leaving his lips as he felt its weight, before he held it out in front of him with both of his hands, examining the metal nut curiously. Not only had the thing's size increased, so had its mass, its weight. The changes weren't just aesthetic, they were absolute. What he was holding was a metal nut, only one that was several hundred times larger than what it had been before. "How long can you hold the transformation for?" he asked, drawing on the enhanced strength from his quirk to keep his arms steady as he continued to examine it for a moment, before he then put it gently back onto the floor. He didn't want to just drop it and smash a hole into the floor of the room they were supposed to be defending after all. "For as long as I keep my fingertips together," Yui replied, moving her hands apart as she did so, the metal nut on the floor once again shrinking back to what it was before the moment she took them apart. "Are there any after effects?" he asked, thinking back as he did on the Gravity Girl, Uraraka, as he did so, and how she made herself more and more nauseous the longer she kept her quirk active. "No, I am not limited to how many objects either. The only limitation is that it only lasts for as long as I keep my hands together," Yui replied softly. "Right," Izuku nodded, his mind whirling as he thought about the possible combination that could be made between their two quirks. If he were to take on his Titan form, then she could massively increase the size of a weapon, like the spiked knuckle-dusters he had in his pocket, and make them large enough for his hulking Titan form to use. Her quirk could make his own many times more formidable than it already was. "What about you?" Yui's voice suddenly interrupted. "What about me?" Izuku replied, a slight frown of confusion on his face. "I mean, my quirk is Titan. It allows me to create a Titan form which I can pilot and control like it is my own body. It gives me massively increased strength and size, the ability to reinforce and harden parts of my body at will, and incredible regenerative capability. When not in the form, I have enhanced strength, regeneration, and the ability to harden parts of my body too, but just not to the same level as when I'm in my Titan form." Yui nodded at that, her expression still quite placid. "What are your weaknesses?" "My weaknesses?" Izuku asked again, before he nodded. It was only fair that he share the limitations of his quirk with her, just as she had shared the weaknesses of her own quirk with him. "Well, it takes a psychological toll on me. It's not just my strength that is heightened in my Titan form, but my emotions too. When I am angry in the Titan form, or when I'm assuming it, I get, well, incredibly angry. It affects me made more than it would others. So much so that if I'm not careful I could lose control. And well, people have already seen what that can lead to. I also get more and more dehydrated the longer I am in the Titan form." "Dehydrated?" Yui asked in confusion. Izuku smiled wryly at that. Yeah, well, steam that comes off my Titan form. It is vented from the muscles, and, well, it does so to keep me cool and to stop me from roasting myself alive in there. It's not perfect though. Despite the Titan form naturally venting steam out of its pores, it's still exceedingly hot in there, like furnace, and the longer I'm in there, the more dehydrated, delirious, and dizzy I get. So you have a time limit? Yui asked curiously. I have a tolerance limit, Izuku replied. The more I move about, regenerate and exert the Titan's muscles, the warmer it gets, and the more steam is released. Eventually, though, it reaches a point where the body can't vent any more steam and heat than it already is. And then I'm on a time limit as things start to get warmer and warmer. Yui frowned minutely at that, but I doubt that would be a problem. It takes a while to get to that point. Izuku pressed on, a smile on his face. Nor am I planning on taking my Titan form in this building. It would upset the building's structural integrity and put everyone in danger. I mean, I weigh well over a dozen tons in that form. These concrete floors. Here he stamped on the plain gray floor beneath him. Wouldn't a second if I were to go full Titan. So what will you do? Yui asked quietly. You mean, what's the plan? Izuku asked. I have some ideas. I reckon that we could split up. Kirishima is tough and a hand-to-hand fighter, but I don't think he's much of a threat to me. Tojike though, well, I don't know what her quirk is, but mean as it might sound, I don't think it's particularly combat-orientated since she didn't manage to get through the physical portion of the entrance exam. Yui nodded at that. That's why I think I should head down and engage them so I can take the fight to them. You know, knock them around a bit and disrupt anything they might have planned. I think a fighting retreat would be good too, so I could continue to back off whilst fighting them and then lead them to a different floor and then trap them there. Izuku mused, throwing out ideas as he pondered on what would be the best way to approach the class. Or we stay together. Yui offered. Yeah, or we can act defensively. Izuku nodded, considering all options. We could wait for them to come, maybe at the stop of the staircase, and then bombard them with expanded projectiles. That or I could collapse the steps. What do you think? Either could work, Yui shrugged helpfully. I hope both the hero team and the villain team are ready, as you have around 30 seconds before the matchup starts. All Might's voice crackled out of a nearby set of speakers that Izuku had noticed in the corner of the room. Nodding curtly at that, Izuku looked to Yui. Okay, so we'll do both. We'll split up to begin with, and then meet up later on. I'll head on out first off and see what they're up to, maybe harass them a bit if I get the chance. You set up the defenses here. If I get into trouble, I'll retreat up here. And we can then defend the stairs, and if you get into trouble, drop one of these bolts down the stairwell and make a racket. I'll come running. Yui nodded at that, and then pulled out a number of nuts and bolts from her pockets. Right, Izuku said, retuning his quiet teammate's nod as he did so. And begin. All Might voice boomed out moments later, a loud beep sounding out as he did so, starting off the training exercise. Walking down the staircase a couple of minutes later, his hands shoved into his pockets, and his stride steady and unconcerned, Izuku continued to descend the stairs, heading down to the lower floors. At the moment, he was not planning to head all the way down to the first floor. Instead, he would probably stop around the second or third and wait to see if they were coming up the stairs. That way, at least, he knew he could run back up and meet up with Yui, just in case they did manage to attack from above, like he feared they might. Continuing on down the stairs, Izuku rounded the corner and prepared to walk down the corridor of the third floor. Before he could, however, his attention was suddenly drawn to distant footsteps and the sound of hushed voices. Increasing his pace at the sound of the voices, Izuku strained to hear what they were saying. So remember, we need to get past Midoriya first. I don't think he'll go Titan in here, but even so he'll be trouble. He got first in the quirk assessment test we had the other day. The voice was Kirishima's. Do you really think you can handle him? A softer, female voice replied. That one, Izuku mused, must belong to the other member of the partnership, Chikuchi Tojike. Yeah, I reckon I can at least keep him busy. He might be strong, but I'm durable as hell. So long as he doesn't go full Titan, I can keep him distracted long enough for you to get past him and go for the bomb. Kirishima continued, his naturally loud voice, despite being hushed, still quite audible. Creeping along the corridor, Izuku came to the start of the next staircase and paused just around the corner. He could hear the voices getting louder and louder as the speakers ascended the staircase. What about his partner, that Kodai Yui girl? Tojike asked. I'm not sure what her quirk is, but I doubt she is fast enough to stop you from getting to the bomb. I mean, remember, we just have to touch it to win. Kirishima replied. The two of them, Izuku thought, were taking this whole test too easily. They were treating it like a game. They weren't even trying to be stealthy. It was almost like they didn't think that their opponents might be creeping around, and instead expected both Yui and him to just wait for them to assault their posit. Or we can wrap them up in capture tape, like you wanted to do originally. Tojike pressed. Yeah, or that. But as much as I want to try going toe-to-toe with Midoriya, I mean, that would be hella manly. But still, like you said before, I think our best bet would be to go for the bomb. Kirishima grumbled. The redhead's tone of voice made it clear to Izuku that he was not too pleased with this approach, but had at least seen the logic of his partner's caution and accepted it all the same. It's just a pity we can't attack from above. That way we could have taken them by surprise and grabbed the bomb before they even knew what was happening. Tojike grumbled dourly. Yeah, that would have been cool. Kirishima's voice agreed. The two of them now so close that Izuku could hear the rustle of their costumes and the sound of their feet padding on the concrete steps beneath them. They were very close now, probably only a few meters from reaching the top of the stairs. Narrowing his eyes at this, Izuku pulled his hands out of his pocket and clenched them into fists, a bluish sheen covering the knuckles of both fists as he did so, the shimmering blue sheen then traveling down to envelop the rest of his hands, the shimmering blue energy stopping in the middle of his forearms. Just as his two opponents had an idea, so too did he. Without waiting for either of the duo to talk again, Izuku swung out from around the corner, his green eyes passing over the surprised expressions on both Kirishima and Tojike faces as they found themselves standing just a couple of meters away from him, both of them freezing in surprise halfway up the staircase. Grinning mirthlessly, Izuku took a step forward, his gaze following the other two as Kirishima's skin instantly took on a rock-like tone, his hands becoming something reminiscent of blades, whilst Tojike started to bend her legs, almost as if she were preparing to push off and cross the final couple of meters and hit him in a single leap, not giving either of them the time to act. Izuku, in the same motion as his step forwards, slammed both of his fists down and onto the staircase below him, a dull crack sounding out as the concrete beneath him splintered, the cracks rapidly widening and shooting downwards as the staircase began to break apart. "Oh shit," Kirishima shouted, grabbing onto a nearby banister as the ground beneath him began to fall into the floor below. "Here," Tojike shouted. Turning away, Izuku prepared to retreat back up the stairs. He had no doubt that they would find another way up to the top floor, but he had at least delayed them. And now he knew their plan, which was a real bonus as once he got back to Yui they could brainstorm a counter. Breaking into a jog as the sound of falling rubble continued to sound out behind him, he headed for the next staircase, only glancing back at the collapsed stairwell by chance as he noticed that the two heroes had stopped shouting. This, in the end, turned out to be a lucky thing, because as he looked back over his shoulder, he was just in time to see Kirishima and Tojike land on the third floor, Kirishima holding gamely onto Tojike as the girl landed, and them immediately releasing her as she let out a gasp of exertion. "The fuck?" Izuku muttered to himself, a scowl on his face now, as he saw both heroes rapidly regaining their composure and then looking over at him, Tojike noticeably taking a few moments longer than Kirishima to catch her breath. "That wasn't manly, Midoriya," Kirishima called out, a grin on his ridged, angular face as he met Izuku's gaze for a moment, and then began running at him. "I would have thought you would stand and fight me one-on-one, like a real man." Rolling his eyes at this statement, his lips quirking momentarily upwards in amusement at his eccentric classmate's words, Izuku responded by slamming his reinforced fists into the floor again, creating another shattering crater beneath him, a crater from which more cracks spread. The cracks this time going along both sides of the corridors, causing the entire floor to begin caving in. Reacting to this, Izuku turned and ran, sprinting across the rapidly collapsing floor as he tried to make it to the next stairwell in time, not even looking back as he heard Kirishima start cursing again. "Shit, shit, shit," Izuku hissed out, practically dancing across the crumbling floor now as he made it to the next staircase and immediately started running up it as the corridor continued to crumple, taking the first couple of steps with them as it did so. Any previous nonchalance he had was well and truly gone. By the time he made it up the first flight and looked back down at the remains of the third floor, his eyes roving over the significant cracks he could see slowly spreading across some of the surrounding walls. Ideally, he would have liked to have just taken them both on. He wanted to test Kirishima's assertion that his durability was equal to, if not greater than, Izuku's base strength. Fortunately, though, he wasn't that prideful or foolish. If he had done such a thing, he would have been playing into their hands. Tojike had some way of rapidly moving across distances. It was the only explanation as to how they had made it to the third floor from the collapsing staircase. Such maneuverability would be a tricky thing for him to mitigate with his skill set, or at least it could be. After all, at the moment he didn't know anything about her quirk, and had only been able to infer what little he did know from his observations. It was too risky to just go for a straight confrontation now, especially when they were planning for him to engage Kirishima in just such a fight. It would be the height of arrogance to deliberately fall into an opponent's trap. Nodding to himself at that, Izuku continued to look at the devastation below, his eyes raking the dust cloud the fallen rubble had created as he looked to see if the duo would be able to replicate the same feat as before. "Hey Midoriya." As if aware of his thoughts, Kirishima's voice called out to him at that very moment, a red and black blur exploding from the dust as Tojike, carrying Kirishima with both her hands under his arms, flew up from the collapsed floor below, sweat noticeably beading on the former general studies student's forehead. as she flew over the lip of the broken staircase and then dropped Kirishima. The momentum of her flight and timing, making it so the redhead crashed straight into where he was stood. The redhead's weight and impact as he hit him, causing the already fragile ground beneath them to crumble and both of them to fall down to the next floor. Even as the dark-haired girl twisted in the air and momentarily landed on the far wall of the staircase for a moment, before pushing off and flying up to the next floor. They hadn't even needed to lure him into their trap for their plan to work. Izuku thought as he saw this, a scowl passing across his face as he twisted in the air, turning his fall into a controlled landing. As with a slight he landed in a half-crouch on the rubble-strewn ground beneath him, Kirishima landing several meters away in a similar fashion. Fuck. I can't believe that worked. Kirishima laughed in delight, pushing himself up as he did so, a grin on his face as he found himself facing off with Izuku, just like he wanted. What the hell is her quirk? Izuku asked, brushing dust off of his coat as scowled at the redhead. It's awesome, isn't it? She calls it raptor flight, but basically it's a flight quirk which lets her fly rapidly through the air for short periods of time. It's pretty awesome, though she said she has trouble changing directions when flying, and can't really carry anything heavy as it slows her down and stops her from being able to fly very far. It's why we didn't attack from above like she wanted to, Kirishima rattled off, apparently not at all perturbed about giving away his partner's secrets. So I'm curious, did you know I was there at the staircase? Did you speak so loudly on purpose? Was it all some kind of ploy? Izuku asked, genuinely curious. Oh no, we didn't know you were there. Honestly, we thought you would be with your partner defending the bomb. Kirishima laughed. Still, you almost got us. If it weren't for Tojike, we would have lost when you collapsed the staircase. You do know that you've not won yet, don't you? Izuku replied lightly, pulling down his face mask as he did so. Haven't we? Kirishima asked glibly, raising his hardened fists and taking a classic boxing fighting stance, sending the redhead a wry smile. Izuku glanced up at the remains of the staircase now 2 floors above him, too far for even him to jump, and then back at the other teen, taking up a similar stance, his own hardened fists clenching as he did so. He would have to leave the rest up to Yui. With that thought in mind, he darted forward, dodging a retaliatory swing from Kirishima as he instead landed a solid punch into the redhead's gut, knocking Kirishima back a few steps, even as his fist rebounded off of a hardened set of abs. Stepping back, Izuku avoided a powerful right hook and instead weaved in and delivered another blow, this one to the side of Kirishima's head. In response, however, the other teen raised his arm and blocked the punch. He didn't block the follow-up kick though, the force of the blow, although not hunting him, still knocking him back and causing him to stumble on the rubble-strewn ground behind him. Rushing in to take advantage of his stumble, Izuku managed to land 3 more blows, each one sending the redhead stumbling back further, but not actually injuring him as his hardened, rock-like skin held up to the force of each blow. Is that all you've got? Kirishima laughed, his body becoming, if possible, even more rock-like, as he then lunged forward and counterattacked, both Izuku and Kirishima clashing as they traded brutal blows, the two of them occasionally adding in kicks or attempting to grapple one another as they fought, Kirishima's hardened form shielding him from Izuku's far stronger punches, or at least for the moment, as every punch seemed to chip away at the redhead's stamina. Izuku meanwhile found himself having to strain to keep his fists reinforced, even as he blocked punches from Kirishima. His own form of hardening, unlike Kirishima's, could only cover certain parts of his body, and at the moment he needed to focus it into his fists and wrists so he didn't break them on Kirishima's rock-hard body. This though meant that the rest of his was vulnerable, something that Kirishima seemed to realize too, as whenever he got the chance he would deliver a brutal punch into Izuku's gut or try and land a headshot, which in turn forced Izuku to either take it and then heal it up, which would chip away at his own stamina in order to do so, or block it and go on the defensive. To an outside observer it might look like the two of them were evenly matched, an unstoppable force colliding with an immovable object. But to the two of them, they already knew who had the advantage. So, Izuku grunted, grabbing Kirishima's wrist as the other teen threw a punch, and then pulling him off balance, his green eyes narrowing as he then rammed his knee into the redhead's side, knocking him into a nearby wall and staggering him. How long can you keep this up? At least a bit longer, Kirishima gasped out, pushing himself off of the wall as he did so, just in time to avoid a punch from Izuku, the shimmering blue fist instead smashing straight through the foot-thick concrete wall. Flattening both hands, Kirishima's hands resembled blades as he lashed out at Izuku, attempting to take advantage of his one-armed state as he did so. Unfortunately though, before he could land a hit, Izuku wrenched his arm out of the wall, doing so in such a way as he did, so that rubble from the wall bombarded the other teen, forcing Kirishima to instinctively cover his face and eyes in response. Landing 2 more punches after this, Izuku then shoved Kirishima back against the wall, forcing him to rebound off of it and then hurtle straight into another punch, this one smashing him back into the crumbling wall and then knocking him to the ground. Spitting out a glob of blood-speckled spittle, Kirishima attempted to get up. Before he could, however, Izuku stamped on his back, sending him crashing back into the ground. "I think we should call it a day," Izuku said, wiping some partially dried blood off of his face as he kept his foot on Kirishima, pinning him to the ground. "It's not over yet," Kirishima growled, once again trying in vain to push himself up, his body only partially hardened now, as he no longer found himself with the stamina he needed to use his quirk to its fullest potential. Before Izuku could respond, however, the sound of crashing came from above. "Right, move," Izuku snapped out as he looked up, moving his foot so it was under Kirishima now, before he literally kicked the other teen out of the way. Before quickly moving out of the way himself as several giant nuts and nails slammed into the ground where the two of them had just been brawling. Hazarding a glance up the now decimated stairwell, Izuku could see Yui and Tojike battling it out far above them. The new girl using her flight quirk to dart about the stairwell and try to get in close, even as Yui kept throwing and then expanding nuts, bolts, bits of rubble and other objects, all of which, after missing the nimble flying girl, then started to fall to the ground below, smashing through anything that got in their way. Looking around at the surrounding building even as the fight continued to go well above them, Izuku couldn't help but wince as he saw the amount of cracks and holes in the surrounding walls. The entire building looked to be on the verge of collapsing. "Hey, I said this isn't over," Kirishima growled, the redhead once again making it to his feet further down the ground floor corridor, his expression particularly ferocious as only half of his face remained ridged and rock-like, with the other half looking puffy and pink, a yellowish-green bruise noticeably already forming across a portion of it. "It's over, man," Izuku sighed, turning away from the bottom of the stairwell, even as a few more giant projectiles smashed into the ground. Raising two shaking fists, Kirishima once again adopted a fighting stance. "I didn't hear a bell, did you?" Sighing at this, Izuku raised his own fists, the blue shimmer once again covering them as he prepared to finish his and Kirishima's brawl. "That's time," All Might's voice suddenly rang out, moments before they could restart their fight, his words causing all four students freeze. "And the winners of this event, by timeout, is the villain team," All Might continued, the tone of his voice lost in the crackle of the speakers as he spoke. "Aw shit," Kirishima groaned, sinking to the floor as he did so, his quirk-altered form fading away and going back to normal completely now. "It was close," Izuku replied, shaking off his own surprise as he offered a hand to the forlorn-looking redhead, a hand which Kirishima gratefully accepted as he allowed Izuku to pull him up, the redhead then leaning on Izuku as they turned back to the wrecked stairwell, just in time to see the exhausted and battered-looking Tojike fly down with Yui. Tojike looking distinctly red-faced and tired as she almost collapsed to the floor the moment her feet touched the ground, sweat dripping down her forehead as she took several deep, ragged breaths. Yui meanwhile looked quite fresh. In fact, the only sign that she bore, which showed that she had been in a fight at all, was the fact that her short dark hair was far more ruffled and dusty than it had previously been, with her costume being likewise covered in dust. Sending the girl a smile, Izuku received a solemn nod in return. They had won, but they had gotten lucky. It hadn't been a good victory. "Hey, Midoriya, wait up." Turning around, Izuku looked to see the familiar, spiky red-haired figure of Kirishima running up to him, two of his other classmates, Kaminari and Shiro, following along closely behind. "What's up?" Izuku asked bluntly, furrowing his brow slightly as he paused in the middle of the hallway and waited for his grinning classmates to catch up. The combat class training had just finished, and Izuku had been one of the first of the male students to get showered and dressed. He had been in no mood to talk much. His performance in the combat class against Kirishima and Tojike had been subpar to say the least. Not that the rest of the class seemed to have thought that. In fact, the rest of them had been really excited for their own turns at battling after seeing how messy the fighting had been once they had all started using their quirks against one another. Which honestly wasn't that surprising, as for most of them this would be the first time that they got to use their quirks in a proper combat situation. Fighting robots didn't count, even if it was in a heavily monitored and a controlled environment. For him, however, this was not the first time he had fought against another quirk user. When he had been back at Asphodel and had been learning how to properly control his quirk, he had been encouraged to spar with other residents of the high-tech, high-security facility. Or at least he had been. Once he had shown he had sufficient enough control over his emotions so as to not go full Titan and kill someone, or destroy something, by accident. As such, he had experience fighting with his quirk against a variety of other quirk users. On top of which, he had trained himself rigorously over the years so that he would not only get into the UA hero course, but also so he could prove that he was one of the good guys, and that he could fight bad guys and remain in control, that he could be a hero and not the monster some people still thought him to be. "Why are you running off so fast, man?" Kirishima gasped out as Kaminari and Shiro finally caught up to the lean, green-haired teen. "Class is over. I'm heading to the cafeteria to get some food and drink, like All Might suggested." Izuku shrugged. He thought it would have been patently obvious where he was going considering the time, and the direction he was headed, and the suggestions All Might had made about them getting their energy back during the afternoon break. Oh yeah, of course. Still, you should have waited up for us. I mean, we're in the same class. Yeah, we should head there, pick up some stuff, and eat together. Kirishima grinned. Yeah, and we can talk about all those fights just now. Some of them were pretty awesome. Kaminari nodded with a grin, sending Izuku a cheesy thumbs up as he did so. Pretty damn manly. I mean, the way you not only went toe-to-toe with me, but completely overwhelmed me. Like, damn, that was so cool. Kirishima grinned, pumping his fist up in the air in enthusiasm. I thought I was pretty tough coming in, but you didn't even need to use your full quirk. I wasn't that great. Izuku shifted awkwardly. Although he had gotten to spar with some of the other residents of Asphodel, he hadn't really had the same opportunity to socialize with them. Not when they were all kept in individual contained units for 18 hours or so a day, and tended to eat, sleep, and live in their cells, save for when they trained their quirks, or when the researchers wanted to experiment with a new facet of their power. The others, however, had not had that experience, which is maybe why All Might, in the after-fight debrief, had been a lot harsher on him than on the others. Yes, you are right there, young Yaoyorozu. Young Tojike and Kodai both deserve the MVP. Both of them remained focused on the task at hand and showed a phenomenal amount of initiative and tenacity when it came to fighting over possession of the bomb. Tenacity that young Kirishima showed as well when he engaged a strong opponent and stuck in there, distracting him. Though unfortunately you did get a little too wrapped up in the fight, young man, which contributed to your loss. Young Midoriya, though, you showed a disappointing lack of teamwork and self-control, and instead of retreating after the initial confrontation, you seemed to be more interested in fighting with young Kirishima, to the exclusion of all else. I expect to see a lot more teamwork next time. You understand, young man? All Might's analyze had been tough, much more so than Yaoyorozu's initial conclusion, and honestly it rankled a bit. It looked pretty good to me. Zero disagreed, clapping the shorter, green-haired teen on the back, a crooked grin stretching across his oddly angular face. Thanks, Izuku shrugged, not sure what else to say. So you want to head to the cafeteria and eat with us? Kirishima grinned, gesturing off in the direction of the cafeteria. Sure, Izuku nodded after a moment, looking between the three friendly teens, before smiling slightly. If we find a table, Ashido and Hagakure can join us too. Yeah, and whoever else wants to come, I reckon we should stick together as a class, you know. Kirishima nodded, clapping Izuku on the back as he did so, even as the four of them started heading for the cafeteria. Arriving at the cafeteria a few minutes later, and picking up a tray piled high with food from the pro hero, Lunch Rush, a pro hero who also happened to work as the cook for the school. The four of them quickly settled down on one of the tables, all of them still chatting amiably about the fights they had just been involved in or witnessed. It was all small talk basically, but still pleasant nonetheless. All of them had only just met after all, just a few days previously. It would have been weird if they started trying to talk about something too deep. Following the four of them, a couple of the other members of their class trailed into the cafeteria too in dribs and drabs. Both Hagakure and Ashido, with their new friends, Yaoyorozu, Uraraka, and Gyro, quickly joining the four of them at their table. The other students in their class, meanwhile, those that had like them taken All Might's advice, arrived a few minutes later, and after some maneuvering of the furniture, ended up occupying the table right next to theirs, all of them piling in, save for a few noticeably absences. Todoroki, the guy with heterochromatic eyes and half red hair and half white hair, was noticeably absent, as too was Tojike, the new student in class, though her absence was at least explained by Mina, who told them all that the pro hero, Midnight, had come to collect her after the combat training, something to do with finishing off the paperwork and getting her settled in, following her transfer to the hero course from the general education one. Haha, so there I was trying to find a way to get in close to Shoji and Uraraka, you know, so I could use my lightning to put them down. Only before I even had a chance to, Shizaki just up and KE'd them both with a single move. Kaminari laughed good-naturedly, shaking his head at his own lackluster performance. He didn't even really get to do anything before Shizaki used her vine-like hair to burrow underground, and then erupt forth and bind both of the villains before they even had a chance to start fighting back. Uraraka flushed slightly at this. Yeah, it wasn't the best debut. We were unprepared, Shoji agreed, one of his tentacle-like arms turning into a mouth as he glanced over at the green-haired Shizaki, daintily dabbing at her mouth with a napkin. Shizaki took a few moments to gather herself, before sending her partner and the team she fought against a beatific smile. I was just fortunate. My quirk is versatile and hard to counter. Without knowing its full potential, it would be impossible to be fully prepared. In response, Kaminari gained a dreamy expression on his face, even as some of the others smiled at Shizaki's humbleness. The girl had already cemented a reputation for herself as a kind, caring, and gentle person, and it was still only the first week. You know what I was a bit disappointed about though? Sato, a large, bulky, heavily built teen with big lips and friendly eyes, chirped up, his gaze flicking over to Izuku as he did so. I was hoping to see Midoriya go full Titan again. Yeah, that would have been cool. Mina grinned, clapping Izuku on the shoulder as she did so. It wouldn't have made strategic sense if he had done that though. Yaoyorozu cut in promptly. His massive gain in size and weight would have damaged the surrounding building, and would have probably brought the whole lot down on everyone inside. It would have been completely counterproductive. Yeah, but as the villain wouldn't that have made sense? I mean, that's kind of what villains do, isn't it? Destroy stuff, Sato argued. Izuku winced slightly at the other teen's words, but remained silent. He didn't know what to say to that. Maybe, but this was a training simulation. I think Midoriya was wise not to take on his Titan form. Ada bulldozed his way into the conversation. Besides, even villains have some shred of honor. If he had indeed taken his Titan form, he would have endangered his partner. Several gazes flickered over to the silent Kodai at this. Putting down her fork, Kodai met their gazes levelly for a moment, before shrugging lightly. Maybe, still would have been cool to see. Sato grumbled. Yeah, I get that. Zero nodded, before he sent Midoriya a lopsided grin. But I still reckon I can take Midoriya down in that form. A number of incredulous looks were sent to the dark-haired teen at that claim. I admire your valor and bravery, Zero, but I fear you might be stretching yourself. To fight one such as Midoriya, I fear it might be too much for any single student to accomplish. Shizaki spoke up, the gentle smile on her face widening slightly as she looked from Zero to Izuku. Nah, I still think I could take him. After all, the bigger they are, the harder they fall. Zero grinned, pumping his fist into the air enthusiastically. Several of the others laughing and shaking their heads at the tape using teen's overconfidence. Hey, don't laugh. I have already thought of a foolproof method to take him down. Tell me, did any of you ever watch that really old film, Star Wars? I'm not much for classical films. Toru groaned. They're just so cheesy and boring. Hey now, the crappy effects and picture quality aside, some of the old films are pretty great. Mina shot back. And yeah, Zero, I've watched all 27 of the Star Wars films. Which one are you talking about? The trilogy with Yoda's grandson in it? Or the standalone anthology film, where some dark lady used the Force to turn all men into women in order to establish a galactic-wide matriarchy? That one is my favorite. No, Zero groaned. I'm talking about the really old school ones. You know, the one where they take the big, metal, camel robot things down with wires. Oh, Empire Strikes Back. Mina nodded. I didn't really like that one. I mean, that one is like nearly 300 years old. Does anyone have a clue what those two are talking about? Kaminari asked the rest of the group at large. They're just being nerds. Gyro shrugged dismissively, rolling her eyes as Kaminari and Mina continued to chat about their newly discovered shared interest in classic sci-fi films. Izuku smiled slightly at this. It was nice being sat here amongst his classmates, all of them chatting and laughing about random and innocuous things. It had a sense of normalcy about it, a kind that he had never experienced before. Unfortunately, though, this normalcy was soon to come to an end, as a few minutes later the sound of someone dropping their tray rang out across the half-empty cafeteria. The sound, then being quickly followed by a bellow of barely controlled rage. Deku. Instantly silence descended upon the entire cafeteria, as the 50 or so people now in the room looked over at the source of the racket. A spiky, blonde-haired teen that was practically shaking with barely continued rage, his bloodshot, crimson eyes fixed on the tables that most of Class 1A were occupying. Who's that guy? Kirishima muttered to no one in particular. He sounds pissed. And manly as hell. More importantly. Who is Deku? Yaoyorozu chipped in, her brows furrowing as she saw the angry-looking blonde storming over to their table, small explosions going off in his hand, even as several other students, some of whom looked familiar to the Class 1A student, tried to stop him. Bakugo, what are you doing? Calm down. A blue-eyed girl, with long red hair which was drawn back in a ponytail shouted, one of her hands expanding massively as she tried to grab the blonde's entire body in a single hand. Bakugo, however, deftly avoided her, and his other classmates as a couple tried to impede him, even as he continued to stomp towards Class 1A, his entire body practically shaking, and his breathing heavy and ragged, forcing down the lump that had suddenly formed in his throat at the sight of the familiar-looking teen. Izuku slowly stood up, much to the surprise of his other classmate. Midoriya, Kodai muttered. What are you doing, Midoriya? Hagakure hissed, grabbing onto his arm with both of her invisible hands. That guy looks crazy. Katsuki, Izuku said instead, his gaze fixed on his one-time friend as he stepped out from around the table and walked forward to meet the furious-looking blonde. He had not seen the other teen in over 10 years, but he recognized him all the same. So you made it to UA. In the end, after all, well done. I know that was always your dream. Why you? Bakugo ground out, his hands and fingers flexing as he came to a stop barely a meter away from Izuku, his entire body still shaking with anger. even as the rest of his class caught up to him and tried to pull him away or restrain him. Their own confusion about the situation clear to see, save of course for one of their number, another blonde teen, though this one looked more smarmy and slimy than spiky and angry, who just stayed back and looked at Izuku with barely continued hate and malice. Why is a fucking murderer like you here? The silence in the cafeteria seemed to gain a new weight at this. Murderer, Izuku muttered, his gaze not straying from Katsuki's bulging, bloodshot red eyes. Yeah, murderer, Bakugo growled, glaring at Izuku now as he tried to fight his way out of his orange-haired classmate's massive hand. What else would I call you? Monster, freak. Here now, this is not at all seemly. Ida burst out, the bespectacled boy apparently unable to hold his tongue any longer as he, along with a number of the other Class 1A students, leapt to their feet in defense of one of their own. No, what's not seemly is the Titan of Mustafa coming to UA. The other blonde burst out loudly, his malicious eyes still locked on Izuku. A sudden ripple spread through the cafeteria at that. Many of the students, those not in Class 1A, looking at Izuku now, some fearfully, others curiously, and still others in confusion. He was 5 years old, a kid. Mina suddenly burst out, the pink-haired girl stepping in front of Izuku now and putting herself between him and the still struggling and snarling Bakugo. It's not his fault. His quirk awakened in a bad way. He had no control over what happened. It was an accident. People died. The other blonde snapped back. Monoma, come on, leave it. Another one of the Class 1B students said, this one being a particularly odd-looking boy with straggly white hair and a skull-like face. Leave it. Bakugo burst out, minor explosions still crackling across his palms as he continued to try and break free from his classmate's grip. A futile effort as more of his classmates had piled in now, and were helping to restrain both of the blonde teens. More members of Class 1A, however, like Kirishima, Shiro, Toru and Kodai were standing in front of, or around the still silent and staring Izuku. My parents are dead because of him, and so are hundreds of others. He shouldn't be here in a school. He shouldn't be learning to be a hero. He should be rotting in a hole somewhere. If he had any decency, he would have thrown himself over a rooftop long ago. Once again, a sudden ripple seemed to go through the cafeteria, as some of the gathered students started shouting down Bakugo. Others, meanwhile, sent one another looks, as if agreeing with his words, or at least to some extent, but not wanting to voice them quite like the explosive blonde was. Still others, a minority, were nodding. That's not manly at all, Kirishima shouted. Are you here to be a hero, or are you just here to cause trouble? Mina snapped. What kind of a person tells someone to kill themselves? What kind of a person wishes death on someone else? Oh, shut it, raccoon eyes. Bakugo snapped viciously. You don't know, you've not seen what kind of a monster Midoriya is. Once again, the cafeteria dissolved into shouting and chaos, as Class 1B continued to try and restrain their two struggling classmates. That's enough out of you, the orange-haired girl suddenly said, using her other hand this time to chop Bakugo on the back of his head, knocking him senseless for the moment, even as some of her other classmates dragged the silently glaring Monoma away too. Turning to the scowling group of Class 1A student, the orange-haired girl shrugged helplessly. I think our two classes should eat separately, Momo suggested. Yeah, and at different times too. The orange-haired girl nodded as she and her class began to retreat from the cafeteria. Sorry about all of this. These two, they're just angry, you know. It's fine. Izuku spoke up suddenly, his soft voice catching the attention of those around him, including some of the students in Class 1B. They have a right to be angry. I did horrible things. But I also have a right to be here, a right to try and become a hero and make up for my past. Neither the orange-haired girl or any of their classmates said anything to that. Midoriya, Shizaki's soft voice asked from his side. Are you okay? Glancing around, Izuku saw that nearly all of his class was at his side, at his back or in front of him now, many of them sending him comforting, worried or cautious looks. I'm fine, he replied, his voice a bit curt as he shrugged off a soft hand on his arm. Kodai had at some point grabbed it, either to stop him from doing something he might regret, or as an act of support. He wasn't sure which. I expected some people to react to me like this. They shouldn't though. Mina cut in. Yeah, that Bakugo guy was completely out of line. Hagakure nodded. No, he has a right to be angry. No matter how you look at it, I am the one responsible for his parents' death. Izuku shook his head. Silence followed these words, as many of the teens around him exchanged awkward looks. None of them seemed to know what to say. It was mid-morning, and Izuku was in a hurry as he continued to jog down the street and finally arrived at the imposing gates of UA. That day, half running, his alarm had gone off as usual, and unusually for him he had ignored it and tried to steal an extra few minutes of sleep after having had a bad night's sleep the night before. His altercation with Bakugo in the cafeteria the other day had brought back memories he had rather had stayed buried, which of course, as the minutes passed, turned out to be a mistake. After all, when the alarm had gone off again, he had once again snoozed his alarm again, and then had another 5-minute doze, and then had done it again and again. And now, surprisingly, he was running late. This, he mused, was an unfortunate side effect of no longer being in asphodel. Out here he was responsible for himself. No longer did he have the scientists and guards waking him up in the morning when he overslept. No longer did he have a strictly monitored routine, one which saw him getting up early, having a balanced breakfast, and then either doing his studies or training his quirk, depending on the day. Instead, he was now living independently on his own, with only a government caseworker coming in to check on him twice a week. It was a very different experience to what he was used to, one that he was even now still trying to get used to. Running towards the Hero Academy's large front gates, he quickly tied his tie around his neck as he did so, and tucked in his shirt to make himself at least look neat and presentable. That said, as he approached, it didn't take him long to notice the scrum of people already at the gates. Looks like I'm not the only one running late, Izuku thought to himself absent-mindedly as he jogged the last dozen of so meters to the gate, only for him to pause when he realized that none of the people crowding around the gate trying to get in were wearing the school's gray uniform, nor were any of them teenagers. Instead, they were all smartly dressed adults, some of whom he could see were carrying cameras, whilst others had microphones and notebooks. What the hell is going on? Hearing his approach, some of the people mobbing the door turned to face him, at once revealing themselves as reporters, a number of them noticeably waving flashing cameras around, even as several men and women rushed him with microphones in hand. They were like sharks scenting blood. Hey you boy, what's it like to learn from the #1 hero, All Might? What have you learned so far this year from him? How many lessons with the #1 have you had? The lead reporter, a nosy-looking redhead, demanded, her cameraman shoving roughly through the crowd of other reporters as he did so, before he then shoved the camera in Izuku's face even as the woman got a little too close to him for comfort. It took him all of a few moments to understand what was going on. By the sounds of it, it was now common knowledge that All Might was teaching at UA, and as such the many different news channels and journalists that lurked in the shadows had all descended on the school en masse, all of them probably hoping to be the first ones to get the scoop. They were like parasites, wilting slightly as he felt himself being surrounded and mobbed by the mass of reporters. Izuku fought to stay calm. He still wasn't used to being surrounded like this, or to being in such proximity to so many people. It made him tense, nervous, and self-conscious. Their mere presence was stressing him out. Hey wait, one of the cameramen piped up, his brow furrowing as he stared intently at Izuku. Haven't I seen you someplace before? Tensing up even further at this, Izuku put his head down and began to bowl through the reporters. He didn't bring too much of his strength to bear, but he used enough to start shifting and moving the reporters gently out of his way. He didn't want to be too rough, but nor did he want to stay here. As Dr. Nakamura had told him, if he was ever in a stressful situation, the best thing to do was to count backwards from 10, take a deep breath, and then calmly remove himself from it. You know, now you come to say it. I do too, another one of the reporters muttered, their brow furrowed in confusion as they stared at him. There hadn't been any photos of him published in a long time, not since the accident. But some people have long memories, and the few images of him that had leaked to the media back then, those of him as a child, had likely stuck in their memory, especially considering what he was associated with. Izuku had changed a lot since then though. He was naturally much taller, and far more muscled and athletic than he had been at 5. But still some of his more standout features remained the same. His dark, messy green hair, green eyes, and freckles, they were not a common combination, especially when you added in his age. It didn't take a genius to connect the dots, just someone with a good memory and slightly above average intelligence, especially since it had probably already leaked, or would soon leak, that the Titan of Mustafa was in the hero course, trying to be a hero. Excuse me, he said bluntly, maybe being a tad too forceful now as he moved through the grumbling and complaining crowd. Thankfully though, most of the people grudgingly moved aside, or back up. Still some were a bit more obstinate. You know, a plain-looking, brown-haired man mused loudly, his dark eyes narrowing slightly, even as his lips curved up into an unpleasant smirk. The man was standing right in front of him, blocking his way to the school gates. I heard an unsubstantiated rumor lately about a new student at UA, and a famous one at that, or rather an infamous one. The man knew. Izuku could already see the gears turning in his head. I'm late for classes, Izuku said brusquely, a scowl on his face now as he pushed through the last of the reporters and made a break for it. He could still feel the eyes of the reporters on his back, even as they continued to shout questions at him or obnoxiously demanded a statement. Keeping his head down, Izuku barreled across the last few meters to the main entrance. You're late, Cementos, the cement-using pro hero stated bluntly as he allowed the green-haired teen to slip past him, even as he continued to stand sentinel, stopping any and all reporters from getting past him. Sorry, Izuku said softly, pausing only long enough to give Cementos a nod, before he jogged past the bulky gray-skinned pro-hero and as far away from the reporters as he could reasonably get. You better hurry to class. If you run you might make it there before the bell. Cementos called helpfully after him, even as he burst through the front doors of the main building and full-on sprinted up the staircases into Class 1A's form room. He wouldn't put it past Aizawa to dish out a punishment, even if he was only a few minutes late. Crashing through the doors at the end of the corridors a few moments later, Izuku was just in time to see Aizawa slowly walking towards the classroom door, a bored look on his face as he looked up and glanced over at Izuku, his dark eyes boring into him for a moment. Not pausing for a second, Izuku ran and sprinted the last few meters and burst through the front door of the classroom, surprising all those inside, even as Aizawa entered, probably only 30 seconds later, slowly ambling his way into the room. A bored look still on his face, as he ignored Izuku's antics, likewise ignoring Ada's shouting and reprimanding, and Mina and Toru's giggling. Izuku quickly made it to his seat only moments before the still bored-looking Aizawa came to a stop behind his desk at the front of the room, his head down and his face slightly flushed as he tried not to draw any more attention than he already had, ignoring some of his classmates' sniggers and snorts. Thankfully, though, most of them were in jest, and were not maliciously aimed at him. "Good, you're all here," Aizawa said dully, his gaze lingering on Izuku for a moment before he looked away and forged on, not saying a word about what had just happened. Probably it was because he just couldn't be bothered with the hassle of not only telling Izuku off, but also organizing some kind of acceptable punishment. Not when he could avoid that and just accept that. Despite being late to class, Izuku had been in his seat when he started the form period and so was not technically late. Aizawa, from what Izuku had seen, liked technicalities, especially when they meant things were easier for him. Right, so to begin, I suppose I should start off by saying congratulations. Most of you did a just about acceptable job on yesterday's battle training. Aizawa then continued, looking around at the class at large, some of whom, Izuku included, couldn't help but blink in surprise as they heard the otherwise bored and depressed-looking teacher complimenting them. Sorta. I looked over the generous grades and evaluations All Might gave you. It wasn't bad, though there were a couple of people who need to grow up a little and mature, but for the most part you weren't terrible. Again, the gathered students looked at one another in surprise. Since when was Shota Aizawa, the guy that often threatened to expel them, ever nice and supportive? That said, Kirishima, Midoriya, I heard you two nearly brought the building you were fighting in down, Aizawa continued, his words causing Kirishima to redden slightly and then stare down at his desk, and Izuku to blink slightly before he too looked down at his desk, frowning. A bit more situational awareness wouldn't go amiss. Analyze your surroundings and adapt accordingly. Todoroki, you need to learn some self-restraint and be more careful too. By freezing the entire build like you did, you could have endangered both your teammates and any hostages or innocents that may or may not have been in the building, and potentially caused the villain to preemptively set off the bomb. Todoroki scowled at that, but didn't reply. Yaorazu, you need to be more creative with what you build and how you strategize. Your method, although it worked, was simplistic and could have been easily foiled by a halfway competent villain. Kodai, you need to be more assertive. Shizaki, you need to remember that the aim of this was teamwork. It was not just an opportunity to show off. Aizawa pressed, dishing out short but brutal observations of people's flaws. The respective students either looking down in shame at the comments, or nodding in grudging agreement, or in some cases, frowning in confusion and anger. Soon enough, though, he had roundly criticized and poked holes in everyone in the class's performance in one way or another. There were no exemptions to this, and no one was singled out. Everyone had weaknesses, and everyone had things they needed to improve on. Now, on to other homeroom business. Aizawa sighed a few minutes later as he looked around at the rest of the class before signing again. Most of them had taken the criticism as it was intended, in a constructive manner. Some though seemed to have taken it personally. Alright, so today we have something important to get out of the way. The entire class all tensed up as they heard their form room teacher's words, all of them looking at one another nervously. Aizawa was a bit of a sociopath of a homeroom teacher. Not a single person in the room knew how he thought, or what he might be planning for them to do next. The man was a mystery, a very grumpy and depressed-looking mystery, drumming his fingers on his desk nervously. Izuku, still out of sorts after what happened at the gates earlier, tensed. Neither he nor anyone else in the class knew what Aizawa was going to say. Would it be another Quirk assessment test, with the threat of expulsion hanging over them again? One of their number had already been culled and replaced. Was he going to do the same again? And then keep doing it until he was satisfied that only the best and most worthy remained? You'll be picking a class representative, Aizawa continued, finishing his statement and catching the entire class by surprise as he did so. That's such a normal school thing. Several people started muttering in response, before after a few moments, the class fully digested what he had just said. Moments after this realization, noise exploded from every corner of the classroom as people raised their hands and shouted that they'd like to be the one picked. That or they stood up and started trying to convince others that they were the best choice for the job. Out of all of them, the entire class, Izuku was the only one to not immediately put his hand up and or volunteer. Instead, he remained quiet, and instead looked around at all of the other shouting and screaming students, a curious look on his face as he looked from student to student, pondering as he did so just who would be the best choice for rep, and whether that person would actually get it. In a normal high school, he had learned, the position of class rep held no real purpose other than for a student to be lumbered with some mundane tasks that the form teacher didn't want to do. For that reason, very few people ever wanted to do it. Things like class rep and student body president, and all of that nonsense. It was far more trouble than it was worth, and held very little in the way of benefits, both in the school and even less in life outside of school. They were meaningless titles. But in a hero course things were slightly different. Being a class rep at UA signified that that person was the leader of his or her class, the standout amongst them. It showed that that person was respected by their peers, and was capable of leadership and responsibility. It was an attractive commendation for any wannabe hero to have on their curriculum vitae. It was a position for a top hero in training. For that reason, even the quieter members of the class like Kodai and Shoji put their hands up and volunteered. Becoming class rep might be completely at odds with their personality, but they were here for a reason just like the rest. They were ambitious and wanted to become pro-heroes, the hardest and most difficult of careers to excel at, but also the most rewarding. As such, they, like the rest of the class, were obviously more than willing to step outside of their comfort zone to get every advantage they could to make their dreams come true. The last anyone in the class wanted was to be stuck as C-list heroes for the rest of their careers, or even worse, as sidekicks. Continuing to look around as the classroom descended into chaos, it ended up being Ada, not Aizawa, was the one to create order. As the tall bespectacled boy suddenly stood up and called out loudly and stridently to the class, "Quiet down all of you. The position of class rep is one of great importance and responsibility. It will take more than just willingness to succeed in this task. Willingness doesn't equate directly to ability. No, this position requires the trust and support of the rest of the class. If this is to be democratic, then I put forward the motion that we choose the class rep by election." "You clearly just want to be class rep," Kirishima accused loudly, several of the other students nodding or muttering their agreement as he did so. "Yeah, besides we've all only just met. We haven't known each other long enough to know who to vote for yet," Mina chipped in next, standing up behind her desk as if to emphasize her point. "Besides, everyone will just vote for themselves," Kaminari chipped in. "That's precisely why," Ida shot back resolutely. "Anyone with multiple votes is best suited for the position. Sensei, will you allow this?" "Wait," Izuku called out, suddenly a frown on his face as he raised his voice, speaking over everyone else now. His sudden exclamation drawing the rest of the class's attention to him as he did so, most likely due to him usually being one of the quieter and more softly spoken of the student. "That sounds stupid to me. Why don't we just say that no one is allowed to vote for themselves? And that those that do, and we'll know who if we have everyone sign their names at the bottom of their vote, will not be allowed to be rep." It honestly didn't make sense to do otherwise. Why would you let people vote for themselves? Surely that was completely at odds with the point of an election. The class was silent as they heard this, some of them digesting his words and then nodding appreciatively. Others, however, didn't look too sure. "Think of it this way then. Do we really want a selfish class rep, someone who would vote for themselves? We're supposed to be heroes, right? And heroes are supposed to be humble at times." Izuku forged on, talking over Ada when the bespectacled boy looked like he was going to protest. He honestly didn't understand why they were even considering letting people vote for themselves. Was that a thing they did at regular schools when choosing class reps? To someone who had a private one-on-one education without any of the usually trappings of a normal school life, it sounded bizarre. "Makes sense to me," Shizaki said softly, a soft smile on her face as she looked over and met his gaze. "Midoriya makes a good point. For someone to represent us, they should also represent what it means to be a hero. They should be selfless and generous, and above all should put others before themselves." The class nodded and muttered to each other at that, though a few of them did noticeably roll their eyes at the vine-haired girl's somewhat sanctimonious words. It might be even fairer if those that are nominated for the position by their classmates don't vote, and only those that aren't running for the position vote, like in a real election. Yaoyorozu tagged on, nodding her head resolutely. The taller girl seemed to be warming up to the idea. "Sounds like a hella manly idea to me." Kirishima nodded, before with a grin he loudly called out, "And to start with, I nominate Yaoyorozu for the position." Yaoyorozu flushed at this, especially when several of the others nodded their agreement like Jiro and Asui. "Hey what, why didn't you nominate me?" Mina shouted, turning to look at Kirishima, a betrayed look on her face. Well. Kirishima flushed, scratching his spiky red hair as he avoided Mina's gaze. Izuku frowned at this. He didn't know the two of them were friends, or even had history for that matter, but by the looks of it they did. "Hey Izuku, nominate me," Mina called, looking over at Izuku now, her words quickly catching his attention as his frown melted away, and he instead gave her a flat look in response. His point was obvious, even if he didn't verbally say it. "Oh, shut up," Mina muttered, looking away now, her already naturally pink cheeks somehow becoming even pinker. "Don't worry, Mina," Tori chirped up from just along the row from her. "I nominate Mina because she's friendly, cool, and will do a great job at it." "Toru." Mina grinned widely at the invisible girl, before she then turned and stuck her tongue out at Izuku. "Hey, wait, we haven't agreed on this yet, Aizawa-sensei," Ida called out, a look of consternation on his face as most of the class started nodding along to Yaoyorozu's suggestion, a few more calling out their own thoughts on the candidate, or talking about who else should be nominated from amongst their class. "I don't care, as long as you do it quickly and quietly," Aizawa sighed in response, the dark-haired man already getting back into his yellow sleeping bag as he spoke. "Go with Yaoyorozu's suggestion. Then we're agreed. You can only run if someone nominates you, and if you've been nominated then you can't vote," Gyro concluded, looking around as she did so at all of the other students, all of whom nodded or agreed in some way. At that, the class quickly devolved into a discussion as people started deciding on nominations, with things continuing in this vein for the next few minutes until all the nominees were eventually decided on and called out. The nominees being Momo Yaoyorozu, Mina Ashido, and Shouta Todoroki, much to Ida's visible disappointment, as well as the disappointment of a few others. Following on from that, everyone voted, all of those who were not nominated writing who they were voting for on a slip of paper and then handing that over to Izuku, for some reason, to read out the results. With, in the end, when the results were tallied, Yaoyorozu winning with 8 votes, and Mina coming in second with 7, and then finally Todoroki with just 2. Well then, looks like that is that. Yaoyorozu is the class rep, and Mina is the vice rep, and Todoroki, I don't know, the secretary, Izuku called out, shrugging his shoulder as the class muttered and cheered all around him. Yaoyorozu noticeably going a bit pink as the class cheered her on, and Mina grinning widely as she waved around at people. Todoroki meanwhile just scowled. Either way, Izuku was just glad it was over. He didn't want any part of that nonsense. He would become a hero on his own. He didn't want to rely on trivialities like being class president or rep or whatever it was. He would let his actions and the power and control he had over his quirk speak for him, not some fancy position he won in school. "You all finished then?" Aizawa said, standing up out of his sleeping bag. "All right, fine. Your rep is Yaoyorozu, and the vice rep is Ashido. Now all of you shut up. The rest of class is study hall." He then continued, even as he curled back up his sleeping bag and went back to sleep behind his desk, as if it was the most normal thing in the world. His rather blunt wording and odd actions leaving a wave of confusion in his wake. Later on that day, after the morning lessons had finished, Izuku, along with the rest of his class, filed into the school's cafeteria, with the green-haired teen awkwardly grabbing a tray and helping himself to an excessive amount of food. Unfortunately, due to his healing factor and superhuman strength, he had a high metabolism, and needed to eat considerably more food than a normal teenager his size and age normally would. Similarly, he needed to drink twice as much water due to his much higher internal body temperature, ignoring some of the amused looks being sent his way by his classmates. Though thankfully he was not the only one that required a specialized diet due to their quirk. He then looked for a spare table. Before, after a cursory scan of the large busy hall, he then found one and grabbed a free table for himself and those who were eating with him. The last time he was in here, he had the misfortune of running into Bakugo. He didn't want to do that again if he could help it, especially since the cafeteria this time around was far busier than before. This was something that those who joined him seemed to realize as they joined him at the small, out-of-the-way table, with Mina, Yaoyorozu, Gyro, Toru, Kodai, Shiro, Kirishima, and Kaminari all sitting down with him as they started to eat and chat. The rest of their classmates all spreading out into their own groups and cliques and filling up other tables as they did so. Looking around as he settled down, Izuku could see that the school's cafeteria was rapidly filling up as the students from the other courses, general education, business, and support, all started filtering into the room too. Amongst them, Izuku spied a scowling Bakugo, the spiky blonde-haired boy scanning the cafeteria for a moment, before eventually focusing in on Izuku, his lip curling upwards into a snarl and his red eyes flashing menacingly. He looked like he was on the verge of coming over, fortunately before he could storm over and make another scene. The orange-haired girl with the ponytail grabbed his arm and pulled him away, dragging him over to where some of his other classmates were sitting, including the other blonde-haired boy, the one whose name he hadn't got, the one with the smarmy, malevolent smirk that he even sent his way. "So class rep, eh?" Mina's voice suddenly distracted him, a bright grin on the pink-haired girl's face as she started off the conversation, her gold and black eyes focusing in on Yaoyorozu, the taller, well-developed girl, going a little pink at the attention that was suddenly on her, even as the rest of the students at the table looked over at her too. "Yes, well, honestly, I didn't think so many people would vote for me," Yaoyorozu replied modestly, a genuine smile on her pink face as she looked around at the rest of the table, some of whom had voted for her. I hope I don't let anyone down. I mean, I will definitely do the best I can, and prove to everyone that they weren't wrong in supporting me. You'll do fine. Kirishima waved her off, a grin on his face as he started getting stuck into his meal. You already proved yourself smart, competent, and super manly during the quirk assessment test and battle training. Besides, you were the best choice for the job. Yaoyorozu's smile twitched slightly at the manly comment, but she otherwise took Kirishima's words in stride as the compliment he had almost certainly meant them to be. Yeah, besides, like Mina said before, we don't really know each other that well yet, but still, out of all of us you made the best first impression. Gyro tagged on, a smirk on her face as she clapped the taller dark-haired girl on the back. The girl with the rocker style, and the proper, prim heiress, he had noticed, had very quickly struck up a close friendship since the start of the semester, this being in spite of the sheer contrast between the two in terms of style and personality. Yaoyorozu's cheeks went a darker red at this support, even as the rest of the table weighed in with their own enthusiastic support and cajoling. Well, Midoriya scored top in the quirk assessment test, and collateral damage aside, he performed admirably enough in the battle training too. Yaoyorozu replied, her face still a little red as she quickly tried to foist some of the attention off onto him. I'm sure if you tried, you, Midoriya, could have become the class rep as well, and you would have done a good job at it too. Yeah man, that reminds me. Why didn't you go for it? I'm sure if you made it clear you wanted to be class rep, people would have at least nominated you. Zero chipped in, the tape-using teen looking curious as he eyed Izuku over the mountain of food he was rapidly making his way through. Around the table, the rest of the teens looked over at him curiously too. It's not for me, Izuku replied bluntly after a few moments of thought. He had to choose his words carefully as he didn't want to upset anyone. Besides, if I was picked, it would have only been for the same reason Todoroki was almost picked. It would have been because I have a flashy and powerful quirk. I didn't want to be picked for that reason. And I wasn't comfortable with the attention and responsibility that comes with it. Yeah, I can see why that might bother you, Yaoyorozu acknowledged, a slight frown on her face as she looked away from him and over in the direction that Bakugo was sat. Does that kind of thing happen often? Mina tagged on, a slight frown on her face too. Does what? Kirishima asked, before he followed Yaoyorozu's gaze and let out an O of understanding. Yeah, that shit yesterday was out of line. It was not manly at all. They were upset. Izuku shrugged helplessly. And I can't blame them for that. Yeah, well, you were also a child at the time, Kaminari unexpectedly piped up, drawing a few raised eyebrows at his unusually sensitive words. What? I had a similar problem as kid. Whenever I got upset, I shocked those around me. I ended hospitalizing, and even nearly killing more than a few people by accident before I got control. Nothing fatal, you know, but still getting zapped with 50,000 plus volts is still not good. Yeah, I had a similar problem, Mina acknowledged, her smile dimming as she spoke. It took me a while to properly get control of my acid, especially its potency. After one really nasty accident when I was 6, I had to be taken home and homeschooled there for nearly a year whilst I tried to get my quirk under control. Damn, it's sometimes easy to forget how difficult some people have it, Kirishima muttered, looking down at his plate, now a frown on his face. Ha, well, try being constantly invisible, Toru sighed, her clothed arm leaning on the table now. I can't even remember what I look like. It's been like 10 years since I've even seen my reflection, and the baby photos aren't that helpful. I just look like a potato in them. I've even tried putting a wig and makeup on to try and work it out, but, well, it's not the best. Toru let out a bitter giggle at that thought. Gyro winced as she heard this, absent-mindedly playing with one of her extended earlobes as she did so. That must suck. It does, Toru groaned. You know, you could always ask Aizawa-sensei to use his quirk on you. Maybe he can turn off your invisibility for a bit, and you can see what you actually look like, Zero suggested, a crooked smile on his face as he rested his blocky elbows on the table. Toru got noticeably more animated at that suggestion, wincing at the way the conversation had gone. Izuku couldn't help but blame himself for bringing down the previously euphoric tone. That said, he also felt a little grateful to the others too. He had already known that he wasn't the only person who had had problems with his quirk when he was younger. The other inmates in his photo were evidence enough at that. But he hadn't realized how hard a lot of other people had it as kids as well. Horrible though it was to say, it was nice not being the only one who had it rough when he was younger. Fortunately, before Izuku could say anything to that effect though, a finger unexpectedly poked him in the cheek. Looking to the side, he saw Kodai's emotionless blue eyes gazing at him. Smile, she then said, the smallest, faintest of smiles playing around her lips as she poked him in the cheek again. You always look too serious. Smiling slightly in spite of himself at that, Izuku looked around at the rest of the table, all of whom were now chattering to one another, complaining about their quirks, and complimenting others on their quirks as they did so. This was nice. Even Yaoyorozu, it seemed, had problems with her quirk when she was younger. Apparently she had gained an eating disorder due to not being able to, or maybe being willing to, eat enough food to balance out the amount she was lipids using up with her quirk during training, which in turn had led to her being anorexic and suffering from malnutrition and all that entailed for much of her preteen years. Apparently the problem had been exacerbated by her quirk not being fully understood at the time either. Still, despite this, they were all still able to joke and laugh about their struggles as they bonded as classmates. Unfortunately, however, this short but sweet bout of camaraderie was swiftly brought to a close by a loud alarm that suddenly cut through the noise of the cafeteria like a hot knife through butter. Security level 3 has been breached. Please evacuate in a calm and orderly fashion. In response, most of the students in the hall, general education, business, support, and hero course students began to stand up as panic began to rapidly spread like wildfire throughout the cafeteria, with many of them immediately standing and fleeing the cafeteria and dashing for the exit, with the sheer number of students heading for the doors and the corridor outside creating a large scrum in the doorway. Security level 3 has been breached. Please evacuate in a calm and orderly fashion. Hey, what's going on? Kaminari called out over the noisy sound of the alarm and the roar of the crowd, the spiky-haired blonde looking around nervously as even the older students were getting caught up in the ensuing panic. What does the alarm mean? Security level 3 has been breached. Please evacuate in a calm and orderly fashion. Hey you, Izuku called out, grabbing a fleeing older general studies student by the back of his collar and dragging him back with his strength. What's going on? The brown-haired, bland-looking older boy's eyes widened at Izuku's blunt demand. But his confusion and nervousness didn't stop him from responding. Someone's invaded the school. This hasn't happened in years. We all need to evacuate now. It could be villains. Damn, Izuku muttered, releasing the other teen and letting him run off, even as he turned to the others in his group. What did they do now? Should they get ready to fight or get ready to run? Most of the students were panicking, though by the looks of it some of the hero course students, mostly the older ones, were trying to calm things down and were shouting for order or for quiet. From what Izuku could see, however, this was just exasperating matters and was inciting more panic. Security level 3 has been breached. Please evacuate in a calm and orderly fashion. All the while the alarm overhead continued to ring out and demand that they evacuate. Don't panic. We don't know what exactly is happening yet. Momo cut in, her expression nervous, even though her voice was firm. Izuku nodded curtly at that, even as he and the rest of his group got caught up in the mass of students that were being forced out of the room and into the corridor. A hand quickly clutched onto him, drawing his attention as he saw Kodai was sticking closely to him. Kaminari, Gyro, and Yaoyorozu, Mina, Kirishima, Siro, and Toru meanwhile were all sticking together as another group, as they were caught in the crowd and swept away by the mass of students. It was loud and sweaty and chaotic. He was being buffeted around. Security level 3 has been breached. Please evacuate in a calm and orderly fashion. And all the while the alarm continued to sound out, adding to the confusion and panic. Already he could feel himself losing his cool. His heart was beating faster, and his breaths were coming out shorter. He needed space. He didn't like being surrounded like this. It made him feel claustrophobic and trapped. Clenching his hands into fists, he grunted as his face was suddenly slammed against the window. Growling at this, he started to pull on his strength and pushed away from the window, displacing some of the other students around him as he created a gap in the crowd through sheer brute strength. A gap his fellow classmates took advantage of as they slipped into the space he had created. Security level 3 has been breached. Please evacuate in a calm and orderly fashion. Looking back through the window that he had just been knocked into, his eyes widened as he saw a gaping hole in the large wall that surrounded UA, and a swarm of reporters scrambling through it, even as a number of teachers began to arrive on the scene and move to intercept them. Damn it, Izuku grunted, turning to the others now as he continued to use his strength to retain a gap around him, with all of others, like him, being jostled and shoved about by the crowd of students as they joined him in forming a huddled circle. It's not villains, it's just the reporters from before. Reporters, Kaminari shouted. For fuck's sake. This is all because of the press. Gyro grumbled. Bloody parasites. Security level 3 has been breached. Please evacuate in a calm and orderly fashion. Yaoyorozu, can you make one of those loudspeakers? We need to get everyone to calm down. Izuku muttered to Yaoyorozu, who was stood opposite him, even as he was suddenly shoved close to her by the jostling of the crowd, the two of them literally face to face now, mere inches apart, as more than 300 students tried to shove and force themselves down the corridor and through the 2-meter-wide doorway at the other end. I can do. Can you make me some more room? Yaoyorozu replied, her face going a little pink at his proximity, but her mind thankfully staying on the matter at hand. Looking around, Izuku could only think of one thing to do, aside from going full Titan and crushing or broiling alive everyone around him. Climb up on my shoulders, he said, beginning to kneel down now, and lower himself so she could climb on. The others, seeing this, moved to assist by making more room around him. What? Yaoyorozu gasped out, her face going very red now as she both saw what he had planned. You need to make yourself seen and heard, and with the amount of people around us I can't create enough space without potentially hurting people. This is the only thing I can think of. Izuku shot back impatiently. His temper was beginning to fray now. Not because of his classmate though, but because of the whole situation they were now in. Security level 3 has been breached. Please evacuate in a calm and orderly fashion. Oh okay fine, but don't look up. Yaoyorozu choked out, her face nearly as red as a tomato as Izuku shifted lower, and she used his bent knee as a platform to climb up and onto his broad shoulders, a megaphone already forming in her cupped hands as she then stood on his broad shoulders, with him standing up and bracing her ankles with his hands for extra support. Whoa, Yaoyorozu, Kaminari cried, looking up as the class rep now stood nearly 6 foot higher than most of the other students around them. Everyone, calm down. It's just the press, Momo shouted into her megaphone, her boosted voice sounding out over the sound of the panicking students and the loud alarm that still intermittently called for the student to evacuate in a calm and orderly fashion. Everyone, the breach was caused by the press only, and not villains. It is nothing worth panicking over. Almost at once the crowd of milling students began to calm down, the sound of shouting decreasing as Yaoyorozu once again repeated her message and called for calm. Her elevated positive, loud voice, and calming words, easing the tension and unease in the packed corridor, even as the alarm was suddenly, thankfully, switched off. And there I was hoping for a more relaxing lunch this time, Izuku muttered to Gyro, as he continued to allow Yaoyorozu to stand on his shoulders and shout out to the crowd of calming and slowly dispersing students, with the other girl meanwhile, along with Kodai and Kaminari continuing to push outwards and give Izuku space he needed to remain stable. Eyes closed, Izuku, Gyro shot back. Her eyes narrowed as she saw him looking over at her. What? It's not like I am going to try and look up Yaoyorozu's skirt, Izuku grumbled, his words still audible, both to those around him and to Yaoyorozu herself, who in return went a brighter red than before, even as she continued to talk down the crowd. Principal, what do you think happened here? Cementos asked Nezu quietly, a slight frown on his gray, blocky face as he watched the pro hero, Power Loader, inspecting the broken latch on the door to the HR department. I'm not sure, Nezu replied softly, scratching his white furry chin thoughtfully as the eccentric support hero continued his inspection. There was definitely a break-in, but I'm not sure why. It could have something to do with the damage to the wall and the journalists. It would make a good enough distraction for someone to infiltrate the school. But if that was indeed the case, why break into this room in particular? The Human Resources office was simply that, a plain and bland office. There was nothing of particular value in there. Even the computers were not cutting edge, but the basic kind found in any inner city office. Maybe they were after the data on the computers, Cementos asked slowly. He was not an expert on computers, but he was aware that hacking was a thing, and that these computers ran on an internal system, ones that mean that in order to break in they needed to access the system from a port within the building. Possibly, Nezu mused. There is technology out there on the black market that would allow a sufficiently dedicated person to hack into the system and copy a lot of data in a short space of time. There are people with technopathic quirks out in the wide world, and ones with intelligence quirks too. And these people, although not having flashy, rationally powerful quirks, could be many times more dangerous than even the most physically powerful of villains. In a digital age, people with those types of skills did very well for themselves. But even if that was the case, they should have known that we have software specifically designed to counter direct attacks, and that each of our departments run on a different system. Nezu pressed on, his beady black eyes narrowing. If they were truly trying to steal data from us, be it financial data, data on heroes, or on our students, then they would have known they would have to hit the server rooms. Then again, those rooms have far more protection than a simple office. Maybe they thought that this room was easier to break into, and that the tech, whatever it was they had, was good enough that they could get at our main servers regardless, Cementos asked, his brow furrowing as he tried to make sense of the techno-babble he himself had just spouted. He didn't know himself whether it made sense or not. It's difficult to say. But if they were skilled enough and bold enough to sneak into UA, then they must have surely done their research. They can't have been foolish enough to think that we had such a glaring flaw in our security. Nezu muttered. No, it doesn't make sense. They must have been deliberately targeting this room and the data on these computers. What information is even on these computers? Cementos asked. School timetables, sickness notes, records of student detentions, staff timesheets, expense sheets, the staff's car registrations and mileage claims reports, and a basic register of the students and staff at the school. There was nothing of particular value, nothing that would necessitate the effort of breaking into the school, Nezu muttered, tapping his foot on the floor absent-mindedly. Have you found anything, Power Loader? The lock's mechanism is not damaged or scratched, so they didn't even try to pick the lock. This has just been forced open with blunt force. There is nothing here to narrow down who did it, and I've already looked for prints. There are so many on here that find even one clear, usable set would be impossible. And that is if they even bothered to use the door handle and didn't just kick the door open, or wear gloves. Power Loader said as he stood up and stretched. I can't tell you much more than that. Anyone could have done this. Maybe a student that was trying in vain to change their records. Cementos offered. It was unlikely but possible. There was a lot of pressure on the general studies and business studies classes due to the prestigious and competitive nature of the school, not just in heroics, but in general academics too. Maybe, but I don't believe a student would go this far. They even broke the cameras in the hallway so they couldn't be identified. This shows a suspicious amount of forethought and planning for something with little apparent value. Nezu frowned. What do you want to do then? Cementos asked. I'll check through the system and see if I can identify what they were after. I'll also check for worms, viruses, and malware. Nezu said. Other than that, I'll have to think more on our next course of action, and whether changes need to be made to the school's defenses, computer systems, or curriculum. This break-in is unusual, and definitely needs investigation. Power Loader and Cementos both nodded their agreement at that, quickly pulling on his coat and lacing up his steel toe-capped boots. Izuku then stood up and observed his reflection in the mirror. He really didn't look like a hero, or at least not in the conventional sense. His costume's design was very simplistic. In fact, it was less of a costume and more just a casual set of clothes. The color scheme too was also kind of boring, as it was made up of dull colors like gray and black. Looking at it here and now, it made him look more like a common thug than a crime-fighting superhero. Around him, he could see the other male members of his class pulling on their costumes too. Some of them, like Sato, Kirishima, Aoyama, and Ida, had really leaned into the whole bright, flashy superhero aesthetic. Their costumes were either colorful like Sato's mustard yellow full bodysuit, and Kirishima's bright red and black getup. He honestly wasn't sure what to describe it as, since the spiky red-haired teen was pretty much topless. Or they were like Ida and Aoyama's costumes, with Ida's costume, which consisted of a white, full-body combat armor and his angular white helmet, and Aoyama's costume, with his, admittedly garish, silver armor and sparkly violet cape, very much leaning towards the classical, armored hero look. Their costumes were bright, colorful, and easily noticed, the kind that people would pay attention to. Izuku, meanwhile, along with Takoyami and Kaminari, had gone for a far more casual look. The three of them were dressed more like underground heroes, like Eraserhead, than flashy big names like Endeavor or All Might. Their clothing was pure black, like Takoyami's cloak, or they were plain enough and casual enough that they could easily get lost in a crowd if they wanted to. As for Shoiji, Siro, and Ojio, they were in between the two contrasting styles, as they were dressed more flashily than him, but didn't go quite as far as the other three had in terms of aesthetics. Instead, they had finally balanced practicality with style. Thinking on it now, he thought it was probably the better choice, all things considered. It was interesting, really. Izuku continued to muse to himself as he leant down and pulled a pair of spiked metal knuckle dusters out of his costume case, as well as the black mask with the attached rebreather. Everyone was here to be a hero, but everyone had a different approach. They all had different styles, wildly different powers, and most likely different goals. He, for example, just wanted to be the best hero he could be, and to save as many people as possible, to balance his karmic ledger, so to speak. Others, meanwhile, he knew, were in this for the fame or for the money. Still more probably wanted the prestige and recognition of being a high-ranking hero. On top of which, he had no doubts that there were some among their number who had even set their sights on succeeding All Might as the next #1 hero in Japan. It was interesting, really, just how different their motivations were, despite them all striving to be heroes. But the diversity of their goals wasn't the only noticeable thing about his classmates, and about Yue's approach to teaching them to be heroes. After all, there was also their costumes. There was no consistency and no conformity to any of them. For example, you would not know any of them even went to Yue, or that they were students at a first glance, not when their costumes looked so different and were of a similar quality to some of the low-level pro heroes' costumes. It was odd in a way. After all, why would the school trust a group of 15-year-olds to pick their own costumes? But obviously it worked though, as looking around he could see that everyone, even Aoyama, had not gone too far in what they requested. None of the costumes were excessive. Somehow Yue had predicted that their young first-year heroes, fresh from middle school, would be somewhat tempered in their costume choices. It was not a bet he would have made. Sticking the knuckle dusters in his pocket and putting the mask on, Izuku continued to assess his reflection even as the rest of his classmates, those with more complicated costumes, continued to get ready. He kind of looked like a villain. It was disheartening to say the least. Reaching up, Izuku removed the top half of his mask, revealing his green eyes and the upper part of his face. His mouth, though, he still kept covered by the rebreather and the metal lower half of the mask. It was a slight improvement. Besides, the goggled upper half of the mask was only useful when it was either very bright or very dark. They acted as shades in the sun, but could be activated to give him infrared vision in the dark, which in turn would allow him to see his opponent's heat signatures. It was a useful tool, but not one he necessarily needed at this moment. With that thought in mind, he put the upper part of the mask into the inside pocket of his coat and closed the costume case, and then turned around. The rest of his classmates looked about ready now, which was probably a good thing as Asayawa had only given them 15 minutes to get their costumes on and then get on the bus for the USJ, the high-tech training facility that they would be going to do their rescue training, with the pro hero and another of their teachers, Snipe, joining them for the session. Apparently he had been drafted in as a replacement for All Might. Apparently the number one had a very important meeting with the Night Eye agency across town to go to, one that couldn't easily be rearranged. A slight smile spread across Izuku's face at that thought. A part of him was actually glad that All Might couldn't make it. He didn't have anything against the man as a teacher, he seemed competent enough. But on a personal level he still made him uncomfortable. That and he had noticed that the number one seemed to keep a wary eye on him when he was in class and be harder on him than the others. He treated him like a bomb that could go off at any second. It was very off-putting. There was probably more to it than that. Izuku knew thinking back on the reason behind the man's absence now, but that was all that they had been told by All Might earlier this morning when he came to make his apologies. Even then, though, they didn't have much reason to complain, as what they were told was still probably more than they should have been told. "Hey Midoriya, we need to go," Kaminari called out suddenly, breaking him out of his thoughts and slapping him on the back as he passed. The others were heading for the door now too. He noticed, including Todoroki, Endeavor's son, and the only one of the group that had opted to wear his sports kit as opposed to his costume. Not that Izuku blamed him. The costume the ice user had chosen for himself previously was pretty bad, and that was coming from someone as unfashionable as him. As if hearing his thoughts, Todoroki sent him a cold searching glare as he passed, before continuing on. It was enough to make him scowl. After all, as far as he was aware, he hadn't done anything to the other team. In fact, they had barely even spoken since the school year began. Furthermore, he doubted that a spoilt rich kid like Todoroki had any family or friendly relationships to anyone that had grown up in Izuku's neighborhood prior to its destruction. The only reason he could think of behind the boy's cold shoulder and cool demeanor towards him was either that Todoroki was the kind of person that judged someone before they got to know, which Izuku really hated, or he was as socially inept as he himself was. Personally, he was hoping it was the former, as the last thing he wanted was to spend the next 3 years with someone who hated his guts. He had that issue already with Bakugo and the other blonde in Class 1B, and probably would come across other people in the other years and classes too for that matter who would just hate him on principle. He really didn't want to have to deal with it in his homeroom too. "All right, coming." Izuku nodded after a few moments as the rest of the guys headed out the door, with him pausing only long enough to glance back in the mirror and make sure he didn't look like a complete mess before hurrying out after them. Settling down in his seat on the bus a few minutes later, Izuku couldn't but smile to himself as he saw Yaoyorozu buzzing around at the front, making sure everyone was all settled and happy, and that they hadn't forgotten anything in the changing rooms. The tall heiress was certainly settling into her new role as class rep, as she quickly organized and directed the rest of the class around and herded them all into their seats in a quick and timely manner. Mina, though, Izuku thought as he glanced over at the pink-skinned vice rep as she sat down and chatted with Toru, Jiru, Uraraka, and the sort of new girl, Tojike, she could probably do with stepping up more in terms of her new responsibility. The exuberant horned girl, as if sensing his gaze on her, threw him a bright grin and a wave as she glanced up and saw him looking, her actions prompting a snort of laughter from Jiru, and some giggling from Toru and Uraraka as he waved back uncertainly. Was there an inside joke there that he wasn't in on? "Damn Midoriya, you need to tell us your secrets?" Kaminari grinned, the electricity-wielding blonde leaning over the seat in front of him, with Siro joining him. A slanted grin on the other teen's face too as he nodded along at Kaminari's words. "Yes, teach us, oh great master," Siro added on with a snort of laughter. "Teach you what?" Izuku asked in confusion, tearing his eyes away from Mina now as she sent him only last wink and then went back to talking and laughing with her friends, as he instead glanced between Kaminari and Siro. He genuinely didn't know what they were getting at. How to be so manly, that's what. Kirishima broke in cheerfully, the red-haired teen leaping up from where he was sitting, behind Izuku, his clenched fist banging down on Izuku's headrest, as if to emphasize his point. "Kirishima, sit down now. That is not the way that UA students should comport themselves." Ada's voice snapped over from a few rows in front as the bespectacled boy stood up, his armored hand already waving up and down in front of him in a chopping motion. "Oh, shove it up your arse, Ida," Kaminari shot back with a grin. "Language, Kaminari." But Ida is right though, that you should all be sitting in your seats properly as we'll be leaving soon. Yaoyorozu cut in quickly with a frown, her words making the blonde blink in surprise, before he called out an apology out to the girl and then sank back down behind his seat, with Kirishima and Shiro doing the same. And Ada, please sit down and stop causing a disturbance. Ada meanwhile just loudly complained about his own admonishment, before doing as she said and sliding back into his own seat next to Isui. Hey, is this seat taken? Kodai's soft voice asked, breaking Izuku out of his thoughts as he looked over and away from where Ida was sitting, and instead at the dark-haired girl, once again in her hero costume, looking down at him, her head tilting cutely to one side as she did so. Yeah, sure. Izuku smiled, shifting over slightly so that the girl could sit down. In response, he heard yet more muttering from in front of him as Shiro and Kaminari swore to find out his ways, whatever it is they meant by that. Thank you, Kodai said softly, favoring him with a tiny smile as she did so. Izuku nodded back. However, before he had a chance to properly respond, he was distracted by Yaoyorozu's voice ringing out once more from where she was now standing at the front of the bus. Everyone is here and accounted for, Aizawa-sensei. We should be ready to go. The taller teen rattled off, sinking into her own seat next to the softly smiling Ibara as she did so. Good, Aizawa said dully in response from where he and Snipe were also sitting at the front. The two heroes contrasting greatly, as Aizawa wore an all-black bodysuit with his white wrap scarf around his neck and his dull yellow goggles on his head, while Snipe meanwhile was dressed up like some kind of futuristic space cowboy, with a set of 6 shooters holstered on his hips, a cowboy hat on his and a high-tech gas mask kind of thing masking his face. The two couldn't look more dissimilar. Let's go then. Several of their number cheered at that, whilst the others just began to mutter to one another in excitement. So, are you looking forward to rescue training? Izuku asked, after a few minutes of silence passed between him and Kodai, even as the bus pulled away from the main campus and headed to the large dome-like USJ facility in the distance. Yes, Kodai nodded with a smile. It sounds interesting. Izuku nodded at that. Yeah, I don't really know what rescue training will actually involve, but it does sound good. It'll probably have something to do with rescuing people, Sato called over sarcastically from one of the nearby seats, a grin on his face as a couple of the others around them snorted with laughter. Yeah, I imagine so, Izuku allowed, a small smile on his face as he tried to read the reactions and see if there was any malice intended. He still wasn't good at reading people, but he assumed this was supposed to be camaraderie banter. Do you reckon we'll be fighting robots again? And rescue cardboard cutouts of civilians from them? Kirishima chipped in excitedly. So long as it allows me to sparkle, I don't care. Aoyama trilled from the other side of Sato. A silence followed this as everyone in their small group sent Aoyama a bemused look. Probably won't be robots. Kodai broke the silence, her emotionless blue eyes resting on Aoyama for a moment as the oblivious blonde continued to pose and make a few more comments about twinkling and dazzling, before she then looked back to Izuku and answered his original question. Disasters, I think. Yes, Kodai is right. I have heard about the USJ before from my brother. It is a state-of-the-art facility that allows hero students to practice relief efforts and rescue work in carefully controlled simulations of disasters, such as earthquakes, hurricanes, fires, and floods. Ada suddenly broke in, an almost stilted and mechanical tone to his voice as he then proceeded to rattle off all he knew about the USJ, with him then going into more detail on the designers, creators, and the history of the facility, as well as some secondary uses it is sometimes rented out for. Apparently UA rents the facility out to the government and private hero agencies for training and testing new recruits, and to film companies at times for stunts and the like. Tuning out the rest of his long-winded lecture, Izuku focused on the core part of the explanation. So we won't be fighting robots or each other, but instead against the simulated forces of nature. That sounds hella manly, Kirishima howled, slamming his fist together as he started to amp himself up. I can't wait to beat down an earthquake. Mate, I don't think you can actually fight an earthquake. Kaminari snorted with laughter. Well, if you have an earth manipulation quirk you could. Sato corrected him, a smirk on his own face as Kaminari sent him a flat, withering look. Come on man, why do you have to be like this? Kaminari grumbled, as Shiro, Shoji, Kirishima and some of the others laughed. Izuku smiled slightly at the comment, even as Sato and Kaminari began to playfully bicker, before he then looked over at Kodai. Fighting the elements, it sounds interesting. Izuku grinned. The other things they had done in the hero course so far he had prior experience with. This was something he had never done before, something new. Yes, Kodai nodded, her own smile growing slightly in response to his. Interesting. Entering the USJ. Building around half an hour later, the students, after quickly filtering off the bus, were immediately greeted by a person in a large, bulky space suit with a helmet reminiscent of an astronaut's on their head, the dark gleaming visor, which hid their face from view, looking in their direction, even as they gestured welcomingly over to them. Leading the way, the short and skinny Aizawa and the tall and broad Snipe quickly met up with the newcomer, after which the three of them quickly began conversing. "It's the space hero, 13. Uraraka excitedly piped up as they all arrayed themselves in front of the three talking pro-heroes, her shining eyes locking excitedly onto the white-suited woman, her smile then widening even further as 13 heard her words, and gave her a thumbs up. "Wow, I've always liked 13. Mina gushed as she threw an arm around Uraraka, both of them then descending into an excited discussion about the high-ranked pro-hero they both were fangirling over. Taking this all in for a moment, and tuning out the conversations going on all around him, a smile crossed Izuku's face as he looked up at the colossal dome-like building in front of him. He was really looking forward to this. "All right, that's enough. Everyone quiet down." Aizawa's voice suddenly rang out as he, Snipe and 13 finished their conversation and turned to face the waiting and watching students. "Everybody say hello to your guest instructor, 13. She will be in charge of your exercises today." Aizawa then continued to explain as they nodded and called out their own greetings to the well-known pro-hero. "It's a pleasure to meet you all and welcome you to the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ, as we call it for short." 13 began to speak, her voice light and friendly, quite at odds with her appearance, with the pro-hero in question then turning and gesturing for them all to follow her as she made her way into the USJ facility itself, Aizawa and Snipe following along behind her, with the rest of the class trailing after the trio, many of them letting out gasps of awe as they took in the colossal facility and everything it contained. The entire thing was gigantic. That much was obvious to see. More than that, Izuku could see that it held a lake, several mock city districts, a mountain, and so much more. More than he could even take in a single moment as he and the rest of his class continued to follow the heroes into the facility, and to the top of a giant set of stairs that led down to the main plaza and the rest of the USJ facility. "Today's lesson," 13 continued to speak, amusement clear to hear in her voice as she heard the sounds of awe as they were all letting out, "will be composed of you all carrying out mock rescue missions in some of the zones that you can see around you. Those being the Mountain Zone, Landslide Zone, Conflagration Zone, Ruins Zone, Flood Zone, and finally the Downpour Zone. Every day there are all kinds of disasters ranging from natural disasters like earthquakes or forest fires, to man-made ones, like those caused by rampaging villains and uncontrolled quirk usage. It is our job as heroes, not just to fight villains, but to also use our abilities to assist the victims of these disasters. I know some of you are thinking your quirk couldn't possibly help in a rescue mission, but that's not true." Izuku frowned to himself at that and looked around at the others. Some of them he knew, like Shoji, Jiru, Uraraka, and Siro, were ideally suited to rescue work. He, however, was one of the man-made disasters 13 was speaking of. The amount of heat that he exuded from his Titan form would cause rapid dehydration and dysphoria in those around him. And that was if it didn't just scold them to death, which made his Titan form not all that useful when it came to most rescue work. As for the abilities he had in his base form, he was just stronger and more durable, and had a healing factor. Those enhanced attributes were nothing special when it came to rescue work. They certainly weren't as useful as some of his classmates' abilities. 13, as if to emphasize her point, held up one of her fingers to the class and showed them the nub-like cap on the end of it. "My quirk, for example, is called Black Hole, and like an actual black hole, which is one of the most destructive forces in the universe, it is very dangerous. But I use this quirk to clear debris and remove harmful materials, not harm. That said, if I'm not careful, I could accidentally kill someone. And that goes for any quirk too, for that matter. And that is what this training is also for. It is also to encourage you to think about how best to use our quirks safely and responsibly in every given situation." Izuku could see some of the others around him nodding their heads at this. He meanwhile couldn't help but scowl to himself. He had already tried to learn how to use his quirk for other things, and had in fact been partly successful. After all, he already used it to rescue Uraraka at the entrance exam. But even so, that had been an anomaly. After all, in the conventional sense, his quirk was more geared towards battle and combat than it was to rescue work. Still, he smiled to himself. He could feel the undercurrent of excitement running through the class as 13 continued her introductory speech, and in part he could empathize with it. He was excited too, and although he wasn't sure how much good he would get out of it, he would still put his all into this training so as to get as much as he can out of it. Every little helps after all, especially when you're aiming to be a hero. Tuning back into what 13 was saying as she outlined some of the tasks that they would be going through today, his attention, along with the rest of the class, was soon drawn to the bottom of the stairs as Jiru suddenly shouted out in surprise. "Hey, what's that sound?" Jiru called out, her eyes flicking around before they came to rest on the bottom of the stair. And is that, whatever it is, supposed to be happening? Following her gaze, Izuku quickly saw what had caught her attention. The lights in the plaza below had begun to flicker on and off, even as a misty, purplish-black portal quickly swirled into existence in the center of the plaza, right next to the central fountain, with the portal slowly growing larger and larger with every moment that passed, until finally a pale, disembodied hand poked out of it, with the hand soon being followed by an entire black-clad body, covered in multiple grasping white hands. Following after this unusually dressed man, many more new men and women joined him in the plaza. None of them, Izuku noticed, looked like students. In fact, most of them looked to be in their mid to early 20s, though there were a smattering of older and younger individuals amongst them that didn't quite fall in that specific demographic. What they all did have in common, though, was that the dozens upon dozens of newcomers all wore costumes and masks of varying quality. Some of them were flashy and intimidating, whilst others looked like they had been scrapped together from scrap metal and rubbish. There was no unity nor conformity in how they were dressed, save for the fact that none of them looked familiar or like heroes, which of course begged the questions of who they were. Were they mock villains that had been drafted in to help with the training? Or were they actual villains? Around him he could hear many of his classmates pondering just that. Everyone get back and stay together. 13. Protect the students. Aizawa's voice immediately rang out sharply, his bloodshot eyes widening as he grabbed onto his white scarf with one hand. Snipe, you're with me. Down below in the plaza, the portal finally closed and collapsed in on itself to form a shapeless mass of purple fog with glowing yellow eyes. The mist-enshrouded figure in question coming to rest next to the gray-haired man in black that was covered with hands, and another larger, heavily muscled man with a bird-like head and an exposed brain. The rest of the newcomers meanwhile simply started to spread out around the gray-haired man, with some of them walking forwards and approaching the stairs leading up to where Class 1A and the teachers were standing. Sensei, is this part of the simulation? Yaoyorozu asked tremulously, her voice barely audible over the cacophony of sound being produced by the rest of the students as they all asked similar question. No, Aizawa said bluntly, his voice somehow even more serious than normal, his tired eyes narrowing and his body tensing as he readied himself for combat. At his side, Snipe had pulled out his guns and was now pointing them down at the approaching mass of costume individuals below. With 13 still hanging back, the rescue hero, shifting her body so that she was now well and truly between them and the top of the stairs. Those are villains. Panic erupted amongst the mass of students at this statement, with several of their number freezing up at the mere mention of the horde of people below being villains, whilst others nervously tensed up, their fear clear to see in their eyes as they saw the plaza below was now teeming with criminals and villains, all of whom looked like they were ready for a fight. Not everyone, however, panicked. Izuku could see that some of his classmates were holding their nerves. Light dustings of frost, he saw, was noticeably beginning to cover one of Todoroki's arms as he glared down at the massive villains below. Ada meanwhile just pulled on his helmet, his expression nervous but still determined as he then raised his clenched fists as if ready to fight. From beside him, Izuku could also see Kodai staring down at the villains too, her expression as emotionless as ever as she put her hands into the pouches at her side and pulled out a handful of metal nails and nuts. Ibara too, he could see, was also keeping her cool. Her expression was still serene, with the only noticeable sign of her anxiety over what was going on being her vine-like hair, which he could see had begun to twitch and twist like it was alive. Gritting his teeth at his, Izuku cooled the rage emotions within him using the calming techniques Dr. Nakamura had insisted he learn, and instead pulled out his spiked knuckle dusters and put them on. This was fine, he thought. This is what we train for. Yes, it might be happening far earlier than he had thought it would, but even so, he was not going to back down. Raising his steel-clad fists, Izuku drew on his quirk too, a bluish sheen rapidly covering his fists and forearms as he increased their durability to that of steel. He was ready. Kaminari, Aizawa said suddenly, breaking the tension now, his gaze still riveted on the villains below as they continued their approach. Try to get a signal to the main campus. Tell them what is happening and get help. 13. You need to get students out of here. None of you are to engage with the villains unless there is no other choice. Snipe, I'm going down there. Cover me. Got it, partner, Snipe replied, twirling his guns in his hands as Aizawa pulled his goggles down and bounded down the steps towards the advancing villains, with Snipe then slowly following after him, his guns raised as he began to rapidly shoot at the villains below, even as some of them fired back using their own quirks. Some of the villains, Izuku noticed, throwing spikes of bone or metal, that or they were sending blasts of fire, lightning and other types of energy up at Aizawa, even as others with mutation quirks shot bullets and other projectiles out of their hands, mouths and hair. Right, everyone get to the main doors. We're getting out of here now, 13 said decisively as she backed up, her helmeted head glancing over her shoulder at them as she did so. It's going to be okay. Kaminari, have you managed to get through to the main campus yet? No, sorry, there's something blocking my transmissions. We're completely cut off from the outside. The blonde replied nervously as 13 continued to usher them back away from the stairs and back towards the main doors. That's unfortunate, but not unexpected. This attack has obviously been carefully planned, 13 replied soothingly. Down below, the sounds of shouting and screaming could be heard as Izawa finally engaged the villains, and Snipe continued to rain down covering fire. Unfortunately, they had now been guided away from the top of the staircase, and so could no longer see the fighting. It's fine, everyone, Ida suddenly spoke up. I'm the fastest one here, 13-sensei. I can run to the main campus and warn the other teachers. The others muttered at this. 13, after a moment of thought, nodded her head. Please do, young man, but be careful and don't take risks. Ada nodded his helmeted head in reply, before he turned and ran for the door. The rest of you get back. 13 continued, her helmeted head shifting to look at some of the students, as a couple of them dawdled behind and tried to watch the ongoing fighting, including him. It had only been a few minutes or so since the villains had made their entrance, and already Izawa and Snipe between them had taken down a half-dozen of their number. Continuing their retreat, Izuku grudgingly followed the others as they headed for the doors. As much as he hated to admit it, they were all only 15 or so and a few weeks into their hero training. They probably weren't ready to fight villains yet. Instead, the sensible thing to do here was to follow their teacher's orders and get help. Between the two of them, Izawa and Snipe should hopefully be able to hold the villains off or keep them distracted long enough for help to arrive. Gritting his teeth at this, Izuku spared one last look toward the ongoing battle and headed for the exit. Already he could see Ida was almost there, just a few meters or so from it, only for him to then be involved in an inferno of purplish black mist that erupted in front of him. The wavering cloud, spreading out in all directions. Already it had completely blocked off the exit, even as it then spat Ida out at the same speed he ran into it, the white-armored teen sprawling onto the ground, as his sudden displacement made him lose his balance and fall over. A sound of scraping armor and groaning issuing forth from him as he rolled to a stop not far from where the rest of the class was. Ida! Several members of the class shouted out in worry, a couple of them running to his side and trying to help him up, even as the rest of them took fighting stances as the purple fog villain continued to grow. Focusing back on the villain, Izuku could see that it had already expanded to cover the walkway from side to side, cutting off any chance of walking around it, with two sinister yellow eyes having formed above it all, the glowing yellow eyes boring into the group as they backed up a bit and prepared to defend themselves. I'm afraid I can't allow any of you to leave. A rough-sounding male voice rang out from the wall of purplish mist, even as the pair of glowing, slitted, yellow eyes that had formed in the fog above a metal plate of some kind leered down at them. Greetings, young students. We are the League of Villains. I apologize for the intrusion, but we took it upon ourselves to invite ourselves here today and engage All Might. We have come so that the symbol of peace may draw his last breath. A ripple of shock and concern shot through the assembled students at the bold claim. Hearing it himself, Izuku grit his teeth in frustration. They were here for All Might, the one teacher that was supposed to be here, but didn't bother turning up as he had other important business to handle. What did that mean for them then? After they realized he was not here and not coming, would they just leave? A part of him didn't think so. In response to the tense and nervous silence that followed his claim, the fog-enshrouded man's glowing eyes studied the students below him for a moment before he spoke again. I was under the impression that All Might was supposed to attend this class today, was he not? Has something been altered? Clenching his fists tighter at the question, Izuku looked around at his fellow classmates. Some of them looked scared, others however looked determined, or in some cases angry. All Might's not here today. Your invasion of the USJ has been in vain, 13 replied bluntly, her voice less cheerful now as she moved so that she was in front of the class. Noticeably, she also uncorked one of the stubs on her fingers. She was no doubt going to use her quirk against the enemy villain. Seeing this, Izuku tensed himself, his legs bending as he prepared himself for a fight. 13 had a strong quirk, but she was not an experienced fighter. Like she had said previously, she focused on rescue work. In a fight with a villain she might be at a disadvantage, and as such she might need backup, readying himself to leap into action if needed. Izuku soon found that he was not the only to have the thought as with a sudden roar, Kirishima charged towards the villain, ignoring 13's shouted warning for him to get back, as he instead activated his hardening quirk and powered straight on ahead. From amongst the crowd of students, Sato, Shiro and Ogio quickly moved to join him, 3 of the faster members of the class quickly leaping into action as they moved to back up their classmate. Other members of the class meanwhile either hung back uncertainly or started to move to back up their classmate. Oh dear, you students still have much to learn, the purple fog villain drawled, but still your bravery should at least be applauded. Even if you are students, you are excellent golden eggs." The man's purple miasma shot forward at those last words. 13, seeing this, quickly moved to intercept. "No, students, move away." "I think not," the villain rumbled in response to 13. "For you see, my duty here is to scatter and torture you all to death." With that said, the fog exploded outward and was suddenly covering everything and everyone, drawing them into a twisting void that threw off all sense of balance and turned the space around them into a black abyss. Feeling this, Izuku did the only thing he could think of. He went full Titan. After falling through the dark purple void, Izuku experienced a few odd moments of disorientation before, without warning, he suddenly felt himself falling through the air and rapidly descending towards a large pool of water far below him, within which he could already see a half-dozen or so poorly and unfamiliarly dressed villains waiting for him. All of this, Izuku was able to take in within moments of falling through the portal, which was fortunate, because even as he fell, he felt warmth and heat suddenly explode up from within him, his flesh already beginning to steam as he went full Titan. Already he could feel several tons of flesh and muscle rapidly materializing and taking shape around him, even as an entire, colossal, skeletal structure formed at the same time beneath him. Just where the biological mass and material needed to form the flesh, muscle, and bone came from, he honestly had no idea. Then again, nor did the researchers at Asphodel. It was a mystery, probably in the same way that other quirks were, such as Ida's and the metal exhausts that seemed to naturally grow and form out of his calves, or Zero and the blocky tape dispensers he had for elbows, or even Takoyami and his somehow sentient shadow monster thing. Quirks, for all people pretended to know about them, were still a complete mystery. In fact, to him, quirks were bullshit. They made no sense at all, and seemed to develop or take the form of anything and everything, and sometimes for no known reason at all. He, Izuku, was a prime example of this. His dearly departed mother, he knew, had had a weak telekinetic quirk that allowed her to summon and repel small objects. His bastard father, meanwhile, may he rot in hell, had had the power to breathe fire. Neither of the two were compatible from a genetic standpoint, unless they maybe came together to form a quirk that allowed him to telekinetically control fire. Either way, conventionally this should have meant that he would have either inherited one, or both, of his parents' quirks, or some variation, or mix, of either the quirks. That or he should have been quirkless due to the weakness and incompatibility of both quirks, creating a genetic and evolutionary dead end. According to Dr. Nakamura, one of these three things is what should have happened. None of them did though. What shouldn't have happened, but what actually did end up doing so, is him developing a completely alien quirk to his genetic line, a mutation. One that could have formed due to the stars suddenly aligning, and the dormant genes of his forebears coming together in a unique and almost impossibly rare way. Maybe his great-grandmother had a gigantification quirk, and his mother's second cousin twice removed had a regenerative healing quirk, whilst his great-uncle on his father's side had a hardening quirk of some kind, all of which came together in him, in some kind of perfect genetic slurry, to form his Titan quirk. That, or it was completely random, which again would not be without precedent. Once again, the scientists and researchers had many ideas, but had been unable to reach any overall consensus about just how his quirk had formed, or even how it worked really. They just had theories, hypotheses, and the undeniable fact that most quirks were bullshit. Letting loose a sudden roar, Izuku hit the water below, a massive wave of water and steam exploding out from him at his point of impact, the force of which forced both the anchored boat on the lake and the aquatic villains waiting for him away. Clenching his suddenly much larger hand into a fist, Izuku, now firmly merged into the neck of his Titan, allowed his consciousness to spread throughout his Titan form, with his nervous system becoming one with the Titan's, even as his senses linked up with the Titan's currently more muted senses. Snapping his eyes open the moment the connection was made, Izuku let out another roar, another explosion of water and bubbles occurring, as this time he released the trapped air in his now colossal lungs. What the hell? He heard one of the nearby villains shout, his voice already shaking and quavering, even as Izuku found his feet on the metallic bottom of the fake lake, and stood up to his full height. The water slewed off him easily as first his head emerged, his dark green locks lank, dripping wet and partially concealing his face, then his glowing green eyes, and then finally his oversized jaw. "It's the TT Titan," another one of the villains shrieked, the voice sounding louder to Izuku now that the sound wasn't muted by the water. Continuing to rise from the water, Izuku rolled his shoulders and clenched his hands into fists, his mouth shifting, cracking and moving as he loosened his joints and made sure his neural connection to his Titan form was solid. When he had first started out in the labs, he had had a few unfortunate instances where the connection had failed and he had found himself a very pissed off, 50-foot-tall paraplegic, which, considering his Titan form heightens and amplifies his emotions, meant that he was less than cooperative when the scientists had surged in to try and help him. Even now, years later, Dr. Nakamura enjoyed teasing him about the time he threw the monster of all hissy fits and caused a localized earthquake. Pulling his mind back to the present, it had probably been less than a minute since he had fallen through the portal, and, after rolling his neck one final time, Izuku finally brought his attention to the villains, all of whom he could see were squirming or shaking under his gaze. We surrender. A villain with shark-like features, which was probably due to a fish mutant-type Quirk thing, suddenly whimpered. The sharkman's cold, dead black eyes locked with his own glowing, murderous green eyes for a moment, before with another whimper he suddenly started treading water with just his legs, even as he raised his hands in the universal sign of surrender. Hiding a smile at this display, Izuku, now head and shoulders above the now slightly bubbling water, turned to the other villains, his eyes flashing for a moment, as he then opened his mouth and let loose another half-shriek, half-bellow at the terrified group. The force of his roar and the explosion of steam it released, actually causing waves to form, as it pushed all 6 villains back to the edge of the fake lake, with all of them practically catatonic at this point, their hands clasped firmly over their ears as they cowered at the sight of him. They were, Izuku thought as he bent his legs and prepared to jump, actually kind of pathetic for villains. The image of villains he had in his mind were bold, rebels and rule breakers, people that abused their quirks, both for personal benefit and to thumb their noses at the society that either tried to reject them or tried to control them. Sure, it was a pretty romanticized view of villains, one that he had formed through reading books and comics, and through watching TV series and the news. After all, for all the hardship of his early life, he had actually lived a very sheltered life. Very rarely had he been able to go beyond the boundaries of his photo. And when he had only been for tests that couldn't be done at the high-tech medical facility, Juvenile Reformation Center. In fact, both himself and his fellow patients, inmates, were the only real experience he had of rebellious, nonconformist Quirk users. That said, most of them were only nonconformists due to them either being mental unstable or not being able to control their insanely powerful quirks. That, or in the rare case becoming mentally unstable due to their insanely powerful quirks, which caused them to be unable to control said quirks. Izuku honestly wasn't sure which category he fit into sometimes. Shaking his head at this thought, Izuku instead leapt up into the air, his feet pushing off the metallic floor of the lake hard, even as the rest of him soared out of the water in a single powerful leap, his feet clearing the water by several dozen meters as he did so, before with a thunderous and ground-shaking boom he landed on the floor of the USJ, in what he liked to call a superhero landing, the concrete beneath his feet and fists shattering and cratering with the impact of his landing. As he did this, he heard another slight eep from the aquatic villains as they pressed themselves to the edge of the noticeably diminished fake lake, and looked at his colossal and now steaming form in terror. Grinning at this, Izuku prepared to stand up and head back to the main plaza so he could find out what was going on, and then help in any way he could. It was the kind of thing a hero was expected to do. Only before he could do this, he was distracted by a familiar voice calling up to him from the now half-capsized boat on the lake. "Midoriya, Ribbit," Suyuasui said, the odd frog girl that he hadn't really spoken to before. The girl's protuberant eyes fixed on him now, as she leapt up off the deck of the ship and landed in a crouched position on the ship's railing. Turning to look at the frog girl at her call, Izuku gave her a nod. Usually, were he in his human form, he would have tried to reply. Just what he would have said, he didn't know, though somehow he suspected it would have been something suitably awkward, especially considering his interactions with the girl prior to this were effectively non-existent. Unfortunately, however, or maybe fortunately in this case, whilst in his Titan form, such a thing wasn't possible. After all, he still hadn't mastered speech yet. In fact, all he could do was roar and scream, and occasionally get out one-syllable words like no or yes. "You need to find out what happened to everyone, Ribbit," the girl said, one of her gloved hands raising and pointing in the vague direction of the plaza. "If we are here, then the others are probably spread out over the USJ, too. And if the villains were waiting for us here as well, then there are probably villains waiting for them too." Izuku nodded at this. It did make sense. The warping villain, Kurogiri, must have sent the rest of his fellow students away and all across the USJ. Furthermore, Asui was most likely right when she said there had probably been villains waiting there for them too. Just why that would be, however, was a bit of a mystery. It could have been, he supposed, to keep them busy and distracted whilst the heavy hitters took out the teachers, after which they would then move on to the students. That, or it could have been so the weaker villains could defeat and incapacitate the students, and then use them as hostages or for ransom later on. In fact, it was possible that that was one of the main aims of the attack, and not the asinine reason Kurogiri had stated about taking out All Might. Izuku refused to believe that any halfway decent villain would break into a hero school to attack the #1 hero, especially when said hero, if he had even been here, would have had the backup of fellow pro-hero teachers and a whole group of aspiring hero students. Surely no one was that stupid. In fact, just off the top of his head, Izuku could think of a better plan to isolate All Might by just using normal civilian hostages and the simple threat that if anyone other than All Might tried to interfere, the hostages would be killed. No, there had to be more to this carefully planned and orchestrated attack than a shoddy attempted assassination of the #1 hero. With that thought in mind, Izuku stood up, towering over all those below him. Instead of running off to the plaza, however, Izuku instead turned back to the lake and looked down at the suddenly nervous Asui for a moment, his gaze also taking in the quivering Aoyama at her side. The thin, armor-clad, blonde boy was hiding behind one of the rails of the partially sunk ship, a scared expression on his usually smug and smirking face as he gripped onto the railing like his life depended on it. The boy was either scared of the water, or there was something else bothering him, Izuku mused to himself as he looked down at the normally over-theatrical and overly flamboyant hero in training for a moment. The other teen unfortunately refused to meet his gaze, as he instead slammed his eyes shut and continued to shake and quiver. "What are you doing, Midoriya?" "Ribbit." Asui managed to get out, her face paling and her eyes bulging as she looked up at his towering 50-foot form, even as he took a step closer so he was now at the edge of the lake. The frog girl looked scared, Izuku noticed with a sinking feeling, and it didn't look like she was scared of the far more terrified-looking villains. Pushing that unsettling thought to the side for a moment, Izuku instead leant down and scooped up 3 of the villains from the water in one of his giant hands, his fingers easily closing around their almost catatonic forms, even as several of their number either fainted or desperately tried to get away. "Midoriya, what are you doing? Don't hurt them," Asui suddenly shouted, her eyes, if possible, widening even more. Raising his other hand, Izuku raised a single finger in her direction to quiet her for a moment. By her silence he assumed it worked, after which he then looked at the frozen villains in his hands. "Why?" Izuku roared, a cloud of scolding steam almost enveloping the villains, only for it to miss them as Izuku shifted them away for a moment, before bringing them back to face him, his other hand now gesturing around at the suddenly silent USJ. Prior to his words, there had been the constant noise of fighting in the background. Now, for just a few moments, there was nothing. "WWY? The Shark Man," their apparent spokesperson tremored out, before his eyes suddenly bulged. "Why are we here? Why did we come?" he shakily asked, his flesh now ghostly white as opposed to the gray it had been previously. Izuku nodded in response. "TT to kill All Might. Or that is what the big boss said. We don't care about that T though," the Shark Man quickly said, his fellow villains quickly nodding along. "We're just here B because we're B being paid. I'm not Mr. T Titan. I am here B because he threatened me and my family." One of the Shark Man's fellow villains tagged in. "Why yeah, that too." Shark Man nodded, the other 2 villains in his fist nodding along frantically now too. Narrowing his eyes at this, much to the trio's terror, Izuku then gave a curt nod and dropped them back into the lake. They didn't seem to know anything. That or they were very good actors. Growling to himself at this, Izuku then looked back down at the still scared Asui and Aoyama, and then pointed at the villains. "We'll handle them. We will make sure they don't escape." Asui nodded, a hint of relief in her voice now. Izuku nodded at that, and then thumped his chest with one of his hands and then gestured in the direction of the plaza. From where he was standing he could fortunately still see several small figures fighting, clear evidence that Aizawa and Snipe were still standing and hadn't been taken down yet. "Okay," Asui said, her voice now much calmer. "Good luck." Izuku nodded at that, and then turned away, his gaze instead on the plaza. He would have to trust his fellow students to handle themselves. It was a bitter pill to swallow, but the fact was that he couldn't spare the time to try and track them all down. Not when they were all probably scattered across the USJ. To do so would take too much time. Furthermore, it would also give the many villains clustered on the plaza the time they might need to defeat and kill Aizawa and Snipe. That or it might allow the ringleaders to escape. Pushing back his discomfort, Izuku nodded as he decided on his course of action. Everyone on the hero course had earned their place here at UA. They had training, and hopefully they would be together in groups and so would be able to help each other out. In the end, they needed to stand on their own 2 feet. That said, Izuku mused as he started off walking, and then upped his speed to that of a run. If he arrived at the plaza, and Aizawa, 13 or Snipe told him to go out and find his fellow students, then that was what he should do. He would leave the decision up to the more experienced and more highly trained teachers. Aizawa was struggling. His eyes were dry and were starting to ache, and his limbs were shaking from exertion. Between the 2 of them, both he and Snipe had managed to deal with most of the cannon fodder. The weak, low-ranked villains. Those that were more thugs than trained and dangerous threats. They were the kind of mooks that were a dime a dozen. Every city had them. They were the dregs of society. Those that didn't want to settle down and get a real job, but who also weren't strong enough, brave enough, or skilled enough to make something of themselves in the criminal underworld. Basically, they were the ideal henchmen. The type of people that could do grunt work, and the jobs that any self-respecting villain wouldn't want to do themselves. Furthermore, they were also career criminals, who were basically in and out of prison on a yearly and sometimes monthly basis. They were the type of criminals that never did anything bad enough to get any real hard time in prison. Instead, mostly they got sent down for petty theft, antisocial behavior, breaking and entering, and occasionally bodily harm. None of them were dangerous enough to be put into maximum, and nor were they risky enough to justify keeping them in the already overcrowded prison system for more than the minimum time the judge at their trial decided on. Their very existence was a clear sign that the superhero society in which they lived was failing, that the personal responsibility that was preached, and the Quirk control laws that were enforced were all ineffective. They were a sign, or at least in his opinion, that system and the laws that governed it were outdated and ineffectual. Gritting his teeth at that thought, Aizawa's blistered hands clenched tightly around his specially made and reinforced wrappings, even as he swung another faceless, identity-less mook into another, his swift, practiced move sending both of them crashing to the floor. Not that he bothered to give them more than a cursory glance to make sure they were down, as instead he locked his gaze on another incoming villain, erased his quirk, and then punched him in the throat. With a gasp and a choking sound, he collapsed to the floor, his hands already scrabbling at his throat. Ignoring this, Aizawa instead landed a kick in the side of his head to take him out, even as he danced back and avoided a female villain with grasping, serrated metal fibers for hair, his eyes once again flashing as he erased her quirk and made her hair go limp, only for him to dash in again and land a knee to her sternum, and at the same time slam his elbow into her nose. He could feel the cartilage of her nose breaking beneath his elbow. More than that, he could also hear her anguished cry, and the crunch of her nose. It was sickening, but still, with practiced ease he ignored his discomfort and instead hit the ground and rolled, his wrapping once more shooting out to ensnare 3 more villains. These 3 he merely held in place long enough for his partner, Snipe, to gun them down, the twin revolvers in his hand barking out several bullets, with the knees and elbows of the captured villains exploding into a fine bloody mist in response. It was harsh, and would probably require several months of recovery, but they were non-lethal all the same. Snipe's aim, due to both his skill and his quirk, were just that good. Furthermore, it was also necessary. They couldn't just zip-tie every criminal, as for one they didn't have enough zip-ties, and for another they didn't have the time. 2 more on your 6, partner, Snipe drawled moments later, his guns once again spitting out bullets as he kneecapped another 2 villains that tried to rush their position. We can't keep this up, Aizawa replied, leaping back now, his back hitting the ground as he rolled and avoided a villain with bone claws, only for him to then stop himself mid-roll and lunge back at the startled clawed man, his feet making contact with the man's knees in a distinctly gritty and unpleasant way. Once again he had to wince at the man's howl of pain, and at the shattering, snapping sound that came from his kneecaps. True that, Snipe nodded, his arms extending to both sides as he spun, bullets exploding out of the barrels of his modified, semi-automatic revolvers, and scything down at least 3 more of the greatly reduced group villains' numbers. Already Aizawa could see close to 3 dozen bodies littering the floor, all of them alive, even if they were bloodied, bruised, broken, and in varying states of consciousness and pain. To the casual observer, this is not what they would think hero work looked like. Instead, what they were doing, it probably looked like a slaughter, something far more villainous than heroic. Unfortunately, though, this kind of thing happened all too often in a hero's line of work. They had to put the people, the vulnerable, and their charges above all else. They had to make the necessary sacrifices, both self-sacrifices and other kinds, to ensure that the villains stayed down and out of the fight. This was the kind of thing that the Hero Academy students didn't find out about until their 3rd years, when they got more combat experience in their internships with the differing hero agencies. Even those that didn't specialize in combat, like 13, had to deal with blood, death, and horror. It was an unavoidable, an intrinsic part of hero work. In a world where 80% of the population had powers, approximately 80% of the criminals also had powers too, and as any person knows, the villains, those desperate, or those willing to abuse their powers for their own selfish benefit, they always outnumbered both the heroes and the police. Making it to his feet again, Aizawa leapt into the air and avoided a large globule of green acid one of the villains had spat at him, even as then twisted and dodged several bone spikes that were thrown his way. The students might be in danger, and I'm not sure about you, but I'm running on empty. Snipe pressed on, his hand coming round in a blur as he pistol-whipped a villain that got too close, and then shot the acid spitter once in each hip, and then again in each knee. I am too, and the heavy hitters haven't even made a move yet, Aizawa replied, his eyes flicking over to where the pale, gray-haired villain covered in pale hands, and the monstrously muscular one with dark skin, a beak, and an exposed brain were still standing, watching. Why? A booming bellow suddenly exploded out. The sheer sound of the voice, and the visceral anger laden within that single word, caused all motion on the plaza to suddenly stop. only for many pairs of eyes to almost instinctively turn to where the sound originated. Hazarding a glance over in that direction himself, Aizawa found himself unsurprised to see a giant figure with messy green hair and glowing green eyes. Midoriya, Aizawa thought, his eyes narrowing at the sight of the wild card, even as he both felt and heard a sudden wave of panic shifting through the still standing and conscious villains. Is that the Titan of Musutafu? One of the villains asked dumbly, their eyes no longer on the two heroes in their midst, but instead on the hulking Titanic figure in the distance. I thought they locked that monster up and threw away the key, another muttered nervously. Glancing back at the ringleaders, Aizawa immediately took note of the fact that their attention, or at least the scrawny, gray-haired man covered in hands, was also on Midoriya. Seeing this, he leapt forward to take advantage of the situation. With this being something, Snipe also did, as with barely a glance at Midoriya, the gun-toting hero swung around and offloaded even more preternaturally accurate bullets at his now stationary targets, with a chorus of screams and cries sounding out all around him, even as Aizawa closed the distance on the lead duo, his eyes wide open, as his red-eyed gaze snapped from the shorter villain that was only just now bringing his attention back to the fight, and then to the much larger one with the exposed brain, that was still seemingly staring vacantly off into the distance. Namu, kill. The gray-haired teen managed to get out, his body lurching backwards as he attempted to fling himself back and away from Aizawa. The bird, man, monster, thing didn't reply or even make a sound. Instead, its eyes just rolled in its head, as it shifted its attention from the staircase behind Aizawa to Aizawa himself. Shit, Aizawa cursed to himself, pushing off the floor and leaping sideways to avoid the monstrous villain's lunge, even as he thrust his wrappings out, the bindings shooting out and around the falling gray-haired man's body, before with another tug and a twist of his wrists they tighten. I've got you, partner, Snipe called out behind him, his guns once again raised as he looked up from the felled bodies all around him and instead at the monstrous villain. Namu, the hand-covered villain shrieked as Aizawa leapt back again, yanking his wrappings this time and tugging the gray-haired villain off of his feet and towards him, even as he turned his gaze away from the now encapsulated gray hair, and instead onto Namu, so he could assist Snipe in taking the big one down too. As he did so, he could feel his eyes beginning to throb now, a sure sign of overuse. Not that that stopped him from erasing Namu's quirk, whatever it was, and just in time too as Snipe fired his guns moments later. For just a single moment, it looked like everything was going right. But that was only for that single moment. In the next, however, everything went to hell. 13. A high-pitched, familiar voice, that of Mina Ashido, screamed from the top of the stairs. At the same time as the scream sounded out, Snipe's bellow of pain and shock seemed to join it as the gun-wielding pro was hit by Namu, with the giant, dark-skinned, quirk-erased brute smashing into Snipe with the speed and force of a freight train, instead of going down under a hail of bullets like it was supposed to, with its massive muscular form knocking the pro-hero off of his feet, even as it then lunged out, one of its hands lashing out to land a punishing punch to the now airborne Snipe's body. The force of the blow knocked him back with a sickening crunch and then into the staircase some dozen or so meters away, his body then flopping down the stairs, only to roll limply onto the floor some few moments later. Snipe was down, possibly permanently. By the sounds of it, 13 was down too, though just what her situation was, he didn't know. As for him, you should always keep your eyes on your opponent. The gray-haired man's sibilant voice sounded out behind Aizawa, the disintegrating remains of his metallic wrappings falling down around the gray-haired villain, even as he pushed himself to his feet. Shit, Aizawa thought as he immediately leapt away, only for him to be caught mid-leap by Namu, the bird monster's face still twisted into the same creepy grin it had ever since it arrived, even as it unleashed a brutal blow to his airborne body. The force of the blow, Aizawa idly and somewhat hazily noticed as he felt his body hit the ground. It was enough to shatter his bones and mulch his organs, letting out a gasp, as pain suddenly enveloped his broken body. The blood that sprayed out of his mouth only seemed to lend credence to his initial analysis. We need help, Aizawa thought to himself, his vision going dark as he stared up vacantly at the glass-domed ceiling far overhead, as the darkness began to take over his vision. The only thing he could do was hope that 13 had somehow managed to get the word out to Yue before she fell. Turning away from the crippled form of Eraserhead, Tamura Shigaraki's gaze trailed over the pro-hero Snipe's equally unmoving form, before it then took in the 50 or so broken bodies of the cannon fodder and thugs he had brought with him today. Things had not quite gone as planned, but he had adjusted. For one, Snipe was not supposed to be here, and instead All Might was. Still, such a thing was not a great game-changer. The gun-wielding pro-hero, although formidable in some ways the legions of felled minor villains was evidence enough of that, was in the end not much of a challenge to his Namu. Thinking of his pet, Tormiwa's gaze trailed over to the genetically enhanced and multi-quirk-wielding abomination. Put quite frankly, the broken creature creeped him out. It was too silent, too still, Its mind was shattered beyond all recognition. One would hardly be able to tell that it had once been human, or at least it had been, before it had had multiple quirks implanted into it, and massive surgeries involving genetic modification and cybernetic enhancements. Suffice to say, abomination was a good description for the beast. Still, it was obedient and got the job done. Tearing his gaze away from the motionless Namu, Tamura instead looked to the other monstrosity heading his way. The Titan of Musutafu, Kurogiri, after his infiltration of UA, had told him of the monster's presence at UA, just as he had told him of the other students and staff he might have to deal with whilst his Namu was killing All Might. It was why he had planned accordingly. Have Kurogiri deal with 13, and then scatter the students across the facility, preferably by dropping them from a great height so they would at least be injured or crippled enough, so that even the most useless of the henchmen he had hired or threatened into working for him could deal with them. Just what said henchmen did with the students was immaterial. Kill them, cripple them, rape them, eat them. He honestly didn't care so long as they kept them out of his way. After that, the plan was for his remaining grunts to occupy and preferably take out Eraserhead, whilst he and Namu dealt with All Might. As for when the Titan of Musutafu interfered, as he very much doubted that a being such as he could be dealt with by common NPCs, well, he had contingency plans for that too. He, with the help of his sensei, had meticulously planned for this attack. Hell, they had even planned for the possibility of All Might not being here, and by the sounds of it, with 13 being down, that plan would soon be in the works. That is, if it wasn't already. Either way, soon All Might would be alerted to his class being in trouble, which meant that soon enough he would be bursting into the facility gung-ho and ready to smite the evildoers, just like Sensei said he would. At which point Namu, Kurogiri, and himself would kill the #1 hero. It would be easy, especially considering the fact that his fellow pro heroes, reinforcements, were already down, and possibly dead. He honestly wasn't sure, then again neither did he care. And there was the fact that All Might would also be distracted. What with so many of his students being scattered across the facility and in mortal peril, it almost made him hard just thinking about the despair the #1 hero would feel once he realized his situation. Tamura, Kurogiri said softly as he appeared next to him from one of his portals. 13 is dead. And one of the students has now escaped and is already taking word of the attack back to the school. Good, Tamura nodded, holding back a giggle as he looked to his aide. If there was one person he could rely on, it was his loyal supporter. After all, Kurogiri was sworn to carry his burdens. There is, however, the problem of the Titan, Kurogiri added, his glowing yellow eyes shifting to the oncoming Titan. In the few minutes that had passed since his emergence, the seemingly not-so-mindless monster had already found its bearings and was heading right for them. At the sight of the beast, a towering monolithic mass of muscle and fury, Tamura couldn't help but giggle at the irony of the Titan of Musutafu, one of the greatest calamities to have hit Japan in recent years, attending a hero academy. It was almost too funny. It's fine, we have our plan to deal with him, Tamura replied softly, his fingers absent-mindedly scratching his itchy neck. We'll put him down quickly, so we have enough time to prepare for All Might, when that old cripple finally drags himself here to defend his beloved students. Remember, Tamura, the master wants him alive, Kurogiri replied, his glowing yellow eyes narrowing. He will be, Tamura replied, pushing down a bit of irritation he felt at Kurogiri talking back to him. He would forgive him for now. After all, he was right. Sensei did want the Titan's quirk. A smile spread across his face at that thought, even as he started to wonder just how powerful a Namu the Titan of Musutafu would end up being once his mind had been broken and he had been implanted with several more quirks. Namu, Kurogiri, deal with the Titan. It will be done. Kurogiri nodded, even as the Titan finally made it onto the plaza, steam billowing off its colossal form as its glow-green eyes surveyed the carnage in front of it, before locking onto him, barely even paying attention to Kurogiri as he warped away, or to Namu as the monster bolted past him. Tamura could only watch on gleefully as the Titan, upon seeing what he, Tamura, had wrought, threw back its head and let loose an almost deafening roar of rage. Time to turn on the boss music. Tamura giggled to himself. He could actually feel himself getting hard now at the boss fight he knew was about to begin. This was a floor boss, and he and his team were a raiding party. They just had to take the Titan down, and then they could deal with the final boss, All Might. At the sight of Aizawa and Snipe's broken, bloodied bodies lying amidst the similarly battered and beaten bodies of dozens of villains, Izuku didn't know what to say or do. Instead, his mind seemed to momentarily come to a halt for a moment, as he just tried to comprehend how his teachers, two well-known and seasoned pro heroes, had been taken down. Sure, they had been outnumbered, but surely quality had to count over quantity. Eraserhead and Snipe, they were supposed to be pro heroes, the best of the best. It was almost inconceivable to him the fact that they could be taken down by no-name chumps like those that had attacked the USJ. After all, the League of Villains, it was such a pretentious, presumptuous, and stupid name, and one that he had never heard of before, meaning it was most likely a newly formed group. Still, despite this, they had been beaten. And by the looks of it quite convincingly too. Mentally forcing his concerns over the current situation down, Izuku instead focused on the 3 remaining villains in the plaza. They looked strong. In fact, he thought idly, they must be if they were the last 3 left standing. None of them had so much as a mark on them. There was the one with scraggly gray hair, and a costume that seemed to consist of a dark outfit, over the top of which multiple gray, dead-looking hands could be seen gripping onto his arms, shoulders, and face. The guy looked creepy as all hell. As for what his quirk was, well, his costume certainly didn't give anything about it away. Unless, of course, his quirk was creating disembodied hands, which, considering how bullshit some quirks were, was a possibility. Following on from him, there was a hulking brute that looked to be nearly 10 feet tall, with bulging muscles, a beak, shark-like teeth, and an exposed brain. This one, Izuku noticed, definitely looked strong, though just what it was capable of he honestly didn't know. The final one of the trio, meanwhile, was the shadowy and mysterious Kurogiri, the one he had met before, the one that had confronted 13 and had warped Izuku and his classmates away. He, Izuku, knew was strong. At the same time, however, Izuku also knew Kurogiri's quirk, or at least the broad strokes of it, which for the moment made him a known quantity. Letting loose a roar of both anger and challenge, Izuku spared the rest of the plaza a single cursory glance, his gaze lingering momentarily on a slight bit of movement he could see at the edge of the plaza, over near a kiosk of some kind, before he turned back to the villains and charged. Just what his plan was at this point, he honestly wasn't sure. All he knew was that he needed to take these 3 remaining villains out, or at least drive them off, after which he could focus on what really mattered, checking on his teachers and finding his classmates and making sure they were safe. Namu, Kurogiri, deal with the Titan, the gray-haired villain shrieked in a nasally voice, his pale hand pointing at Izuku as he charged at them, even as Kurogiri and the now-named Namu rushed past the lead villain and towards him, gritting his teeth as the Namu rushed forward to meet his charge. Even as Kurogiri warped away somewhere, Izuku responded to the most immediate threat, the smaller being, in the most appropriate way he could think of. The moment the rapidly moving Namu got within range, Izuku lashed out with a brutal kick, his foot fully connecting with Namu's torso, even as he followed through with his kick and punted Namu away, with the dark-skinned monster's body almost blurring from the force with which it was hit, even as Izuku's foot began to steam as the skin and bone he had broken with the force of his kick rapidly healed. It was almost comical in a way how easily Namu had been dealt with, Izuku mused to himself as he pressed on, his glowing green eyes now on the gray-haired villain, as he dismissed Namu from his mind for a moment. The massive blow Izuku received to his side moments later, however, soon countered any amusement he might have been feeling, even as the sudden and vicious blow knocked him sideways and almost toppled him over. What? Izuku thought to himself furiously, his head twisting as he shifted his legs to steady himself and to avoid falling to the ground. How is that possible? He then thought, as he regained his balance and spotted what had hit him. It was Namu. The big, beaked bastard had hit him in the side with enough force to break a couple of ribs. More than that, however, the monster had also managed to lodge its hands into his flesh, even as it started to rip into him with its beak, further damaging his already damaged ribs, holding back a snarl of anger as he felt muted pain thrum through his body. Even as his wounds started to steam and rapidly heal, Izuku could feel that his amplified emotions were once again flaring up and threatening to take control, but he wouldn't let them. Instead, mastering his anger, Izuku forcibly ripped Namu off of him, accidentally tearing off a chunk of his own flesh as he did so, even as he then flung the beaked monstrosity to the ground, hard. Only this time he kept eyes on the monster as he hit the ground, or rather as he was suddenly swallowed by a misty purple portal. Kurogiri, Izuku snarled to himself, even as he felt another thunderous blow hit him in his back as another one of Kurogiri's portals opened up behind him and divested itself of Namu, the Namu that was still shooting through the air from the force of Izuku's own throw. Jihhhh. Izuku roared in anger, his legs buckling as the 10-foot-tall, however heavy, Namu struck him once again, only this time it hit him in the small of the back. Reaching behind him quickly, Izuku managed to get his hand around Namu once again and rip him off his rapidly healing back. Steam once again issued forth from the wound, even as his Titan form began to heat up from the exertion, the air around him now shimmering from the sheer amount of scorching heat he was giving off. It was enough that it should have started broiling Namu alive, just from its proximity to Izuku's Titan form. That wasn't the case though, as Izuku noticed once he wrapped his hand tightly around Namu and brought him to his front, his green eyes locking on the miraculously uninjured and unbothered monster for a moment, before he lunged forward and slammed it as hard as he could into the already shattered and fractured stone plaza. Only this time he didn't throw him, or release him. After all, he didn't want the ever-moving Kurogiri to pull another fast one on him. This, however, turned out to be a mistake, as after slamming Namu into the plaza, Izuku was soon knocked off balance by the lack of resistance he felt, as his hand and the Namu that was clenched in it seemed to just sink into the earth. Or rather, it just sank into one of Kurogiri's portals, with the portal closing the moment his hand disappeared into it with barely a sound, even as it severed his hand cleanly from the wrist down, letting out another roar of anger. His head throbbing now as he continued to try and master his temper, Izuku stumbled back to his feet, the stump on his arm now steaming, even as it began to regenerate. As for the Namu, as he turned his head, Izuku could see that it had once again appeared behind him, dropping from Kurogiri's portal, with remnants of his hands disintegrating around it, with its feet touching the ground for all of a few moments, before it dashed right at him. Its movements were as fast as they were when the fight first just started. Letting out another growl, Izuku twisted around to meet its charge this time, his still healing right hand shooting forwards as he thrust his suddenly shimmering blue, hardened hand into and then through the oncoming Namu, the muscle-clad bones of his still regenerating fingers impaling themselves through Namu's body like spears, with his hand still steaming as it continued to try and heal whilst impaling Namu. But the sheer amount of heat it released whilst doing this, no doubt scorching the still silent monster from the inside out, releasing a breath of scalding steam. Izuku stood once more at his full height, the Namu now securely gripped in his hands. Or at least that is what he tried to do, as unfortunately the moment he stood up, he then almost immediately lost his balance as one of his feet sank into one of Kurogiri's portals, with the portal then rapidly closing and cutting off one of his legs from the knee down the moment he tried to balance himself and pull it free. Roaring in both anger and moderate pain, Izuku instinctively threw both hands out to catch himself as he fell forwards, both hands, including the one holding Namu, cratering the ground beneath him, but only for a moment, before a portal took shape beneath Namu and sucked him, and Izuku's now fully healed right hand into it. Not this time, Izuku growled to himself as he used his hardening on his right hand, his arm from the elbow down shimmering blue as it became diamond hard. It didn't help. Instead, once again Kurogiri's portal closed on his hand, cutting cleanly through his shimmering blue wrist, even as it once more released Namu. Snarling, Izuku pushed himself up and onto his skeletal and still healing leg. Already he could see the tendrils of muscle and tendons wrapping around it as it once again became strong enough to hold his weight, especially once he used his hardening to reinforce the newly formed muscle and bone. Kurogiri, Izuku snarled as he looked around and tried to find the warping villain. He couldn't defeat Namu with Kurogiri around and acting as support. Already their hit-and-run tactics were having an effect on him. After all, every time he used his muscles or regenerated, more the regeneration, his body burned through energy, which in turn created heat. This heat, he was normally able to release in the form of steam through his pores in his mouth, which in turn meant he could keep going without cooking himself to death inside his Titan. Unfortunately, however, there was only so much heat he could vent through steam, and already Izuku was reaching that threshold and could feel the effects taking their toll on him. He was starting to overheat and dehydrate. It was the downside of his quirk. It wasn't well suited to battles of attrition like this, or to hit-and-run tactics that forced him to constantly regenerate himself. Twisting around, Izuku once again caught Namu charging at him from the corner of his eye, and once again he responded by kicking him away. Only this time, as the flying Namu was swallowed by a portal, he was ready as he hardened his elbow and then twisted and rammed backwards and into Namu, even as it hurtled from a new portal that appeared directly behind him. Once again, he could feel the impact of his blow. It was powerful, powerful enough that it should have shattered all the bones in even an enhanced human's body, and turned their organs into a mushy soup too. Only the Namu seemed to almost easily shrug off the blows he laid upon it. Turning once more, Izuku kept his gaze sharp as he saw another portal form and Namu fly out of it once more, his body still propelled by the force of his previous blow. Letting out another roar at this, Izuku lunged forward and caught the flying Namu once more, both of his hands, now sheathed in shimmering blue, clenching around the monster, with one hand gripping its upper body, whilst the other grabbed onto its legs. Solidifying his grip, Izuku then twisted his hands and pulled them apart with an almost sickening crunching, squelching sound, a shower of blood falling down to the ground around him now, as he then flung the upper part of Namu's body one way, and the lower part off in the other direction. Killing, it was not something he wanted to do, but he could see no other way out of this predicament. After all, every time he knocked Namu away he came back with the same force he was thrown. And every time he tried to trap him, Kurogiri created portals and lopped off Izuku's limbs until the monster was free. As for Kurogiri, Izuku didn't even have the time to try and catch him with Namu constantly nipping at his heels. That said, even if he did have the time, he wasn't entirely sure he even could physically catch the teleporter. He was in a stalemate with the two villains, but it was not a stalemate he could win. Not when he was already on the verge of having to drop his Titan form before he fainted. Haha, brutal. The gray-haired villain shrieked with glee from where he was still standing, his hands clapping together delightedly, but also altogether ineffective. Not when my Namu can regenerate just as well as you can Titan, thanks to one of its many quirks. Then again, you never really stood a chance. This Namu was specifically designed to take out All Might, Titan, the same All Might that defeated you so long ago. Did you really think you could actually beat it? The man's voice was as petulant and whiny as it was nasal. It made him want to stamp on him, especially considering what he was saying about how this creature was designed. Not born, that it was a laboratory experiment. Unfortunately, he had no time to vent his frustration on the annoying gray-haired villain that was sensibly staying out of the range. Instead, he had a newly regenerated Namu to deal with. The monster in question now whole once more as it barreled across the pitted and shattered floor of the plaza towards him. Letting out a snarl, Izuku prepared to meet its charge. Once again he could feel his rage beginning to overtake his mind, his vision going red as his gaze locked onto his annoyingly resilient foe. Only before he was stopped by a wall of ice which shot across the plaza and smashed into the Namu. The force of the ice knocked Namu sideways, but the Namu, instead of disappearing into a portal like usual, instead hitting the ground hard, its entire left side coated in a thick layer of ice. What? The gray-haired man shrieked, even as Todoroki emerged onto the plaza, more ice exploding from his hand and foot as he continued to coat Namu in layers and layers of ice. A difficult task indeed considering the ice-covered Namu's proximity to the almost wall of heat Izuku was releasing with his mere presence. Kurogiri, twisting his head in surprise and confusion, Izuku tried to spot the ever-moving and ever-shifting warp villain, only for his eyes to widen as he eventually found him. Only he wasn't alone. Instead, the misty villain was surrounded by his fellow Class 1A students, Ibara, Takoyami, and Kirishima, all of whom were using their quirks to harry the warp villain, and to stop him from concentrating and using his portals. Midoriya, Sato suddenly shouted, his yellow-clad classmate running onto the plaza too, with Kodai running alongside beside him, a metal pole in her hands, which she then passed over to Sato, and which he then threw to Izuku. What? Izuku thought to himself as he saw the tiny 3-foot metal pole spinning through the air towards him. What was he supposed to do with that? Use it as a toothpick? It was as he thought this, however, that he saw Kodai place both of her hands together, even as the 3-foot pole suddenly rapidly increased in size, with it going from 3 feet in length to closer to 30 feet. Nodding his head at this, Izuku grabbed the suddenly massive metal stave, even as Namu finally broke out of Todoroki's ice and rushed towards him. Seeing this, Izuku spun around to face him, the pole now held in both of his giant hands as he let out an almost deafening roar and hit Namu in a move reminiscent of a pro golfer hitting a golf ball. But the weight of the pole and force of the strike proving too much as it lifted Namu clear off its feet and sent it hurtling away, and into, and then through, the glass dome overhead. Kaminari shouted gleefully as he and several of their other classmates made it onto the plaza too now. All of them looked fine, if a bit battered, bloodied and bruised. Whether they all coincidentally arrived at the same time, or whether some of them grouped up beforehand and came as one, Izuku didn't know. Nor in fact did he care at the moment. Instead, he was just glad that they had come and that he had the backup he needed. No, no, no. The gray-haired villain snarled, leaping back to avoid a blast of ice from Todoroki as he did so, and a wave of green vines from Ibara even as he ran towards the exhausted-looking Kurogiri. With the warping villain no longer in the form of an ominous misty cloud, as he instead hunched over in a distinctly humanoid form, his metal collar scruffed and slightly damaged, and his smart waistcoat and shirt ripped to shreds. "Stop him," Yaoyorozu shouted as she too arrived on the scene, a bazooka-like implement in her hand, which she used to great effect as she aimed at the fleeing, hand-covered villain and launched a metal net at him. In response to her shout, both Sato and Kirishima rushed for the villain, even as he used his quirk to somehow reduce the metal net to dust. Seeing all this, Izuku did the only thing he could at the moment. He dispersed his Titan form and collapsed to the ground, his face flushed red and his body steaming and bathed in sweat, even as he started to take in deep labored breaths. "Izuku," Kodai's soft voice rang out, as she ran over and came to a stop next to him, her face slightly smudged and dirty as she knelt beside him and started to awkwardly pat him on the back, clearly a bit wary of the steam that was still rolling off of him. "Are you okay?" "Fine, just tired," Izuku rasped back, his face still red as he continued to take deep breaths, even as he looked up and saw that a number of his classmates had rushed to snipe on Aizawa's side too, both of whom at least looked to still be breathing at least, with the rest of them pursuing the gray-haired villain. Or at least they tried to before he reached Kurogiri, drove off the nearby students, and then both managed to get away in one of the exhausted Kurogiri's portals. The villains had escaped. It was a bit of a kick in the teeth after all they had done. Still, Izuku thought tiredly as he heard the doors to UA slam open and saw a smiling All Might arrive on the scene, Ada and a number of other battle-ready teachers pouring in behind him. It could have been worse. Looking around, he could see that most of his classmates were now here, and although they were battered and bruised, they were all still standing and alive. As for the rest, he could see more of them, including the very noticeable Mina, rushing up to All Might's side at the top of the stairs. The main two villains had escaped, but they were all alive and well, or at least he hoped they were. So all things considered, this day should probably be counted as a victory. Detective Tsukachi Naomasa muffled a slight groan as he tried to focus on the ongoing situation at hand, or rather as he focused on the recently incapacitated and detained villains that were being led out of the USJ in orderly lines by armed officers, before being transported over to a nearby convoy of police cars and trucks. Once the doors slammed shut, they would be on a one-way ticket to the nearest station for processing and detainment. This was not what he had pictured himself doing today when he had woken up this morning. Not at all. Scowling at that thought, Tsukachi looked over at the meandering mass of students just to the side of the entrance. From where he was standing, he could see that the small group of students had been placed far enough away from the police convoy and crowd of distant reporters and journalists to be afforded at least some sense of privacy while still being within sight of the attending officers, even as paramedics checked over their scratches and bruises. Once things had been squared away here, he would ask them a few questions to fill in the gaps about what went down before sending them home with escorts. Everything else, such as the filing of incident reports, contacting of family members, etc., including any more questions that may or may not need to be asked, could be sorted out later, at a time when they weren't all as shaken up as they currently were, so he could press them for more details. Tsukachi let out a sigh at that. These kids were far too young for a villain attack. Sure, they were training to be pro-heroes, but they were only in their first year. They were 15 at most, still children really. They were only supposed to be preparing for villains' attacks and all the other shit that came with hero work, not already doing them. He felt saddened by just the sight of their haunted faces. It made him feel a tightness in his chest. Instead of enjoying their teenage years, being a bit rebellious and finding themselves, they were instead training to fight, disable, and maybe even hurt, if necessary, other human beings. Thinking of it now, was there any difference between heroes in training and child soldiers? No, that was unfair. For one, the heroes in training were doing a government-sanctioned service for society, and for another, they were training to de-escalate situations, assist evacuations, and administer first aid, and cut out the next sentence just as much as they were being trained how to use their quirks. He was being petty and uncharitable before, he knew that. He was allowing his own misgivings and doubts to bleed into his opinion. It wasn't constructive now, nor was it helpful. Not now when he was dealing with the aftermath of such a large-scale villain attack. Tsukachi didn't have much to do at the moment. Not with most of the mooks, low-level thugs and criminals subdued before police reinforcements had even arrived. Tsukachi frowned at that thought, even as he sent the line of captured villains a scathing look. Most of them were wastrels and slackers, people who achieved nothing in life and had no real place in society, the type that could be easily bought with a bit of chump change. They took more from the world than they gave. They didn't subscribe to any kind of ideology, unlike the League of Villains leaders that had used them for disposable cannon fodder, espouse. No, instead they were just dissatisfied and disenfranchised individuals that had squandered their opportunities early on in life. They were the kind that had bombed out of school early with no relevant qualifications to speak, the kind that were work-shy, and instead they used their brawn and quirks to take from others around them. They were parasites in every sense of the word. Some of them, now that he thought about it, had also probably graduated or left school with the aim of getting into the pro-hero profession. They had thought that with their quirks they could easily make it and live an easy life of luxury, only for their dreams to fall in tatters around them as they came to realize both how competitive and cutthroat the hero industry was, and that there was more to being a hero than just a flashy quirk. Though, to become a hero, you also needed a drive and commitment that they lacked. They were easily manipulated thugs. They were nobodies, and now they would all be charged with domestic terrorism, assaulting minors, breaking and entering, bodily harm, attempted murder, and basically whatever else the law could reasonably throw at them. He doubted there would be much political pushback on this, not when these morons had attacked a school full of children. Examples had to be made, and these idiots had unfortunately thrown their lot in with the wrong crowd. An attack like this couldn't go unpunished. Not if they didn't want to set a precedent. Heads would roll for this, maybe not literally, but this crowd of schmucks was in for a rough time of it going forward. There were just some things, some crimes, you didn't do. There were unwritten rules such as not going after heroes in their civilian identities, don't target their families, and don't attack children in school, and they had just torn them all up and thrown them out of the window. Shaking his head at that, Tsukachi turned away from the dispirited thugs as the last of their number were being processed and loaded into the back of the convoy of trucks. Their lives as they knew them were effectively over. They'd be lucky to end up in a mid-level jail. But even then, their crimes would be known. He doubted they would have an easy time of it in jail. Not after attacking a school. You just didn't go after kids. It was a surefire way to get a shiv in your ribs in prison. looking back over at UA's Class 1A, even as a number of paramedics continued to check them over in an impromptu triage center at the side of the building. He shook his head. These kids, they were tough, but they weren't ready for this level faux violence. Even from where he was standing, he could already see a few of them on the verge of losing it. Their adrenaline from the fight was wearing off, and the realization of how close to death they had just come was sinking in. In the end, they were still kids. They did not have the hardened resolve to face down such violence without batting an eye. Time had not yet twisted them and made them bitter and cynical about just how shit the world was, and just how terrible, selfish, and petty the people that lived in it could be. They were still innocent and naive, or at least they were for now. Unfortunately, working that wouldn't last long in law enforcement. Their idealism, positivity, and belief in the general decency of human beings, if they stayed their current course, it would be gone in a matter of years, and all that would be left would be cynicism and a growing feeling of resentment at the pointlessness and futility of it all. Still, overall, and despite their inexperience, they had done a good job. When he had first heard of the assault, he had been unprepared for the sheer scale of the villain attack. In fact, when he had heard the scale of the villain attack, he had prepared himself for a bloodbath. Young bodies broken beyond repair littered around the false scenery, and villains running amok as a few haggard remnants of the class held them off by the skin of their teeth. Instead, the brats had risen to the challenge and managed to hold out long enough for reinforcements from the school to arrive and mop up the remaining villains and secure the area. The group of teens, alongside their teachers, Eraserhead, Snipe, and 13, had fought gamely and had managed to drive off the leaders of the attack, this Shigaraki Tamura character and the shadowy, warping villain, Kurogiri, the main two members of the, in his opinion, cumbersomely named League of Villains. Already a small part of him was cringing at the thought of having to seriously put that childish name in his report had escaped. But the rest, a good, of what, 60 or so villains and thugs, had been incapacitated by the students, or were swept up by the reinforcements as several other teachers, led by All Might himself, arrived on the scene and delivered the finally death knell to the failing attack. In fact, by the time both himself and the police had arrived, all they had to do was take statements from the surviving teachers, process and handcuff the captured bad guys, and then scout around for this bird-like Namu character, the one that had been punted out of the USJ. At some point near the end of the fighting, already he had a dozen or so armed officers, and at least 4 pro heroes and 2 of the UA teachers sweeping the nearby forest. And he had a call put out across all channels of communication warning of a potentially dangerous mutant-type villain in the area. Rubbing his brow at that thought and warding away his oncoming headache, Tsukachi tore his gaze away from the students. For all that the main bad guys had been driven off and the mooks had been rounded up and arrested, this day had not been a good one. It certainly hadn't been a victory. Not with the rescue hero, 13, dead. The pro heroes Eraserhead and Snipe were alive at least, but still they were in critical condition. Both of them were even now being raced to the nearest hospital even as paramedics, and Recovery Girl herself tried desperately to keep them stable. Their fates were touch and go for the moment. He could only hope they pulled through in the end. Still, 3 pro heroes down, in return for putting away some minor thugs and maybe a single, previously unknown, heavy hitter, and even then that was if they could find him before Kurogiri warped him away. He couldn't help but feel that they had gotten robbed on that trade. Still, the pro heroes had done their duty and protected their students. That and they had given as good as they had gotten. 13 of the thugs that had attacked them had lost their lives, and a further 14 were also on their way to hospital in critical condition. At least, those were the rough figures for the moment. He was positive that all the hows and whys and how manys would be answered over the next couple of weeks and months as they investigated just how this shit show happened, who was at fault, and what could be done to ensure that something like this never happened again. The news of the attack hadn't even fully circulated yet, though considering the media were already on the scene and circling the USJ like the parasitic vultures they were. That was just a matter of time. Already, he had a growing headache just thinking about the shitstorm that was to come, and that wasn't factoring in the worst news. First, this entire plan was some kind of intricate and overwrought plot to assassinate All Might, but that including the fact that this Namu character was possibly tailor-made, or at least going off what the students had been saying, to specifically counter and kill the #1 hero. That alone would be enough to cause panic within the general populace. Throw in the resident problem child, the Titan of Musutafu, not only being involved, but assuming his full Titan form and then engaging with the villains, and well, that was like pouring rocket fuel onto a bonfire. Thus far UA had managed to keep the kids' enrollment in UA kept low-key and away from prying eyes. Just how they managed it, well, from what little he knew of Nezu, Tsukachi didn't know and didn't want to. The conniving rat-dog-bear mad science experiment had always given him the creeps. Either way, it was all for naught in the end. The prisoners would talk, and so would their solicitors, and the first responders, and probably a whole heap of police attending the scene. If it wasn't on the front page of the morning paper, or even on the front page of some of the more wily news websites this evening, he would hang up his badge. Still, he had to focus on the positives. The students were battered, exhausted, bruised, and maybe a little traumatized, but were all alive and mostly safe. Sure, a few had already been carted off to the school's on-site medical facility for exhaustion and the like, but there were no permanent injuries, thankfully. That's how he, and probably everyone else in this profession, handled this job. He ignored the grim stuff and instead focused on the positives. It was the only way to keep yourself sane. With that thought in mind, Tsukachi forced a smile onto his face and headed over to where the students were still being patched up. He could see a few of them sporting bandages, but by the looks of it, that was the worst of their injury. Now he just had to sit through the garbled accounts of hyped-up, traumatized children as he tried to get a hopefully clearer account of all that had happened now, and of who had done what, now that the kids had time to relax. He could only hope that none of them were either directly or indirectly responsible for any of the villains' deaths, because that alone would make this convoluted situation 1,000 times worse than it currently was. Gritting his teeth into a painful smile at that thought and firing up his quirk, Tsukachi assumed his professional police persona and approached the milling crowd of students and teachers. This was going to be a long day. Collapsing onto his uncomfortable, single-person bed barely 3 hours after the assault on the USJ had come to an end, Izuku suppressed a groan as he brought his hands up to his head and ruffled his hair in frustration. The entire thing at the USJ had been a disaster from start to finish. More than that, though, he felt completely and utterly useless. He had gone in foolishly, arrogantly even, thinking he was unstoppable, and that with his quirk he was effectively unbeatable. Only that hadn't been the case, and Kurogiri and Namu had proven that today by beating that belief to a pulp. Those two villains, Kurogiri and Namu, had toyed with him, deconstructed his entire fighting style, and then outmatched him. It had been beyond frustrating, because every time he tried to get rid of Namu, Kurogiri would get in the way and use his quirk to either teleport Namu out of trouble, or offensively to temporarily cripple him. And every time he tried to find Kurogiri, well, Namu would just hit him like a freight train. They put him into a stalemate. Only unlike the two of them, he had been on a time limit. The heat produced by his Titan form, especially when it was regenerating or using its muscles, it had been unbearable, especially since that heat is constantly ramping up. By the end of the fight, he had felt delirious, dehydrated, and on the verge of passing out. Without the help of his classmates, he would have lost. It was a galling realization. He had never thought of himself as arrogant. In fact, whatever arrogance he might have once felt about the power of his quirk swiftly left him every time he thought back on all the people crushed underfoot or buried under rubble the day of his accidental transformation. His power, although tremendous, was only as useful as his control over it. As such, he had devoted years to training himself in body and mind, and he had willingly undergone every test and experiment the researchers at Asphodel had suggested or requested he do. He had spent the better part of his life preparing to become a hero so he could redeem himself in his own eyes, and so he could give back to society and make up for all he had taken that night in Musutafu. It was a joke. He was a joke. All that time and all that training, and what did he accomplish? It had all been useless in the face of a real combat situation. He doubted he could ever look Dr. Nakamura in the eye again. His primary caretaker, the man that had supported his foolish and childish dreams, the one who had been there to pick him up whenever he fell or lost faith in himself, would be ashamed if he saw him now. Izuku let out a bitter chuckle at that. At his first chance to show himself as something other than a raging monster, he had failed spectacularly. He couldn't even begin to imagine what his classmates must think after seeing him swing and flailing about like a wild animal as Namu and Kurogiri literally picked him apart. He could already imagine their reactions. Kirishima would be embarrassed about how unmanly he had been. Any admiration Shiro or Kaminari might have had for him would have wilted by now in the face of his performance today. As for Mina, Haro, and Kodai, he doubted they would want to have much to do with him. Not now after he had failed to stop the lead trio from escaping so spectacularly. He was almost glad that he had been carted off to the school's on-site medical facility so soon after the reinforcements, and the police had arrived. In the end, he had only had a bit of dehydration and heat stroke, a side effect of piloting a 50-foot-tall, mass of muscle and fury. But still, his time in the stiff hospital bed had given him time to think on everything that had happened today, as well as a reprieve from the judgmental eyes of his classmate. Sitting up in his bed and looking around at his still barren apartment, Izuku let out a sigh. He was lonely here, he needed company. He had started to get used to having people around at UA. They were all so loud and bright and vibrant. Every one of them had different personality traits and quirks and different likes and dislikes. Some of them, like Kirishima, Mina, Toru, and Kaminari, were loud and proud, and they had boisterous personalities that filled up the room. Others like Shizaki, Kodai, and Shoji were more reserved and were more likely to just watch things unfold than to actively take part. He didn't know where he fit in with those groups. Sometimes, he felt awkward and wanted to hunch down and withdraw into himself until the world around him disappeared, and he was just alone again with his thoughts. Other times, however, he found himself swept up by other people's enthusiasm and actively spoke his mind in lively conversations going off around him. It was bizarre and jarring at times the way he seemed to be constantly in flux, but it also felt exciting. In the short time he had been in UA, he had had a lot of fun, and had consequently thought he was settling in well. Only now he had ruined it by messing up and needing them to bail him out. All his attempts to show them that he was in control, that he was competent and someone that they could rely on were for naught. Letting out another bitter chuckle, he twisted around in bed and allowed his still booted feet to settle gently on the floor, even as he looked at his still clenched fists. This day hadn't gone the way he had wanted it to. His first real action, and he had shown himself to be weak and unprepared. He wouldn't let it happen again. Sure, that police officer, Naomasa, had said all the right things when he came to see him, Aoyama and Sato in the hospital to get their statements on what had happened. Like him, they had overused their quirks to the point of dehydration and fatigue. Still, the man had put on a fake smile and told them that they had all done well, that they had risen to the challenge and acted commendably. It was all a sham, a joke. That officer knew as well as he did that they hadn't seen the state both Snipe and Aizawa had been in before they were put on stretchers and taken to the hospital. He had seen them before they were taken away. They had had blood-smeared faces, and their arms and legs had been twisted at unnatural angles, and Aizawa, his nose had been smashed to a pulp and it had looked like his eye socket had sunken, and one of his eyes had popped like an overripe tomato. As for 13, well, he heard what Kurogiri said, and he saw them carry out her remains in a body bag. The same almost happened to the rest of them. It probably only hadn't because of the actions of their teachers, and how had they repaid their teachers' bravery? In the end, they had probably only acted as a diversion to both the villains and their teachers. He knew some of them had acquitted themselves well at the USJ, considering how many villains he had seen handcuffed. They had to have done something, as many of those villains had went down well before the officers had arrived. A lot of them, though, had failed just like he had, only they had an excuse. They hadn't had the training he had, both in terms of using his quirks and in terms of how to fight. The police officer, Naomasa, had obviously thought the same. Izuku had recognized that cold look in his gaze. He had seen it directed at him before. Gritting his teeth in anger and frustration, Izuku continued to stare down at his hands as he clenched them into fists. He needed to get stronger. No, he shook his head and unclenched his hands. He didn't need to get stronger. He was probably strong enough already. Instead, he needed to get better at using all of his strength and power. He needed to tap into his quirk and push past his limits so that the next time he ended up in a situation like he was with both Namu and Kurogiri, he could get out of it on his own, and he could be the hero. Nodding to himself at that thought, Izuku focused on his hands, a shimmering blue sheen covering them as he used his quirk to harden his flesh. And intensely down at his hands, Izuku frowned and pushed at that shimmering blue glow, forcing it to burn brighter. He had blunt force power, height, and reach, but he was lacking when faced with high durability and growing quirks. That, or when he was facing regenerators that could somehow shake off even the heaviest of hits. In a battle of attrition, he would be at a disadvantage. He needed a way of giving himself an edge. Literally, he might not be able to think up a good counter to a teleporter, or to someone too fast to catch, but he could at least start working on something. Maybe by just taking his problems one at a time. Izuku watched as his little fingers and the outside side of his hands took on a brighter, lighter shade of blue as he tried to intensify his hardening. Heat blossomed from Izuku's hands. His fingers stung as wisps of steam curled like claws around them. Izuku pushed through the pain, willed the glow into a finer light until a polished edge shone dangerously in the light. He continued to focus. Maybe, he thought, maybe he could manipulate his hardening ability and use it to not only increase his durability but to also give that which was once blunt and fleshy a sharper edge. Letting out a slight hiss as the burning sensation in his hands started to become too much, Izuku bolted up and ran over to the punching bag in the corner of his room. Gritting his teeth, Izuku lashed out wildly with the now glowing edge of his right hand. With a tearing and ripping sound, his hand tore a large rent into the punching bag. It was clean cut, though the edges did look a bit melted almost. They had curled away from each other and blackened, almost as though he had taken a lighter to them. Focusing on the rent in the thin material, Izuku bent to inspect the scorched leather for a moment before he stopped hardening his hands. A sigh of relief left his lips as the stinging sensation rapidly disappeared as his regeneration kicked in. His first impromptu test looked like a success. Admittedly, it took a while, and while it had some initial drawbacks, like the amount of time he had to concentrate on maintaining the hardened edge, and the way it left his skin raw and irritated, it still had potential if he somehow refined what he had just done. Then there was a chance he could add bladed, edged attacks into his repertoire along with brute force power and all the heat, steam-based secondary effects his quirk came with. Shaking his hands to cool them off, an exultant smile quickly spread across his face as he pushed aside his maudlin thoughts from before, and instead focused on improving and getting better so the next time something like this happened, he wouldn't drag down the others around him. His smile quickly dropped, however, as a sudden thunking sound caught his attention. Quickly looking down at the floor and the source of the disturbance, Izuku could only blink in surprise as he saw two pearly white bone-like objects on the floor, just beneath the stilling swinging punching bag. Frowning slightly, Izuku bent down to examine the two pale, white objects. Picking one up curiously and inspecting it, Izuku couldn't help but blink in confusion as he found himself holding a white, hard, bone-like object in his hand. An object that looked like it fit the shape of the outer edge of one of his hands, only with a sharp blade running down the side of it. What in the hell? Izuku muttered to himself. He ran a finger down the sharpened edge of the object, only to let out a hiss as he withdrew his finger. A dribble of blood out from the shallow cut on the tip, even as the small wound rapidly healed up with a slight hissing sound. He wasn't sure what the hell this was, but a part of him suspected that he would need to contact Dr. Nakamura sooner than either of them had previously thought. It was the weekend, just a few days since the attack on the USJ, a few days since the school was temporarily closed, and currently Izuku was out in the city. In the last few days he had been alone in his apartment with little else to do other than train, watch television and think, considering there was nothing of any particular note on television, and he had mostly focused on training, all in an attempt to keep his mind off of his failures at the USJ, and his embarrassment of having to be saved by his classmates. After all, he had spent years training to be a hero, training to save others, and at the first opportunity he had had to step up, he had been the one needing saving. To help keep his mind off of things, he had spent the last 2 days practicing the new hardening aspect of his quirk. To start things off, he had decided to start small and focus his hardening ability on his hands and arms, as those were the limbs he used most often when it came to mock fighting and defending himself, all while he tried to refine the process of forming and creating bone-like armor and weapons. Once he'd mastered using it on his arms and hands, and in a while in a high-stress combat setting too, he was then planning on seeing if he could start using it to craft himself armor to enhance his durability. And then after that, he wanted to see if he could maybe mold it into other things, maybe even weapons and shields. Unfortunately, he hadn't met with much success in his endeavors. The last 2 days had been physically tiring and mentally exhausting as he constantly hit dead ends. His only real success, so far, was that he had successfully managed to tear his punching bag into shreds. Replacing it would eat into the meager savings he had been able to build up from his weekly stipend from the government. Still, it wasn't all bad. He could now use the new aspect of his ability to a certain extent. He could create the barbed, bone-like protrusions on the side of his hands and on his knuckles at will, but the process took too long and it required too much concentration. It wasn't practical, not in a fast-moving fight like the one he had engaged in back at the USJ. Furthermore, he could only shape these. He didn't even know what to call them. Petrified pieces of flesh maybe, in certain ways. As far as progression went, he was in a bit of a rut. He had even tried to reach out to his guardian and probationary contact, Dr. Nakamura, for help. But unfortunately, the older man had been able to offer no insights. All the doctor had been able to say was that it was all about practice. He'd also advised him to go to his teachers at UA for help, as the facilities at Asphodel were for the use of inmates only, and not for external use, or at least not unless his new ability caused his quirk to become unstable, and him to once again become a risk to the public, at which point training his new ability would be the last of his worries, as he would instead be swiftly recommitted to Asphodel and put under lockdown for who knows how long. Overall, it had been a frustrating 2 days, and a lonely one too. While at UA, he had got used to the company of others. Mina, Kirishima, Haru, and Yui, they'd all become good friends. Mina, Kirishima, and Toru were all loud and infectiously cheerful. They also always went out of their way to include him in their conversations. They were good people. Yui, meanwhile, was like him. She was quiet and introspective, but no less of a friend despite that. She was a comforting presence, and one he was rapidly coming to miss. Likewise, Ibara, Momo, Chiro, Siro, and Kaminari had also become friends. They sat with him at lunch and spoke to him like he was a normal human being. They didn't treat him like he was dangerous, or a ticking time bomb like so many others at UA, most of whom he had never even spoken to or met properly, though. It was a bit sad really, just how reliant he had become on others, and over such a short period of time too. He missed his classmates and his friends, yet at the same time he hadn't tried to contact them. In part that was because he didn't have any contact numbers for them, but even if he had, he doubted he would have reached out. He wouldn't want to bother them or burden them with his problems. That was a surefire way of driving them away. Izuku sighed at that thought, even as he continued walking down the street, treading the now familiar path from the budget grocery shop to his small high-rise apartment, a bag of groceries, mostly cheap fresh ingredients in hand. As he walked, he could see that the atmosphere within the city was tense. This had been the case ever since news of the attack on UA had first trickled out. People knew there had been an attack at the school, and they knew villains had been involved. That kind of thing made people nervous. After all, if people were willing to attack a school full of kids, what else would they do? Adding to the discontent and concern was also the lack of substantial news coming from either UA or the authorities, aside from the paltry statement that had been released admitting that something had occurred at a UA, and that villains, who were now locked up, had been involved. Other than that, they had just said an official statement would be released soon. It hadn't been enough to assuage people's worries. More than that, he and the rest of his classmates had likewise been told to keep quiet on the details. They were given a warning by both UA and the police to maintain silence until an official report had been released. They'd even been given an approved version of events that they were allowed to tell their parents and guardians. It was all being kept very hush-hush. Just why this was, he honestly didn't know. Secrets never remained secrets for long, especially with there being so many witnesses, a massive number of villains now in custody, and 2 of the ringleaders still on the run. As if the world was mocking him, it was as he pondered just why UA were keeping their silence that the massive plasma screens, billboards overhead suddenly flared to life with a breaking news announcement, coming to a stop on the street. A frown spread across his face as he looked up at the massive screen overhead. Normally, the giant billboard screen, like the multiple others across the city, just flicked through a number of different adverts for high-profile, hero-adjacent companies, like Detonaret, or through upcoming events, such as the approaching support item exhibition at Island. Or they occasionally showed interviews with popular heroes of the moment. Most recently, that had been the up-and-coming newcomer, Mount Lady, a hero that was breaking the proverbial glass ceiling and treading a new, brighter path for heroes with gigantification quirks. On top of that, the screens even went through a weekly roundup of spectacular hero captures that had taken place that week, usually on Sundays, oftentimes buoying up the watching public by showing off the incredible feats of heroism and bravery pro-heroes performed on a daily basis. Additionally, sometimes they even advertised products or services for the everyday man or woman, though oftentimes even those adverts had a heroic angle to them. With pro-heroes, the celebrities of a superhuman society, often taking part in the adverts, flogging their integrity for some extra cash. Today, however, was different. Today, the overhead screens were showing a news report with live footage, as they occasionally did during or after some large-scale villain attack or natural disaster. It was a tool that was used to both inform and sometimes to warn the masses of what was happening and whereabouts an incident was, if it was even an incident they were reporting on. It was also used to assure the public that the heroes were there and that they were dealing with it. At present, the overhead screens were showing an image of both Principal Nezu and All Might, both of them dressed in smart black suits and black ties instead of their usual outfits. Notably, All Might wasn't smiling like he usually was. There was no cheesy grin on his face now. Instead, his face was adorned with a grave expression, one that Izuku had never seen on him before. In fact, looking at the both of them, the only thing that he could think was that they both looked grim. First off, I'd like to thank you all for gathering here today. As some of you may already be aware, just a few days ago, UA Hero Academy was attacked. Nezu began, the solemnity in his voice clearly coming across, despite its natural high pitch. In response to his statement, the gaggle of reporters and cameramen and women crowding around him, listening to his official statement as he stood on a plinth outside the main gates of UA, started to murmur and gesticulate with their hands. Looking down at them, the principal raised his small paw to quell the furore, a serious expression on his mouse-like face. Please, withhold your questions until the very end. I promise you, we will do our very best to answer whatever it is you ask. The crowd of reporters quieted down at his words, allowing him the silence he needed to continue speaking. From around him, Izuku could see other pedestrians stopping in the street and looking up at the screen above, even as others in cars rolled to a stop and looked out of their windows. Everyone around him seemed to be watching what he guessed was being shown on all of the public screens across the city, and on all of the main news channels too. He imagined, on Wednesday, at 2 o'clock JST, a UA facility, the unforeseen simulation joint, was attacked by a large number of villains, led by a group calling themselves the League of Villains. At the time of the attack, a class of UA students were undergoing rescue training at the facility under the supervision and guidance of the pro-heroes, Eraserhead, Snipe, and 13. Nezu continued, his voice remarkably calm, as he looked out over the crowd of assembled reporters and instead at the cameras pointed directly at him. This unprecedented and cowardly terrorist attack was facilitated by a previously unknown villain with a warp quirk, now officially named as Kyriajiri. This villain managed to transport himself and a large number of other villains into the building, bypassing UA's stringent and state-of-the-art security, after which they proceeded to attack both the teachers and the students. The principal pressed on, not allowing any interruption as he laid out his version of events. His voice was soft but firm, and his words held a weight behind them that kept those watching enraptured. This vile terrorist attack was cowardly, and was undertaken in order to inflict as much damage as possible to UA, its students, and to the society in which we all live. All Might added suddenly, his loud voice making some of the watching reporters, and even those around Izuku on the street, jump, even as he looked directly at the camera. There was no smile on his chiseled face, and his eyes blazed with barely contained anger. This was an expression that very rarely graced All Might's usually smiling face. The villains that attacked the UA facility did not just attack the teachers, but the students too. However, through the bravery and ingenuity of both our staff and the students themselves, none of the students were severely hurt. Instead, the students, as is expected of UA students, showed their mettle and moral fiber and met this unforeseeable, unprecedented challenge head-on. With their help, and with the prompt arrival of reinforcements from the main school campus, the terrorist attack was stopped and all but 2 attackers were arrested. From around him, Izuku could hear people muttering. The atmosphere was still uncertain and still fraught with tension. To tally with what All Might has just said, I will reiterate that none of the UA students received more than a scratch or a bruise. This fortunate outcome was in part due to the actions of Eraserhead, Snipe, and 13, all of whom courageously put their lives on the line for the students. But it was also due to the students' own bravery and quick thinking. Nezu tagged back in, his voice sounding thin and reedy compared to All Might's powerful booming one, yet holding no less strength to it. Unfortunately, the attack did not leave the UA family entirely unscathed. The atmosphere, which until then had been getting progressively livelier, suddenly dive-bombed. From around him, Izuku could see worry etched onto the faces of those watching. Everyone was on tenterhooks as they waited with dread for what Nezu would say next. The pro-heroes, Eraserhead and Snipe, were gravely injured in the violent and unprovoked attack, and have received scars which they will bear for the rest of their lives. 13, however, was not so fortunate. It is with deep sadness and regret that I inform you that 13, a true hero, one known for her bravery, kindness, and compassion, was killed during the attack. Murdered in cold blood by the cowardly actions of this band of villains. Murdered while protecting her charges. Nezu pressed on fiercely. The people watching visibly recoiled at the principal's words. Some of them even looked to be on the verge of tears. Others, meanwhile, just looked scared or angry. 13 was an exemplary hero. She was the kind of hero that inspired others to act, and that others aspired to be like. During her career as a rescue hero, she saved thousands of lives. Her loss is a grave one, and a tragedy. It is a tragedy that should have never happened. All Might broke in loudly, his blue eyes burning with passion. Yet, she was taken from the world and robbed of her life by the cowardly actions of these villains. 67 of these villains have now been captured, and they will face justice for their crimes, including their culpability in the death of 13. 2 of the villains escaped, however, as I arrived on the scene. These 2 villains are Tamura Shigaraki and Kurogiri. As he spoke, pictures of the smoky, purple Kurogiri and the hand-covered Shigaraki appeared on the screen next to the image of All Might. These men are incredibly dangerous and should not be approached under any means. All Might then continued. If you see them, please alert the proper authorities. The police have already been given everything we know on who these men are and what their quirks are, and will be working alongside other pro-heroes to track these cowardly murderers down and bring them to justice. You get them, All Might. A voice shouted from beside Izuku. Stick them in prison and throw away the key. Scum like that shouldn't be allowed to live. Nearly 70 villains ganging up on 3 heroes and some kids, and they were still taken down. How pathetic can you be? Glancing around, Izuku blinked in surprise as he saw anger on the faces of those around him, even as they stared up at the screens. What I will say now, however, to all those of you out there worrying, do not fear, for I am here. For we, the pro-heroes, are here, and so we will remain, putting our lives on the line to protect you, the people. For that is our duty, that is why we have trained, and why we continue to train. It is why we strive and struggle to constantly grow and improve, so that we can protect and save others. It is why we always go, plus ultra. All Might roared, his fist rising in the air at his proclamation. Those around Izuku let loose their own shouts and roars at All Might's statement, some of them even raising their fists to mimic All Might as he continued his speech, passionately extolling the virtues of heroism, the bravery of 13, and the magnitude of her incredible sacrifice. Looking around, Izuku could already see that 13 was already becoming a martyr in the eyes of those around him, and probably in the eyes of the country. There was nothing nobler than self-sacrifice, but more than that, the picture that both Nezu and All Might painted was a grand one. It was one that exhibited how she had stood strong against overwhelming odds, and had fought to her last to protect her students. People loved an underdog, someone that pushed past their limits and achieved impressive and unbelievable things. Eraserhead and Snipe were likewise praised, their actions glorified, alongside the resilience and courage of the students that had stood strong. At the same time, the villains were maligned as cowards, and weaklings as individuals that raged against a society that they had chosen to not be a part of. They were portrayed as remorseless monsters, and as savage terrorists that deliberately targeted children to inflict maximum fear and terror on the public. From where he was stood, looking up at the screen, Izuku could only watch as the broadcast quickly went from a solemn statement explaining the attack on UA to a fierce diatribe denouncing and vilifying the cowardly, craven villains that dared to attack innocent school children and teachers in a place of learning, all while reinforcing the strength and importance of heroes. Specific importance, he noticed, was put on the lack of injuries received by the students as well as the sheer number of arrests that were made. While this was happening, those around him were getting caught up in the passion, and were beginning to shout and cheer for justice, and for the pro-heroes, and for the fallen hero. 13. It was almost hypnotic in a way, the way Nezu wove the story of what had happened, even as All Might used his own passion and popularity to decry the acts of the villains, and to lend more weight to what Nezu was saying. It was like he was watching a performance, one that was so captivating that even he, who had been there at the USJ, believed it. They weren't lying, everything they said was true, but they were directing the narrative in a way that shifted the blame from UA and the pro-heroes that taught there, and instead castigated the villains. There were even a few cheap shots thrown out at the journalists that had broken into the school just prior to the attack, with Nezu implying that the initial security breach could have been made during the distraction the media invasion had caused. It was pretty impressive to watch the principal at work. Izuku had heard that the Mouse Man was intelligent, but to see it in person was another thing. More than that, there was All Might. He had always thought of All Might as strong, dangerously charismatic, and unstoppable. He was the #1 hero after all. He had also known that he was ruthless when he wanted to be, and would go as far as he had to in order to save lives and accomplish his goals as a hero. He hadn't thought of the man as being cunning, though, or particularly clever. The clumsy way he acted in class, the over-the-top bravado he constantly put on, it always made Izuku think of him as a fool, a powerful and well-meaning fool, but a fool all the same. But seeing him now, and seeing how well he worked in tandem with Nezu to turn a would-be disaster into a triumphant victory against impossible odds, and a calling card for action, was changing his view on the #1. It appeared All Might was more than he seemed. It worried him. "Now, I'd be happy to take any questions, if you have them," Nezu suddenly said, his words breaking Izuku out of his musing as he instead tuned back into the ongoing public broadcast. In response to the question, a number of eager hands thrust into the air, the excitement in the crowd of journalists, all of whom, a cynical part him suspected, had been hand-selected to be invited to the press conference, was almost palpable. Nezu, however, remained unperturbed and instead just gestured to one of the jostling journalists that had an eager hand up in the air. "Principal Nezu, have any actions been taken to update UA? As security in light of recent events?" "Yes, we are currently reviewing the security of UA's facilities and will be undertaking a comprehensive update. Similarly, our other sister schools across the country and government buildings will likewise be undergoing reviews, specifically reviews on how to protect against quirks that manipulate or bend space. This is one of the reasons we've canceled classes for the remainder of this week. Now, I won't say exactly what improvements we will be bringing in, but what I can say, however, is that the upgrades are coming along smoothly," Nezu replied confidently, answering the direction promptly, even if he noticeably didn't offer any real details. "Principal Nezu, do you know the reason behind the villains' attack? You claim they were targeting staff and students, but for so many to gather, there has to be more to this attack than just to cause terror. From what we are aware of, aside from the main aim of causing terror and strife, another reason behind the attack was their desire to kill me," All Might answered, his booming voice making some of the journalists jump. "Of course their attempt failed, and almost all those involved were captured and will be facing the judgment of the courts for their crimes. Yes, one of the ringleaders mentioned that one of their goals was to target All Might, while cowardly using the students as hostages and distractions so they could get the best of him. We believe they targeted this class in particular because All Might was supposed to be leading it alongside." 13. As for how they knew that, investigators think that the information was acquired during the invasion of UA's ground by journalists just a short while prior to the attack. Naturally, the police will be investigating the intruders that were identified for links to this villain group, the League of Villains. Nezu smartly stepped in, smoothly taking over for All Might. Even from where he stood, Izuku could see some of the journalists on the screen shifting uncomfortably, even as the crowd of watchers around him began to mutter to one another. "Don't you think it was irresponsible on your part to allow your students to take part in the fighting? From what I've managed to find out, those involved were only first years. Another journalist piped up into the short silence that followed. If either Nezu or All Might were bothered by the accusation, they didn't show it. Although neither All Might nor myself were at the facility when the attack occurred, I can 100% confirm that none of the teachers present made our students do anything, Nezu answered calmly. The villain with the warp quirk, Kurogiri, used his power to scatter the students throughout the building, leaving them with no choice but to fend for themselves. However, as is expected of UA students, they handled themselves remarkably and managed to fend off their attackers with ease. To clarify, UA would never, ever make our students, particularly those in only their first week of schooling, go up against actual villains. Due to circumstances beyond our control, they were unfortunately put into that position. Despite that, however, they rose to the occasion magnificently, and proved to all and sundry just why they were chosen to attend the country's most prestigious hero academy. Will the school still be going ahead with their annual sports festival in light of current events and the tragic demise of the pro hero? 13. An elderly-looking reporter suddenly asked. Nezu nodded in affirmation. 13 was an exemplary hero, and both an alumni and an honored teacher at UA. She was also a great proponent of the sports festival, and as such we will be going ahead this year, and will be doing so in her honor. To not go ahead now would be to give in to the fear the villains wanted to create, and would dishonor 13's noble sacrifice. It is better to stand up and prove to the world that we at UA still stand strong. Of course, while undertaking the preparation for the event, our primary concern will be the safety of the students and spectators. As such, we will be upping the security, and will be working alongside a number of pro heroes. Many of these pros are UA alumni who have stepped up and volunteered their services to make sure this event, one which was so close to the heart of 13, and all the students of UA, past and present, goes forward. The reporters and journalists once again began to murmur to one another at the proclamation. On the street, Izuku could hear some of those around him muttering too. Many of them seemed happy that the popular, nationally recognized annual event would be going ahead, with some seeming to think that it was a good way of honoring 13. Others meanwhile thought it would be a good statement to the villains that their attack had not worked, and that the students they assaulted had not been broken, and were instead striving to become heroes. But not everyone thought the same. From where he was standing, Izuku could hear some people airing their concerns about the safety of the event, and about whether or not UA was doing the right thing in holding it, especially after one of their teachers was murdered in a school facility just days previously. Soon after that announcement, the newscast ended, with the screen returning to an image of two TV anchors, both of whom gave a tribute to the fallen hero, 13, and announced the date of a remembrance ceremony that would be taking place in just a few days' time, as her family and friends lay her to resting, a private funeral. Additionally, they announced the timings and date of a benefit concert in her honor, which would be taking place in a week's time, and would be collecting money that would be equally distributed to relief and aid charities, all of which had apparently been close to her heart. After that, the news program ended and the screens returned to normal, only now instead of advertisements, they were showing a reel of 13's greatest moments and montages celebrating her heroic career. Seeing this, Izuku continued to watch the giant screen overhead for a moment, before he nodded his head and carried on his way, a bag of groceries held in his hand as he headed back to his lonely apartment. Izuku kept his head down as he walked through the large hallways of UA. From around him he could see some of the other students, those on other courses than his own, or from the older hero classes, sending him speculative looks as he passed. After Bakugo's outburst in the cafeteria, what seemed like a long time ago now, news of him had quickly spread through the school. So far, nothing bad had come from it, or at least nothing bad aside from there being more eyes on him than ever before, with some students even stopping in the halls at the sight of him, and then motionlessly, suspiciously, watching him as he walked past. Some of his fellow students, he noticed, seemed nervous. Others, meanwhile, just looked tense, and eyed him like one would a ticking time bomb. Because of this generally wary approach, things at UA had become slightly more difficult for him than previously. No matter where he went, he constantly felt like he was under surveillance. This feeling was further intensified after the attack on the USJ, because just as his identity was known, so was his class. As such, many of the students were now aware that he had also been caught up in the debacle at the USJ. Whether their knowledge of this fact improved his standing in their eyes, he wasn't sure of. What it did mean, however, was that he was now being scrutinized more than ever. Keeping his head down as he walked down the corridor, and pulling up the hood of the gray hoodie he had donned under his school blazer, Izuku tried to focus on the music emanating from the earbuds in his ears, and not on the many students watching him as he approached 1A's classroom. Their week off was over, but instead of feeling relaxed and mellow after their impromptu break, he felt more tense than ever. This would be the first time he had seen or spoken to his classmates since after the USJ. incident, back when they had been being briefed on what they were and were not allowed to say, which in turn had occurred just before they had each given their own account of what had gone down. He was nervous because of this. It was also part of the reason why he was currently running late. He deliberately dragged his heels on the walk from the train platform to the school in the hopes of arriving late to class so that he didn't have to have any awkward conversations prior to homeroom. He couldn't avoid them forever, he knew that, but he just needed more time to mentally prepare for what was to come. Stepping up to the oversized door, Izuku pulled his hood down, his expression strained as he pushed the door open and walked inside. "Hey, did you guys watch the news last night?" Those words were the first thing he heard as he entered. It was Toru who spoke. The invisible girl was currently sitting on a desk kicking her invisible, shoe-clad feet back and forth, even as she excitedly spoke to some of her classmates. "Yeah, I saw it. What about it?" Ajiro replied, as he turned his head to the invisible girl. He was sitting in his seat, his legs resting on his desk and his tail idly swinging back and forth behind him. Entering the classroom, Izuku looked around, his gaze taking in all his classmates. It looked like he was the last to arrive. Ada, Achako, and Tsuyu were all talking around Ada's desk. Their voices were hushed, but from the expressions on their faces he didn't think they were talking about anything serious. Yui, he could see, was sitting with Takoyami and Ibara. From what he could see, she was as silent as she ever was, even as the other two seemed to be arguing about some nonsensical bullshit about light and dark. He could only hear scraps of what they were saying, but from what it sounded like, Ibara was trying to convert the edgelord that was Takoyami to her way of thinking. From what little he could pick up from their conversation, she didn't seem to be being successful. Elsewhere in the room he could see Sato, Shiro, Kaminari, and Kirishima all laughing about something. But, as he looked closer, he couldn't help but think that their laughter sounded a bit forced. He wasn't sure why, but as they laughed and joked around about some inane topic, he got the sense that they weren't as happy-go-lucky as they outwardly appeared. Likewise, Mina in the corner didn't look all that happy either. Her usually messy pink hair looked like more of a mess than normal, and there was a distinct redness to her eyes that he hadn't seen there before. Sitting beside her, talking in hushed tones, were Tojike and Momo. He couldn't pick out what they were saying, but from the sight of Momo holding Mina's hand, he could at least discern that whatever they were talking about was serious. It almost looked like Momo and Tojike were comforting Mina. As for Todoroki, he had been the first in the room to notice Izuku's quiet entrance. The quiet teen was sat quietly by himself in his seat, an intense look in his blue eyes as glanced over and looked at Izuku. The ice wielder didn't look angry, nor did he look sad or happy. Instead, his expression was emotionless, but no less intense. It almost made Izuku shiver just maintaining eye contact with him. "Did you see how everyone in class was on screen? I didn't stand out at all," Toru continued to say, oblivious to his presence, as she instead continued to whine about how she had not made much of an impression on TV. Izuku knew what she was talking about. News station across the city, and probably the country too for that matter, had been running multiple stories on the USJ incident over the last few days. Many of them involved tributes to 13. But some of them contained private footage that had not been officially disseminated. Some of the footage, he knew, had included their class being looked over by paramedics and debriefed by police. Their faces had been blurred out, but they were still identifiable, as was the fact that none of them had been severely injured, and that they were all instead calmly talking with one another as the medics checked them over and police officers took statement. The more cynical part of him, the part he didn't like to acknowledge sometimes, thought that the footage might have been deliberately leaked in order to add further evidence to the official story that was being propagated by all of the mainstream networks. "That's true," Shoji said, speaking up from where he was leaning against a desk. Jiro, he noticed, was standing beside him with her back to the door. As for the final member of their group, Aoyama, he was just mincing back and forth lost in his own little world. "Well, I wouldn't blame them. It is hard to stand out when they can't really see you, huh?" Ajiro said as he glanced over at Toru's invisible form. "Your hero costume is basically just a pair of boots and some gloves." "Don't say it like that. It makes it sound really skeevy," Toru replied, waving her arms back and forth in denial. "But man, all the channels made a big deal out of it, didn't they?" Kaminari chipped in, a bright smile on his face as he turned his head from where he was talking with Kirishima and instead barged into the other group's conversation. "But none of them made a big deal out of moi," Aoyama added, with a pout and a twirl. "Thank God," Jiro muttered under her breath. "Yeah, bro, I was surprised. It made the headlines everywhere. The entire country knows about it by now," Kirishima added, turning around too, only for his eyes to widen as he caught sight of Izuku standing beside the now closed door, his back leaning against the wall as he chose to observe his classmates, instead of engaging with them. Can you really blame them? The most famous hero academy in Japan was attacked by loads of villains out of nowhere. That kind of stuff doesn't happen often. And considering what happened, well, I mean, consider what happened with 13. Gyro said, twirling her long earphone jacks, earlobes as she trailed off uncomfortably. A sudden silence rang out across the room at that statement, apparently seeing the silence as an opportunity, and probably also a need for a distraction. Kirishima chose that moment to call out to him. Yo, Midoriya, good to see you. How have you been, big man? I didn't have your number, so you know, I wasn't able to check up and see over the last few days. Hey, Izuku replied lamely, raising his hand in a perfunctory wave. He was at a loss for what to say next, especially with all his classmates, and some of his, dare he say it, friends, looking back at him. Hey Midoriya, Toru instantly erupted, her mood suddenly brightening even as she quickly slipped off her desk and ran to him, before, without warning, she threw her arms around him and gave him a hug. Almost at once he froze. It had been a long time since anyone had hugged him. He wasn't sure what to do in response. Following Toru's lead, the rest of the class piled in on him, or at least most of them, with Kirishima letting out a bark of laughter and punching him on the arm. That was a badass display the other day. You literally played baseball with that Namu freak. Kirishima laughed. It's good to see you. I was worried. Why didn't you get in contact? Mina cried out, replacing Toru moments after she broke off her hug with one of her own, her horns tickling his nose slightly as she buried her face in his chest. It's all been so horrible. Right, we're exchanging numbers right now. Izuku tried to respond, his mind going blank, even as Mia broke off her hug and proceeded to make his decision for him as she dug around his blazer pocket and pulled out his cheap, rarely used phone. Hey, Yui said as she sidled up to him. Her expression was blank as she tilted her head to one side and looked up at him. You good? Yeah, fine. Izuku acknowledged, only to jump as Zero chose that moment to clap him on the back. That was a mental day, wasn't it? I mean, man, who knows what could have happened if you weren't there titaning it up, Zero said, a crooked grin on his face. Oh, don't even joke about that, Ochako said, as she seemed to pale at even the thought of just what could have happened. Nah, it would have been fine. All Might arrived, didn't he? I mean, did you see him smash his way through the doors? If he'd only been a few seconds faster, he would have probably arrived in time to smash that prick Togaraki's face in. Kaminari laughed, the humor behind the action not quite reaching his eyes. Hey, Mina, have you stuck your number in yet? Pass over to me once you're done, Toru called out, taking Izuku's phone off of Mina now, even as she pulled out her own phone and began to twiddle around with it. Oh, can you put me in there too? Gyro called out. Oh, and send me his number as well. Same here, we're all classmates. It's important to keep in touch, especially if some more shit like this happens. Speaking of, Ida, Shoji, Ibara, Yui, Todoroki, Tojike and Takayawami, could you all also send me your digits? Kirishima added, with several of the other lads chiming in also. For school council purposes, I should also probably have a way of contacting him, Momo said, her face bright red. As all this was going on, Izuku could only look around in confusion. There are no accusatory looks in people's eyes, no judgment. If anything, they looked happy to see him. The mood of the room seemed to have improved after he arrived, and the groups had all converged. It was odd and confusing, especially considering he didn't often say much in class, or in training, or even while they were having their lunch in the cafeteria. He preferred to just observe and listen. Glancing over at Yui, who was still beside him, he gave her a questioning look. He only received a shrug back in response, and a small smile. The girl was just as confusing as this whole situation was becoming. As he thought that, the bell started to ring overhead announcing that homeroom had just started. Right, that's it everyone, calm down. Morning homeroom is about to start, so stop talking and take your seats, Ida loudly exclaimed as he stood in front of the classroom. Hey, Ida, you do remember Momo as class rep, right? Kaminari smirked. Ida flushed red. Gyro meanwhile, cuffed Kaminari around the back of the head. And you're at the bottom of the class, behave. He is right, though. We should all be taking our seats now, Momo called out, a pink flush on her cheeks at all the attention suddenly on her, as she then gestured for everyone to sit. Doing as she said, Izuku followed the rest of his class as he sat. Oh, by the way, Midoriya, here's your phone, Ibara said softly, as she took the seat next to him and handed him his phone back. Taking it from her, Izuku flicked it open and scanned through his contacts. As he looked through it, his eyes widened as he saw 16 new names on it, joining the 2 takeaway numbers and Dr. Nakamura's number, the only phone numbers he had had on his phone prior to today. Idly, he noticed that Mina had put a heart emoji next to her name. Toru, meanwhile, had somehow managed to find a pink unicorn symbol to put next to her contact name. Likewise, some of the others had personalized their contact names on his phone, including Kirishima, who had put his name down as Red Riot. Flicking his phone away moments later, with an unfamiliar feeling bubbling up his chest, Izuku once again decided to tune back into what was going on around him. Hey, Asui. Who's gonna teach homeroom today, do you think? Ochako muttered, her voice audible within the now much quieter classroom. Suyu placed her finger on her chin in response, as she thought the question over. Well, as Yawa was badly hurt, so will probably be in the hospital recovering from his injuries, she began to say, before suddenly being interrupted as the door to the classroom opened. Good morning, class. I hope you're all doing fine today, Aizawa said boredly. His face and arms were completely wrapped in bandages and he was using a crutch. This was even after several days of rest and recovery. Girl using her quirk on him. Well, I think you might be back too soon, sir, Shiro called out, Sato and Kaminari nodding their heads in agreement. Man, you're too much of a pro, Kirishima tagged on, a bright grin on his face as he sent the teacher a look of admiration. The man had obviously fought past the pain his injuries were clearly causing him, just so he could come into school and teach his class. Izuku kind of felt the same. It was stupid, but pretty damned admirable too. So you're all right, sir? Ida asked. Can you really call that all right? Shoji muttered in response. Aizawa ignored the questions as he instead made his way to his desk and took a seat. My well-being does not matter. There are more important matters at hand. Aizawa took a moment to stare around the classroom. The sports festival is drawing near. Hold on, wait a minute, Kaminari said, his eyes widening and a grin spreading across his face. That's still happening. Yeah, of course it is. Did you not see the news? Toru replied, enthusiastically. They're going ahead with it in 13's honor. Yeah, but is it okay to have a sports festival so soon after the villains snuck inside? Gyro asked nervously. They said on the news that security has been upgraded. Momo answered. What if they attack us again or something though? Anjiro said, worrying his lips slightly with his teeth. Apparently, they think of it as UA, showing that we still stand strong, even after a tragedy. And that we won't be letting the villains win by allowing the fear they tried to spread get to us and stop us from doing what we want to do. I agree. 13 was a great hero. And she fought so that people could go about their everyday lives and live happy, safe, prosperous lives. It would be dishonoring her memory if we allow the fear to win. That said, security will be strengthened to 5 times that of previous years. Above all, we also didn't want you, the students, to miss out. The sports festival is a huge chance. It is not an event to be cancelled because of a few villains, most of whom have been caught and are locked up and awaiting trial as we speak. Aizawa replied bluntly. Izuku tensed at Aizawa's words. The UA Sports Festival was one of Japan's biggest events. In the past there was the Olympics, and the whole country had been crazy about them. That is, until quirks came along, and normal human feats of athleticism became boring. In Japan, what replaced the Olympics was the UA Sports Festival, which of course meant that for those few days, the eyes of the country would be on the UA hero course, and for at least a week they would be household names. For the others, that was a great thing. After all, top heroes from around the country would be watching for scouting purposes. If you performed well, you were guaranteed a spot in a top hero agency during your internships and placements. You would also create a strong platform with the public too, which in turn would make you much more successful when starting out as a pro hero. For Izuku though, it meant showing himself to the public, and the public becoming aware of just who he was and what he was trying to do. The Titan of Mustafa, trying to be a pro hero. He could imagine the response now. As he was thinking this, the rest of his class were muttering and talking amongst themselves. Of course, joining a famous hero agency will get you more experience and popularity. Time is limited. If you expect to go pro, then the path to your future will open up at this event. 1 chance a year. A total of just 3 chances during your school career. No aspiring heroes can afford to miss this event. If you understand that, then don't slack off on your preparations. The sports festival is a global event. The entire world will be watching you. So, don't screw it up, Aizawa exclaimed, piling on the pressure now as he gazed around at his students. Yes, sir, the class shouted in response. Good, now homeroom is dismissed. Striding purposefully towards the staff room, Izuku couldn't help but feel slightly self-conscious as he moved past a large group of older, third-year students. UA was a big place, far bigger than it appeared on the surface. For all that it was touted to be one of the greatest and most prestigious hero academies in Japan, the number of actual hero course students that walked its immense, oversized corridors was actually quite small in proportion to the rest of the school's population. Less than 5% of the students at UA were hero course students or in the heroic support course. Instead, the majority of students that attended the academy fell within either the general education course, which boosted the highest number of UA students, or in the more selective business courses. These courses were far more normal than the hero course, even if they were still just as competitive, and had a distinctly heroish slant to some of the subjects they cover. Turns out, UA wasn't just famous for its hero program, but also for the other courses they ran. Still, walking through the bustling school corridors now, far outside of the contained sections of the school, he usually stuck to those sections being the ones where the hero course homerooms, classrooms, and cafeteria were all located. as well as both the internal and external hero course facilities, he was once again reminded of just how big UA, as a facility and place of learning, actually was. And also just how populated it was too. The corridors were practically flooded with hundreds of unfamiliar kids. Kids ranging from 15, his age, to 17 and 18. Many of them were taller than him, or looked distinctly more mature as they bustled around in their UA uniforms, clutching book bags, or holding phones, while chatting to the other students around them. It was a far cry from the far more quiet areas of the school he was used to. It made him uncomfortable. He wasn't good with people at the best of times, nor was he that fond of being physically touched by those he didn't know, or by people who hadn't had his express permission. He was also mildly claustrophobic, all of which was a side effect of spending the majority of his life so far in a juvenile detention center, getting poked and prodded by doctors like some kind of lab rat, as they not only tried to teach him to control his quirk, but to develop it too. It wasn't exactly conducive to making him a normal, well-rounded human being. Never did he understand that more than right now, as hundreds of teens flowed around him, occasionally knocking him with their shoulders, bags, or arms by accidents as he tried to fight against the oncoming flow of students, gritting his teeth and keeping his head and eyes down. Izuku fought the urge to lash out as he felt another person shoulder him, even as another group of students walking by him on the other side burst out into a round of raucous, obnoxious laughter. It felt like he was drowning in a tide of humanity, clenching his hands into fists so hard they started to hurt. Izuku kept his head down as he drew on the enhanced strength his quirk gave him in his base form, even as he squared his shoulders and started to barge his way through the milling crowd, keeping his gaze resolutely on the floor, even as he heard some of the students around him cursing or shouting as he walked through clusters of spotty teenage boys and parted covens of cackling teenage girls. He hated the position he was in. At the same time, though, he needed to bear with it as the teacher's staff room was now in sight. Keeping his temper in check, Izuku allowed the angry shouts and insults from the students he barged past to roll off his back as he instead pressed forward, his shoulders squared and his jaw clenched. To an outside observer, he probably looked like some meathead thug trying to act tough as he deliberately barged through friendship groups, a facade if ever there was one. Fortunately, it did the job and allowed him to quickly reach his destination, whereupon he knocked on the oversized door, a stable of UA's architecture, and waited, pushing down his anxiety, even as he felt the crowd of students continued to march past him. Fortunately, he didn't have to wait at the door long before someone answered his knock. That someone being the pro hero and one of his teachers, present Mike. Yo, what's all this then? How can I help you, little dude? Blinking at the eccentric blonde-haired hero's odd form of address, Izuku looked up and locked eyes with him. His stomach was still roiling inside as he mentally steadied himself before speaking. I'm here to see Mr. Aizawa. Is he in? Oh, old doom and gloom. Present Mike asked, pulling down his golden sunglasses for a moment, revealing curious blue eyes as he looked Izuku up and down for a moment before grinning. I take it you're one of his rugrats then? No, let me guess. It's Midoriya, isn't it? Izuku Midoriya? Izuku could feel his stomach sink slightly as the overly enthusiastic teacher recognized him. There could be only one thing he was well known for, and it wasn't his grades. Still, he had expected this much. Most likely, his presence was something that Principal Nezu had discussed with the entire staff before he was even enrolled here. Yeah, I remember you from the entrance exam. You did a pretty damn flashy job. It was cool. Present Mike pressed on with a much wider grin now, flashing a thumbs up even as he stepped aside and looked back into the staff room. Yo Aizawa, one of your kids is here to see you. Wake up and come say hi. Izuku blinked in surprise, both at Present Mike's response to him, and also at the friendly, almost teasing way he spoke to his colleague, the grumpy and ever-serious Eraserhead. It was not only unprofessional, it was bizarre, especially considering how straight-laced and intense Aizawa was. Still, despite his confusion, he gave Present Mike a slight bow in his thanks. Thank you, sir. Not a problem, little man. I always have time for my listeners. Present Mike grinned, flashing a smile with a few too many teeth, even as he reached out and ruffled Izuku's hair, before with another grin he sidestepped an unamused, tired-looking Aizawa and sidled back into the staff room. What is it, Midoriya? I presume you have a good reason for disturbing my rest? Aizawa asked bluntly, his tone bored and his expression emotionless as he crossed his bandaged arms, leant against the door frame wearily and gazed down at him. He still looked a mess after what happened at the USJ. If anything close up, he looked worse than he had in class. Yes sir, I do. Izuku replied, steeling himself as he stood a little straighter and met Aizawa's gaze head-on. From behind him, he could both feel and hear the corridor quieting down as the flood of students slowly died down as the students moved away to wherever they were planning to spend their lunch break. I was hoping to speak with you about the sports festival. Oh, Aizawa said, his gaze still bored. Yes, Izuku nodded, worrying his bottom lip with his teeth as he pondered over how best to express what he wanted to say. Well, I'm waiting, Aizawa said impatiently. Izuku felt a flash of irritation at the man's tone. He didn't snap though. Instead, he took a deep breath and pressed on with what he wanted to say. I don't want to take part in the sports festival, so I wanted your permission to skip it. There he had said it. He had said what had been on his mind ever since Aizawa had announced the tournament earlier that day. Oh, and why would you not want to take part? Aizawa asked tonelessly, the only sign of his surprise being a slight widening of his tired, bloodshot eyes. I don't think it would be very fair if I were to take part, sir, Izuku said simply. He had thought about how best to phrase his desire on his walk here after class had let out for lunch. I never took you for being arrogant, Midoriya, lacking in confidence. Yes, anxious over your past, certainly, but never arrogant. Aizawa shot back bluntly, his gaze boring into Izuku. Do you truly think so little of your classmates that you don't think they would stand a chance against your quirk? Are you truly so arrogant that you don't think they'll even be able to challenge you? Gee, that's not what I meant at all. I'm not saying this because I'm arrogant, Izuku said, waving his hands in denial. I think a lot of my classmates, and I would never dismiss their abilities like that. What I'm saying has nothing to do with them. What did you mean then? Aizawa pressed. It's just that, with my history, people would instantly know who I am. Izuku replied softly. Almost certainly yes. People have very long memories when it comes to calamities like what happened at Mustafa. Just as they remember the greatest of heroes, even from generations before they were born, so do they remember the most monstrous of villains. People like that, and incidents like Mustafa. Things like what happened there. They tend to leave an indelible mark on a country, city, population's history, and scar the memories of those who witnessed it firsthand. Aizawa said bluntly, his arms still crossed. So you understand why I don't want to take part then? Izuku asked hopefully, once again trying to broach the topic of him avoiding participation in the festival. I don't want to be a distraction. I don't want to take the spotlight away from my classmates. You don't want to be noticed. Aizawa interrupted, his eyes narrowing. What you say sounds very noble on the surface, Midoriya. But I'm guessing the main reason why you don't want to take part is that you don't want people knowing you're at the school and trying to be a hero. You're scared of what people will say and do. Izuku tried, before trailing off. He wasn't sure what to say in response to Aizawa's brutal, yet factual statement. That was the main reason. He was a coward, and he dreaded what the reaction to his being here would be. He had created a comfortable life for himself at the school, had found his niche, and dare he say it, he had made friends too. He didn't want to lose any of that. Not now he had finally found a place where he could be happy. People already know, Midoriya, Aizawa said simply, his gaze softening slightly as he shifted his position. What? What do you mean? How? Izuku asked, before wincing as he realized how stupid he sounded. Students talked to their parents, and enough of them had probably recognized him, especially after Bakugo's rant, for it to spread throughout the school and beyond to the friends and families of the students. Similarly, the villains from the attack on the USJ. Enough of them had seen him in his Titan form that it would be a matter of public record that he was there. I see you've worked it out, Aizawa said dryly. What happens now? Izuku asked quietly, his heart sinking. We carry on as before, Aizawa replied bluntly. Little has truly changed. Word of your attendance was bound to get out sooner or later. The principal accepted you into UA, fully knowing that would be the case. Simply put, you continue your education and continue your training. Only now, there will be more scrutiny on you and upon UA as a whole. Your actions, both the good and bad, will be reflected onto UA. If you lose control and have another murderous temper tantrum, you will stain UA's reputation for generations to come. If you succeed and prove the naysayers wrong, however, by becoming a hero, then that will only add to the school's reputation and prove to society that anyone, regardless of their start in life or their quirk, can be a hero. Izuku stared down at his feet as he took Aizawa's words in, his heart thundering in his chest as he avoided eye contact for a few moments, before with a deep breath, he squared his jaw and looked up at his teacher again. I have to compete, don't I? Izuku said quietly. If he avoided the sports festival, it would have people asking questions and jumping to the conclusion that he wasn't competing due to him being unstable. The spotlight wouldn't just be on him, it would be on the entirety of UA. The principal had made a massive gamble allowing him to enroll, one that could very easily backfire. A part of him was heartened by the principal's show of faith. Another part of him, however, the more cynical side of him, was angered by the blatant manipulation. You don't have to. You could attend and then sandbag in the first round and get eliminated. It would be a simple way to avoid too much exposure and show people you're not all that competent, Aizawa said softly. His bloodshot eyes fixed on Izuku's face. His bandaged face hid his expression, making it all but impossible for Izuku to read what he was thinking. Hearing the words, though, Izuku internally cringed. It was an easy way out, but just the thought of acting in bad faith like that, especially when all his classmates were doing their all and trying their absolute best. It filled him with disgust. Of course, if you did that, you would probably lose your place in the hero course to someone more worthy of the position. Maybe that meant a boy. I've heard he's been training hard to get back into the hero course. You'd also make a pretty big statement by not using your quirk to its fullest. Just how it would be interpreted, however, I don't know. Could be that they see it as a sign of maturity and control, the fact you don't use it. Or they could think you are a coward, someone too scared of your own ability to use it, even when in a controlled environment. Either way, it would get people talking. Izuku grimaced. He had watched hero television in his flat, and had seen how vacuous and two-faced the media was when it came to reporting on both heroes and villains, and the shenanigans they got into, both in public and in their personal lives. It was a reflection of the people of today, really, and their general attitude towards the commercialized age of heroism in which they now lived. The only thing people liked more than raising a hero up was tearing one down, and he wasn't even a hero, or at least not yet. In the end, it all comes down to one question. Midoriya. Aizawa pressed on, a hint of fire entering his normally bored, placid voice. Do you still want to be a hero? And if so, what kind of hero do you want to be? Locking eyes with Aizawa, Izuku already knew his answer. The rest of the school day went by slowly following his eventful and difficult talk with Aizawa. For Izuku, part of the reason why the hours seemed to drag by was because he spent much of the time deep in thought, with him only making token conversation with his classmates, all of whom were still excited about the upcoming sports festival, and even then he only spoke when directly spoken to. Whether any of his friends and classmates noticed he was being quieter than he normally was, he wasn't sure. Iui, he knew, had certainly given him a curious look, before going on to say nothing, as she instead tuned back into the lesson, all of which was pretty normal as far as the quiet girl went. Other than her, the rest of his friends and classmates had just continued on as normal, laughing and boasting about their upcoming feats in the festival when they could, but otherwise just doing classwork and enjoying their school life. Izuku tried to do the same, if only so he could stop his treacherous mind from ruminating over his conversation with Aizawa, and all the things he wished he had said, and things he wished he had kept to himself. He had even started to second-guess himself, and the decision he had come to at the conclusion of the conversation, which, considering how uncertain he still was not a good thing. Unfortunately, class did nothing to take his mind off of things. The classes they had had today were the mundane normal type, focusing on mathematics, geography, and history. They were pretty dull really, especially considering he already knew most of what they were learning thanks to his comprehensive education at Asphodel. That, and the normal classes just felt boring and pointless after their encounter with the villains at USJ, just over a week or so ago. Learning about quadratic equations and trigonometry just felt so senseless after their brush with true villainy, and their first experience of what they would be facing out there in the real world. Eventually, however, and thankfully, the classes did end with the ringing of the end-of-lesson bell. This in turn provoked a sudden rush as the final bell rang and the students all stood up en masse in an excited swarm, all of them packing their books in their bags and slinging them over their shoulder, even as they chatted and slowly but surely began to migrate their way towards the door. Standing up slowly, Izuku took his time packing his books, his gaze roving over his fellow students as he waited for the crowds to thin. He wasn't in much of a conversational mood at the moment. He wanted space and time right now. He didn't want to be dragged into any conversations or debates over the upcoming sports festival. Hey Midoriya, are you coming? Kirishima suddenly called out from the crowd, his words jarring Izuku and making him flinch as he looked up in surprise. What? Izuku said. Yeah, we were thinking of heading to the arcade. You know, the one near the train station. You want to come? Kaminari tagged on enthusiastically. Arcades. Do we have to go there? They just stink of bow and are filled with smelly, gross, sweaty boys. Toru complained. If he had been able to see her, Izuku imagined he would have seen her sticking tongue out in disgust after she finished speaking. Nah, the arcade is great. I love the Dance Dance Revolution machine. It's old school, but still so cool. Nina grinned, throwing her arm around the invisible girl's shoulder. There is a good cafe next door too. It's got a good vibe, chilled music. They make pretty good coffee and cake as well. Gyro chipped in casually, leaning against the desk as she glanced over towards the others. Cake, you say? Toru asked, suddenly interested. I could go for something sweet right now. Rikido Sato jumped in, a large grin on his face as Shoji followed along behind him. Mind if me and Shoji come with? Yeah, sure, whatever, Gyro shrugged, before looking over at Momo. Yo, Momo, you want to come with us too? We're going for tea, coffee, cake, and arcade games if you fancy it. Oh, well, I've never been to an arcade before, but well, if everyone else is going, why not? I'll just have to ring and let my driver know. Momo stammered a response, a hint of pink spreading across her cheeks as she smiled. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, group trip. Prisahima shouted. Midoriya, are you up for it? Izuku began, withholding a grimace as he saw several eager faces turn to look in his direction. A part of him wanted to go, as it might be a good way to unwind. Another part of him, however, wanted to say no, so he could instead slink off back to his apartment and brood in peace. Which is to say, he didn't know what he would say in response to Kirishima's invitation. Fortunately, before he could accept, or come up with some sort of excuse to enable his antisocial desires, he was distracted by Uraraka shouting, "Whoa, what's this all about? There are so many people," Uraraka said loudly in surprise, drawing the attention of the rest of the room as they turned to look at where she was standing, by the now open door of their homeroom, before crowding around her to see what had got her attention. Grudgingly following the crowd, Izuku quickly discovered what the issue was. There was a mass of other students, all of them looking around their age, filling up the corridor outside their classroom and blocking their way out of the room. Peering over Uraraka's shoulder, Izuku could barely even count exactly how many there were. Though taking a quick approximation, if he had to say a number, then there must have been at least 20 standing in a scrum around the door. "Explain yourselves. Why are you blocking our paths?" Ada burst in, his hand chopping at the air as if to emphasize the point he was trying to make. "We can't even get out." "Geez," Gyro muttered, eyeing the other students curiously. "What do you think they want?" Toru asked nervously. "Probably just here to check me out." Mina laughed, striking a pose like one might see a catwalk model do, even as Toru and Gyro snorted with laughter. "Nah, I reckon they're here to scope out the competition. They must want to check out the class who fought villains at USJ the other day. I mean, think about it, we're the biggest, manliest challenge they're going to face at the sports festival." Kirishima interrupted, a fierce grin on his face as he hardened his hand and thrust it in the air in challenge. "Well, bring it on, I say. Let the manliest man win. You do know some of us are girls, don't you?" Gyro asked sarcastically. Mina emphasized the point by cuffing Kirishima around the back of the head and then crossing her arms, Toru, Uraraka and Gyro on either side of her. "Yeah, that still does not explain why they are here, blocking our paths, though," Ada burst out indignantly, as he attempted to steer the conversation back around to the matter at hand. Sticking to the back of the crowd of 1A students, Izuku walked to stand beside Yui as he watched the ongoing confrontation. From what he could see, the crowd of other students were getting antsy, either because of Mina and Gyro's dismissiveness, Kirishima's over-enthusiastic response, or Ada's bossiness. Whatever it was, the crowd didn't look to be dispersing anytime soon. In fact, he could see it shifting as two individuals pushed their way through and made it to the front. They both had purple hair. One of them, the one with a gaunt, pale face, dark shadows under his eyes and messy purple hair, he didn't recognize. The other one, however, who was short, and whose hair seemed to consist of purple globes, he did vaguely remember. It was Mainta, a former 1A classmate, or at least he had been for a single day before Aizawa had demoted him back down to general education to make a point. It had been the very student that Aizawa had mentioned in passing just hours ago. The one that was apparently training hard to prove his worth and get back into the hero crowd. "Oh, that's quite simple," Mainta said as he shoved his way to the front, drawing all eyes on him. His nasally voice, diminutive height and distinct hairstyle made him stand out as he glared up at all of them. "Oh, it's the little guy," Mina said, her brow furrowing. "What was his name again?" "It's Mainta, right?" Ajiro spoke up, his arms crossed as he eyed the scowling shorter boy curiously. The rest of the class looked just as curious, even as the shorter boy's scowl seemed to intensify at not being instantly remembered. "Minoru Mainta," Mainta confirmed with a scowl, pointing his thumb up at himself. "You remember me, I was one of you, or at least until I was unfairly kicked off of the hero course after that bullshit Quirk test." "Oh, don't worry Mainta, it's just another example of the bias that is so prevalent here in UA. Those with strong, heroic quirks are favored over those with more niche abilities. It's typically short-sighted and retrogressive, especially considering the range of heroes out there in the world." The other, taller, purple-haired boy said, his bored gaze roving over Class 1A, a distinctly unimpressed look on his bored, tired-looking face. "I have to say, I'm kind of disappointed. For all the hype about your class, you don't look particularly strong or powerful, just arrogant really." From around him, Izuku could see his classmates react. Some of them immediately scowled and went on the offensive, verbally calling out the arrogant newcomers. Others just shrugged his comments off, dismissing it as petty jealousy, or as a potential rival trying to psyche his opponents out. He, however, said and did nothing. Instead, he just continued to watch and listen, his gaze shifting over the crowd of students. A lot of those gathered he remembered passing or seeing in the halls when he was attending mundane classes. All the first years were grouped in the same part of the building. They were all first years, but most of them were from the general education course, which meant that a good portion of them had probably tried and failed at entering the hero course, only to fall back on the still good, but but not quite as prestigious general education course as a backup. Still, the messy-haired boy continued. It is true that we came here to check out the so-called stars of UAS first years. To, as you say, scope out the competition. Minda has told us a lot about you. And the things we've heard, well, I suppose. I was expecting more. You're not so hot-looking yourself, Scarecrow. Gyro shot back. The boy's bored eyes shifted onto Gyro at that comment, narrowing slightly as he started to size her up, before his gaze dismissed her as he instead looked over the rest of the class, seemingly searching for someone. Turns out there's a lot of kids who wound up on the general education course or on one of the other courses because they failed to get into the heroics one. Did you know that? The boy pressed on, ignoring Gyro's previous comment as he did so. It does make sense, Momo confirmed softly. There's only 40 available spots in both classes 1A and 1B. Everyone knows that, and considering thousands of people compete for those 40 spots, it would only make sense for there to be a lot who fail to make the grade. That, or we were just too manly for them to handle. Kirishima laughed, fist pumping the air. The competition was harsh and hard-won. In the end, only 40 could achieve victory, and we 20 were among that number that stood victorious that day. Takoyami said in his usual over-the-top manner. Many were those who were cast into the darkness and despair, but that does not mean it was their end, for even during the darkest of nights, there will eventually be a dawn. Several students, including some of those from Class 1A, gave Takoyami odd looks at his statement. Others, however, the angrier and more resentful-looking students in the crowd, instead glared. Momo, Takoyami, and Kirishima's words were not all that insensitive, nor could Izuku sense any malice in them. Despite that, however, he could still see some among the crowd of students at the doorway scowling or rearing back in anger at what had just been said. Bitch, Minda audibly muttered. Izuku instinctively scowled as his sharp hearing picked up the mutter, as did too several of his classmates. Before anyone could say anything, though, the other boy continued to speak as if nothing had happened. Did you know that based on the results of the sports festival, students in the other courses can be transferred into the hero course? Tojiku is an example of that. Several people glanced at the nervous dark-haired girl within Class 1A's number at that comment. After Minda was unfairly kicked from the hero course, as the one of the next highest-scoring students still at UA, she was given the opportunity to move up. The other teen pressed on, his gaze momentarily shifting to Minda for a second, before moving back to Class 1A. And the reverse is also possible. If, when some of you don't make a good showing in the festival, well then you're out, which will leave your spaces open for one of us to step into. So yes, we are here to scope out the competition, but as for me, I also came with a declaration of war. So basically, you guys should start learning the general education course timetable, because we're going to be taking your places on the hero course. Minda grinned. A silence followed that statement. Internally, Izuku felt anger begin to bubble up within him at the presumptuousness and arrogance the purple-haired kid displayed. Any previous nervousness or awkwardness was being burned away by irritation. His classmates deserved to be in this school. He had seen them train, and had seen how hard they worked. He had witnessed firsthand the results of that training too, and all their years of effort they'd put into training their bodies, minds, and quirks before even coming to UA. During the USJ attack, they had all earned their places here, and had done nothing to warrant this ambush by the other first years. It kind of pissed him off. He could respect a challenge, and he knew UA was highly competitive. It was part of what made it so prestigious. But this was taking things a bit too far. Before anything else could be said, however, the growing tension between the two groups was shattered by the arrival of another familiar face. Oi, get the fuck out of the way, losers. Katsuki Bakugo snapped as he shoved his way through the crowd of students, his red eyes roving over the crowd of 1A students before shifting and locking unerringly onto Izuku as he physically shoved the taller, purple-haired boy out of the way and knocked Minda over. Behind him, Izuku could see the other blonde, Monoma, following along behind Bakugo with a smirk, and several other Class 1B students, including an angry-looking gray-haired boy and a scowling brown-haired boy. "Oh, not this guy again," Kaminari groaned. "Fuck off," Bakugo spat back. "And what's all this shit about declaring war? Take your edgy bullshit back to grade school, you fucking loser. You all failed to get into the hero course because you are failures. You're weak. You're just prey in a world full of predators, so piss off." To emphasize his point, Bakugo raised his hands and created a number of small explosions, making some of the closer general education students back off, with nervous expressions on their faces. "Scurry away like the rats you are," Bakugo growled, giving the hangers-on one last look before he fixed his attention back on the other hero class, or more particularly on Izuku. "Deku, you fucking coward. We're finally going to have it out, me and you, in the sports festival, monster. Don't you fucking dare pussy out, because I'll be waiting for you, you jumped up shit. I've got 10 years of payback to dish out, and I'm going to enjoy every second of it." Bakugo snarled, his face going red. and his hands clenching into fists at his sides. The gray-haired boy behind him grabbed his shoulder and held him back, as if he were worried that the explosion user was about to lunge forward and attack Izuku in the corridors. "Stay cool, man, like how you normally are. Don't let him get under your skin, big man, save it for the festival." "Well put, my friend," Monoma spoke up, brushing aside the scowling purple-haired boy, as he walked to stand beside Bakugo and patted the ash-colored haired boy on the shoulder as he did so. From where he was standing, Izuku could see a nasty gleam enter Blonde's gaze as he surveyed Class 1A, before he too homed in on him. "Yet more Hero Corps students, you're just as arrogant as the rest, pushing people around and threatening them, and because what? Because you have a cool, flashy quirk." The purple-haired boy spat. "Oh, what, you're still here," Monoma said dismissively, a look of distaste flashing across his face as he looked at the general education course student. "Please go away. I'm not here for a bottom feeder like you. No, I'm here for you," the blonde continued, his finger pointing past the rest of 1A and at Izuku. In response, Mina and Kirishima stepped in the path of the finger, even as Yui suddenly and inexplicably grabbed his hand. Following their classmates' lead, Kaminari, Shoji, Sato, Shiro, Uraraka, Momo and Toru did the same, presenting a united front, even as several more Class 1B students shoved their way through the now confused and disorganized general education students. "Well, if you want him, then you'll need to go through us," Momo said, her arms folding. "Yeah, go ya Momo, represent," Mina cheered. "Yeah, you tell them. Yue has no place for bullies," Toru added. Monoma snarled at the response, his lip curling upwards. "Awa, isn't that cute? The big bad titan needs to be protected by little girls." "How cute." At his words, a murmur went through the assembled crowd, with a number of them now looking at Izuku with a mixture of shock and fear. The gaunt, purple-haired boy's expression seemed to intensify as his dull eyes bored holes into the side of Izuku's head. "Hey, come on, let's head back to class," the brown-haired, Class 1B student said, tugging at Monoma's blazer. "Yeah, we've seen them." The gray-haired kid nodded. "And that's all we came here to do. To check out the competition and give them our own warning." "Oh, and what warning is that?" Todoroki asked icily, stepping around from the side of the 1A class, not even glancing at Izuku or his fellow classmates. Instead, his dual-colored eyes surveyed the Class 1B students. "That it'll be Class 1B winning the festival, not you 1A posers," Monoma sneered, allowing himself to be dragged away as he did so. "So get ready to lose. All of you." "Chen," Todoroki snorted dismissively. "Hey, Deku," Bakugo snarled, holding his ground for a moment as the gray-haired kid tried to drag him away too. "I meant what I said. I want you to make it into the final, because then you'll be up against me, and I'll prove to the entire world just what a cowardly, sniveling monster you always were. And when we do fight, these pathetic losers will not be there to shield you from me." Feeling the anger flood through him, Izuku squared his shoulders and pushed past his classmates. "You're nothing, Bakugo, you always were." Snarling at that, Bakugo spared him one last hateful glare before he turned and walked away. "You die in the final, Deku. Get ready for it." "Prick," Izuku muttered, his gaze following Bakugo and Monoma as they left, even as he became aware of the rest of the general education students dispersing or breaking off, all save for the scraggly, messy purple-haired kid, who spared him one last curious look before he too turned and left. "Well, that was suitably dramatic," Mina said into the silence that followed. "So, arcade," Kaminari added. "Yeah, sure, why not?" Izuku muttered. It was time, the day the rest of his class had spent the last week or so excitedly looking forward to, and the day he had been dreading, part excited about, had finally arrived. Today was the day of the UA Sports Festival. It was odd in a way, how such an innocuous-sounding event could leave a person with such mixed feelings. Then again, despite its name, the UA Sports Festival was more than just a school-based event. It was an event of national importance. The entire event would be live-streamed to the whole of Japan, and perhaps even further for the hardcore Cape geeks living internationally. He and his classmates would soon be household names, or at least for a few weeks before society's collective attention moved on to the next big thing, or fad. But even so, they would, for a time, be famous. More than that, the display they put on today would have big ramifications for their future careers as heroes. The sports festival was as much a showcase of their abilities and a performance on the national stage as it was a competition. It was an event where they would be showing off what they were made of and what they could do to both the populace at large and also to the pro heroes watching, those who would possibly be their future mentors and colleagues. For Izuku, it was an event, however. Today would be the day that he would be revealing to the world just who he was and what his dreams were. He could already imagine the aftermath when the news spread to the population at large that the infamous Titan of Musutafu, the walking calamity, was not only out of his correctional facility, but was instead trying to be a hero. His heart sank at that thought, but only for a moment before he raised both hands and clapped them to his cheeks, hard. The sound of his hands smacking his cheeks and the momentary flare of pain he felt brought him back to reality, even as it stopped him from spiraling into a pit of anxiety and angst. He wasn't going to be that guy anymore. He was done with his pity party. He was done punishing himself for what happened back then. Furthermore, he had been through years of therapy, and he had dedicated himself to his training. He was in control. What had happened back then had been a mistake, one he had made in the past, and that was just it. It was in the past. He wouldn't let it get him down now, nor would he allow it to ruin this day for him or his classmates. He was done being mopey and broody. He was done trying to hide. Today was indeed the day. It was the day he would announce himself to the world. It was the day he would show them he was in control of himself, show them his quirk could be used for more than just destruction. Today was the day he would tell the naysayers and his own anxiety to fuck off. He was here. He was fallible, yes, but he was at his core, he knew, a good person. He was at UA to be a hero, to save lives, and that was just what he would do. He had friends now, friends that looked past the stories and rumors they had heard about him, friends that saw him for him and liked him for it. This event would be televised to the rest of Japan. And just like his friends, he would use this as a platform for his future career as the greatest hero the country had ever seen. Looking up into the bathroom mirror at that thought, he scowled at his reflection. His cheeks were red, and there was a slight dribble of blood trickling down from where he had bitten his lip, but that wasn't what he focused on. Instead, he stared into his own eyes and witnessed for himself the resolve within them. Today was the day of the sports festival. Today was the day he would tell the world he was here. Stepping out of the bathroom a few minutes later and back into the Class 1A changing room, the boy sighed, his cheeks no longer pink and his lip no longer bleeding. Izuku took a moment to tug uncomfortably at the collar of his blue UA jumpsuit, even as he looked around at his tensely waiting classmates. Hey Midoriya, Kaminari grinned as he looked up at him. The blonde, electric-wielding teen looked nervous. From what he could see, he was making small talk in an attempt to settle those nerves. I was wondering where you'd wandered off to. Giving the blonde teen a small smile, Izuku wandered over to where his school uniform was hanging up and sat down. Man, I can't believe they made us wear the school gym kits. I really wanted to wear my costume, Sato loudly complained as Izuku sat down beside him. The larger teen also looked nervous and seemed to be using the same coping mechanism as Kaminari. How are we supposed to stand out if we're all wearing the same stuff? I suppose it's being done to keep things fair, Zero shrugged, zipping up his blue UA top and sending Sato a crooked grin as he did so. Unlike the others, Zero had cut the sleeves of his tracksuit off, leaving his arms up past the elbow bare. I mean, if you think about it, the other classes, general, business and support, they don't have costumes and support gear and stuff, so everyone wearing the same thing kind of levels the playing field, I guess. Sato grumbled, glancing around at all the others now, his gaze lingering on Takoyami's bird-like head and Shoji's giant, multi-armed form before glancing back at Zero and his blocky elbows. But that's kind of bullshit. We all have different quirks, don't we? So things will never really be completely fair, especially since loads of you guys have flashy quirks or distinctive appearances. All I've got is height and strength. Without my costume, I'll probably just fade into the background compared to the rest of you. Yeah, I hear that. Kaminari sighed from the other side of the room, sinking into his seat forlornly as he too started looking round at his classmate. His control over electricity was flashy, but only in large amounts. Unfortunately, when it came to using large amounts, his quirk had the downside of frying his brain, which reduced him to a bumbling, idiotic state. Having a distinctive appearance isn't always a good thing, Shoji replied dryly, his gaze shifting to Sato, even as he flexed his six-webbed arms. It makes you stand out, but that's not always good. Try walking down the street and watching as children cry at the sight of you, or as their parents pull them across the other side of the road when they see you coming. Oh, Shoji, man, sorry, I didn't mean it like. Sato backtracked, waving his hands in front of him. You know what I meant. I wasn't trying to be insensitive or anything. It's fine, Shoji said shortly, his gaze lingering on Sato for a moment, before he turned away and started tying up his boots. Now I feel like a dick, Sato muttered, his voice barely audible. Hey, no need to get mopey, Hiroshima piped up, slapping his hands together loudly to get the attention of the rest of the class. We're Class 1A. We don't need cheap gimmicks or costumes to stand out. All we need to do is go out there, kick some arse and show everyone how manly we are. He has a point, Zero nodded. Today is a competition. It's about showing off what we can do. It's not a fashion show. Several people glanced over at Aoyama at that comment, only to see the blonde boy not listening, as he instead struck poses for himself in the mirror. Which is a shame, because do you remember how tight some of the girls' costumes are? Even now I can remember it. And then there are the Class 1B girls, some of them were pretty hot, Kaminari cut in, a lecherous grin on his face. That's enough, Kaminari. That's our classmates and our future colleagues you're talking about. Be respectful, Ada cut in, a scowl on his face as he stood up and forced his way into the conversation. And Zero is absolutely right. This is a competition. We will all have a chance to show the pro heroes watching what we can do. A hero is more than a fancy costume or a pretty face. Being a hero is an ideal, it is a way of life, and this competition gives us the chance to show the world how we exemplify all the traits associated with being a hero. Yeah, but that'd be easier if I was able to wear my costume. Sato grumbled. What, you want to look like a big banana on national television? Kaminari grinned. Sato scowled. Not cool, man. This is all pointless. Todoroki suddenly interrupted, his mismatched eyes surveying the rest of the room disinterestedly. This competition is made to show off the power of our quirks. Costumes can be easily changed. Designers, stylists, PR representatives, support crews and managers can change the aesthetics of your appearance with ease. And coaches can teach you how to act and perform in public. All of that is malleable and unimportant in the grand scheme of things, especially since we're only in our first year. So, what are you saying? Takoyami asked, his avian eyes boring into Todoroki curiously. I'm saying that the only thing that matters here today is the power of our quirks, Todoroki said bluntly, his gaze shifting onto Izuku. Power, skill, and the will to be a hero. That is what matters. That is what everyone watching today is looking for. Everything else is immaterial. Well, who pissed in his coffee this morning? Kaminari muttered to Shoji. Midoriya, Todoroki continued, his attention now fully on Izuku, which in turn brought the attention of the rest of his classmates onto him too. Turning to look at the son of Endeavor, Izuku pushed himself to his feet to face him. He wasn't going to just sit there and look up at the boy, nor would he allow himself to be browbeaten by him. He'd never interacted with Todoroki before, or at least not one-on-one. The other teen had helped him out during the USJ debacle, but had otherwise given him the cold shoulder. Then again, as far as he could see, the ice-wielding had been pretty cold and distant with the entire class, even with Toru and Mina, perhaps the two most energetic and gregarious members of Class 1A. Standing, Izuku quickly became aware of the sudden silence that spread through the changing room. He could understand why too. Arguably the two of them were the most powerful, and arguably the most famous, or in his case infamous, students in the class. Out of all the first years, the two of them would be the ones who would inevitably garner the most recognition and attention today. Izuku for his past, and Todoroki for his family connections. What? Izuku replied just as bluntly, steadily meeting Todoroki's cold gaze. Looking at things objectively, you and I are the strongest people in this room, Todoroki stated coldly, apparently not caring about the rest of the class clearly listening to their conversation, as he instead took a step forward, bringing him within arm's reach of Izuku. Meeting his gaze head-on, Izuku idly noticed that he was taller than the other teen, and had more muscle mass too. What of it? Izuku replied, his mind momentarily lingering on what he had just been thinking about in the bathroom. He wouldn't back down, he would face his problems head-on. And from what he could see, Todoroki was intending to become a problem. Until now, Todoroki had barely said a word to anyone in the class, which of course begged the question, why was he doing so now, just before the start of the sports festival? Was this supposed to be a psych-out of some kind? I don't care about the strength of your quirk, or its reputation. It means nothing to me. Todoroki continued, his mismatched eyes boring into Izuku's green eyes. You're little more than a stepping stone for me. I am going to beat you today. I'm going to crush you and show the world that I am your better, that I can do what not even my father could do, and take you down single-handedly. Izuku narrowed his eyes at the challenge. From around him, he could see and hear the other occupants in the room stirring and reacting to Todoroki's bold statement. Well shit, I didn't see that coming, Kaminari muttered, looking back and forth between Izuku and Todoroki. The tension in the room had skyrocketed. Some of the other students present looked uneasy at this sudden declaration. Others, however, a small minority, looked excited. Hey, come on man, why are you trying to pick a fight now of all times? We're about to begin the festival, Zero interjected, standing up and trying to push his way between the two of them. I dunno, it sounds pretty manly to me. Kirishima shot back, a wide grin on his face. I think everyone needs to calm down and remember we're classmates. Let's not let things get too antagonistic. Ada added quickly, who's falling out? This is just what men do. We challenge each other, Kirishima replied, and as far as I'm concerned, count me in. I will beat you all. Yeah, I'll get in on this, Sato grinned, surging to his feet. How juvenile, Takoyami muttered, shaking his head, ignoring his classmates for the moment. Izuku continued to meet Todoroki's gaze for another few seconds before finally speaking. You can try, but be warned. I will go all out if I need to. You're not the only one that wants to win. You're not the only one that wants to show what he's got and make a statement to everyone watching. Todoroki narrowed his eyes, but didn't otherwise reply. Instead, he held his gaze for a few more seconds, then turned away. Is it me, or have things suddenly gotten a little tense? Zero muttered, breaking the silence that followed. Yeah, Sato replied, coughing into his hand awkwardly. Anyway, changing the subject. I wonder what the first round is going to be this year. The anticipation of not knowing is the worst. Do any of you know? Dunno, it changes every year. Zero shrugged. That's part of what makes it so exciting. Hiroshima grinned. Whatever the challenge ahead is, it doesn't matter. No matter what it is, we will need to dig deep and face the oncoming darkness with all our steely resolve. Takoyami added, his eyes closed and arms folded. If you cut away all his edginess. He's right. No matter what it is, we'll just have to adapt and show that we can handle whatever comes our way. Kaminari cut in, his foot nervously tapping on the floor. Well, whatever it is, we're about to find out soon. Ida spoke up, his gaze on the clock overhead. Because it's time to head out. Stepping out of the changing rooms at the allotted time. Izuku and the rest of the boys of Class 1A quickly joined up with their female classmates as they too stepped out of their own changing rooms opposite. Neither side made much in the way of small talk, however, as they met up. Instead, they moved as one down the large tunnel, the tension intensifying as they walked, even as the distant roar of the crowd got louder and louder with each step. They were walking down their assigned tunnel and into one of UA's 3 massive stadiums, each of which Izuku knew from past reading, were capable of seating over 75,000 spectators, and from what he could hear as he walked, the stadium was at full capacity. Glancing around at the rest of his classmates, he could see they were all nervous, for all that the rest of his class was excited about what was to come and confident in their own abilities. They were also still teens at their core and so prone to nerves. Walking in the middle of his class, shoulder to shoulder with Yui and Kirishima, and with Mina, Zero, and Toru walking behind him, and Kaminari and Momo ahead of him, Izuku could feel his heart already starting to thunder in his chest as they got closer and closer to the end of the tunnel. The light at the end of the tunnel was literally getting closer with every step they took. Taking a deep breath as they reached the entrance to the stadium, Izuku closed his eyes as they stepped out into the vast sports field within, even as a wall of sound hit him as the roars, cries, and screams of the tens of thousands of excited spectators washed over him, and the attention of at least a dozen live streaming cameras zoomed in on the class as they entered the field. And here it is, the moment you've all been waiting for. Here they come. You may have seen them on the news recently. The next generation of heroes and some of the greatest hero prospects in the land, the Hero Courses Class 1A. At present, Mike's words, for who else but him would be emceeing this event but him, the crowd seemed to roar and cheer, if possible, even louder than before. Walking onto the field alongside his classmates, Izuku could do little more than stare around and wonder at the packed stand, the flashing of cameras and the flying banners overhead as the watching crowd of mainly civilians, but also some pro-heroes, clapped and cheered for them. It was all so over the top, so flamboyant, so excessive for what should just be a simple school event. Oh wow, there's so many people. Uraraka muttered nervously from her place within the group. She was standing beside Ida and Tojike. Just smile and wave, girls, smile and wave, Mina replied, a bright smile on her face as she stepped out in front and started to wave and blow kisses to the fans. Some of the other, more extroverted members of their class, including Aoyama, Sato, Toru, and Kaminari, doing the same. It's just so loud, Jiro muttered, as they made it to their designated place on the field. Glancing back at her, he could see she was cupping the extendable ear jacks that formed from her earlobes, in her hands, muffling the excessive noise input for her extrasensory appendages. Just bear with it, Izuku replied, a bead of sweat dripping down his forehead as he fought the urge to hide behind Shoji. He didn't like crowds at the best of times. This, though, was ridiculous. And here they are, the rest of UA, as heroes in the making, and the equally talented and tenacious Hero Courses Class 1B. Present Mike continued, his new announcement causing another upsurge in roars and cheers as the other hero class, Class 1B, came out of a different tunnel, their hands raised as they too were bombarded by the cheers of the crowd, even as they trundled over to their designated waiting point on the field, turning to watch them as they walked past. Izuku caught Bakugo's red-eyed glare, the spiky ash blonde mouthing just you wait to him as he passed. From around Bakugo, he could see the other members of Class 1B throwing dark, challenging looks at his entire Class 2. Monoma especially sprouted a sly grin as he eyed them up and down, even as they settled into their position, and Present Mike continued to call in the rest of the classes. From what he could see, Class 1B were here to win, and none of the class's members were all that bothered about crushing Class 1A under their feet if it came to it. They weren't here to make friends or form bonds. They were here to make the best showing of themselves, even if that came at the cost of humiliating Class 1A. The unspoken animosity between the two classes was practically palpable. And following up, our Hero Course students are classes 1 degrees Celsius, 1D, and 1E, all of whom are students in UA's prestigious general education course. Present Mike continued, his co-present Aizawa, mumbling something afterwards, not that his words were heard due to all the din in the stadium. At Present Mike's words, Izuku glanced over and watched as a much larger group of students walked onto the field now. The group of general education students was an odd mix. Some of them looked excited and positively raring to go. Others looked bored or unenthusiastic, like they thought this whole event was just a big waste of time. From within their midst, though, Izuku could see Minta and the other tired-looking purple-haired boy who made his declaration of war the other day leading the pack. His name is Shinso. Tojike, Minta's replacement for their class, spoke up, as she too looked over and saw Shinso glaring over at them from his place at the head of the collective general education course group. And you should all watch out for his quirk. I've never seen him use it in person, so I don't know exactly how it works, but I've heard of what it does. If he can get you to speak to him, he can brainwash you. Should you really be telling us that? Ajiro asked quietly from beside Tojike, his words still audible to the rest of the class all the same, or at least to those who were not prancing round soaking in the adulation of the crowd. I didn't know him for long, but long enough to know that he's not a pleasant person. He's bitter and cynical and full of jealousy. Like quite a few of the people in the general education course, he hates the hero course because they succeeded where he failed. But unlike the rest of them that let it go and got on with their lives, he held a grudge. He also has no problem using other people to get ahead. Tojike replied, her dark eyes fixed on the oblivious Shinso. There's a lot of hurt and anger in him, and I'm worried about what he can and will do to get ahead. I know I don't know any of you that well, but I don't want you getting hurt or humiliated after falling prey to his quirk. Thanks, Uraraka said with a smile. And none of us know each other all that well yet. We've got the next 3 years to do that. Tojike gave Uraraka a smile at her words, even as the rest of the class listening and mumbled their thanks or said similar words to her. She might have been late to the class, a replacement for the student that Aizawa had chosen to make an example of, but she was still no less a part of their class. Next, from UA's Advanced and World-Famous Support Course, are classes 1 Fahrenheit, 1G and 1H. More students walked out at that call. Only these students, unlike the rest, noticeably carried gadgetry and equipment with them, some even now playing around and fine-tuning their equipment as they walked. So, what were you saying before about a level playing field? Sato asked Zero, his voice as dry as the Sahara. Well, shit, Zero muttered. That hardly seems fair. Kaminari grumbled truculently as he stopped waving and instead went to join the rest of his classmates. Well, their whole course is based on making equipment. I guess showing it off is the equivalent to us showing off our quirks. Momo spoke up reasonably. We, besides hero course students, were allowed to apply to use equipment in the festival if they needed it. Yama suddenly flounced into the conversation, idly flicking a piece of non-existent dust off of the gleaming belt he had around his waist. That belt, Izuku knew, was a necessity for the flamboyant blonde, as it allowed him to more finely control his naval laser beams. Wait, what? Gyro snapped, her attention fully on Aoyama. Since when? Gyro was one of the few other members of the class that used equipment to amplify, or better use, their quirk. Since I asked Monsieur Aizawa, Aoyama tittered. Well, thanks for telling us, Gyro grumbled, her brow furrowing as she dwelled on what could have been. Come now, what is done is done. We should not be fighting amongst each other, especially not now with the first event so close. Ibara cut in smoothly, her soft and gentle voice cutting through the growing irritation like a hot knife through butter. Well said, Ida acknowledged. Tuning them out, Izuku tore his gaze off of the eclectic-looking support course and instead looked to the final tunnel as Present Mike announced the arrival of the business course classes. And of course, last but certainly not least, hailing from UA's world-renowned business course, we have classes 1I, 1J and 1 Kelvin. At those words, Izuku looked over as the business course classes walked over to their allotted area. None of them looked all that impressive, and some of them he noticed were carrying clipboards or notepads. More than that, they were talking and debating amongst each other as they walked, all but oblivious to the goings-on around them as they instead dwelled within their own little worlds. Shaking his head at that thought, Izuku tore his gaze away from his soon-to-be competitors and instead looked to the center of the stadium where he could see 2 of their teachers standing on a large, raised cement platform waiting for the students to finish assembling and for Present Mike to silence the crowd. The pro-hero Midnight, their art history and world history professor, was one of the 2, with Midnight certainly looking the part of a hero, and an R-rated one at that. She was tall with long, dark purplish-blue hair that trailed down her back. Accentuating her sensual form, she wore a skin-tight olive-colored jumpsuit over a corset. And to finish off the outfit, she had a red eye mask over her sky-blue eyes, and a black, leather riding crop in one of her hands. The other person standing beside Midnight, and looking much less dazzling than the R-rated heroine, was Cementos, their modern literature teacher, who with a blocky build, drab clothing and gray skin, seemed to fade into the background, as opposed to standing out like Midnight. All right, are we all assembled? Midnight shouted out, attracting the assembled students' attention as she smacked her riding crop into the ground to emphasize her words. So hot, Kaminari muttered. Ignoring Kaminari and the mumbling, disapproving or otherwise, of those around him as they muttered about her provocative costume, the necessity of her carrying a whip, or just how impressive, imposing, or hot she was. Izuku instead focused on what Midnight was saying. Now, once we've all settled down, I'd like to, instead of having one of our cute little students give the traditional student pledge this year, alternatively dedicate this year's sports festival to the memory of the rescue hero, 13, a former alumna of UA, and a brave, noble and tireless soul who fought and died to protect her students, Midnight said seriously, her voice loud and ringing out in the now respectfully quiet stadium. The break from procedure seemed to have caught some of those watching by surprise, but others seemed to take it in stride as they lowered their heads and respectfully. As the cameras panned in and Midnight was shown in all her glory on the massive television screens overhead, 13 was a hero, a shining star that stood strong and tall against the forces of villainy. She idealized everything that heroism should represent. She was kind and generous beyond measure and above all selfless. Not only that, but she was one of those few truly good, decent people that put the safety and well-being of others before herself. Where others would run away or back down, she would stand strong, grit her teeth and get to saving people. Where others gave up, she would not. Instead, she would reignite the fire of hope inside of all those around her and inspire other heroes to do as she did, to follow her lead, and to put others first before themselves. She was a true hero, a dedicated teacher, and a beloved friend. Her loss is a great one that will ring through hero society, as it shows that darkness still lingers at the edges of our society, and that there are still those lurking in the shadows, depraved, weak-willed, and cowardly enough to target innocent children. 13 stood against that darkness and fought back with all that she had. She will not be forgotten. Her legacy will be the lives of all those she saved through her long and storied career. So here with me now, take a moment to think of the fallen rescue hero, 13, and her bravery, her heroism. For this sports festival will be held in her honor, and with that in mind, let all here today follow her lead and go beyond in everything they do. Plus ultra, plus ultra. The rest of the stadium roared back. Bowing his head, Izuku took a moment to think back on 13. Even as he added his own voice to the crowd. Plus ultra. All right everyone, Midnight announced, a strained smile back on her face after her somber, heartfelt speech. We shall now use the wheel to determine our first event. The crowd roared their enthusiasm in response, some still shouting the words plus ultra as they did so. In response to Midnight's words, a large holographic wheel appeared behind her, and on all the other large television screens dotted around the vast stadium complex, there were a number of different events on the wheel, and a large arrow in the dead center. Time to spin the wheel, Midnight continued, and on cue, the wheel began to spin wildly, until it finally came to a rest with the arrow pointing down on the chosen activity. Remember, everyone, this will be the only time we use the wheel this year, as the second event has already been specifically chosen, and as for the third event, well, as we all know, that will be a no-holds-barred tournament. The first event, however, will be what we use to narrow down the contestants, and this year that event will be an obstacle race. Blinking in surprise at the chosen event, Izuku ignored the muttering of his classmates as he instead looked up at the screen as the wheel disappeared, and new graphics took its place, graphics explaining the upcoming obstacle race. Now then, Midnight continued loudly, as the title might imply, you will be taking part in a race involving all the classes within your year. The race will be 4 kilometers in length, and will take you around the stadium outside of the vendor grounds on a special track. On that track you'll find many obstacles which you must overcome. Anything goes, as long as you remain inside the racetrack. Hearing that, Izuku glanced sideways and caught sight of Bakugo looking over at him darkly from where the rest of Class 1B was standing. His old friend turned enemy looked very serious right now. No longer was he the blowhard bully Izuku remembered him to be. Instead, he was a teen, nearly a grown man, and one that had obviously worked hard to get to where he was. Izuku knew he'd need to take the very real threat that was Bakugo seriously. His quirk had been impressive when they had been kids. He dreaded to think how much Bakugo had developed in the years since then. Oh, and just to emphasize, there will be no lethal moves allowed, or moves which could cause permanent physical harm. That should go without saying. Also, if you get knocked off the course, or use excessive force against a fellow student, you're disqualified. So now it's all been explained. Students, take your places by the front gate. Midnight pressed on, pointing out over to the side of the field where they could see a massive gate with a tunnel going through it leading out of the stadium. The gate notably had 3 bright red lights overhead, signaling that it was not time to go yet. Seeing the lights and joining his classmates as they moved in that direction, a part of Izuku began to ponder on just how random that spinning wheel was if they already had everything set up. All right then, Midnight shouted, ignoring the roaring of the crowd as she held her riding crop up above her head. On your marks. The first red light faded. Izuku closed his eyes and took a deep breath. This was it. This was when he made his debut to the rest of the country. Get set. The second red light faded. There was only one left. From around him, Izuku could feel the mass of humanity pressing in all around him. Ignoring them, Izuku pushed to the front and bent down, his hands on the ground as he got into a good sprinting position. He took a deep breath. The riding crop fell. Green light. Go. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.